Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 298, Chapter. With an outcome like this, how could Danzo be satisfied? Right, Danzo never truly cared about the village. What he cared about was whether he could become Hokage. So in truth, he'd hoped Akatsuki's raid would cause as much destruction and casualties as possible. Ideally Tsunade would die outright. Then he could step in, as a matter of course. That was how it went in the original story. In the original, Konoha wasn't just leveled, it became a giant crater. Tsunade fell into a coma. Danzo seized the chance to appear, accused Tsunade of failing to protect the village, and with his hardline posture even the daimyo had to agree. He became the acting Hokage, and even acting was enough to delight him. As long as he performed well as acting Hokage, making it permanent seemed only a matter of time. But now, he could forget acting Hokage, he might not even have a chance to come out of the shadows. TSK. Damn brats, why are they that strong? That clan's kid awakened, Mangekyo Sharingan, kaleidoscope copy will I. The stale kid from the other clan even awakened the Sennin no Mi, Sage Eyes, even the kid from the Aburame line has become that formidable. Most hateful of all is that punk Natsuki, strong to this degree, with his girlfriend even wielding the Rikudo Dogu, 6 Paths ninja tools. Danzo felt a dull pain in his right eye. He couldn't help wanting to hit Natsuki with Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods. With Natsuki so powerful, if he could rewrite Natsuki's will and make him serve Danzo, wouldn't that make Danzo invincible? However, Koto Amatsukami has a long charge time, so he couldn't use it lightly. Otherwise, he'd have already reshaped the entire village with it. He wouldn't need to skulk like a sewer rat, hiding from the light day after day. So, he had to choose the single most suitable target to rewrite, someone who would help him reach the Hokage's seat. No. I have to use this chance to step out. If I don't, I may never get another. I haven't cracked the secret of immortality. I don't have many years left. I must become Hokage before I die. Otherwise how can I die with my eyes closed? Danzo clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Anyway, the village had still taken notable damage this time. He could seize the chance to challenge Tsunade. Maybe he couldn't seize power outright, but at least he could demand his old role as Hokage advisor back, and push to reconstitute Naruto. In Konoha, with the battle over, the villagers were escorted back. Seeing the heavy damage everywhere, they were badly shaken, especially after hearing there was a massive crater hundreds of li outside the village. Many went weak in the knees. After they learned the rough outline of the battle, they couldn't help feeling relieved. Thankfully, they'd been evacuated in advance. Thankfully, under Tsunade-sama's leadership, they defeated the enemy. Thankfully, the heroes diverted the force that would have annihilated the village. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be some damage, the whole village would be gone, and countless would have died. The result was unimaginable. So, people were grateful to Tsunade-sama and the heroes, eager to sing their praises. Of course, there were complaints. Homes and shops had been badly damaged, some completely lost. Having emotions was normal. But overall, the mood was hopeful. Moreover, after Tsunade-sama heard the battle's outcome, she immediately mobilized Chunin and Genin who hadn't fought much to help villagers rebuild houses, and increased patrols to restore a sense of safety. In a short time, the situation stabilized completely. As for Natsuki, Tenten had already carried him home for a bath. In truth, Natsuki had simply burned through a lot of chakra at the time, but he recovered quickly and was fine. He just enjoyed watching Tenten bustle about for him, so he didn't refuse. Naturally, a little cuddling was unavoidable. But after bathing, the two hurried to the ninja tools shop, worried about the shopkeeper. The shop had taken some damage. The shopkeeper had already returned and stood staring blankly at the store, lost in thought. "Oto-san, are you okay?" Tenten rushed to him. "I'm fine, you two are the ones I should be asking about." The shopkeeper looked them over. Seeing they weren't even injured, he exhaled in relief. "As long as you're safe, that's all I hope for." Tenten silently hugged him. "No need for many words, family understands." Natsuki quietly started tidying up. He knew, Doton, Earth Release and Mokuton, Wood Release, mending buildings was child's play. In no time the repairs were done. While he was at it, he fixed up the neighbors' places too. He was showered with thanks and praise. After all, he'd been a main force in defeating the enemy, a hero of the village. Natsuki didn't care about that, he was helping for the sake of his father-in-law's neighborhood relations. You see each other every day. Over the years, everyone had grown familiar, maybe not intimate, but they helped one another in daily life. So Natsuki didn't mind lending a hand. Luckily, because he was a hero, folks didn't dare make him work too hard. Once it was mostly done, they urged him to go rest. Natsuki didn't refuse and hurried back to the shop. Inside, the cleanup was finished. The shopkeeper was listening to Tenten recount parts of the battle, how she and Natsuki had shown, which he found fascinating. He wasn't a shinobi, but he sold ninja tools, so he understood a bit. He knew the enemies were terrifying, and that his daughter and son-in-law were even stronger. That was good. The stronger they were, the easier his mind rested as a father. Good son-in-law. Come, come. The shopkeeper waved him over. Tell me, how did it feel when you fought the strongest enemy? Was there a lot of pressure? Natsuki nodded solemnly. Tons of pressure. Seeing how strong he was, I thought, I must win. I still have to marry Tenten, give Oto-san 10 or 8 grandkids. How could I lose? How could I die? Then I erupted with power and finally defeated him. Tenten couldn't help but kick Natsuki lightly, rolling her eyes skyward. 10 or 8 kids. She'd die from exhaustion. To her surprise, the shopkeeper gave a big thumbs up. Exactly. You two better live well, I'm waiting to hold 10 or 8 grandkids. More would be fine. Geez, Oto-san, that's too much. Go cook already, Natsuki and I are tired and don't want to move. Tenten hurriedly cut him off. Okay, okay. I'll cook today. Ha ha ha. In great spirits, the shopkeeper beamed and headed into the kitchen. Tenten elbowed Natsuki wordlessly, but Natsuki understood. He didn't mind. Better to humor Oto-san like this than dive into grisly battle details and make him worry. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 299, Chapter. At the same time, Niji was welcomed back to the Hyuga clan with utmost respect. The other clansmen had already heard the news. Both the Soke, main house, and the Bunk, branch house, were stunned. Some among the Soke were trembling, afraid Niji would settle accounts with them. After all, they had long flaunted their Soke status, bullying the Bunk whenever they pleased. Some even found excuses to trigger the Juin, cursed seal of the caged bird, on Bunk members just to torment them, truly vile behavior. Who could have imagined that a mere Bunk member like Niji would evolve the Byakugan into the legendary Tensigan, becoming a Tennin, heavenly shinobi? Hinata looked at Niji then, eyes brimming with joy. She had always known her temperament wasn't fit for the role of family heir, and that Niji's talent was far more suitable. She'd also carried deep guilt for years, over being kidnapped back then and the death of Uncle Hisashi that followed. Seeing her Niji Nii break his chains and become a Tennin, she couldn't help feeling happy. That's wonderful. Niji Nii, congratulations. She offered the blessing in her heart, though she didn't voice it, still too shy. Soon, members from both Soke and Bunk filled the hall. Hayashi personally led Niji to the head seat and pressed him down to sit. Clansmen, today is the day of the Tennin. Hayashi's voice rang out. Our Hyuga clan is ancient beyond measure. Long ago, we once produced a Tennin, who led the Hyuga to the summit. But for hundreds, thousands, of years afterward, none were born, and our clan has waned. Now, Niji, brilliant beyond compare, has evolved the Byakugan into the Tensigan, becoming a Tennin. This foretells our return to the pinnacle. Now, pay respects to the Tennin. He himself bowed first to the floor. Willing or not, the rest followed suit. We pay respects to the Tennin. Niji took in the scene and drew a steady breath. He knew his uncle was raising him up, and that this was his chance. He would change the decaying Hyuga, he would end the Soke Bunk system and fulfill his father's wish. He spoke. Please rise. I have words, everyone, listen. All raised their heads and settled into Saiza, waiting for Niji. You could see it, many among the Soke looked ill at ease, while the Bunk were ablaze with fervor. Niji noted it, then spoke with a natural authority. In the Senju archives, I read histories of our Hyuga from their perspective, different from our own. I learned much. I also returned to our ancestral ground and found the stone steel left by the Tennin of old. I understood everything and thus evolved the Byakugan into the Tensigan. Here is the true purpose behind the Tennin's creation of the caged bird, Juin. The caged bird split Soke and Bunk with distinct duties for the survival and honor of the Hyuga. Bunk would fear no theft of the Byakugan and could protect Soke without reserve. And the Soke, guarding the Byakugan's purity, were best suited to pursue evolution. So that's what it was. The Soke's pupils constricted, they began to understand. They had been wrong. Niji continued. The Bunk have long fulfilled their duty to protect the Soke. Yet because the Soke enjoyed protection and superior resources for so many years, they rotted. Sokyu stopped striving to become strong and demanded bunk protection, even treating them like servants. Grievances deepened, the clan split, tragedies multiplied. How could we face our ancestors like this? Many among the Sok lowered their heads, grief-stricken. In truth, the clan laws state that bunk protect the Sok, but nowhere do they say bunk are servants. But people's hearts warp. When one person's life is held in another's hand, the latter unconsciously grows high and mighty, enjoying protection and service. That was the greatest flaw of the caged bird, Juin. I have a good friend who once pointed out the Hyuga's problem to me, Niji said, the memory softening his tone. He said, bunk wear the caged bird, but does the Sok not wear a cage? They do, the Sok have locked themselves in a giant cage called Konoha. They fear abduction, without bunk protection, they dare not leave the cage. Worse, because they're served and protected by the bunk, they grow smug behind bars, never once thinking of flying. Bunk had the caged bird, and thus could not fly. The Sok had shut themselves in Konoha's cage, and were even less able to fly, for they lost their will to advance, like turtles in their shells, even feeling at ease that cages are safe and flight unnecessary. How could such a Hyuga ever evolve the Byakugan? How could such a Hyuga be saved from decay? How could they fly again and restore ancestral glory? Answer me, how? The Sok opened their mouths, but no sound came. Shame burned their faces. Many elders wept. Some perhaps remained unconvinced, but none dared protest now. Niji had laid bare the clan's illness. If things continued as they were, the Hyuga would perish. To object now was not merely opposing a Tennin, it was pushing the Hyuga into the abyss. Hayashi bowed to the floor. Tennin, become the new clan head. Lead the Hyuga out of the abyss and restore our ancestors' honor. The others followed. Tennin, become the new clan head. Lead the Hyuga out of the abyss and restore our ancestors' honor. Niji didn't refuse. He raised his voice. Good. From this moment, I am the Hyuga clan head. My first act is to abolish the Sok bunk system and lift the caged bird, Juin, from the bunk. From today, there is no Sok or bunk, the Hyuga are one family. Past grudges are wiped clean, all must cherish one another. Who agrees? Who opposes? Clan head is wise. Clan head is wise. Clan head is wise. Voices thundered, and foreheads hit the floor again, the bunk most of all, shaking with emotion. Niji didn't dally. He produced a scroll he had prepared long ago, detailing the method to lift the caged bird, Juin. Now, everyone bearing the caged bird, follow this method too, Kai, the seal. For children who can't read it, adults, help them. The bunk didn't waste a second. Trembling, they read the scroll, then followed the steps to undo their curse marks. When the sigils faded from their foreheads, many burst into tears, others shouted with joy. They had been reborn, at last, they had wings to fly. Only after everyone had lifted the caged bird, did Niji speak again. From this moment, every Hyuga will make strength their aim. Our Byakugan draws greedy eyes, but we won't shackle ourselves and beg for protection. We will grow strong enough to deter coveters. Only with a will to advance, only with a will to grow, can we truly fly, and can our Byakugan gradually evolve. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 300, Chapter. So, you became the new head of the Hyuga, and pushed through the reforms. At Natsuki's home, Natsuki poured Niji a cup of tea. He phrased it like a question, but he didn't look surprised. With the Tenseigan, Niji wasn't just powerful, he was the Hyuga's future. The old guard in the main house would naturally back him, and reform would move smoothly. That's right. Niji inclined his head. And I have to thank you for your advice back then. Without it, I might have stayed the same as before, with no future at all. Tenten came out smiling with snacks. So, you abolished the caged bird, seal. Aren't you worried other people will covet the Byakugan? Niji's answer was confident. A bird that locks itself in a cage may be safe, but it loses the chance to fly. If we grow stronger, if we soar like eagles, why fear anyone's greed? Well said. Natsuki and Tenten both applauded him. Niji had fully grown, not only in strength, but in temperament and thinking. He would make an excellent Hyuga clan head. The clan's glory would be realized in his hands. I also came to discuss the Tenseigan with you, Niji added. Natsuki, you're widely read. How much do you know about it? Natsuki had shared intel before that mentioned the sage eyes, but the details were sparse. That was why Niji had come to ask in person. Natsuki thought for a moment. The Tenseigan and Rinnegan are both sage eyes, so their ocular arts might overlap. You can study Payne's case as a reference and develop your Tenseigan more deeply. As for your level, you're already beyond a Kage tier, push toward a Super Kage. One day, you may even reach the Rakuto, 6 Paths level. Kage tier? Super Kage. 6 Paths. Niji blinked. There's a system like that. It's a new framework, but easy to grasp, Natsuki said patiently. Kage tier is roughly the 5 Kage level, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya Sensei, and the like. Super Kage is far beyond the Kage, like the Deva Path of Pain, or the legends Hashirama and Madara. As for 6 Paths, that's the Sage of 6 Paths realm, power on another dimension. You'll have to reach for it yourself. Truth be told, even Natsuki wasn't fully sure where the true 6 Paths threshold lay. He himself stood at Super Kage. If he opened the 7th or 8th gate, he might match 6 Paths in raw power, but crossing into that realm was another matter entirely. That was a different dimension, not something one reached lightly. Even Madara needed the Ten Tails to become its Jinchuriki, while Naruto and Sasuke required the old sage's blessing. For Niji, further development of the Tenseigan was key, like Tonari at the end of that tale. A concrete milestone would be forming Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs. But telling Niji that now wasn't useful. He just needed to keep getting stronger. One day, he would step into the 6 Paths domain, standing among those who guard the shinobi world. Niji nodded thoughtfully. This was something he'd have to explore on his own, too high a level for even Natsuki to map out. Oh, Niji, there's something you should be careful about, Natsuki added. In the truth I published, I wrote that the sage's younger brother went to the moon. There are people on the moon, with Byakugan, like the Hyuga. They might descend someday. Friend or foe, it's hard to say. You should be prepared. Niji's expression sharpened, and he bowed his head. Understood. Thank you, I'll stay vigilant. He had no doubts about Natsuki's warning. If Natsuki was this cautious, the lunar Byakugan bearers were likely a threat. A few days later, the village fully calmed, returning to its usual peace and bustle. Tsunade-sama seized the moment to convene a meeting, partly to recognize merit and grant rewards, and partly to discuss future measures. From Jiraiya Sensei she had learned that Nagato and Konan intended to continue their plans, so a clear response was needed. What no one expected was that the rat from the gutter also came. When Natsuki noticed Danzo's presence, he paused. This guy never brought good news. Sasuke's hand tightened on his sword. Killing intent stirred before he forced it down, now wasn't the time. He didn't dare look at Danzo for fear he'd unleash an Amaterasu on the spot. Everyone arrived, even Jiraiya Sensei. Tsunade-sama didn't waste words and was about to begin. But Danzo slapped the table, seizing the initiative. Tsunade. What kind of Hokage are you? The village suffered a powerful assault and such heavy losses, that's your fault. People stared, not sure what tantrum he was throwing. Hamura and Koharu looked utterly calm. They'd seen this many times, usually it ended with the standard political back and forth. This time, though, they seemed ready to watch a show. Tsunade-sama's smile turned cold. She'd been wondering how to deal with this old viper, and now he'd leapt out himself. Excellent. Since the sewer rat had crawled into the light, she'd crush him on the spot. Danzo, what do you mean by that? Tsunade-sama narrowed her eyes and met his gaze. In this Akatsuki incursion, we fought as one and repelled the enemy, protecting the village. Casualties were minimal, the main issue is property damage. You call that huge losses? Danzo slapped the desk again. Why isn't it huge? The villager's property is the village's most precious wealth. You failed to protect that wealth, proof you aren't up to the job. Since you lack ability, let me assist you, like I did for the third. Make me your Hokage assistant. I will lead the village to glory. Ah. There it was, his real aim. Hokage assistant. Why not just say you want the hat, now? The jonin filled with disdain. Shinobi from clans Danzo had heard stared at him with naked anger. Tsunade-sama smiled and beckoned Shizun. Shizun, understanding, produced a folder and handed it to Shikamaru, the council aide, gesturing for him to read it aloud. Shikamaru wasn't surprised. Danzo had been audacious enough to suggest executing traitors not long ago. Now that he jumped out and tried to strike first, there was no way Tsunade-sama would sit and take it. She would slam him flat. But when Shikamaru's eyes flicked over the contents, even he blinked. It wasn't just Danzo. Hamura and Koharu were also slated for removal. In a flash, Shikamaru understood. Tsunade-sama meant to use this moment to pull out Konoha's ugliest weeds, so they could no longer poison the village. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 301, Chapter. According to the investigation, Elder Danzo gathered his former root members during Pain's invasion, forbidding them from engaging the enemy. He deliberately held back combat power, never appeared until the battle ended, and even refused to join post-battle relief. He is suspected of trying to seize power amid the crisis. As Shikamaru read this out, everyone fixed Danzo with looks of doubt and condemnation. Hamura and Koharu both stiffened, a prickle of dread running through their hearts. Danzo sprang up in fury. Slander. I assembled my men to counter hidden enemies. I did it for the village. A chorus of cold snorts. That kind of lie wouldn't even fool a child. The Akatsuki stormed the village head-on and nearly wiped Konoha out. What, hidden enemies, would still be lurking then? And if there were, name them. How many did you subdue? You didn't lift a finger, and worse, you corralled your forces so the village lacked fighting strength. Now you're the first to blame Tsunade for handling things poorly. Your face is really thick. Tsunade let out a dry chuckle and motioned for Shikamaru to continue. Shikamaru's tone turned crisp. Our investigation confirms Elder Danzo colluded with Orochimaru, abducting civilians and shinobi for human experimentation. He secretly researched Hashirama's cells and the Kekkai Genkai of major clans, heinous in the extreme. In building Root, he coerced each clan to hand over their prodigies, subjected them to inhumane training, and even branded them with a Tunker seal to control them, raising them as killers. The crimes are countless. By now even Shikamaru's voice had gone cold. The clan head stared at Danzo with killing intent, itching to tear him apart. Back when the third Hokage sat in power, he shielded and indulged Danzo's misdeeds. The clans could only swallow their rage. Countless young talents were ruined, stunting the clan's growth for years. Now the third was gone. No more umbrella. Tsunade-sama was settling the accounts. Today, you die, no matter what. Danzo roared, trembling with rage. Slander, nothing but slander. I did nothing wrong. Everything was for the village. I am Konoha's root, Konoha's darkness. Without roots, a tree cannot thrive. Hiruzen understood this. Why don't you? I've bled for the village and rendered great service, and now you put me on trial. I refuse. No one in this world can judge me. No one. He ranted like a madman. Everyone watched with icy eyes. Even Hamura and Koharu held their tongues. The list of crimes Tsunade-sama announced was enough to execute him several times over. Anyone who spoke up now would be counted as an accomplice and purged along with him. And who would defend a man like this? He'd harmed too many. It was time he went to hell. Today was the perfect day to erase Danzo. Sasuke rose without waiting another moment. Danzo. Your sins are beyond number. Today, you die. Wretched Uchiha brat. You dare point fingers at me. Danzo tore away the bandage over his right eye, revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan, kaleidoscope copy wheel eye. He angled the gaze as if to unleash a technique. But the rumble of his chakra drifted toward Natsuki's side. After all, Natsuki was the strongest present. If his will could be twisted, he would become the greatest weapon. Kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Once Natsuki fell in line, who would still dare resist Danzo? What Danzo didn't know, forget Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, even the genjutsu of the Sage of Six Paths would not work on Natsuki. At that instant, Sasuke suddenly opened his mouth, an eruption of black feathers. A crow flew out, Mangekyo Sharingan burning in its eyes. Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, fired, negating Danzo's Koto Amatsukami. Danzo's face drained. How does Shirsue's other eye end up with you? Sasuke recalled the crow, drew the Kusanagi, grass-cutting sword, and spoke in a voice rhymed with killing frost. Danzo. I said it. You die today. Prepare yourself. Danzo whirled, smashed through the council room window, and fled. Two figures flashed from the shadows to cover his retreat. Yamanaka Inoichi and Shino recognized them at a glance, Fu of the Yamanaka, and Torian of the Aburame, both drafted into Root. Sasuke gave chase at once. Natsuki followed right on his heels. Shino and Inoichi couldn't spare another thought, they sprinted after them as well. Tsunade-sama snapped out an order. Yamato. Move now. Lock down all former Root operatives, no actions, no exceptions. Announce Danzo as a rogue of the village and begin the manhunt. Understood. Yamato accepted the order and left without hesitation. A strange tension hung in the chamber. Many of the clan representatives looked openly relieved, only two elders sat sour-faced. Hamura couldn't help himself. Tsunade, isn't this excessive? Koharu added, there are gentler ways. Danzo did render services to the village. You cannot treat a meritorious man like this. Heh. So, being a meritorious man gives him license to do anything. Tsunade-sama's smile turned razor-thin. Shikamaru, keep reading. We're not done. The two elders' hearts lurched. Bad, very bad. Shikamaru inclined his head and continued, verified, Hamura and Koharu, as advisory elders, colluded with Danzo, knowingly concealed his crimes, and repeatedly shielded him, an egregious abuse. By order of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, Hamura and Koharu are found to have abused authority and abetted Danzo's wrongdoing. Effective immediately, all positions and powers are revoked. In light of their past contributions and their role as accessories rather than principals, they will not be imprisoned. They are permitted to retire quietly at home. You, Tsunade. You dare. The elders exploded with rage. They never imagined Tsunade-sama would clear them out along with Danzo. They clung to high office for one thing only, power. Stripping them was no different from taking their lives. Tsunade-sama's voice went glacial. I suggest you sit down and behave. During your tenure you gorged yourselves on privilege and profit. I'm already giving that old man Hiruzen face by not digging deeper. Don't make me wipe out your clans. Hamura and Koharu opened their mouths, no sound came out. At last they collapsed back into their seats, defeated. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 302, Chapter. The two elders did hold real power, and their roots did run deep through the village. In the past, Tsunade, mindful of the complicated balance, allowed herself to be checked by them. But the situation was different now. After the Akatsuki invasion, Tsunade's prestige in the village had never been higher. Under her stood a rising constellation of powerhouses. Natsuki, Tenten, Sasuke, Niji, Shino, and multiple Jinchuriki pledged themselves to her side. Before absolute strength, even the deepest roots can be torn out. Tsunade didn't purge them outright, stripping their authority was already giving them enormous face. If they still resisted, they'd risk the annihilation of their clans. Even so, they could already picture their wonderful days ahead. Every clan Hiruzen had offended, every clan Danzo had wronged, every clan they themselves had provoked would now repay them with interest. The profits they'd siphoned for years would be clawed back through countless channels, blowback upon Konoha itself. The age of those decrepit elders was finished. The council adjourned for the moment. They had planned to distribute rewards for merit, but that would have to wait until Danzo was taken, most likely, brought back as a head in a sack by Sasuke, given his temperament. Danzo was doomed. Jiraiya frowned. Tsunade, are you sure about this? Tsunade nodded firmly. If Konoha is a great tree, then the pests must be cleared, or the tree will never grow strong. Elsewhere, Danzo fled the village at top speed, his face twisted with pain and rage. He was now a traitor to the village. How could he still become Hokage? His dream, his ambition, ruined. Worse, he'd never imagined Shirsue's other eye would be with that evil Uchiha brat, rendering his Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, inert. It would take a long time to prime the technique again, he could forget relying on it for now. Fu and Torian caught up from behind. Danzo-sama, we're surrounded. Danzo skidded to a halt. What? Surrounded means surrounded. What part are you not getting? Natsuki's voice rolled in from ahead as he stepped into view. Did you think speed alone lets you stroll out of the village? We simply didn't want to wreck Konoha's garden stopping you inside the walls. So we let you run. Sasuke arrived as well, eyes brimming with murder. Danzo, you're not escaping. Today you die. Inoichi and Shino landed in tandem. Fu, come back, Inoichi called. Danzo's finished. You don't need to throw your lives away for him. Torian, we're still friends, right? Come back, Shino urged, earnest and steady. But the two only shook their heads and planted themselves before Danzo. Before Danzo could savor their loyalty, Natsuki's Mokutan would release, lashed out, binding Fu and Torian in a living cage of timber. Their tongues carry a control curse, they have no choice but to obey Danzo. They've been brainwashed for years. Appeals won't work. Once Sasuke kills Danzo, the control will break. For now, help restrain them. Inoichi and Shino understood at once and moved in. Inoichi cast his clan's secret art, driving Fu's consciousness into a trance. Shino unleashed toxin-immune beetles that swarmed Torian, neutralizing the nano-poison bugs he meant to release. Danzo had no more shields. He hadn't expected Torian's greatest trump to be so cleanly countered. Panic punched through him. He began to form signs for Izanagi. But Sasuke was already in his face. A flash of steel, and Danzo's right arm spun into the air. Aya. My arm. My arm. That royal power of yours. Gone, Sasuke snapped. He stooped, ripped away the bandages, and exposed the pale limb studded with writhing Sharingan, eyeballs that seemed alive, twitching open and closed. The sight was sickening. Rage thundered through Sasuke. Old thief Danzo. You deserve to die. You are the village's greatest evil. Today I erase you. The pain Itachi bore, the pain Shisui and I bore, the pain of every Uchiha, today you repay it all. Danzo clutched his stump and laughed through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha. Evil Uchiha brat, scream all you like. Your Uchiha are finished, and only you remain. He began to trigger Shishofuin, for symbol seal, intending to drag Sasuke into death with him. You will never be Hokage. Never, Sasuke said coldly. Danzo's hands faltered. Agony twisted his face. His dream and ambition, no progress to the very end. A pathetic death awaited him. He could not accept it. Schlick. One clean stroke took his head. Danzo hadn't even managed to fire the sealing technique. He died, pointless and small. With Danzo's death, Fu and Torian's eyes cleared. The compulsion loosened at once. With patient guidance, they might yet crawl out of the brainwashing that had caged them so long. Even under brainwashing, they had still shown warmth to their clans and friends. That, at least, was a good sign. On the side, Natsuki had long since cracked sunflower seeds, silently watching the end. Sasuke's vengeance at last complete, the fire in his chest guttered out. He walked up to Natsuki. Natsuki, thank you. Your plan made him die in torment. Natsuki smiled lightly. Villains should die in pain. That's the best return we can give the world. Sasuke nodded agreement, then lowered his voice. I plan to transplant my brother's eyes. Will you perform the surgery for me? Natsuki didn't refuse. They agreed on a time and let the matter rest. This was the best window to achieve the Iron Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Full integration takes time, but no wars loomed immediately, so there was little risk. Afterward, they delivered Danzo's body to complete the mission. The grotesque arm went to Tsunade, given the Hashirama cells embedded within. As for the Sharingan, they naturally went to Sasuke. Sasuke then offered prayers before the family memorial tablets. Among them stood the name of Itachi, a place Sasuke had begged the clan memorial to grant. It couldn't redeem the past, but it was what he could do. Also, Itachi's body had not been buried. Sasuke feared Kabuto would exhume his brother and use Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. That would be desecration, something Sasuke would never permit. Only after Kabuto was dealt with would Itachi be laid to rest. The next day, the council reconvened. Tsunade announced the measures against Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, then moved to rewards. Merit meant missions tallied and payments matched to contributions. Kakashi, Sasuke, Neji, Shino, Tenten, each had contributed enormously, worth 3 S-rank missions at minimum. Natsuki's contributions surpassed them all, 5 S-rank tallies were logged to his name. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 303, Chapter. There were also new personnel appointments. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Natsuki were named the new Hokage advisors. Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza, and Shibi were made honorary elders. Neji and Sasuke became the 2 captains of the security force. Tsum, Guy, and Tenten took charge as heads of logistics and protection. This move was meant to rally hearts and unify nearly all power under the Hokage's banner. Shizen became head of the medical division and director of Konoha Hospital. Megumi and Sakura served as medical chiefs, all trusted people. At the same time, a round of institutional reforms began, pruning irrational rules and adding policies beneficial to the village's growth. In short, Konoha was poised for a thriving future. Natsuki, hearing he'd be a Hokage advisor, went blank. Wait, Tsunade Dano, I can't do the consultant thing. He really didn't want a council seat. He only wanted to be a laid-back jonin, take missions when they came, and when they didn't, stay home with his wife, now that was the good life. Become a so-called advisor. The work would never end. Natsuki, everyone has a first time, Tsunade coaxed. An advisor just helps me out and offers suggestions now and then. My age is too young, and I don't have the senior's experience. I'm only a bit better at fighting. So, maybe don't make me an advisor. Heh. As if I don't know you. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. If you won't be an advisor, I'll have to give Tenten a mountain of assignments. She'll be so busy she won't make it home. Natsuki looked like life had lost all color. Okay, I'll do it. Didn't think we had a Hokage who'd threaten a man with his own wife to make him work. Smiles rippled through the room. Everyone knew Natsuki loved to slack off, and Tsunade had just pinched his soft spot. No one objected to Natsuki becoming an advisor. He might be young, but his strength was the greatest in Konoha. His character was solid, his rapport among jonin excellent, and his reputation inside and outside the village shone. Especially this time, he was the chief savior of Konoha. If anyone should be advisor, it was him. Some even wondered if Tsunade was grooming Natsuki as her successor. After all, he truly was exceptional. Tsunade spoke again. Next, we discuss our strategy going forward. The leader of Akatsuki still lives and won't give up hunting the tailed beasts. How should we proceed? Let's work out a plan together. Eyes turned, then drifted naturally toward the three new advisors. A perfect chance for the new advisors to lead. Natsuki sighed. Since he'd accepted the role, he would work properly, and with higher standing, he could steer key matters at will. He raised a hand. My suggestion, Jiraiya-sama should take the three Jinchuriki to train at Myobokuzen, Mount Myoboku, for a while. Hide the Jinchuriki at Mount Myoboku. That, actually made sense. Kakashi nodded at once. Agreed. The three great sage lands are notoriously hidden and hard to find. If the Jinchuriki go to Myobokuzen, Mount Myoboku, their safety won't be a concern, and we can go on the offensive. Shikaku gave a thumbs up. Good plan. We beat Pain this time, and likely the next, but if every battle happens inside the village, Konoha won't endure it. If the Jinchuriki aren't here, Akatsuki won't act rashly. That gives us time to conduct operations. After some weighing, the others nodded too. Akatsuki's target was the Jinchuriki. So hide them. If the enemy didn't know where the Jinchuriki were, they'd behave with more caution. The village would be safer, and Konoha could fight outward. As for Sasuke, he wouldn't need to hide. With his strength, he'd be a spearhead in external operations. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. What do you think? Jiraiya considered, then nodded. It should work, but I'll need to ask the Great Toad Sage's leave. Reasonable enough, Mount Myoboku was their domain. Jiraiya could go, but that didn't mean anyone could, so permission from the hosts was necessary. Tsunade inclined her head. Anything else? Natsuki spread his hands. I've said my piece. Your turns. This guy does half the job and clocks out. As advisor he had offered a fine plan, then promptly stepped back. You couldn't fault him, it was a collective brainstorm, and others needed to speak too. Kakashi followed with his own proposal. I suggest convening a Gakage Kaiden, 5 Kage summit, to discuss this together. Everyone sat up straight. After all, it was a 5 Kage summit. The last time a Gakage Kaiden, 5 Kage summit, had taken place was in the early days when the 5 great villages were newly founded, initiated by Hashirama, to discuss distributing tailed beasts and to forge an alliance. Since then, none had been convened. The ninja world wars and frayed relations made such meetings impossible. At best, a couple of villages signed temporary ceasefires. This time the purpose would be simple, jointly discuss how to counter Akatsuki. Akatsuki's tailed beast weapon plan threatened the entire shinobi world, and their leader wielded the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. Not everyone was Natsuki, few could fight that eye. If Akatsuki truly gathered all the tailed beasts, the world would know no peace. Of course, that was the public face. Those who knew the truth understood this touched an oncoming cataclysm. Akatsuki might look understaffed, but there was also the Ghetto Mazo, Outer Path, Demonic Statue, 100,000 Shiro Zetsu, White Zetsu, and possibly the return of Madara. Without the united strength of the entire world, there would be no stopping it. Kakashi's aim in proposing the Gakage Kaiden, 5 Kage summit, was clear: reveal the truth to the 5 Kage, unite everyone, and jointly sabotage the Tsuki no Mikikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, to stop Obito and Madara, and the so-called white progenitor behind them. This was the real world quest. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a look, then nodded in unison. Very well. I'll contact the other 4 Kage and convene the Gakage Kaiden, 5 Kage summit, in a neutral nation. A little earlier. After turning into a giant serpent and spiriting away Tendo Pain, Kabuto flew north and landed in a hidden place. He released Tendo Pain, reverted to human form, and with trembling hands pried open the corpse's eyelids. What is this? Where the hell is my Rinnegan, Samsara Eye? I waited patiently for this, and this is what I get. Kabuto's composure cracked. He couldn't make sense of it, but he forced himself to examine the body carefully. Once he removed the black receivers, he understood. So it was a puppet body, which means the real leader is pulling strings from the shadows. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 304, Chapter. Kabuto drew a long breath, swallowed the urge to curse, and silently pulled out every black receiver. He stowed them away, and he didn't discard Yahiko's body either. He planned to try Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, with it later. After he finished, he sent up a signal. Before long, his partners gathered. Suigetsu, Kirin, Yugo, and Kirin, wielder of a crystal release Kekkei Genkai. The finest talents Kabuto had unearthed from various bases, by no means weaker than Kimimura's former quintet. A solid squad. Kirin scowled first. Hey, Kabuto. You ran off to crash Konoha and didn't even bring us, then made us wait forever. Got a good explanation. Watch it, or I'll turn you into crystal. Kirin chimed in, Kirin's right. That's not what a proper leader does. Heh. I never thought he qualified to lead anyway, Zetsu said, tightening his grip on the decapitating blade. He only inherited Orochimaru's leftovers. He's not actually Orochimaru. We don't have to listen to him, do we? Yugo stayed silent, talking wasn't his thing. Kirin and Kirin, though, were itching to rough Kabuto up. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a thin, unsettling smile on his lips. Now, no need to be so hasty. I can tell you what happened in Konoha. You'll love it, and you'll see I had your best interests at heart. Konoha isn't a place just anyone can barge into. Go in careless, you die. Their faces said they didn't buy it. If it's that dangerous, how did you stroll back alive? Are you saying we're worse than you? This isn't the place to talk. Let's move first. I'll fill you in on the way. Kabuto set off. Truth be told, the others had no firm destination anyway, and their curiosity about Konoha tugged at them, so they followed. A day later, they crossed into the land of rice fields. On the road, Kabuto sketched the Battle of Pain's assault on Konoha, the Six Paths tools, the Tensigen, Reincarnation Eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Copy Wheel Eye, and that terrifying chakra flow. Anyway, Konoha was frightening, and even the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, had lost there. So it was good they hadn't gone, they might not have returned. As for how Kabuto got back, well, he hit well. That was all. Kirin, Kirin, and Zetsu mostly believed him, and, secretly, each let out a breath. Kirin changed the subject outright. What are we going back to rice fields for? Keep doing Orochimaru-style stuff. No thanks. Corpses and snakes are gross. Why can't we get away from all that? Kabuto shook his head, glasses glinting. We're not staying in the land of rice fields. We're going to Kumogakure. Kumogakure? For what? A bad feeling stirred in them. Kabuto's brand of madness was no lesser than Orochimaru's. Heh. We can't afford to poke Konoha, but Kumo doesn't scare me. The Hachibi Jinchuriki, Eight Tails host, is ours to capture. Then I'll use him as a bargaining chip, to sit down and talk with a certain Akatsuki heavyweight's son. Light flashed off Kabuto's lenses. He hadn't only inherited Orochimaru's estate, he'd inherited his pursuit. He would chase ultimate power. He had thought the senjutsu of Ryukido, Ryuchi Cave, would suffice. Then he discovered how many monsters roamed the shinobi world. Far from enough. He had to keep exploring. And since the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, was a sage's eye, it was naturally one of his targets. Elsewhere, Obito ferried Nagato and Konan back to Akatsuki's Rain Country stronghold. Konan stood guard in front of Nagato, all but threatening Obito. The men had posed as Madara to manipulate them. Now that the mask was off, who knew what he might try? He could even attempt to seize the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. The Rinnegan was essential to the leader of Akatsuki, the linchpin of the tailed beast weapon plan. So caution was only prudent. Obito had stopped wearing his mask. He smiled. No need to be so on edge. Our motives differ, sure, but we're all collecting tailed beasts. Our direction aligns. There's no conflict. I won't take the Rinnegan, relax. Nagato said, Obito, you deceived us by impersonating Madara, so there's no mutual trust. Distance is better for now. But you're right, our direction aligns. So please go recruit more capable people for us to fold in. Obito nodded. All right. I'll see who I can find. He faded from sight. Nagato and Konan both exhaled. Against an Obito who could ghost through attacks, even the Rinnegan felt uncertain. Could Shinra Tensei, almighty push, repel someone who was intangible? Better to stay wary. Nagato turned to Konan. Konan, I need you to find strong corpses again. I'll recreate the Six Paths of Pain. As for Yahiko's body, we'll recover it later. He could craft a new animal path and try to summon Yahiko back, but the receivers would likely have been removed by then, summoning wouldn't respond. Konan nodded. Leave it to me. I'll also pick elite shinobi from Amigakure to replenish us. Right now we're almost out of members, and some tasks can't be done. Obito can't be trusted, recruits he introduces won't be either. It had to be said, Akatsuki had lost badly in that incursion. All six paths destroyed, Kisame never returned, Kabuto vanished, and the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, forces were gone as well. Now they had only their leader, his right hand, and an untrustworthy shadow. Who would imagine such a battered group could still threaten the world? Outside the base, Obito reappeared. He glanced back. Moments earlier, he really had considered ripping out the Rinnegan, but with Nagato and Konan on guard, success wasn't guaranteed, so he let it go. His thoughts drifted to that clash with Kakashi in the Kamui space, and his heart stirred uneasily. Kakashi had said Rin's death was engineered by Madara, crafted to be seen by a hot-blooded fool like Obito so he'd break and become a pawn. Kakashi had said Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, could indeed blanket the world in genjutsu, but the cost would be turning everyone into white Zetsu, and the shinobi world would be destroyed. Kakashi had continued, Black Zetsu was the true mastermind, that he had deceived Madara, and the purpose of Infinite Tsukuyomi was to release his mother, Kaguya. Every word, outrageous. Obito didn't know how Kakashi learned any of this, but he refused to believe it. If it were true, then he had been working for the very hand that killed Rin. Everything he'd done would be meaningless. He refused to believe. He would not believe. It was like girls who'd choked down foul diet shakes for months. If someone suddenly told them the shakes didn't help weight loss, would they accept it? If they did, wouldn't all that suffering turn into a joke? Ah, humans, such complicated creatures. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 305, Chapter. Power Stones rewards threshold have been reduced from plus 500 to plus 300. Thanks for your support. Konoha had grown lively again, and orderly, too. At Natsuki's home, a rocking chair sat in the yard. Natsuki lay there, swaying lazily, cracking sunflower seeds and looking every bit the picture of leisure. In the garden, the greens were at their tender best, and the racks of cured meat and sausages were sweating under the sun. On the window frame, even more orange peels hung to dry. Everything looked the same as before, yet Natsuki's mood was anything but. He almost felt like crying. When Tenten came back, she stared blankly at the blue sky through the window. What's up? Tenten asked with concern and naturally slid into his arms. The two of them rocked together, surprisingly comfy, actually. Natsuki sighed from the bottom of his heart. My laid-back days are gone. From now on I'm stuck in an office every day, maybe even pulling all-nighters. I might not even have evenings free to dote on my wife. Tenten giggled. You really hate being Hokage's advisor that much? Natsuki nodded without hesitation. Of course. There's nothing great about being an advisor. We don't crave power, and we're not short on money with my gorgeous Wanisama patron backing us. If I could just be a regular jonin, elite ninja, take missions now and then, and spend the rest of the time relaxing with you, that'd be the best. Aya, when did my husband become this lazy? Tenten poked his cheek, smiling. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Everyone trusts you, so do the advisor job properly, okay. You don't even know, Dad's been strutting around ever since he heard you became Hokage's advisor, bragging to everyone. And I think you're the coolest when you're serious and responsible. Natsuki surrendered. Okay. Since my most beloved wife has spoken, I'll do it well. But, I want a reward. Feeling his hand get mischievous, Tenten twisted her waist. What kind of reward? Which country's outfits did you prepare this time? Natsuki beamed. I designed a few sailor uniforms. Tonight you'll try them all. Also, black stockings and white stockings. Your tastes keep multiplying. Tenten could only indulge him. Herman was hers to spoil, whatever he wanted to play, she'd play along. The next day, Natsuki arrived at the Hokage's office feeling refreshed. Tsunade had set up 3 advisor desks right in the office, requiring the advisors to work on-site for easy discussion, and to stand in when the Hokage was away. When Natsuki walked in, he was surprised to see Kakashi already at his seat. Unbelievable. Morning, Natsuki. Kakashi greeted him, then added a sheepish explanation. I used to be late because I was pretty aimless, and, well, kind of copying Obito. But Obito isn't dead, and I need to set him straight. So I have to put in the effort now. Natsuki gave a big thumbs up. Well said. In that case, Kakashi-senpai, let's work hard on my share too. Kakashi rolled his eye. In your dreams. Sit, Tsunade-dano already stamped these files for us. Natsuki shrugged, sat, and flipped through the documents. Not too complicated. For example, Sasuke and Niji's security force roster submissions, scan the names, if nothing looks off, stamp the circle. Yo, these two are motivated. He read down the list. Squad 1, Shino, Hinata, Kiba. Squad 2, Yakumo, Rinya, Lee. Squad 3. Naturally they'd prioritize familiar faces. You knew their strength, and you could trust them. Plus, Shino and Yakumo operated at Jonin, elite ninja, level, the rest were Chunin. Maintaining village security shouldn't be an issue. And for someone like Lee, who ended up solo because his teammates had other arrangements, placing him in the security force, especially under Niji, was a great fit. Kakashi commented, Niji aside, Sasuke's especially motivated. Natsuki tilted his head. Why? He usually hates this kind of hassle. It is a hassle, Kakashi said, but he's an Uchiha. The security force used to be the Uchiha's charge. Now he's the only one left. He probably wants to run the security force well, so people won't forget the Uchiha name. Natsuki nodded. So that's it. He's taken his revenge, and now he's working to revive the Uchiha. Exactly, Kakashi agreed. He stands on his own now, in strength and everything else. A worthy Uchiha clan head. If his parents and his brother could see him, they'd be proud. A worthy Uchiha clan head, huh? Arms folded, Natsuki didn't quite nod along. Kakashi grew curious. You know him well. You disagree. Natsuki hesitated, but didn't hide it. Sasuke is outstanding, sure. But as a clan head, there's another crucial mission he must fulfill. A crucial mission? What is it? You can't think of it, senpai. To revitalize a clan, you need people. What's a clan of one? So Sasuke's mission is to get married and have kids, to extend the Uchiha line. Kakashi hadn't expected that answer. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Thinking it over, it was true. No matter how brilliant and famous Sasuke became, as long as he was alone, revival was just a word. To truly revive the clan, you had to increase its numbers, add branches to the tree. Bang. The office door burst open. Sasuke clung to the handle in a rather undignified pose, his face full of embarrassment. He'd obviously heard what Natsuki just said. Nothing else could explain this entrance. Yo. Sasuke, you're here. Natsuki pretended nothing had happened and waved. About the security force rosters you and Niji submitted, looks fine to me. Once Tsunade Dano stamps them, they're approved. If you're in a hurry, you can start gathering people now and speed things up. Sasuke's expression tangled. Finally, he gritted his teeth, walked to Natsuki's desk, and stammered, Natsuki, how did you chase Tenten back then? Share your experience. Well, miracles do happen. The second pillar was opening up. Kidding aside, Sasuke asked because Natsuki's words had hit home. He wasn't an idiot. Before, he'd ignored romance for revenge. Now the revenge was done, the security force would be his career, and it was time to add people to the Uchiha. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 306, Chapter. Kakashi seemed interested too, he dragged a stool over, ready to listen. Natsuki couldn't help laughing and crying. When I was chasing after Tenten I was only 6. What experience could I have? Sasuke, you don't need to pick my brain. With that face, if you decide to pursue a girl, it's basically a guaranteed success. It just depends on whether you actually like someone. Sasuke wavered at that. He'd never really thought about it, so there wasn't any girl he particularly liked. And now they suddenly wanted him to find a partner, get married, have kids, way too sudden. But it was for the revival of the clan. He had to do it. Seeing his tangled expression, Natsuki suddenly thought of something. He fished out an old photo from a corner of the desk and asked, incredulous, Sasuke, don't tell me you're into Naruto, because he stole your first kiss. Crack. Kakashi's chair snapped and he crashed to the floor. 247. Just then Tsunade and Jiraiya pushed the door open. The office froze in a huge wave of awkward. Sasuke roared despite himself, no way. Don't talk nonsense. He yanked the photo over, ready to rip it, only for Tsunade to snatch it first. She and Jiraiya leaned in, then both widened their eyes. Oh. Spicy. Tisk, TSK. Didn't expect the youngsters to be this wild. Sasuke reclaimed the picture and tore it to shreds in a flash. He flared Susanoo, skeletal frame, and growled, we bumped into each other, that's all. Just normal physical contact. It's not what you're thinking. If anyone spreads this outside, I won't hold back, got it? Everyone nodded seriously, while trying not to laugh. Heh. Quite the eventful morning. Jiraiya even thought to himself, maybe his novels could open a new lane, boy x boy. Bet there'd be girls who'd like that. Kakashi quickly summarized the situation. Tsunade and Jiraiya both nodded in sudden understanding. Tsunade patted Sasuke's shoulder. Natsuki's right. To revive the clan, you have to increase the headcount first. Work hard. As Hokage, I won't skimp on the gift money. Jiraiya pulled out an Ika Paradise and shoved it into Sasuke's hands. Here. You'll find it enlightening. Sasuke glanced at the Ika cover and instinctively shut his eyes. He remembered Kakashi loved reading this stuff. Natsuki called it Liu Bei. Sasuke had no idea why the imperial uncle was called Liu Bei, but it had to be some kind of birds and bees primer. If he read it, maybe he'd get men and women. He decided, take it home first. If it helps, I'll do what Kakashi does and buy the whole set. It's not like it costs much. Soon, Tsunade stamped approval on the Konoha police force roster. Sasuke took the paperwork and left. He also tucked away Ika in his clothes like it was the clan revival treasure. Right, Jiraiya-sama, Natsuki said, remembering the main business. Have you contacted the Great Toad Sage? Will he agree to hide a few Jinchuriki for a while? Tsunade and Kakashi both looked over, clearly concerned too. Jiraiya hesitated. The Great Toad Sage naps a lot. I could only reach Fukasaku and Shima. The two of them said it should be okay. So I plan to bring the people over first, and also show the Great Toad Sage the truth about the ninja world. Oh. Then we're good. Many had long suspected that the three Great Holy Lands and the ninja world didn't exist in the same spacetime. To reach Myobokuzen, Mount Myoboku, you sign a summoning contract, then have the toads perform Gyakukuchios, reverse summoning. Maybe there are other routes, but they're clearly hard to find. If the Jinchuriki hide in Mount Myoboku, not just Nagato and Obito, even Madara, won't be able to find them. Wouldn't the Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, I've the moon plan, just collapse? Still, just in case, the Jinchuriki needed to be stronger. So once they got there, they should intensify training. If each one was powerful enough, they'd be hard to capture, like Sasuke or Killer Bee. Well, Bee can be countered by Samahata, but Samahata is currently sealed inside Tenten's gourd. And if you wanted a Jinchuriki to grow stronger quickly, the best solution was to become a perfect Jinchuriki, to perfectly wield a Biju's, tailed beast's, power. Like Naruto, he used just half the Kyuubi, 9 tails, and still defeated Pain. So Natsuki suggested, Jiraiya-sama, why not teach them to become perfect Jinchuriki? Perfect Jinchuriki, huh? Jiraiya scratched his head. How do you even teach that? I don't know it. Why don't you do it? Arms folded, Natsuki thought it over. It's basically about mutual understanding with the Biju. Fu and Komiai, 7 tails, did great. The prerequisite for understanding is to know a Biju's name. They care about that, because those names were given by the Sage of 6 Paths. If you call them by name, it should soften their attitude. Jiraiya had an aha moment. So that's it. True, names matter to people, they should matter to Biju too. Tsunade offered, Natsuki, you should teach them. Jiraiya's a baka, he'll botch it. You hate sitting in the office anyway. This job's yours. Jiraiya and Kakashi nodded instantly. Yes. Let Natsuki do it. Me. Natsuki weighed the feasibility. It might actually work. If names didn't do it, he could chat with the Biju about the 10 tails. They all wanted to live, they'd be reasonable. He nodded. I'll try. But since Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi-senpai agreed so fast, all the files on my desk are yours. He split the 2 thick stacks of documents and dropped one each on Jiraiya and Kakashi's desks, then vanished in a flicker. Eh? Natsuki, you can't. Jiraiya and Kakashi reached out with air-con hands, but Natsuki was gone. They could only accept their fate. Kakashi remembered something. Tsunade-sama, any replies from the other villages about the 5 Kage summit? Tsunade stayed calm. No need to rush, Kakashi. A 5 Kage summit is big. Each village will discuss before replying. Use this time to prepare. Even if the other villages won't unite, if it's only us, we still have to stop the cataclysm. Kakashi and Jiraiya both nodded solemnly, but their faces turned heavy. If it's only Konoha, that'll be rough. Meanwhile, Natsuki had already flashed to Sasuke's side, only to find Sasuke standing outside Shueisha, eyes locked on a shelf display of the Ika series. This brat, in just this short time, did he already get hooked on Liu Bei? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 307, Chapter. Yo. Sasuke, what are you up to? Natsuki called out suddenly. And nothing. I'm not buying this. Sasuke flushed bright red on the spot. Eh? I never said you were buying it. Oh, got it. Crystal clear, you absolutely do not want to buy that, and you absolutely do not want to read it. That is correct. Sasuke didn't know what to say. His denial had already sold him out. He'd only wanted to check where Ika Ika Paradise was shelved so that, if he ever wanted to buy it later, he wouldn't have to hunt for it. But the way Natsuki said it felt weird, admitting sounded wrong, denying sounded wrong. So he decisively changed the subject. Ahem. Why'd you suddenly show up again? Is there a problem with the roster? Natsuki shook his head. Hand the roster matter to Niji first, then come to my place, there's something we need to discuss. I'm going to find Naruto and the others now. He finished, locked onto Naruto's position, and Flash stepped away. Though puzzled, Sasuke knew Natsuki wouldn't be this urgent over a small matter. He hurried to the police force, handed the roster to Niji, then rushed toward Natsuki's house. Natsuki had just flickered to Naruto's side when a Rasen Shuriken, spiraling Shuriken, came screaming at him. He yelped and immediately used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to teleport the Shuriken to a deserted mark he'd left long ago. Only then did he breathe out. Okay, so, maybe don't just flicker in front of Naruto anymore. If that kid is playing with anything dangerous and Natsuki reacts a beat too slow, he's toast. Natsuki. You popped out of nowhere. You scared me. You okay? Naruto shouted. I'm fine. Just an accident. Natsuki waved it off, then beckoned toward the distance. Gaara, Fu, over here. The two, who were training, ran over at once, both looking confused. Natsuki, what's going on? Got something to discuss with you, Jinchuriki. Let's talk at my place first. He gestured for the three to grab his arm, then blinked them all home with Hiraishin, seating them and going to pour tea while setting up a sound-dampening barrier. Before long, someone knocked. Natsuki flicked his hand, the yard gate opened by itself, and Sasuke stepped in. You dragged us here in a hurry, what big thing happened? Sasuke sat down like he owned the place, they were close enough not to stand on ceremony. It is a big thing. Natsuki set a cup before each of them. You four are all Jinchuriki. So, do you know what a perfect Jinchuriki is? Naruto tilted his head. Perfect Jinchuriki. What's that? Gaara knew a bit more. A perfect Jinchuriki can use the Bijuu-S, tailed beasts, power at will, even perform Bijuka, full-tailed beast transformation, it's extremely powerful. Sasuke muttered, so, you can become the tailed beast itself, and all of its power becomes yours. Gaara nodded. Exactly. Everyone looked to Natsuki, was he planning to have them try becoming perfect Jinchuriki? Even Naruto, who wasn't the quickest, knew that wouldn't be easy. Because Bijuu seemed to hate humans. Whenever Naruto blacked out and met the Nine Tails, he'd get threatened and terrified out of his wits. How could he possibly, fully command, such a monster? That's why I called you here. Natsuki explained, I discussed this with Tsunade-sama and the others. We think you need to get stronger, so even if you run into enemies, you won't be taken out easily. The fastest way is to become perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto sprang up, fired up. Then how do we do it? Right now, he wanted strength more than anything. When the village was invaded, he was too weak, so they wouldn't even let him leave the Hokage's office. Sasuke, being strong enough, was allowed to fight outside. That left Naruto seriously miffed. So he had to get stronger. He didn't want to stand by and watch everyone else fight while he was the one being protected, doing nothing. Natsuki turned to Fu. Fu, you're already a perfect Jinchuriki, right? Fu smiled and nodded. As expected of Natsuki, you noticed. Yep, I became a perfect Jinchuriki a long time ago. Sasuke, Naruto, and Gaara all gaped. Naruto grabbed Fu by the shoulders and shook her. Fu, how'd you do it? Tell us. Fu blinked. It's super simple. Just become friends with your Bijuu. Then it's happy to share power with you, and Tada, perfect Jinchuriki. Become friends with the tailed beast. Was that for real? It didn't sound reliable at all. Sasuke, however, recalled something. Natsuki had revealed that the Bijuu were born when the Sage of Six Paths split the God Tree's power and that he taught them to safeguard peace in the ninja world. But the endless wars filled them with resentment, and being sealed made it worse, until they came to hate humans. So befriending a Bijuu would be very hard, which meant becoming a perfect Jinchuriki would be hard. Mutual understanding was exactly what people failed at. Hence, difficult. Everyone turned back to Natsuki. Fu's advice didn't feel like much to go on. Natsuki said, making friends with a Bijuu is the same as making friends with a person. First, you need to know their name. Bijuu have names. If you call them by name when you talk, it should make them more willing to listen. 1 Tails is Shikaku, 3 Tails is Isabu, 7 Tails is Komiai, 9 Tails is Kurama. Hee, I've known that forever, Komiai and I are besties. Fu puffed up proudly. I knew 1 Tails' name too. That noisy tanuki never shuts up and always calls itself Great Shikaku. But being friends with it doesn't seem possible. Gaara looked pained. The One-Tails was seriously irritable, he doubted he could even communicate, much less become friends. What Gaara didn't know was that Shikaku actually got along pretty well with the previous Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, and rarely caused trouble. Who it snarled at really depended on the person. Naruto raised a hand timidly. So, I accidentally ran into the Nine-Tails a few times, but I never had time to say anything. I didn't even see it clearly before I got tossed out. That was normal. Kurama's temper was legendary, of course it was harder to deal with. Sasuke thought for a moment, then said, I'll try now. I should be able to make contact. He closed his eyes, sinking his mind into the sealed space that held his Biju. Since he himself had set up the seal, entering the inner space with his consciousness was child's play. But before long he opened his eyes again, brow slightly furrowed, clearly displeased. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 308, Chapter. Naruto immediately snickered. Ha! Stinky Sasuke, you failed, didn't you? Serves you right for bragging. Natsuki, however, noticed something off. Sasuke, what happened? Sasuke sighed. The Three-Tails resents me. I sealed it, which cut off its free life, so it dislikes me. Even when it was surprised I knew its name, it still rejected me. Also, it seems scared of me. Scared? Right, scared. Natsuki clicked. That fits. The Three-Tails used to be sealed in the fourth Mizukage, but he was controlled by the Sharingan. After the fourth Mizukage died, the Three-Tails finally got free. You're an Uchiha with Sharingan, it would naturally be wary. In fact, with Mangekyo Sharingan, you could directly control it and force a perfect Jinchuriki state. But that would only deepen a Biju's, tailed beast's, resentment. Back then, the Three-Tails had been sealed into Rin, she died because of it. For revenge, Obito used his Sharingan to control the fourth Mizukage and sparked the Bloody Mist era, hollowing out Kirigakure. The Three-Tails was under Sharingan control in that period. Facing Sasuke, who now had Sharingan, it was only natural for the Three-Tails to fear him. Sasuke slowly shook his head. If possible, I'd rather become a perfect Jinchuriki through friendship. This Sasuke wasn't extreme. He hated the idea of controlling others, the one he despised most, Danzo, had tried to use Shirsui's eye to control people. That alone made Sasuke reject the tactic on instinct. Which made success harder. Natsuki exhaled. Then let's use a trump card. Sasuke, try using your eyes to pull everyone in the Biju together, group chat style. Can you do that? That shouldn't be hard. The Sharingan has strange powers. In the original story, even with just 3 Tomo, Sasuke could barge into Naruto's inner world and, well, awkward phrasing, crush the faux fox avatar formed by Kurama's chakra. With Mangekyo Sharingan now, yanking everyone and every Biju into a group conversation wasn't hard at all. Sasuke opened his Mangekyo. Their vision dimmed, and then each of them found themselves in a strange inner space. Besides the others, there stood a colossal fox, a gigantic turtle, a towering chitin-winged insect, and a hulking tanuki. He'd actually pulled them all in. The Biju noticed one another instantly, tempers flaring on cue. Shikaku barked, well, well. If it isn't the stinky fox, the old turtle, and the big bug. Isabu and Komiai both sighed. Shikaku, your mouth is still foul. Kurama snorted. Humph. A bunch of short-tailed weaklings. Especially that one-tailed trash, pathetic. Nanny. Say that again, you mangy fox. Shikaku exploded. Don't think more tails makes you tough. Shikakudaya can weave seals and cast ninjutsu, something you brainless musclehead can't match. Kurama grinned wide. Only the ones with not enough chakra need to learn the ant's ninjutsu. You're strong, huh? Then why are you sealed by humans? Oh right, you got chopped into halves. Not even a proper Nine-Tails anymore. Ha ha ha. Music to my ears. Which human did the world a favor? Kurama's killing intent spiked. Rotten Tanuki, looking to die. You first. Wanna throw down now? Shikakudaya will crush you. Can't even fight in here, Isabu and Komiai interjected. And quit screaming. We were invited. Let's hear what the little ones want. The colossal figures turned, looming. Naruto gulped, nerves jangling. Fu, by contrast, ran up with a wave. Hi, Komiai. Are these your companions? Can I be friends with them, too? Oh, it's Fu, Komiai replied kindly. I wouldn't recommend it. These few are all weirdos. Lucky 7, Komiai, it added with a breezy self-intro. Lucky 7. Self-proclaimed, huh. Still, everyone could tell Komiai was gentle compared to Shikaku and Kurama, no wonder such a sunny girl like Fu had befriended it. Kurama looked down on the humans, voice dripping murder. Humph. A gaggle of antlings daring to scheme. Aisabu cast Sasuke a wary glance and kept silent. Shikaku, however, recognized Natsuki, and practically jumped. You're that waterball brat. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you came to kill Shikakudaya. Kurama cackled at Shikaku's fear. You decrepit tanuki, afraid of a human ant. You know nothing, flea-bitten fox. That brat's water spheres outclass my Baijidama, tailed beast ball. Your 3 little tricks wouldn't survive a single hit. I'd lose to a human's single move. Don't be ridicu. Shikaku's right, Natsuki cut in, calm. Kurama, you're not my match. And spare us the bluster. When Madara controlled you with Sharingan, where was that big mouth? When Hashirama pinned you with Mokuton, would release, why didn't you taunt him? Hashirama said, Kurama, you're too dangerous, you'll have to be sealed. The moment Natsuki dredged up the past, Kurama's eyes went blood-hot. Hearing that familiar line, it roared. Damn human. Are you here to mock me? Fine, once I get out, I'll slaughter you all. Just you wait. Natsuki flicked a finger in his ear, done wasting time. Let's get to it. Shikaku, Aisabu, Komiai, Kurama, I called you for one reason. Someone's collecting Biju to fuse all 9 back into the Jubi, 10 tails. The 4 titans froze, every muscle tight. Komiai's voice cracked. Hey, that's not funny. Aisabu shrank further. Which lunatic would attempt that? That's a death sentence for us. Shikaku clammed up for once, brooding. Kurama stared straight at Natsuki. You tell us this, what do you want? No tricks, Natsuki said plainly. Just cooperate with your Jinchuriki. When necessary, lend them power, at least enough to resist capture. You know what happens if you're taken and reforged into the Jubi, you die. Period. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 309, Chapter. After Natsuki finished speaking, all the Biju fell silent. They indeed disliked humans and didn't want to cooperate, Komiai excluded. But compared to being fused into the Jubi, 10 tails, and dying, working with humans to stay alive sounded less bad. They were a bunch of stubborn personalities though, getting a clear yes wouldn't be easy. After a long pause, only Komiai spoke up. Fu and I already understand each other. She can use all of my power, but she's not strong enough yet. Please protect her. Fu answered at once, don't worry, Komiai. I'm really well protected. I did get captured once, but Natsuki came just to rescue me. Now I'm in Konoha and everyone treats me great, so nothing will happen. I see. That's good, Komiai said, clearly relieved. It had 7 tails, but in practice it wasn't the strongest. Even with Fu as a perfect Jinchuriki, her overall power was just SOSO, hard to stand up to top-tier enemies. Thankfully, there were other humans to protect Fu, otherwise, she'd be an easy target. Natsuki wasn't worried about the 7 tails side. His eyes moved across Shikaku, Aisabu, and Kurama, saw them still hesitating, and knew he needed one last push. I forgot to mention, our enemy has the Rinnegan. You all know what that is. You were taught by the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of 6 Paths. He told you to watch over this world. Yes, the ninja world became what it is, and your resentment grew from endless human wars, especially after being sealed, but you still remember his teachings and his wish. These friends of mine are good people. If you get to know them, you'll connect, then we can guard the ninja world together and fulfill the sage's wish. Wouldn't that be best? I've said my piece, think it over. He stepped aside and fell silent. He'd said all that needed saying. If they still refused to cooperate, there was nothing more to do. If they preferred death over cooperation, more words were pointless. Shikaku, Aisabu, and Kurama sank into another long silence, still wavering, but their expressions softened. After all, the sage's teachings were unforgettable. Help humans. Ugh, really don't want to. At that moment, Sasuke walked up to Aisabu. Meeting the turtle's wary gaze, he spoke with sincerity. Aisabu, I sealed you for power before, that was my decision alone. I'm sorry. But I will not use the Rinnegan, to control you. I promise. Aisabu wavered. Maybe this Uchiha wasn't so bad. As for being sealed, it wasn't the first time. Not worth harping on. Sasuke continued, like Natsuki said, the enemy possesses the Rinnegan. I'm not his match yet, and I might not resist capture alone. So let's work together against him. In the future, if there's a way to release you, I swear I'll set you free. I keep my word, I swear it by the name of Uchiha. An oath on one's clan name that was as solemn as it got. Especially for a proud Uchiha. Aisabu no longer hesitated. It extended a claw. In that case, I'll trust you this once. I don't want to die either. Sasuke smiled, bumped fists to claw, and said with confidence, I won't stain the Uchiha name. I'll keep my vow. Watching Sasuke, Natsuki nodded. Sasuke really had grown, no extremism, genuine sincerity. He understood that only sincerity could move a Biju. No flowery speech needed, just let them feel it. As long as the beast wasn't being contrarian for sport, it'd usually agree. Fu clapped and beamed, then darted over and thrust out her fist between Aisabu and Sasuke. It's great we can be friends, count me in. Aisabu reflexively glanced at Komiai, expression complicated. Is your Jinchuriki always this bubbly? Komiai didn't mind. That bright personality was exactly why it liked Fu, and Fu loved being close friends with it. Nothing wrong with that. Seeing Sasuke succeed, Gaara wanted to try. He walked to Shikaku and hesitated. Shikaku, Shikaku cut him off. Enough. Shikakudaya knows what you're gonna say, and I don't want to hear some sappy speech. If you want me to agree, make it fun. Otherwise, forget it. Fun. What kind of condition was that? Gaara floundered. These years, the most popular thing among shinobi is the ninja kill card game. Want to try it? Shikaku's eyes lit. Ninja kill. Details. Gaara quickly explained the rules, and the fun-loving Shikaku was hooked. Truth was, Shikaku hadn't been warped much by the world's resentment, it was just bored out of its mind from being sealed and unable to play. With Bunpuku, it could at least chat. Bunpuku reminded it of the sage, so it had patience then. After Bunpuku died, boredom only worsened, so the occasional rampage came naturally. It understood Gaara's situation by now and didn't really reject him, just bored. If there was a game to play, that sounded nice. Fine. Shikakudaya will try this ninja kill. If it's not fun, don't blame me for losing it. Agreeing to play cost Shikaku no hesitation. If it had fun, cooperation would be easy. This was a mindscape. They couldn't bring real objects in, but could create cards by thought. Gaara formed the deck, and he and a mini-sized Shikaku launched into a one-on-one match. True to its playful nature, and its solid knowledge of human ninjutsu, Shikaku picked it up fast and got more hyped the longer they played. The only problem, it was loud, and its mouth was foul. Every time Gaara chipped its life total, Shikaku would bellow some new string of trash talk. Still, that was normal Shikaku, meaning it was having fun at last and not bored anymore. Fu drifted over with Komiai. Sasuke noticed Aisabu's curiosity and joined too. A cluster of kids and colossal beasts huddled around the game, it felt downright cozy. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 310, Chapter. New fanfic is up. Naruto, the strongest ninja system. Natsuki took it all in, nodding in satisfaction, then looked over at Naruto and Kurama. These two were the last ones left. Seeing everyone else succeed, Naruto wanted to try his best too. He flashed a bright grin at Kurama. Kurama, Kotowaru. I refuse. Kurama cut him off cold. At least hear me out. I said, Kotowaru. I will never acknowledge you, ever. The refusal was so decisive that Naruto froze on the spot. He hadn't expected that, with everyone else making it through, he alone would be rejected. Was he not sincere enough? No, he hadn't even gotten a chance to speak. Shikaku leaned over at once. Hehehe. Stinky fox, you got a death wish or what? You do get what fusing into the Jubi, 10 tails, means, right? If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Kurama snorted. You've all been duped by humans' pretty words. Not me. I'll never trust humans. With that, its outline blurred and vanished, clearly retreating back to its inner world. Naruto slumped, almost in tears. Everyone else had reconciled with their Biju. For him to be the outlier, didn't that make him look useless? Natsuki patted his shoulder. Don't be sad. Kurama's temper is bad and it's twisted inside. It's hard to handle. Just keep bringing it your sincerity. One day it'll acknowledge you. Remember, among all the Biju, the Kyubi, 9 tails, is the strongest. If you become a perfect Jinchuriki, you might even surpass Sasuke. I can surpass Sasuke. Naruto's fighting spirit reignited on the spot. Yoshi. I'll make Kurama recognize me, just watch. Yep. That guy cares most about Sasuke. Use Sasuke as the motivator and he's back to full HP. Sasuke's Sharingan almost turned into Hyuga's Byakugan from rolling so hard. Bah, if you want to surpass me, you'll need another 100 years of training. Before long, Shikaku had gotten its fill of cards. But it still laid down terms. Brat, if you want Shikakudaya to acknowledge you, you have to play with me at least once a day, no, 5 rounds of ninja kill. And use Kage Bunshin, Shadow Clone, to speed up that ninja kill mode. Gaara looked like he might cry. Okay. I'll make time every day to play with you. With a Biju like this, Gaara could only endure it. If he wanted to be a perfect Jinchuriki, maybe this was the trial. It's just. Shikaku was too loud, and the trash talk during the game made Gaara's heart ache. It wasn't that he feared angering Shikaku, he just didn't know how to flame back. At this point, the goal was basically achieved. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, and everyone returned to reality. Natsuki glanced at the sky outside and started chewing. All right, mission accomplished. Time for you to head out. Fu puffed her cheeks. No fair. Natsuki, I want to taste your cooking. You should make dinner today. Naruto jumped in right away. Natsuki. Cook. Natsuki. Cook. Sasuke and Gaara didn't say a word, but they didn't get up either. Message received. Natsuki's mouth twitched. Well, things were going to get busy after this. Opportunities to treat everyone might be rare. Since he had time today, cooking a meal for them wasn't a big deal. He agreed, sliced some cured pork and sausages, then pulled a good armful of fresh vegetables from the garden. Thankfully, the fridge was stocked, so no grocery run needed. Right then Tenten got off work and came home, arms full of fresh ingredients. Looked like there'd be more than enough to stuff everyone full. The next day, Natsuki was all sunshine again on his way to the Hokage's office. Yesterday had been exhausting, true, but Tenten had indulged him at night, so he was very, very happy. Naturally, his mood was great today. Kakashi had already arrived as usual. Compared to his old habit of being fashionably late, he was downright diligent now. Obito being alive must have become Kakashi's driving force. Good. That way, becoming the 6th Hokage would be only natural. Yo, Kakashi-senpai, you're really working hard. Please also work hard for me, so I'll just hand the stack on my desk to you. Natsuki said, moving to toss the files onto Kakashi's table. Chato-mat. Kakashi blocked him at once. I was eating at Ichiraku yesterday and heard from Naruto, you helped them reconcile with their Biju. Only Naruto hasn't succeeded yet. That means you've finished the teaching assignment. So you're back to desk duty. Your files, you stamp. Natsuki froze, then quietly sat down and opened his own stack. If he'd known, he wouldn't have rushed. He should have let the Jinchuriki wrestle with their Biju for a few days, then swoop in at the end. Now look, big mission done, 0 time off. This assistant to the Hokage gig was a trap. Kakashi read his mind and chuckled. Why do you feel like the old me, no motivation at all? Natsuki chuckled back. Senpai must be joking. How could I be like the old you? I had a girlfriend at 6, and I'm cohabitating now. Unlike a certain single and free senpai. Right in the heart. Critical hit. He shouldn't have opened his mouth. Natsuki never played fair. He'd drag out that 6-year-old dating thing like it was world-class bragging material every time. Was Kakashi single because he couldn't find someone? As if. With his looks and skills, finding a partner would be easy, he just didn't want to. Dating had nothing on reading Ika Ika Paradise. And tons of Ika Ika improves hand speed. Kakashi decided to ignore him. Before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived and asked about the mission's progress. Hearing that everyone except Naruto had made peace with their Biju, they both exhaled and gave Natsuki a thumbs up. Natsuki, you're full of surprises. You solved something this hard in less than a day. I'll have to assign you tougher tasks. Tsunade's words made Natsuki faceplant on the desk. So, the more capable, the more work. And it never rotates. This assistant job, for the monthly pay, was it worth dying over? But Natsuki had no choice. Tenten and his soon-to-be father-in-law both wanted him to assist properly, so he'd do it seriously. Jiraiya still worried about Naruto. Natsuki, with Naruto like that, can't we think of something? Natsuki could only spread his hands. I've done what I can. The Nine-Tails situation is complicated. It's up to Naruto now. We put our faith in the will of fire. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 311, Chapter. Land of Lightning, Kimogakure, Hidden Cloud Village. Reikage stared at the document sent by Konoha and fell into a long silence. The report detailed Akatsuki's incursion into the village. Facing the overwhelming assault of the Rinnegan, and Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Konoha still managed to win with minimal losses. That alone was shocking. As for the Rinnegan, A did not know much, only that it was a sage's eye. But anything worthy of being called a sage's eye must be terrifying. The writing might carry some exaggeration, yet A did not think it was nonsense. Only such power would deserve the title of a sage's eye. What he had not expected was that Natsuki's strength could actually defeat the Rinnegan. That was even more unbelievable. In addition, Cloud's intelligence operatives had returned with other news, for example, that Natsuki's girlfriend Tenten held the remaining 6 of the sage's tools, that Niji's Byakugan, had evolved into the Tensigan, that Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and more. One piece of news after another left A dazed for a long time. He understood clearly that Konoha was full of talent. So long as nothing unexpected happened, the next generation would belong to Konoha. No matter how unwilling he felt, there was nothing he could do. At present, the best Cloud could field were Darui, Samui, and Atsui, and they were around Kakashi's age, while talents of the same generation as Natsuki and the others were basically non-existent. Cloud's future was worrisome. Still, the 5 Kage summit, Perhaps I should go. I was well aware of the threat posed by the Rinnegan, and understood how terrifying the tailed beast weapons could be. Akatsuki did not seem to have many members, but before the Rinnegan, a mere tailed beast did not feel reliable. If he joined forces with Konoha, he might be more at ease. Even so, Cloud could not show weakness at the conference, it had to seize the initiative. That was why A had been delaying his reply. He wanted to put on some airs, to make Cloud appear composed and unhurried. When the meeting began, he would make a strong entrance. That would naturally be more favorable to Cloud. In any case, he could not let Konoha show off too much, he had to make Konoha and the other villages understand that Cloud was the true leader of the shinobi world now. Just then, an intelligence officer rushed in with an urgent report. Reikage-sama, this is bad. Killer Bee has been attacked. Nani? Which bastard dared lay a hand on my little brother? A exploded with fury. B is in that place and shouldn't have been discovered. Who leaked the intel? I won't let them off. Darui, come with me, now. He vanished at top speed as he spoke. To the 4th Reikage, Killer Bee was the most important family. In order to keep B safe, he had confined him in Unreikyo, Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Because of that, Kabuto's Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, squad had failed to find B's location earlier. I had never imagined that such a hidden place as Unreikyo, Valley of Clouds and Lightning, would be discovered. It had to be a leak. Darui did not dare delay and hurried after him. A little earlier, Killer Bee, wandering around Unreikyo, Valley of Clouds and Lightning, out of boredom, ran into Kabuto's squad. B, bored out of his mind, lit up with excitement and greeted them at once. Yo, you stupid chiku egg, 2.5 a pound, you met your granddaddy B, now spin around, cause you feelin' free, oh yeah. What's with this guy? We just met and he's rapping. Suigetsu grimaced. Well, every Jinchuriki has a different personality. Anyway, we found him. Now begins the operation to capture the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Kabuto said, barely containing his excitement. He could not wait to use this bargaining chip to negotiate with the true master behind the Rinnegan. The thought of witnessing the real Rinnegan, made him extend his tongue and lick. In that case, let's move. Suigetsu did not care for chatter. He drew the Kubikurabocho and charged at B, the cleaver sweeping with a howl. B slipped aside casually and avoided it with ease. A single kick to Suigetsu's wrist sent the blade flying, and a few more kicks punted Suigetsu away. Kirin snapped, Suigetsu, you useless lump. You didn't even block one move. Suigetsu shot back, what do you know? He's a tough one. Kabuto saw it clearly and pushed up his glasses. As expected of Killer Bee, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki. His strength is extraordinary. Everyone, together. At his word, Yugo lunged, his arm transforming into a monstrous limb to smash down on B. B's playful mood surged. He looped his head through the ring of the Kubikurabocho, spun the great blade like a windmill, and swatted the charging Yugo away. You bunch of fools, heed my rule, dumb stuff, rough stuff, I got the vigor, you got the vigor, Russian, and crashin', feel my killer trigger, my killing intent is my courage, makes me bigger, oh yeah. Another inexplicable rap left Kirin and Kirin twitching at the corners of their mouths. Awful rap or not, B's strength was indeed formidable. Taking him down would not be simple. Kirin did not hesitate and moved to attack. Shoton, Kesho Shuriken, crystal release, crystal shuriken. Whoosh. 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 Snowy crystal blades bloomed from thin air and shot forth like shuriken at high speed. Be weaved and slipped between them. He looked a bit bulky, but in truth he was powerfully built, and his evasion speed was astonishing. Such petty projectiles could not touch him. Damn it. He's that nimble. Annoyed, Kirin rushed in, crystal sword condensing along her arm as she slashed at Be decided to get serious and play with them properly. He drew the slender sword strapped across his back and demonstrated what Debitoryu truly meant, his signature Nanatoryu, 7-sword style. 7 thin blades stung like wasp tails. In B's unique grip and flow, each strike was faster than the last. Kirin was beaten back step by step. Seizing the moment when she could not keep up, B flicked 3 short blades, chi, 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 and they struck home. Kirin barely had time to raise a Kesho Tate, crystal shield, to block one. The other 2 pierced her arm and thigh. This guy, so strong. Kirin dropped her underestimation at once. She had always been confident in her Shoton, crystal release, thinking an 8-tails Jinchuriki would be nothing to handle. Now she realized she had been arrogant. Suigetsu and Yugo rushed up to hold B at bay, while Kirin seized the chance to drag Kirin back. Kirin thrust out her arm. Bite. Kirin bit down, and her wounds closed in an instant. Kirin's reaction was flat, without the thrilled squeal she had shown when bitten by Sasuke in the original timeline. Likely, a fellow woman like Kirin did nothing for her. Letting Kirin bite was already a concession to teamwork. If it were Suigetsu, she would never allow it. Suigetsu, heh. As if I'd want to bite you. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 312, Chapter. After several scrappy exchanges, Kirin, Yugo, and Suigetsu barely scratched B and were, frankly, getting wrecked. B was actually having a blast, his rap inspiration flowing non-stop. He knew Big Bro worried about his safety and kept him cooped up in Unreikyo, but staying in one place alone for too long is boring as hell. So when a few intruders came to kill some time, he didn't mind taking things seriously for a bit. After they were beaten back yet again, Kirin turned to Kabuto. Get in there. Since you've inherited Orochimaru-sama's legacy, you must have some real power. If you don't show a couple moves, we won't accept you. Suigetsu, frustrated from his own beating, agreed. Yeah, Kabuto, your turn. TCH, useless, the lot of you. Kabuto had no choice but to go himself. He pulled open his shirt, at his navel, half a snake had literally grown out, its head flicking a tongue. Senpo, Hakagiki no Jutsu, Sage Art, White Rage. He suddenly spat out a crimson light dragon, which orbited a black orb a few times before diving into it. The orb detonated, blinding light and a piercing screech burst forth. Everyone on the field had to shut their eyes and clamp their ears, faces twisting in pain. Even B wasn't spared, Kabuto's trick was the real deal. But B knew losing sight and hearing was dangerous. He backflipped fast, throwing up a Biju cloak to shield himself. Sure enough, Kabuto followed up instantly. The serpent at his belly morphed into a human face, Kimimara's visage, and he unleashed Sawarabi no Mai, Dance of the Seedling Fern. Needle-sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground, racing toward B. If B hadn't flipped away just in time, he'd have been skewered like a hedgehog. Seeing that fail, the belly face shifted to Kidamaru, who spewed a mass of spider webs. By sheer luck, one sheet slapped onto B, gluing him to a rock wall. The Hachibi Jinchuriki is captured. Kabuto pushed up his glasses with smug confidence, as if the board was already won. Before long, everyone's vision cleared, and more than one glare landed on Kabuto. Kirin snapped, Kabuto, you bastard. If you were gonna use something like that, give a warning. You did that on purpose. Heh, I don't know what you're talking about, Kabuto denied blandly. He'd only wanted to put insolent teammates in their place with a little demonstration, and some friendly fire happened. What was the problem? Kirin I'd be bound in the web. You sure that can really hold him? As she suspected, B was hyped now. Since these guys had some bite, he didn't mind going all out. He immediately began transforming. In moments, the colossal ox-octopus, Gyuki, towered over the lake. Kirin shivered. That's the 8 tails. It's huge. How are we supposed to capture that? Kabuto's expression tightened. He knew B wasn't easy prey. Back in the Third Shinobi War, the A-B brothers shone as bright as the yellow flash. B could transform even then, now he was undoubtedly a perfect Jinchuriki. That kind of foe is terrifying. Bakayaro, Konoyaro. Feast your eyes on my Baijidama, tailed beast bomb. Gyuki opened wide, gathering a massive inky sphere before blasting it at them. Kabuto's side leapt to the water's surface, narrowly evading the shot, but the Bijadama still annihilated an entire mountainside. The ruckus would definitely alert Kimogakure. They had to finish this fast. Kabuto barked, "Suigetsu, Kirin, move." Knowing things were dire, Suigetsu surged up an ocean of water and shaped a colossal jellyfish, merging himself inside it. Gyuki charged, Suigetsu drove the water jellyfish straight in, trading blows head-on. Kirin flashed through seals. Shotan, Hakio Ryu no Jutsu, Crystal Release, Crystal Dragon Formation. The lake below began to crystallize as, under her control, a gigantic crystal dragon coiled up and swept toward Gyuki. Senpo, Muki Tensei, Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. Kabuto slammed Senjutsu Chakra into the water, animating the lake itself. The water coiled from below, trying to bind Gyuki's tentacles. But they still underestimated a Biju. Gyuki heaved once and tore free, then crashed forward, shattering the crystal dragon. A stray tentacle swatted Suigetsu's jellyfish aside, sending him flying. Faces rippled again across Kabuto's abdomen, Tayuya's appeared, flute to her lips, weaving a sound-based genjutsu. But B was a perfect Jinchuriki. Even if he slipped, the Hachibi would rouse him instantly. The illusion did little, and Kabuto was forced back by lashing tentacles. At this point, anyone with a brain could see they couldn't beat B, much less capture him. Kabuto, however, refused to give up. He'd finally found the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, there was no way he'd let such a bargaining chip go. His hands blurred, then he slapped the lake. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. With a splash, a coffin rose from beneath the surface. The lid slid open, inside was Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki they had previously captured. Rashi had died after the Biju extraction, yet Kabuto had brought him back with Edo Tensei. The men truly wasted no talent. Kabuto stabbed a special kunai into the back of Rashi's head. Rashi's eyes snapped open. I died. So what is this now? Confusion flickered over his face, but clarity followed. He was a puppet, forced to fight the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Fiery chakra flared. Even without the Biju inside him, Edo Tensei let him mimic a Jinchuriki's powers. Yotan, Shakuga Ryugen no Jutsu, Lava Release, Scorching River Rock Technique. Hum. 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 Several massive magma orbs howled toward Gyuki. With such a gigantic body, he was the easiest target in the world. The blast seared him, drawing a pained bellow, a few tentacles were nearly charred black. Kabuto finally looked satisfied. As expected, use a Jinchuriki to handle a Jinchuriki. Rashi, press the attack. Rashi, under control, snapped into a lava chakra mode, molten rock sheathing his body. A living magma man, he charged Gyuki. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Tentacles burned viciously, and Gyuki's roars shook the canyon. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 313, Chapter. After a stretch of fierce fighting, B, charred head to toe, floated limply on the lake's surface. Kabuto's smile widened. Hachibi Jinchuriki, capture complete. He was clearly pleased with the outcome, though not surprised. B was indeed strong, but Rashi wasn't weak either, and as an Edo Tensei, Rashi didn't fear death. At worst, he could grind B down. Kirin, Kirin, and Suigetsu all looked at Kabuto with newfound respect. They'd always thought this guy just liked playing with snakes and corpses. Turns out he really had inherited Orochimaru's legacy, and he played snakes and corpses frighteningly well. Yugo said nothing, simply stepped forward and hefted B up. All right, retreat. Otherwise, the shinobi of Kimogakure will be on us. Under Kabuto's lead, the group withdrew quickly with B in tow. Even so, a distant scout witnessed everything. By the time A arrived with Darui, only wreckage remained, no enemy, no B. A's anxiety spiked. Who was it? Where is B? A bellowed. Reikage-sama, I saw them. The Intel Nin reported at once. It was Kabuto with a team. He seemed to use Edo Tensei on a red-haired, red-bearded guy who used Yotan, Lava Release, and defeated B before taking him away. Darui frowned in thought. Red hair, red beard, and Yotan. That's Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, right? They say Akatsuki captured him before. If he's been Edo Tensei'd, then he's dead. A's face grew even darker. Rashi had been taken and killed. Now B was taken. Their international mission was in danger too. He didn't dare delay. Move. After me. We're bringing B back. Konoha. An intel agent hurried into the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama, bad news. Urgent from Kimogakure, Killer B, the Hachibi's Jinchuriki, has been taken by Kabuto. Natsuki sprayed the water he'd just drunk. What the hell? B got grabbed. By Kabuto. You've gotta be kidding. Dropping the report, the agent rushed off. Tsunade quickly scanned it, her brows knitting, then passed the file over for a careful read. After looking it over, Natsuki only raised a brow. He didn't believe B would be caught that easily. More likely B had ditched a tentacle and fled. B was a perfect Jinchuriki, really strong. Unless Kisame brought Samahata, or Pain himself showed up, basically nobody could capture B. An Edo Tensei Rashi was strong, sure, but beating B wouldn't be easy, especially when B excels at running. Thinking that, Natsuki relaxed, poured himself another cup of tea, and sipped at leisure. The three with Tsunade exchanged glances at Natsuki's attitude, puzzled, but said nothing. Tsunade spoke first. If this intel is correct, then every other Jinchuriki has been taken. Only our village's 4 remain. It's likely Akatsuki will focus all their strength on seizing the rest. Kakashi said at once, Jiraiya-sama, we should send them to Mount Mayaboku immediately. It's safer. Jiraiya nodded. I was going to wait a couple days, maybe get instructions from the Great Toad Sage, but we can't wait now. I'll go get Naruto and the others. He stood to leave. But Tsunade suddenly said, should we bring Sasuke too? Bring Sasuke. They'd agreed not to before, and Sasuke wouldn't like it. Why the sudden? Kakashi understood at once. Tsunade-sama thinks B isn't weaker than Sasuke, yet he was captured. To be safe, send Sasuke to Mount Mayaboku as well. Tsunade inclined her head. Jiraiya, however, shook his head. Probably not possible. Sasuke is under contract with Ryukido. Mount Mayaboku and Ryukido don't get along. If Sasuke tries to contract Mount Mayaboku now, they likely won't approve, and he probably can't even go there. Tsunade and Kakashi both looked at Jiraiya. Shouldn't that have come up earlier? Still, with bad blood between 2 holy lands, that checked out. Which meant leaving Sasuke alone in the village, and that risked another invasion. Kakashi tried again. Then have Sasuke go to Ryukido. It's one of the 3 great holy lands too, should be hidden enough not to be found. That won't work. Natsuki finally spoke. Ryukido is actually dangerous. The White Snake Sage isn't as easygoing as the Toads. Plus, Kabuto learned Sage Mode, he can go to Ryukido too. Sending Sasuke there alone would be worse. All 3 turned to Natsuki. Then what do you suggest? Natsuki grinned. Easy. If B's captured, I'll take Sasuke to the Land of Lightning. If we run into Akatsuki, I'll use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to pull him out instantly. We won't return to the village, so Akatsuki probably won't try another incursion for now, and Sasuke stays safe. It was a good plan, but knowing Natsuki, he had other motives. Tsunade called him out without hesitation. You just don't want to sit in the office. You want to take Sasuke on a trip, and if you can bring Tenten, even better, right? Natsuki flashed a thumbs up. Exactly. Tsunade-sama, can Tenten get time off? He didn't even bother to hide it. Tsunade could only sigh. Natsuki's reasons were out there, but she had to admit, letting him take Sasuke out would protect both Sasuke and the village. It really was a solid plan. In the end, the 3 shared a look and nodded. Tsunade made the call. All right then. Jiraiya, take Naruto, Gaara, and Fu to Mount Mayaboku immediately. After that, Natsuki, take Sasuke to the Land of Lightning under the guise of a rescue. With the decision made, there was no time to waste. Natsuki and Jiraiya quickly found Naruto and the others, who, surprisingly, weren't training, just chatting. Gaara's eyebags looked even heavier. He sighed helplessly. These last nights, Shikaka keeps dragging me into the inner realm to play cards. I didn't expect him to get addicted. He won't let me rest, plays till dawn. I haven't slept well in days. At this rate, I'll drop dead. Naruto and Fu, please take care. So that was it, Shikaka's playfulness had gone into overdrive. And addiction was even harder to deal with. Jiraiya hurried forward with the Mount Mayaboku contract scroll. Gaara, Fu, sign your names. I'm taking you 2 and Naruto to Mount Mayaboku to lie low for a while. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 314, Chapter Erosenin. Hide at Mount Mayaboku for a while. What do you mean? Naruto blinked in confusion. Clearly, the 3 of them hadn't been briefed yet. Jiraiya explained patiently, fresh intel from Kimobukure, the Hachibi Jinchuriki was captured by Kabuto. That leaves only the 4 Jinchuriki here in Konoha. Akatsuki will definitely throw everything at the village. To be safe, I'm taking you to the Mount Myaboku Holy Land to lie low. But Naruto shook his head. Then won't the village be in danger? We should stay and protect it. Jiraiya smiled and pressed a hand atop Naruto's head. All right, I know you worry about the village. But if the Jinchuriki aren't here, Akatsuki won't risk an assault. They've already lost once. Until they know where the Jinchuriki are, they won't act recklessly. So by hiding, you actually make the village safer. If it's for the village's safety, then I'm willing to hide. Naruto agreed at once. What he feared most was bringing disaster down on Konoha because of himself. The guilt would crush him. Gaara was the one who looked shocked. The Hachibi Jinchuriki is that B. The B who teamed with the Raikage as the A-B duo. Even he got taken. Fu asked, Gaara, you know B? Gaara nodded. I've heard of him. Back in the Third Shinobi War, the A-B duo rose to fame, unstoppable on the battlefield. They only met their match when they ran into the Kiroi Senko, Yellow Flash, who wasn't the fourth Hokage yet. The A-B duo is incredibly strong, and B is the Hachibi Jinchuriki killer B. Hearing that, Naruto and Fu couldn't quite picture it, but they understood B wasn't simple. Someone that strong being captured meant Akatsuki was still no joke, and the one moving was Kabuto of all people. Kabuto. I really want to deck him. Naruto clenched his fists. During the last Akatsuki incursion, Naruto's reunion with Haku and Zabuza left him hating Kabuto's corpse-manipulating tricks. He was determined to knock that guy down. But Kabuto ran fast, and Naruto never got his punch in. And now Kabuto was wreaking havoc in Kimogakure. Jiraiya cut the topic short. Quickly. Fu, Gaara, sign the scroll. Then I'll take you to Mount Myaboku. Fu didn't hesitate. Gaara tried to bite his finger but his sand armor blocked it, so he bit the tip of his tongue instead and signed his name. Jiraiya formed seals and performed a summoning. Two toads appeared in puffs of smoke, Fukasaku and Shima, the two elderly toad sages. Fukasaku was the great toad sage's close aide and a Mount Myaboku elder with real clout. If he thought the Jinchuriki should be brought, that settled it. Shima, his wife, was formidable in her own right. Jiraiya bowed slightly. Elder, ma'am, sorry to trouble you. Fukasaku nodded, sweeping a glance over the three. Jiraiya boy, these three, yes. Shima suddenly pointed at Natsuki, who was watching from the side. Dear, there's another one over there. Jiraiya, why'd three become four? Natsuki waved both hands. You misunderstand, Senin-sama. I'm just observing. Ah, we see. The two sages understood and said no more, preparing the reverse summoning. Naruto suddenly jolted. Matt. Ero-Senin, you're taking the three of us to Mount Myaboku to hide. What about Sasuke? He's a Jinchuriki too, right? Isn't he in danger? I also think Sasuke should come, Gaara suggested. I know he's strong, but so is B. If even B was captured, Sasuke's in danger. Fu bobbed her head, she agreed. Fukasaku refused flatly. You're talking about Uchiha Sasuke. He's contracted with Ryukido, isn't he? Mount Myaboku and Ryukido don't get along. He can't sign with us too, and if he's not under contract, we can't take him. Toads at Mount Myaboku, snakes at Ryukido, hardly natural friends. But Naruto wouldn't have it. His most precious Sasuke being at risk. No way he could hide in comfort. If Sasuke isn't going, then I'm not going either. Leaving Sasuke behind is definitely dangerous. I can't pretend I don't know. So, Ero-Senin, don't take Gaara and Fu either. Baka. Jiraiya thunked Naruto on the head. Sasuke has separate arrangements. For his safety, Natsuki will take him to hide elsewhere. Natsuki knows Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. If they meet a powerhouse, they can bail instantly. They'll be fine. Besides, Sasuke is strong. If you want to surpass him, the right move is to train hard at Mount Myaboku. Naruto opened his mouth, then shut it. If Natsuki was taking Sasuke, then Sasuke would be safe. That eased his heart. And Jiraiya's words touched him. If he trained at Mount Myaboku and came back stronger, this national treasure would shine even brighter. He'd amaze everyone. Seeing Naruto calm down, Jiraiya finally exhaled. Problem children were the biggest headache, always ready to throw a tantrum. Fukasaku and Shima formed hand signs. With a single bang, Jiraiya and the three were carried off by Gyakukuchios no Jutsu, reverse summoning, and the two toads dispelled and returned to Mount Myaboku. Then it's my turn to take Sasuke to the land of lightning for a little, sightseeing. I mean, to support Kimogakure. No rush this time, we'll travel nice and slow. Stretching lazily, Natsuki headed straight for the police force HQ. The force had been busy these days, recently restructured and in charge of village security. As Natsuki arrived, he saw Shino leading Hinata and Kiba on patrol. He waved a greeting and slipped inside. Neji and Sasuke were in the office, poring over patrol routes, making sure every inch of the village would be covered so no spy or infiltrator could slip through. "You two look busy," Natsuki called. "Natsuki, you're here." Neji stood up at once and poured him water. "You, a proper Hokage aide, skipping paperwork at the Hokage's office to grace our little shrine, what brings you?" Natsuki laughed. "This isn't a little shrine, not with you two big deities enshrined in it." After a bit of banter, Natsuki got to the point. Fresh intel, the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was captured by Kabuto. One line, and both Neji and Sasuke blanched. They hadn't met the Hachibi host, but they'd studied him. Akatsuki's goal was Jinchuriki, of course they kept tabs. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 315, Chapter. Hearing the report, the two of them reviewed B's feats and strength, and both felt he wouldn't be caught so easily. The last time Natsuki had taken them to support Kimogakure, Kabuto's Edo squad hadn't found B at all. B should have been hiding very well. Yet the result was unexpected. The news came out of nowhere. Natsuki continued, as a precaution, Jiraiya already took Naruto, Gaara, and Fu to Mount Mayaboku. "Sasuke, you're heading to the land of lightning with me right now." Sasuke caught on. "We're not going to support, are we?" Neji also understood. "We can't keep Jinchuriki in the village, or Akatsuki will return. With Natsuki taking Sasuke out, they'll draw Akatsuki's attention, and since Natsuki can use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, Akatsuki can't pin them down." "Exactly." Natsuki gave a thumbs up. "So, Sasuke, hand the police force work to Neji for now. When this is over, you can come back and make up the hours, then let Neji take a proper vacation." Sasuke had no objections. He did want to get the police force in order, but given the situation, he wouldn't neglect the bigger picture. He handed things off to Neji, hurried home to pack, and soon met Natsuki at the village gate. Natsuki had already spoken with Tenten and his father-in-law. After signing the gate log, he waved goodbye to the two gate gods and strolled out at a leisurely pace. This run was basically a trip, no need to rush. The goal was to buy time, ideally until the 5 Kage summit concluded. If things went well, the great villages would unite, and Akatsuki would be far less of a threat. Natsuki, was B really captured this time? Couldn't it just be a setup? Sasuke still doubted it. "I don't think he was." Natsuki was frank. "B's a perfect Jinchuriki." To put his brother A at ease, he created a Danbi, tail-shedding, move, shearing off one of Hachibi's tails and using it to mimic his form while he hides. Odds are Kabuto grabbed that shed tail, not B himself. So that was it. Sasuke understood, no wonder Natsuki seemed so unconcerned. Looked like Natsuki knew details most didn't, like Danbi and the fact B could use it. Still, was tail shedding really viable? Seeing Sasuke thinking, Natsuki offered a hint. "Sasuke, if you're ever captured and they try to extract the sanbai, your life will be at risk. But if the sanbai leaves a tail for you, you can survive." "Oh. So Danbi can be used externally to fool the enemy, and internally to preserve life." Sasuke nodded, lesson learned. It was B's trick, after all. When Hachibi was being extracted, it left a tail with B, letting him live. As long as a Jinchuriki retains tailed beast chakra, they won't die. Other Biju could learn it too, well, maybe not Shikaku. Having fewer tails is a natural disadvantage. Back in the day, the Sage of Six Paths sure seemed biased, he didn't give Shikaku that much chakra. Elsewhere, Kabuto led his team back to the land of fields. Though many bases there had been smashed by Konoha shinobi, plenty of hidden labs remained, only Kabuto knew how to find them. He sealed B first, then planned to look into the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. At this point, Akatsuki should only have the Rinnegan's wielder, Konan, and Uchiha Obito left, and, of course, Kuro Zetsu, Black Zetsu. Kabuto wasn't sure which to contact. Just then, a pitcher plant sprouted from the ground in front of him. Kabuto recognized it immediately. "Kuro Zetsu, huh? You need something from me?" Kuro Zetsu's rasping smile curled. "Kabuto, drop the act. I can see through you. You captured the Hachibi Jinchuriki without reporting to our leader. You have your own agenda, don't you?" Knowing Kuro Zetsu was sharp, Kabuto didn't hide it. "I intend to use the Hachibi as a bargaining chip to speak with the true leader." "So, Kuro Zetsu, what about you? Planning to move against the leader directly, or do you have another goal?" "Ho ho ho. As expected of Orochimaru's student, quick on the uptake. Kuro Zetsu praised him, then veered. Do you know why Tobi, Uchiha Obito, masquerades as Uchiha Madara? Kabuto answered naturally, to borrow the name of the shinobi world's Azura. Otherwise, who'd listen to a nobody? Kuro Zetsu shook his head slightly. That's only part of it. More importantly, Madara chose him as successor. But it seems he hasn't inherited Madara's will, and he's considering poor decisions. So, if you want to negotiate, don't go to the leader, go to Obito. Kabuto arched a brow. Go to Obito. That'll work. Kuro Zetsu was certain. Naturally. But your chip alone isn't enough. I have another, one Obito won't be able to ignore. Uchiha Madara's body. If you revive Madara with Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Obito will be in trouble. So that was it. Kabuto understood. It seemed Kuro Zetsu and Madara were aligned. After Madara's death, Kuro Zetsu had worked with Obito on the surface, but if Obito strayed from Madara's will, Kuro Zetsu wouldn't sit idle, he'd move against him. Complicated people with complicated ties. Kabuto didn't care, as long as he could achieve his goals, the rest was irrelevant. He agreed. Fine. I'll test your bargaining chip. Kuro Zetsu nodded and sank noiselessly into the earth. He wasn't the strongest, but that stealth was terrifying. He moved because he'd seen Obito had no intention of reviving Madara. Thus, Kuro Zetsu had to set the board, and Kabuto was the perfect piece. As for Kabuto's coveting of the Rinnegan, that wasn't something anyone could just use. Nagato had worn the Rinnegan for years, and the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, had still drained him to skin and bones. So Kuro Zetsu had zero fear of Kabuto getting far with it. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Sasuke strolled boldly into the land of lightning, making no effort to conceal themselves. Darui found them quickly, and seeing the two of them leisurely sampling street food, he couldn't help a pang of envy. When would he get a vacation like that? Honored guests, since you've come to the land of lightning, why not visit Kimogakure? His tone was polite, what he really wanted was their help. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 316, Chapter. Warhammer 40k pick event starts tomorrow. Also you can comment a +1 in the fanfic you want to be picked up. They also count. The winner will be picked up based on reviews/power stones, vote, comments. Natsuki chuckled. Sasuke and I are just traveling. We won't go bother Kimogakure. If nothing unexpected happened, Kimogakure still hadn't found Killer Bee. They probably believed Killer Bee was really captured, which was why Darui had rushed over so anxiously. In reality, Killer Bee just hadn't had enough fun and went into hiding. But Natsuki wasn't in a hurry, and he wasn't going to help either. Last time he helped was out of goodwill. This time, not helping was sticking to his own boundaries. Tsunade had sent documents to Kimogakure to convene a 5-Kage summit, and Kimogakure hadn't responded for quite a few days. That meant they weren't anxious, and it basically meant they hadn't formed any alliance yet. Since that was the case, Natsuki and Sasuke had no reason to help anyway. They weren't allies. Also, Natsuki and Sasuke really were traveling. To draw Akatsuki's attention, they made a show of it along the way, yet at night they used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to jump to some hidden places to train. Travel, mission, cultivation, none of it was being neglected. Days like this were honestly pretty nice, why look for trouble? Darui was a bit helpless. Natsuki, Sasuke, don't be like this. You must have heard Killer Bee was taken, so you came to Land of Lightning to support us, right? No. We're traveling. Sasuke didn't think much of Darui trying to freeload their combat power, so he refused, crisp and decisive. Darui had no choice but to say, you've probably gotten the news. Kabuto used Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, to resurrect the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi and beat Killer Bee. Which means Rashi died after being captured. Killer Bee being taken definitely puts his life at risk. The Raikage Dano is extremely anxious right now, but he couldn't catch up to Kabuto. Natsuki can use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, basically the fastest in the shinobi world, so please help us. The reward is negotiable. Natsuki raised a brow. Really negotiable? If I ask for the amber purifying bottle, can you agree? Darui couldn't answer. The amber purifying bottle was said to be a tool left by the Sage of Six Paths. Operation was relatively simple, so long as you had enough chakra, but it was also extremely powerful. It was a village treasure that couldn't just be given away. He certainly knew why Natsuki wanted the amber purifying bottle. Natsuki's girlfriend was just one short of completing the full set. But he truly didn't have the authority. He still remembered how proactive Natsuki was last time. He hadn't expected that in such a short time things would feel so lukewarm. Was it because the Reikage and Tsunade hadn't been able to reach an agreement last time? Or was there some other reason? Darui couldn't figure it out. Natsuki waved his hand. Darui Jonin, don't waste effort on us. If you're really in a rush, go search quickly. Darui sighed, turned, and left. Natsuki and Sasuke didn't mind and kept strolling around, even buying quite a few little gifts. Originally Sasuke wasn't that into shopping for things, but seeing how enthusiastic Natsuki was, picking some for Tenten, some for the future father-in-law, and also for Shino, Niji, Lee, Gai-sensei, Rinya, Megumi, Aoba-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, even Yukumo, basically piling up a whole bunch. Sasuke thought it over and followed along, buying some as well. He rarely thought about this kind of thing since he didn't have family now. But seeing Natsuki like this, he also thought that he would have family in the future, and right now he had friends too. So, bringing gifts back to family and friends while away from home should be a nice experience. Either way, Sasuke chose with real care, even discussing with Natsuki which gifts were better. The second pillar really had changed. When they just about finished shopping, they headed for the next destination, only to unexpectedly get lucky on the road and run into a weird blonde uncle, with a big iron character tattooed on his right arm. Natsuki face-bombed. How did they just happen to run into him here out of nowhere? Sasuke was surprised too. Killer Bee. Killer Bee blinked, realizing these two weren't from his village but from Konoha, and immediately let out a breath of relief. He pointed two fingers at them. Who goes there? Names, Lei, M. Bear. How'd you know the one and only me? Yo, fools, yo, tools, kids from Konoha, I'm the rap genius, Killer Bee. Sasuke felt the corner of his mouth twitch. This was the first time he felt he wasn't very good at dealing with someone like this. But running into Killer Bee now proved Natsuki's guess. Killer Bee had really severed a tail to fool Kabuto, then slipped away. And now he seemed to be deliberately avoiding the Cloud Ninja. Natsuki, however, gave a thumbs up. Nice bars. Ever thought about doing a live concert? Killer Bee's eyes lit up, and his speech went back to normal. Kid, you've got taste. You get me? I do want to hold a concert, but my big bro probably won't agree. Natsuki said, the Reikage is strong, but his thinking's dated. Young people are into rap now, and into basketball too. Of course he doesn't get it. You're so right. Getting that recognition made Killer Bee downright delighted. He didn't know what basketball was, but he definitely agreed that the youth loved rap. Hands on his hips, he laughed, then remembered he hadn't asked their names yet. You two, nice two, names, let's hear, oh yeah. Natsuki. Sasuke. Oh. So it's you two. Killer Bee grinned, like he'd found something fun again. Back then my bro and I were the A-B combo, tearing it up in the Third Shinobi World War, until we ran into the Yellow Flash. His Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, was nasty. I heard there's a kid named Natsuki who can use Hiraishin too. Since we've met, how can we not have some fun? Natsuki raised a brow. He hadn't expected Killer Bee to be this battle-happy. Sasuke's hand instinctively tightened on his hilt. He also wanted to see how strong Killer Bee was. After all, he was a legend of the previous generation. Killer Bee looked at Sasuke again. I've heard of you too, Uchiha kid. Word is you awakened some kind of Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm real interested. So let's play around together, check. Natsuki and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Neither had any intention of refusing. But Natsuki said, Killer Bee, we'll take turns with you. 2-on-1 would be bullying. Sasuke goes first. Konoha brats, cocky brats, baka yaro, this yaro, looking down on the great Killer Bee. The killing bee's killing intent will brand you with regret. You'll lose ugly. Killer Bee certainly had his pride. He liked to play, sure, but his skills were top tier. Being looked down on by two Konoha kids, no way he'd take that lying down. He drew 7 blades in a flash, opening with his 7-sword style and rushed straight at Natsuki. But without Natsuki moving an inch, Sasuke had already drawn his sword and cut Killer Bee off. I already said I'm first. Can't you understand, rap uncle? Or are you the one looking down on us? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 317, Chapter. Warhammer 40k pick event starts now. Also you can comment a +1 in the fanfic you want to be picked up. They also count. The winner will be picked up based on reviews/power stones, vote, comments. Warhammer 40k, a multiverse saga. Warhammer 40k, they said I have no soul. Clang. 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 Sasuke and Killer Bee clashed. Sasuke's White Fang Ryu, White Fang sword style, had grown more and more refined, already forming his own signature edge. By now he was hardly inferior to the famed White Fang of Konoha back then. But Killer Bee's seven sword style was no slouch either. 7 blades spun in his hands like toys, a blur dazzling to the eye. Sasuke opened the 3-tomo Sharingan, copy wheel eye, locking onto Killer Bee and the 7 flashing blades. Yet dazzling meant exactly this: the clearer he saw, the more the 7 interweaving trajectories messed with his sight lines. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Sasuke exposed an opening and was booted away by a sword strike from Killer Bee. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt. One twist, a steady landing, then a shunshin, body flicker, straight in Killer Bee's face, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kusanagi sword, extending toward Bee's forehead. Killer Bee was surprised, but even more excited. He realized he had underestimated this Uchiha kid. Who'd have thought someone so young would be this strong? But the great Killer Bee doesn't lose to kids. He knocked Kusanagi aside. The 7 thin swords whirled before his eyes, too fast for ordinary vision to follow, impossible to tell which blade would strike next. He knew the Sharingan, copy wheel eye, could read movements, so he leveraged that very fact. 5 blades suddenly arced into the air. Sasuke's Sharingan moved up on reflex. But Killer Bee lunged in with the remaining 2 blades, both wreathed in lightning. The attack came blindingly fast. Sasuke's reaction wasn't lacking. He reversed his grip, caught the strike on his own blade. Lightning chakra crackled along his edge as well, and the 2 locked in a shuddering bind. This technique of Bee's was the Chun Shindo Raitentu, supersonic vibrating lightning release blade. By channeling lightning nature chakra into the blade to induce high-frequency vibrations, the sword gained frightening penetration. If Sasuke had been using a common blade, it would likely have snapped already. Sasuke's approach was similar. He poured Chidori, 1,000 birds, lightning release into the blade, ramping up its cutting power. And he was wielding Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kusanagi sword. Not a small advantage. An instant later, crack, a hairline fracture split across Killer Bee's thin sword. Bee arched a brow, understanding that this youngster's lightning release wasn't far behind his own. He let go without hesitation, abandoning the damaged sword, snatched several blades dropping from above, and pressed the attack again. Sasuke didn't flinch. With every exchange, his White Fang Ryu, White Fang sword style, burned hotter. The 2 actually went without a decision for quite a while. A short distance away, Natsuki was happily shelling sunflower seeds, thoroughly entertained. He hadn't realized it until now, but Sasuke had grown this far already, rare and impressive. Eventually, they both had their fill of pure swordplay. Cloaks of Biju chakra, tailed beast chakra, flared up around them, and the collision turned feral. Boom. 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 The racket was anything but small. They were still neck and neck for a while, but Sasuke was clearly slipping behind. In terms of leveraging Biju chakra, tailed beast chakra, Killer Bee naturally had the edge. If not for Sasuke pairing with his Sharingan, copy wheel eye, he would have lost already. Sasuke had no intention of losing. He transformed into the 3 tails, his first time unveiling a Kanzen Jinchuriki, perfect Jinchuriki, form. Killer Bee got even more hyped and likewise shifted into his perfect 8 tails form. A giant turtle and a giant octopus slammed into each other again and again. They didn't launch a Baijidama, tailed beast bomb, but the brawl was spectacular enough. The noise finally drew in Cloud Shinobi, Reikage A and Darui, no less. Natsuki waved with a grin. Yo. Reikage, Darui, I found Killer Bee for you. Happy. A shot Natsuki a glare, unconvinced. Pointing at the turtle, he barked, why is the 3 tails Jinchuriki here, fighting Bee, no less. You'd better give me an explanation. Natsuki shrugged. Sasuke and I were touring the land of abundance and ran into Killer Bee. Bee said his Aniki totally doesn't get rap, completely behind the times, a stubborn old fossil. He got angrier the more he talked, so Tenten started a fight with us, and Sasuke had no choice but to step in. Heh, like we'd believe that. You Konoha brat are way too slick. A and Darui both wore unfriendly looks. Obviously, they didn't buy it. Especially he could hear Natsuki doing it on purpose. Did Natsuki think he didn't know his own little brother? No matter how disgruntled Bee might be, he wouldn't jab at his Aniki like that to his face. And Bee's rap level was, well, that. How did that mean his Aniki was behind the times? Still, seeing his brother safe made a let out a long breath of relief. Boom. 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 The 2 titans kept crashing together. The collateral shockwaves spread far. Luckily, this was well away from human settlements, or the damage and casualties would have been nasty. Sasuke was still on the back foot. It was his first time in a full-tailed beast form, and he wasn't yet comfortable with the speed and power control, inferior to Killer Bee's mastery. Fortunately, besides the Baijidama, Tailed Beast Bomb. The three tails could also unleash Suetun, water release, attacks, that gave him an edge over the eight tails in some exchanges. The Baijidama was powerful, but it carried massive collateral and heavy cost. Nobody fired those casually. The eight tails could spit ink as well, which made life rough for the three tails. They traded for quite a while until A finally had enough. He bulldozed between them and forced the fight to a stop. B. You brat, you tricked me. A roared, you used Kawarimi, substitution, to fool Kabuto, and even fooled your Aniki. You were fine the whole time, but you neither told me nor stayed put and even snuck out. You looking for a beating? Killer Bee dropped back to his body without a word. He knew his Aniki worried. But being cooped up in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning was really boring. He just wanted to slip out for a little air and would be back soon. And with his strength, he wasn't afraid of being captured by anyone, nothing to worry about. He couldn't say that, though. Or his Aniki would tear into him. Be pointed at Sasuke instead. Aniki, look at Konoha. They let the three tails Jinchuriki stroll out openly without fear. Our Kumogakure is stronger than Konoha, so why won't you let me go out? You don't know Jack. I kept scolding. The three tails Jinchuriki has Natsuki, the Hiraishin, flying thunder god, brat, at his side. If there's danger, they blink out. You sneaking around alone, how is that the same? That shut B up. But he could always change the subject. He jabbed a finger at Natsuki. Aniki, this guy knows Hiraishin, flying thunder god. Back then we never settled it with Namikaze Minato. Today we wash the chain clean. We'll prove our Raitun Chakra Moto, lightning release chakra mode, outstrips the Hiraishin. A's heart stirred, he still remembered. Minato was gone, but Natsuki was right here. Raitun Chakra Moto, lightning release chakra mode, defeating Hiraishin, flying thunder god, that victory was a must. Natsuki wasn't scared. He even needled him. Hey, hey, hey. Reikijajisen. Did you forget I flattened you with my Rariato, lariat, already? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 318, Chapter. Killer Bee looked at Natsuki in surprise. He hadn't expected this kid to know Rariato, lariat. Was he bluffing? He glanced at his own Aniki and saw the Aniki's awkward face, then was even more shocked. Could his Aniki really have been laid out by this kid? As for his Aniki's strength, Killer Bee knew it inside out. Even if you compared the Kage across the villages, his Aniki was absolutely first. Tsunade, Anoki, Gaara, none of them were on his Aniki's level. Only now did he realize his Aniki apparently couldn't beat this kid called Natsuki. Heh. Interesting. In that case, defeating this kid would be even more valuable. Reikija's face flushed hot. Brat, don't bring up what happened before. I was careless, and I was holding back for a junior. You disrespected your elders, that's the only reason you edged me out. Now you want another match? Sure. This time, Reikij, please go all out. I won't hold back either. Natsuki cut in fast. Ahem. Thing is, we're the AB combo. For the regret of not defeating Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin, flying thunder god, back then, we'll take you together today. Be prepared. Thick-skinned, A said it and didn't care anymore. He knew this kid was strong. Even Rinnegan had lost to him. Alone, he had no chance. If it really was one-on-one and this kid went full power, then even if the Reikij didn't get beaten to death, he'd get thrashed, and that would be a disgrace. So better to follow B's suggestion, 2-on-1. Let this arrogant Konoha brat see how terrifying the AB combo that once shook the world really was. Killer Bee chimed in, that's right, that's right. Konoha brat, cocky brat, two bros in sync, gonna beat you down. AB's Raitun Chakra Moto, lightning release chakra mode, is stronger than Hiraishin, oh yeah. Hearing this, Natsuki didn't retreat. He wanted to see just how strong the AB combo of old really was. He gave Darui a look. Darui immediately understood, raised his hand, then chopped it down. Begin. ZZZZT. 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 Lightning surged over Reikij and Killer Bee, armor of electricity wrapping both of them. Their stances dipped, power compressing for launch. Seeing it, Sasuke's interest spiked. He specialized in lightning release. He'd seen Raitun Chakra Moto, lightning release chakra mode, before and wanted to learn it, but never got the chance to actually feel it. During his fight with Killer Bee just now, Bee hadn't used it. Now that the AB combo had brought it out, he would observe carefully. Natsuki quietly fanned out a pile of formula-marked kunai and flung them all at once. In an instant, the ground all around was speckled with kunai etched with formulae, each one a spot where Natsuki could appear the next second. At the familiar sight, Raikage A and Killer B traded a reflexive glance. When they faced Namikaze Minato, it had looked just like this. Back then, they fell one step short. No way they could accept that. Now they'd finally measure themselves against Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, again, and they would win. Swish. Swish. The two moved, needing barely any words to coordinate. Raikage A led with a straight Rariato, lariat, aimed at Natsuki. But Natsuki only lifted a finger, Ranton, Laser Circus, Storm Release, Laser Circus, lanced out, and A had to juke hard. He'd almost forgotten this brat used Ranton, Storm Release. Freak. Killer B was startled as well. He hadn't expected Natsuki to wield Ranton either. And Aniki, why didn't you warn me about something important like that? Because of that split-second distraction, Natsuki took the chance. With a swish he vanished, and when he reappeared he was behind Killer B, light condensed into Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, heavenly cloud-gathering sword, in his hand, he chopped down without hesitation. Hesitating even a second is disrespecting a strong opponent. But Killer B's reaction was lightning quick. An octopus tentacle burst from his back and in a blink was at Natsuki's abdomen. Natsuki didn't panic. He brushed the tentacle in a flash, then slipped away. When he appeared again, he was behind Raikage A, flicking out a Kasoka kick, light-speed kick, and loosing a beam of light, but A had felt it coming. With one arm he knocked Natsuki's ankle aside, the beam speared into the distance and detonated with a violent blast. You little punk trying to kill me. A swore once and swung a fist at Natsuki's neck, the wind howling around it. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to answer. This kind of fight was, naturally, all out. A was just grumbling, he wouldn't actually hold it against him. If Natsuki held back instead, that would piss A off. Swish. Natsuki vanished again, and was already in the air. Yasaka no Magatama, 8-span Magatama. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered on and on while the AB brothers weaved across the ground below, dodging through the storm. Darui watched with a thoughtful look. Oh, so Ranton, Storm Release, can be used like that too. After that barrage, the ground was a wreck. The formula-marked kunai Natsuki had thrown were scattered everywhere, but it didn't matter, you can't erase the formula, he could reuse them. The AB brothers were extremely wary of Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and had already cleared away from places where the kunai lay. But Natsuki still flashed in behind Killer B and snapped out another Kasoka kick, light-speed kick. This time, though, the brothers weren't surprised by his appearance at all. They slipped the strike easily and, turning in perfect tandem, boxed Natsuki in. Deburu Rariato, double lariat. Deburu Rariato, double lariat. Same technique from both brothers, Rariato from front and back. This was the AB combo's trump. Take even one clean, and even Super Kaga levels would be sent straight to the box. That's how strong it was. But Natsuki flashed again. Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, was too fast, the pincer went wide. Natsuki didn't rush a counter, though. He was sure these two had something to say. Sure enough, A smirked. Shocked, huh? When you touched that tentacle, we knew you'd leave a formula mark. We were waiting for you. If you weren't so damned quick, you'd be dead already. Killer B, oh yeah. Konoha brat, shocked brat, oh yeah. Natsuki only looked puzzled. So, what exactly are you proud of? Did you hit me? Next time for sure. Die, brat. A hand waved it and, together with Killer B, charged again. This time Natsuki didn't use Hiraishin. He clapped his hands, called it, got it, Mokutan, Jukai Koten, would release, nativity of a world of trees. In the next second, dense trees erupted from the ground, racing skyward to spawn a vast forest. The intervals between trunks were tight, laid out to mess with people who relied on speed. Killer B almost twisted his back dodging. Aniki, this kid uses Mokutan, would release. Why didn't you say so? A glared. I got too hyped and forgot. Telling you now help. Now. Too late already. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 319, Chapter. Taking advantage of the brothers' brief exchange, Natsuki had already slipped into the forest. He split into Mokutan Bunshin, would clone, and melted away with silent tree stealth, so the dense woods felt full of Natsuki's everywhere, and yet he was nowhere to be found. A and Killer B stood back to back, wary of every direction, not daring to make a rash move. But the trees were too dense, the trunks were close. In the next second, a wood clone burst from the side, driving a wooden spike straight for Killer B's chest. B yanked a blade and cleaved, the spike and the clone split in two. Immediately, more wood clones sprang from surrounding trunks, swinging giant axes down at the brothers. They flared Raiton Chakra Modo, lightning release chakra mode, again, thick arms swept, and the clones were smashed apart. But drawn by the barrage, they didn't watch their feet. Vines whipped up, cinched both ankles, snapped taut, and yanked them off balance, hauling them upside down. Whoosh, 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 Mokuton, Sensatsu no Jutsu, would release, cutting sprigs. A instantly clad himself in Raiton no Yoroi, lightning release armor. Lightning crackled even more violently, his blonde hair stood on end. Incoming branches pinged off his aura, and the vines binding their shoulders snapped under brute force. Before B even hit the ground, 2 long octopus tentacles lashed out and began to spin wildly. Within moments, a swath of forest was chopped apart. If the woods are bad terrain, flatten them. At that instant, wood clones hidden inside the trunk sprang out together, rushing the brothers from all sides. The two didn't care. Empowered by Raiton Chakra Modo, lightning release chakra mode, they blitzed with Shunshin, body flicker, straight through a crowd of clones. None could hold them for even a single exchange. In under a minute, every wood clone had been cleared away. Hey! Brat, if this is all your Mokuton's got, you're way short of dealing with us. A said, brimming with confidence. The very next heartbeat, the light above them died. A colossal wooden cannon loomed into being, so tall it blotted out the sun. Arms folded, Natsuki stood atop the statue's crown, looking down on the two. Mokuton, Senju cannon, would release, 1,000-armed cannon. Boom. 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 A storm of wooden fists and palms crashed down, completely engulfing A and B. There was nowhere to dodge, but Killer B instantly shifted to Eight Tails Gyuki's complete form. Tentacles wrapped and spun at blurring speed, ricocheting the dense blows away, and shielding us securely within the coil. Biju Hachimaki, tailed beast 8 coil spin. Spin and spin, bounce everything away. When he judged the deflections enough and lifted his guard, a benevolent cannon hand had already seized Gyuki's head, hoisting him up. A's face changed. B. Watch it. The next second, an avalanche of wooden palms hammered Gyuki's face. Killer B8, who knew how many strikes in an instant, his head swam. Vaulted up, with a Juryubo, heavy flow smash, he shattered the giant wooden fingers clutching Gyuki's skull and finally freed B. Natsuki seized the opening, flashed with Ranton, storm release, behind A, and whipped a Kasoka kick, light speed kick, into A's kidney. The blow blew open the Raiton no Yoroi, lightning release armor, A went tumbling and cratered into the ground. Killer B dropped back to human form, still woozy. Before he could react, Natsuki was already at his back, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, heavenly cloud-gathering sword, laid across his shoulder. By the time A clambered up, his little brother was already held in place. He let out a long breath. Okay, that's enough. We'll call it here. We lost. Natsuki dispelled the heavenly blade and stood quietly where he was. Killer B glanced at his Aniki, then bowed his head. Aniki, we lost. A laughed. Ha 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 ha. A loss is a loss, we're getting old. It's a young man's world now. B, maybe you don't know this, Natsuki beat a Rinnegan, Samsara I, wielder. That I belongs to a sage, its user is absurdly strong. The one who defeated him is even stronger. So losing to Natsuki isn't shameful at all. Killer B stared. He'd only just heard that intel. So earlier, he'd been picking a fight with a top-tier monster without knowing the sky's height or the earth's depth. Still, he didn't feel embarrassed. Kumo shinobi loved to fight. Even if it was a challenge across tiers, it lit the blood rather than felt presumptuous. If you don't even have the guts to challenge the strong, how do you get stronger? As for win or lose, win and celebrate, lose and admit it frankly. No big deal. But A couldn't resist adding, lip stubborn, that said, we lost to Mokuton, would release. Mokuton is the secret art of the god of shinobi, Hashirama. Round it off and it means we lost to Hashirama. So we didn't lose to Hiraishin, flying thunder god. Killer B gave a decisive thumbs up. Aniki speaks truth. Oh yeah. Natsuki's eyes almost rolled to the back of his head. So much for frank admission, huh? Still hung up about it inside, aren't you? What's so hard about admitting Hiraishin, flying thunder god, edges Raiton chakra modo, lightning release chakra mode? Darui hurried up. Reikage Dano, Killer B Dano, are you alright? A waved him off. We're tough as old leather, how would we not be fine? But Darui, the pressure's on you. Kumo's future will rely on you, don't go losing to these youngsters from Konoha. Darui swallowed. He glanced at Natsuki, then replayed the image of Natsuki styling on the AB brothers. His scalp tingled. As a bystander, it was obvious, Natsuki had been at ease the whole time, nowhere near full power. Comparing himself to that kind of freak. Please spare him. Sasuke came over as well. He'd known Natsuki would be fine, but he still looked him up and down, and only then did the delayed fright hit. A grinned. Ha 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 ha. We found Killer Bee today, and I got to spar with 2 talented youngsters. I'm in a great mood. You two are coming back to the village for a proper feast, no refusing. Natsuki and Sasuke traded a look, then didn't refuse. It wasn't their village anyway, so they weren't worried about Akatsuki attacking. And if Akatsuki did, the damage would be Kumo's headache. So, why not? They started toward Kumobakure. On the way, Darui managed, Natsuki, how are you suddenly using Mokuton, would release. A and Killer Bee both pricked up their ears, curious as well. Natsuki tilted his head. Isn't Mokuton just fusing Suiton and Doton chakra natures, water and earth? If you've got hands, you can do it, right? Everyone present clicked their tongues. This guy was asking for a beating. If you've got hands, if it were that simple, the whole shinobi world would be popping bloodline limits. Darui deadpanned. I heard you have earth, water, and lightning natures. Don't tell me you can use Jiten, magnet release, too. Natsuki lifted a hand, and a heavy metal war fan from behind A rattled free and zipped into his palm. Silence. Well then. He really could use Jiten, magnet release. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 320, Chapter. Vote poll is already open on P at TR3 on Warhammer 40k, a multiverse saga. Warhammer 40k, they said I have no soul. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Outside a certain hidden cavern, Kabuto finally greeted the guest he'd been waiting for. He pushed up his glasses, smiling like he'd planned 10 moves ahead. Obito, or should I call you, Toby? Obito couldn't even be bothered with a mask anymore. His voice was cold. I hear you tried to snatch the 8 Tails Jinchuriki on your own, and then didn't hand him to the leader. Planning to betray Akatsuki. Kabuto kept smiling. Heh. Betray what? There are barely any members left. The organization is a name in tatters, what's there to betray? Besides, taking the 8 Tails was my own decision, not an order, so I'm not obliged to submit anything. Obito understood Kabuto's angle and, a little smug, stopped pretending otherwise. What he didn't understand was what Kabuto wanted. So he asked directly. What's your aim? Kabuto's smile didn't waver. Just to strike a deal with you, Obito-san. A deal. What do you want? And what's your leverage? Heh. As for leverage, I have the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. As for what I want. I'm guessing you intend to seize the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, because its current holder won't move according to your script. Am I right? You know too much. That's not good for your health. Do you want to die? Obito's tone went glacial. He wasn't sure whether Kabuto had deduced this or someone had told him, but Kabuto was correct. He intended to take the Rinnegan for himself. The Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, might have holes, but if Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, could truly be cast, then a world with Rin could truly exist, a world where he and Rin lived and loved. Even if the Infinite Tsukuyomi destroyed the real world, he didn't care, he was filthy already. After the failed invasion of Konoha, Nagato looked steadfast, but no longer trusted him. So, to be safe, he'd take the Rinnegan for himself. As for Kabuto, was this clown also after the Rinnegan? Kabuto chuckled. If Obito-san will deliver a single Rinnegan, I'll hand over the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Obito snapped. Keep dreaming. I can kill you and still take the Jinchuriki. Kabuto didn't flinch. I apprenticed under Orochimaru. Hiding is my specialty. If I hide something, it won't be found easily. And as you can see, I've mastered Ryuchido-s Senin Modo, Sage Mode. If I stash the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in Ryuchi Cave, where would you even look? Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 great sage realms, was insanely well hidden. Right now, no one in the shinobi world knew its location but Kabuto. If he really did that, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki might never be found. Even so, Obito shook his head. Just the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. That chip won't buy a Rinnegan. Kabuto had expected as much. Good thing he'd come prepared. He flew through seals. Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. A coffin thrust up from the earth. The lid clattered off, revealing Madara. Obito's face went stone dark. Where did you find his body? Kabuto only chuckled and didn't answer. Instead, he pressed. Then, as Madara's successor, does Obito-san have anything to say to Madara? Shall I restore his consciousness right now? Obito ground his teeth. Seems I underestimated you. You really do know a lot. Overpraised, Kabuto said, eyes gleaming like he held all the pieces. Is this chip sufficient? If not, I might have more surprises. I'm very, very good at Edo Tensei. Perhaps Obito-san would like to see a certain beloved person again. Try it and die. Obito's fury spiked. He understood what Kabuto implied, using Edo Tensei as a threat. If he refused, releasing Madara was one thing. But if Kabuto dared dig up Rin's grave, dared to Edo Tensei Rin, that would be the real catastrophe. Never mind whether he was ready to face Rin, in his current state, he had no face to meet her again. And he would not allow this filth to defile Rin, who'd already passed on. So. Kabuto had found his softest point. Obito drew a long breath, then forced the words out. When I get the Rinnegan, I'll give you one. But you do not touch Rin. Or you won't have a grave to be buried in. And then the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and Madara both come to me. You'd better prepare more Edo Tensei bodies, I'll have uses for them. Kabuto's smile stretched, satisfied now that he'd reached his goal. He'd known it would work. After all, someone who would destroy humanity for her obviously cared about her. Which made Madara the perfect bargaining chip. With the terms set, Obito stormed off. He wanted to kill Kabuto right there. But just like Orochimaru, Kabuto was annoyingly hard to kill. If Kabuto slipped away, he might really dig up Rin's grave, or release Madara. Neither outcome was acceptable. Damn you. Just wait. You're dead. Killer intent rolled off Obito as he left, he'd have liked nothing more than to cut Kabuto into 1,000 pieces on the spot. Once Obito was distant, Kuro Zetsu seeped from the ground, voice rasping. Not bad. You're better than I thought. Kabuto chuckled. I only found the weakness. So, Kuro Zetsu, what's your weakness? Tell me yourself, and I won't have to be so on guard. Yes, Kabuto was guarding himself against Kuro Zetsu the whole time. The thing's raw combat power didn't seem impressive, but it was uncertain. Its origins were murky, and that Kajiro, Mayfly, technique was absurdly broken. What truly set Kabuto on edge was its relationship with Madara. It claimed to assist Obito after Madara's death, but in truth it watched him. The moment Obito stepped out of line, Kuro Zetsu would flip, even going so far as to suppress Madara's revival if necessary. A creature like that was dangerous. Kuro Zetsu gave a ghastly laugh. Heh. I'm merely Madara's will. No need to pry. You're seriously telling me not to pry? Sure. Kabuto had no interest in wasting more breath with Kuro Zetsu. He sealed away Madara's coffin and entered a waiting game, waiting for Obito to snatch the Rinnegan. He would have to wait. Obito couldn't get it that easily just yet. He needed timing, needed a window when both Nagato and Konan relaxed their guard. Otherwise, if Nagato, in anger, destroyed the Rinnegan, it would be a loss beyond reckoning. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 321, Chapter. Kumogakure, the same guest room as last time. The Raikage, was just as warm in his hospitality, and this time Killer Bee was present as well. For now, Bee no longer needed to hide. The previous battle had already exposed the fact that he hadn't been captured, and the location of the Thundercloud Gorge was no longer a secret. Hiding was meaningless. Still, to ensure Bee's safety, A might send him to the island turtle afterward. The island turtle is a giant sea turtle the size of a small island, drifting unpredictably across the ocean. It's extremely hard to find and is ideal for hiding. If, after the 5 Kage summit, the great villages formed an alliance, they could send all the Jinchuriki to the island turtle. Not to mention how long they could remain hidden, people would have to stay there until the method for achieving perfect Jinchuriki is fully and reliably established. Thinking about the summit, Natsuki glanced curiously at A. Was puzzled. Natsuki kid, why are you staring at me like that? Natsuki said it straight. The Raikage should have received Konoha's letter and knows that Tsunade-sama wants to convene a 5 Kage summit. Quite some time has passed, yet there's been no reply from you. I want to know what you're thinking. If you believe Kumogakure can handle Akatsuki alone, you can refuse to attend. We won't force you. I didn't know how to answer for a moment. He'd intended to leave Konoha dangling for a few days. When Konoha grew anxious, he would reluctantly agree, thus seizing the initiative, making it look like Konoha was begging Kumo to attend. But now that Natsuki had asked so directly, he couldn't just blurt out the truth. So he coughed and stalled. Ahem. Well, that Kabuto trouble just happened, so I was busy setting up defenses, especially to protect B, so I, didn't have time to look at letters. I only saw it 2 days ago. Then I gathered the upper brass to discuss it, and we haven't decided whether to attend, yet. Natsuki and Sasuke exchanged a look and chuckled. They didn't say anything, but the meaning was obvious. That excuse wouldn't fool a child. A letter personally sent by the other Kage, marked important and expedited, no matter how busy you are, you spare a glance. Using, I was busy, to gloss it over. Did he take them for fools? Darui kept his head down, feeling mortified, like having been caught lying. Ahem, well, if Konoha is in a hurry, I can. We're not in a hurry. Konoha isn't in a hurry. Natsuki shook his head and cut him off. We didn't call the summit for Konoha's sake, but for the entire shinobi world. The Akatsuki's leader has the Rinnegan, he's very powerful. He intends to gather all the tailed beasts to forge a tailed beast weapon, threatening the safety of the entire world. We want everyone united to resist and crush that threat. But if our call goes unanswered, if no one is in a hurry and everyone just waits for death, then why should we be anxious? Heh. We're not anxious at all, we can all just die together. A's expression turned very ugly. Not with anger, but with a stab of shame. Indeed, Konoha convening the summit was, at its root, for the safety of the shinobi world. Anyone could see that the Rinnegan and a tailed beast weapon would be a massive threat. Yet upon receiving the news, his first reaction wasn't to respond immediately. For the sake of advantage, for minor gains, he had stalled, making himself look like a small-minded man chasing petty profit while ignoring the world's safety. Ridiculous. And he'd even said, if Konoha is anxious. Why would Konoha be anxious? The one who should be anxious is Kimogakure. Konoha had waited so long, they certainly hadn't been idle. They must have been preparing all along, even preparing to face things alone if no one answered. By comparison, his Raikage vision was really. Downed a cup of sake, thumped the table, and said, "You're right. Konoha shouldn't be anxious, we should. I was short-sighted and shouldn't have dragged my feet on such a major issue. I'll send a reply immediately and apologize to the Hokage, and I'll urge Iwagakure as well. I figure Inoki's the same as me, short-sighted. That's no good." Natsuki nodded. "Raikage, that's admirable." I felt embarrassed. Enough, no need for praise. Wrong is wrong, good thing we corrected it in time. Natsuki didn't say more. He simply lifted his drink and clinked cups with A. For a while, the atmosphere stayed lively and amicable. But things got even livelier. While A wasn't paying attention, Killer B slipped outside, rounded up a bunch of young people, and threw an impromptu concert on the spot. The crowd was on fire. I felt a headache coming on. Not wanting B to embarrass himself further in front of guests, he flew up and kicked him off the stage. Truly a big brother, he didn't hold back. B's head punched right through the stage. After a few days in Kimogakure, Natsuki and Sasuke chose to leave. They needed to keep showing themselves around, letting Akatsuki know where they were, so that Nagato wouldn't get hot-headed and raid Konoha again. Even so, Natsuki and Tsunade kept in touch every day to confirm the village's safety. If the village was in danger, he could return instantly with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. The village would also confirm daily that the two of them were still safe. Truly, Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, is convenient. Time, like the white Zetsu slumbering underground, slipped by unnoticed. Thanks to A's efforts, the Tsuchikage, Inoki, soon agreed to attend the summit. Surprisingly, Kirigakure also replied that they would participate. As for Gaara, the Kazekage, he would be brought back before the meeting via Kuchiyose no Jutsu, summoning. The venue was set in the Land of Iron, with Mifune, its leader, presiding over the conference. Natsuki and Sasuke received the notice and headed straight for the Land of Iron. After the summit, Sasuke wouldn't need to keep touring but would join the allied forces, assuming the allied shinobi forces could be formed. On that day, Natsuki and Sasuke arrived at the meeting site in the Land of Iron. Just as they arrived, they saw Tsunade leading her entourage in as well, and Tenten had come too. Natsuki. Ignoring the crowd, Tenten ran straight into Natsuki's arms. Natsuki quickly held her. It had been a while, Tenten seemed thinner. He didn't know if it was a poor appetite or too much work, but it made him ache for her. Even though they messaged each other every day, Tenten didn't always tell the truth, mostly not to worry him. Seeing the couple like that, everyone felt a ring of sparkly dog food floating before their eyes. Fortunately, Natsuki and Tenten soon let go. After all, there were many people present, and Tenten was shy. They'd find a quiet place later to be properly affectionate. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 322, Chapter. Those who came with Tsunade-sama this time, besides Tenten, included Kakashi and 2 ANBU squads. When the Hokage travels, safety comes first. Tenten was brought along because she can use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, allowing her to evacuate the Hokage at any moment. She also carries the Rakudo no Dogu, 6 paths tools, and her strength is nothing to scoff at, an excellent bodyguard. As for Kakashi, as one of the Hokage's aides, it was natural for him to attend. It might even be that Kakashi-senpai actively sought to come. After all, he was the one who originally suggested holding the 5 Kage summit, and he suspects Uchiha Obito might show up to take a look. For various reasons, Kakashi had to be here. There was no need to worry about the village. Plenty of powerful ninja were guarding it, and Niji with the Tensigen, Dojutsu, was there as well, so security was guaranteed. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi-senpai. Natsuki finally greeted them. You finally noticed us. Tsunade-sama teased, just now your eyes were full of Tenten. Should we turn around and wait a while? Unlike Tenten's blushing, Natsuki's face was thick as city walls. He pretended not to hear and turned to greet the others. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, you're here too. Tsunagakure had sent the 3 siblings. Gaara was the Kazekage, while Temari and Kankuro, his older sister and older brother, were both jonin. There were other guards as well, but Suna's overall strength truly wasn't what it used to be. Their most presentable jonin, Maki, stayed behind to guard the village. If someone snuck in while they were just at a meeting, it would be beyond embarrassing. Long time no see, Natsuki, Sasuke. Gaara smiled. I just returned from Mount Myaboku when I heard you fought the A and B brothers, and Natsuki even won. That strength is enviable. The others nodded. That level of strength was indeed a bit much. Although Natsuki was said to have defeated the Tensigen, many from other villages didn't really believe it. Beating the A and B brothers was different. A and B were famous. As early as the Third Shinobi World War, their names shook the world. Their strength was universally recognized. For Natsuki to defeat such a duo, especially with A himself not denying it, naturally shocked many. Natsuki didn't care. He waved it off, not wanting to dwell on it. The group entered the meeting site together. The Land of Iron's venue was truly remote. The surroundings were nearly desolate, with only a lone castle, guarded entirely by samurai, looking like a sturdy fortress. The reason for choosing the Land of Iron was its neutrality, and because the country was governed by samurai rather than shinobi. The Land of Iron's leader, Mifune, was also very strong, and his fairness inspired trust. So, basically, none of the villages objected. They were led to the conference chamber and, at the door, ran into the delegation from Kimobukure. The Raikage, A, greeted them with rare good temper. Hokage, Kazekage, you made good time. Unlike that old fossil Inoki, still nowhere in sight. Probably going to use back pain as an excuse again. Raikage. Tsunade-sama and Gaara nodded in acknowledgement. Natsuki glanced at the people behind her. Besides guards Darui and C, Killer B had come as well. Which made sense. B wasn't hiding for now, but A wouldn't dare leave his younger brother in the village alone. Never mind whether Akatsuki might take the opportunity to invade, given B's personality, he'd probably turn the village upside down within days. By the time they returned, every young shinobi would be rapping in unison, the annihilation would be total. At the moment, though, B was staring, dumbfounded, at Tsunade-sama, cheeks flushed and heart racing as if he'd fallen in love. Seeing this, A immediately flared up. B. Where do you think you're looking on the Hokage? Don't embarrass Kumo. B stammered, B but the Hokage's, her bosom is truly magnanimous. A, Darui, and C could only facepalm. The embarrassment was complete. Everyone else, including Tsunade-sama, wasn't surprised. Tsunade's beauty was renowned, called the most beautiful Hokage, the most beautiful princess. Even at her age, she used ninjutsu to maintain a youthful face and voluptuous figure. No man could resist. In that sense, B's reaction was only human. Fortunately, Mifune arrived just then and took the initiative. Hokage Dano, Kazekage Dano, Raikage Dano, thank you for coming from afar. Please enter the conference chamber first. I've heard that the Mizukage Dano and the Tsuchikage Dano are almost here, please be patient. Everyone filed into the chamber and took their seats. Natsuki studied Mifune. Bandages were wrapped around his head. He looked like a mild-mannered samurai, yet now and then a glint flashed in his eyes, like a famed blade drawn from its sheath. Though not a shinobi, he was no weaker than anyone present. Back then he'd only lost to the so-called demigod, Hanzo the Salamander. Even if he wasn't quite Kage level, he was certainly at elite Jonin level, nothing to underestimate. The Land of Iron's Kenjutsu was unique as well, though Natsuki didn't know much about it. Mifune also noticed Natsuki's gaze and smiled. I presume this young man is the famed Konoha Demon Blade, Natsuki. I've heard you recently defeated the A and B combination. Is that true? Everyone looked at Natsuki, then at A. I didn't deny it. Natsuki is formidable. We did lose. For a moment, every gaze fixed on Natsuki in surprise. Hearing rumors was one thing, hearing it from the person involved was another. It meant Natsuki truly possessed overwhelming strength. In this world, the strong are given respect. Natsuki didn't quite know what to say, so he simply offered a friendly smile. He wasn't the type to pose cool. At his side, though, Tenten proudly raised her chin like a peacock displaying its tail. After all, her boyfriend's name now shook the ninja world, his 4 guards were radiant by association. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long. The delegations from the land of earth and the land of water arrived. Anoki was a very, very short old man who walked with his hands clasped behind his back like a patrolling cadre. With him came the future Kage Kuratsuchi and the Puji Akatsuchi, representatives of Iwagakure's younger generation. Their true strength remained to be seen. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, was an alluring woman, accompanied by the somewhat bashful Chojuro. Spoke first. Anoki, you finally made it. I half expected you to croak on the road. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi immediately gripped their weapons. Was cursing their elder, and if not for Anoki stopping them, they might have lunged. Anoki chuckled. Ho ho ho, this old man will live for decades yet. If anyone dies first, it's the Raikage. After all, I heard the famous A&B brothers lost to some half-grown kid from Konoha. What a knee-slapper. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 323, Chapter. Those words set both the Raikage's guards and the Hokage's guards bristling, and Tenten nearly whipped out the Rikudo no Dogu, 6 Paths tools. In Tenten's eyes, her boyfriend is simply that strong. For that fossil to look down on Natsuki, he needed a taste of the 6 Paths tools power, so he could learn why the flowers are so red. Ha ha ha. B and I did lose. A admitted frankly. It's the young people's world now. Natsuki is a prodigy who even defeated the Rinnegan. It's normal for our generation to lose. I'm even considering stepping down. Unlike you, Anoki, you're ancient and still hogging that Tsuchikage seat. How about letting the young ones take the stage? Or is it that IWA has no one decent, so you're jealous of Konoha? You. Veins stood out on Anoki's forehead. I had stabbed right where it hurt. Anoki hadn't stayed on as Tsuchikage because he craved power. Absolutely not. It was because there really wasn't a suitable successor. He'd once had a brilliantly gifted disciple, Deidara, but Deidara didn't want to become a promising youngster who clung to the Tsuchikage's leg. He wanted to be a mad artist. That had given Anoki a major headache, okay. Kuratsuchi was fine, but still young. Anoki had no choice but to prop things up with his old bones. At least Mei spoke in time. Ahem. Everyone, we're not here to quarrel. Mifune took the chance. Indeed. Please, quiet. Since the 5 Kage have all arrived, place your hats of office on the table. The summit will begin. The 5 Kage silently removed their hats and set them on the table. It was a kind of ritual, inherited from the very first 5 Kage summit. Mifune cleared his throat. Ahem. This summit was proposed by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Dano. The agenda is the matter of Akatsuki. Please proceed with your statement. Tsunade-sama grew solemn. The land of water has been closed off for years, so the Mizukage may not be familiar with the situation. Allow me to restate it. In the land of rain there is a rebel organization called Akatsuki. In recent years they've been frantically hunting Jinchuriki, and the hosts from various villages have suffered in succession. Konoha itself faced a massive invasion by Akatsuki. The situation is grim. As we've learned, Akatsuki's leader is a powerhouse who possesses the legendary Sage's Eyes, the Rinnegan. Outside Konoha, 100 li away, there's a colossal crater that was created by a Rinnegan ultimate technique. If not for our Konoha elites deflecting that strike at the time, the entire village would have been razed, no, turned into one big hole. Hokage, aren't you exaggerating? Anoki cut in. If the Rinnegan is that terrifying, how did you repel their invasion? And if this terrifying ultimate was deflected, doesn't that mean you're stronger, and that the enemy isn't worth fearing? This old fossil, utterly shameless. He couldn't even let someone finish a sentence. No wonder his back always hurt. Rumbled, Anoki, how can you be so rude at your age? Will waiting for the Hokage to finish kill you? Anoki snorted. This old man doesn't believe tall tales, and the Hokage's words are full of holes. Tsunade-sama remained grave. What I said is true. There were many witnesses then, and the crater is still out there right now. If the Tsuchikage doesn't believe it, go have a look. More importantly, Akatsuki's secret aim is to collect the tailed beasts, fuse the 9 into the Jubi, 10 tails, a superweapon capable of wiping out a country in a single blow. If they succeed, catastrophe will befall the shinobi world. Mei listened, stunned. As Tsunade-sama said, the land of water had been shut in for years, she wasn't up to date. She'd only recently become Mizukage and intended to lead the land of water, Kirigakure, back into the world. She hadn't expected to walk right into something this big. The Ten-Tails, the very thought was frightening. A single-tailed beast is a disaster. All 9 combined would shake the entire world. Catastrophe would be no exaggeration. No wonder they'd convened a grand summit. Facing an enemy with the Rinnegan, and a near-world-ending plan like this, one couldn't be anything but cautious. After all, it concerns the safety of the entire shinobi world. But Inoki wouldn't listen. With anger in his voice, he said, "All that babbling, aren't you just afraid your village's Jinchuriki will be nabbed, so you want to unite everyone to help you guard them? Our IWA Jinchuriki are already gone. Don't think tossing out some Ten-Tails story will make this old man help you." Gaara finally spoke. "Tsuchikage, the signs that Jinchuriki were being targeted appeared long ago. I heard your Four-Tails host, Rashi, once clashed with Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand. There was a major battle. That's when you should have been on guard. Your hosts were captured because you failed to protect them. You shouldn't vent your anger here." "Humph. A brat dares speak to this old man that way." Inoki looked down on Gaara. "You were a captured Kazekage yourself, weren't you? Your village's protection was just SOSO. And you still spout high-sounding words." Gaara's expression didn't change. "Sunagakure has always had a harsh environment and produces few strong shinobi, especially after recent upheavals. Our strength is very weak. It isn't surprising we failed to protect me, the Jinchuriki. But we requested aid from Konoha in time, and our response was proper. I'm still here. Your village, however, has lost 2 hosts. Those are the facts. This kid. So insolent." Inoki flew into a rage, his whole body lifting off the floor as he rose to stand atop the table. But he was so short that even on the tabletop, he wasn't much taller than anyone else. It didn't feel out of place, and certainly not imposing. Right then A spoke up again. "Inoki, the Kazekage is right. If a village isn't strong enough, asking for aid isn't shameful. Not just Suna, Takigakure did the same, and the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki is still safe under Konoha's protection. Failing to protect your hosts and then venting at the summit, that's not what a qualified Kage does. Get off the table. As your village's Kage, don't you feel ashamed?" Inoki glared at A, and A glared right back, unafraid of the old man. For a moment, the air crackled. The others couldn't help facepalming. Couldn't everyone try to understand one another for once, talk properly for the peace and stability of the shinobi world? Fortunately, at that moment, someone showed up on the scene. A strange, pale being, like a pitcher plant, suddenly sprouted from the center of the conference table. It opened its mouth and said, "Hello." End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 324, Chapter. Everyone stared at the strange creature, doubting whether it was even human. After all, what human is white from head to toe like it's been bathed in lime, with half a ruined face that barely looked alive? Only Konoha's side, who knew the truth, recognized it for what it was, white Zetsu. And this one wasn't one of the newly made clones. It was an old white Zetsu that had survived since the era of Kagaya. "You, what are you supposed to be, showing your face here?" Inoki finally found a target for his anger. "Me. Heh. I'm here on behalf of Akatsuki to say a few things." White Zetsu's tone dripped with mockery. "Akatsuki hopes Konoha and Kimo will hand over all remaining Jinchuriki. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to declare war." Before he could finish, A was already in his face, one massive hand clamped on his throat. "You want me to hand over my little brother? Keep dreaming. Die." A didn't bother with talk. He snapped White Zetsu's neck on the spot. Natsuki's eyes narrowed as he probed the corpse. "Heads up. He's already cast a jutsu, likely releasing spores to parasitize hosts." Everyone tensed at once. One of the Mizukage's guards, AO, instantly activated the Byakugan, White Eye, to scan, and indeed spotted microscopic spore motes. He warned, "It's true. The spores are spreading, moving to latch onto everyone." The group immediately wrapped themselves in chakra and scraped the spores off. Anyone who struggled got help from others. A grew even angrier. "Damn thing, rigged to release spores on death. Trying to trap us. Unforgivable." He unleashed powerful Raiton, lightning release, and blasted the corpse until it was charred inside and out, destroying any spores completely. "The Raikage is every bit as hot-headed as they say." Another voice drifted in. A figure slid out of the ceiling and hung upside down. Black cloak, red clouds, Akatsuki, no doubt. He wore no mask, and Konoha's side recognized him at once. Obito. He'd come. And startlingly, his left eye, ringed like a serpent's pupil, was the Rinnegan, Samsara eye. Kakashi couldn't help blurting, "Obito, your eye." Obito flicked his gaze to Kakashi, smothered the flicker of emotion in a heartbeat, then looked away, sweeping across the 5 Kage, throwing a wary glance at Natsuki and Tenten. A's temper hadn't cooled in the least. "Akatsuki again. You're begging for it." In a flash he was on Obito, with Killer Bee at his back. The A-B brothers moved in perfect sync, needing no words, both entering Raiton, Chakra Moto, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Rariato, Double Lariat. Rariato, Double Lariat. 2 thick arms slammed in from front and back to scissor Obito. Obito only murmured, "Shinra Tensei, almighty push." Boom. A and B were hurled away, smashing a hole through the chamber wall. The sudden reversal shocked everyone. So this was the power of the Rinnegan, Samsara eye, able to casually repel the brothers' finishing move. Throats bobbed all around the room. Tsunade's earlier warning seemed to ring true, the Rinnegan really was absurd. The A-B duo had already proven their strength. If power like this was gathering the tailed beasts to become the Ten-Tails, then yes, the threat was immense. The Hokage's words had not been idle. Inoki still wouldn't accept it. He floated up beside Obito, thrust both palms forward, and fired a block of white light. It formed a cube that enveloped Obito completely. Jinton, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Rinnegan or not, get reduced to atoms. No one had expected Inoki to go all out so suddenly, or to land a clean hit. Was this Rinnegan wielder going to die just like that? Everyone knew how terrifying Jinton, dust release, was, reducing anything to atoms. With Obito fully caught inside, how could the outcome be anything but death? Kakashi reached out reflexively, worry etched across his face. He knew Obito could phase with Kamui, space-time distortion, and might be fine, but still, he feared for his old friend. Just as Inoki began to smirk, the white cube started to dim. Obito's figure came into view, not only wholly intact, but wrapped in a barrier that was drinking in the dust release's power. Fujitsu Kyuin, sealing absorption technique. Inoki, your dust release is useless before the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Boom. Inoki was flung away and crashed through a wall. Grandpa. Sensei. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi rushed to his side, checking his injuries while keeping their guard up against Obito. That did it. Almost everyone, Natsuki aside, was utterly stunned. For the first time, the true might of the Rinnegan, Samsara eye, was displayed before the gathered Kage. Shock rippled through them, and no one dared to act rashly. Even Mei, who'd been on the verge of stepping in, forced herself to hold back as Chojuro and Ao shielded her. Satisfied, Obito smiled. That's better. The Rinnegan's power is the power of a god. In the face of a god, you'd best behave. Hand over the remaining beasts, or I won't hesitate to start a war. Oh. That confident. Natsuki stepped forward 2 paces, smiling with open mockery. Pain had both eyes and still lost. You've got one, want to try me? Or do you have a trump card? Why not call Madara out while you're at it? Obito's eyes flicked, wary, toward Natsuki. For Obito, there was only one word for Natsuki, monster. Nagato's mastery of the Rinnegan, Samsara eye, was formidable, and the 6 paths of pain were terrifying, especially Deva path, far beyond most Kage. Yet that pain had been beaten head-on by this kid named Natsuki. It was incomprehensible. The Rinnegan was the sage's eye. How could it lose? Unthinkable. Aside from the ninja of Konoha, Suna, and Kyumo, the others stared in astonishment. A moment ago this Rinnegan wielder had been unbearably arrogant, yet before Natsuki, he backed down. So the rumors were true. Natsuki had indeed defeated the Rinnegan. Konoha truly had a master of this caliber. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 325, Chapter. For Inoki, this was a resounding slap to the face, harsher than any twinge in his back. He'd just mocked the A-B duo for losing to a half-grown kid from Konoha, even wondering why A wasn't ashamed yet so forthright about it, only to learn Natsuki really was that strong. Even without lifting a finger, to make a Rinnegan, Samsara eye, wielder this wary said it all. Arms folded, Natsuki chuckled. So. What is it you want to say? Obito slipped straight into persuasion. Hear out the Eye of the Moon plan. You all know the Rikudo Sennin, sage of 6 paths, the pioneer of Ninshu, the guardian of peace. His true identity was the Jubi Jinchuriki, Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. In truth, the sage feared that once he died, no one could control the Ten-Tails' power. So he split it into 9-tailed beasts. My aim is to gather the tailed beasts and recombine the Ten-Tails. Then I will become its Jinchuriki and, with my eyes, cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, upon the moon, blanketing the entire shinobi world. Everyone will enter their own dream. In that world of genjutsu, illusion techniques, all will realize their ideals. No more conflict. No more chaos. True peace. Finishing, Obito couldn't help drifting into his own fantasy. He wanted Rin in that dream, and a Rin who loved him. Kakashi stared blankly at his once closest friend, eyes dampening before he hardened inside. Even if Obito knew there were problems with the Eye of the Moon plan, so long as he could truly launch Mugen Tsukuyomi, so long as he could truly forge a dream world, he would drag the whole world into death to do it. He wanted only a world with Rin in it. But, no. Kakashi had to tell Obito, no. Because it was wrong. Gaara shook his head quietly. Trap everyone in illusion to achieve peace. What meaning would that have? Mei said, only by living in reality can people realize true meaning. A genjutsu world is forever false. It cannot be trusted. I roared, we won't hand the world to someone like you. Inoki said nothing, but the gravity and anger on his face said plenty. All the while, Tsunade on Konoha's side wore no expression, as if Obito's plan stirred nothing in her. Natsuki said, I have people who love me, and whom I love, in the real world. That's good enough. I don't need some illusory world. Obito sighed in regret. I had hoped we could resolve this by negotiation. Since you refused to hand over the hosts, there's only war. I hereby declare, the Fourth Shinobi World War begins. The Fourth Shinobi World War? He was insane. Kakashi burst out, Obito, you're crazy. Do you know how many will die? Obito's face went cold. Kakashi, be silent. My mind is set. No one will stop me. He slipped back up through the ceiling. The chamber fell deathly quiet, no one spoke. Only after a long while did people return to themselves. As host, Mifune spoke. Then, since that Rinnegan wielder has declared war, shall we change the agenda for this summit? Mei suddenly looked to Tsunade. Hokage. From the start you've been silent. When that Obito mentioned the Eye of the Moon plan, you didn't even look surprised. You knew something, didn't you? The others turned to Tsunade as well, wariness behind their eyes. Obito's claims were too outrageous. Anyone would be shocked, normally. Tsunade raised her gaze, sweeping everyone present, then said solemnly, as I said before, Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts is to forge the Ten-Tails, catastrophe for the whole world. What Obito just called the Eye of the Moon plan should suffice as proof. But that's only the surface. Only the surface. After all that, it was still only the surface. Tsunade clapped, and Tenten immediately produced a giant scroll. First she tossed the white Zetsu corpse aside, then spread the scroll in the center so all could see. This is the truth of the world, passed down via a dream sent by the Sage of Six Paths. The causes and consequences are all written here. It was a fresh copy Tsunade had rewritten, she had pruned out certain parts, like internal intelligence about Konoha. No need to share those. Puzzled, everyone still began to read, and their eyes grew wider the further they went. Flowers. Fresh flowers. Kagaya. The sage's brother. Black Zetsu. A Khan. It was absurd beyond absurd. More outlandish than Obito's Eye of the Moon plan itself. Mei and her people reached the part about the fourth Mizukage being controlled by the Sharingan, the birth of the bloody mist. To learn it happened because of Obito's petty revenge left them reeling. So all those years of Kirigakuru's pain were just for love's revenge. What meaning had all those deaths? A slammed the table, disbelief roughened his voice. Hokage, this is all true. Inoki shook his head, dumbstruck. Is this the world's true face? I'm not just too old and going blind, am I? Gaara drew a long breath. Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan, used by Madara and Obito. Obito used by Madara. Madara used by Black Zetsu. What kind of nested farce is this? And the progenitor of chakra was an invader from beyond. Unthinkable. Kankuro and Temari nodded wordlessly, wondering if the world itself was real. Even after a long time, few had recovered. Tenten had already rolled up the scroll. Though the truth was out, they couldn't leave it lying there. If Black Zetsu suddenly popped up and learned its scheme was exposed, who knew what it might try? A asked, troubled, so you knew all this already, Hokage. No wonder you were so calm. Inoki reproached her. If you knew the truth, why not tell us sooner? Tsunade gave the old man a sideways look. I tried to convene a 5 Kage summit long ago. You all kept dragging your feet. Even if I wanted to tell you, How was I supposed to? That shut A and Inoki up, chastened. They had stalled for petty advantage. Thinking back, it was shameful. Though shaken, Mifune steadied quickly. Then let the salvation of the shinobi world be the summit's main business. Any objections? The 5 Kage all nodded. At a moment like this, anyone objecting would be a traitor. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 326, Chapter Land of Grass. Konan carried Nagato on her back and slipped into a mountain cave. She immediately used paper ninjutsu, Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami, to seal the cave mouth, and only then let out a long, hard breath. Then she drew a basin, a towel, and water from a scroll with Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, quickly wet the towel, and carefully wiped the bloodstains at the corner of Nagato's eyes. Nagato's eyelids were shut, the sockets beneath sunken, clearly empty of eyes. Konan. Nagato's voice was weak. I might not be able to hold on for you much longer. Konan burst into tears at once and shook her head over and over. No, you'll get better. Even though the Rinnegan is gone, the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, isn't draining your chakra anymore. You'll recover soon. But Nagato slowly shook his head. He knew his own condition. In truth, he had long since overdrawn his life. Now that he had lost the Rinnegan, it was as if he had lost the belief that had kept him going. He wouldn't last long. Images flashed through his mind. Obito had brought back good news, saying Kabuto had captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. He and Konan had both been pleased. It was then that Obito drew closer, and suddenly attacked. Konan reacted half a beat too late. Obito's hand was already at Nagato's eyes. He instantly unleashed Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, but Obito had already turned intangible with Kamui, and Shinra Tensei failed to blast him away. Obito dropped the intangibility for a heartbeat and gouged out the Rinnegan with ease. Thankfully Konan snapped to, rescued him in time, and detonated the vast stockpile of Kabaka Fuda, explosive tags, she'd kept hidden, halting Obito's pursuit. Konan then formed wings with Shikigami no Mai, Dance of the Shikigami, and carried him far away. Still, he understood, it was probably that Obito couldn't be bothered to chase. Without the Rinnegan, Nagato was no longer a threat. Thinking of this, Nagato couldn't help a bitter smile. Only now did he understand that the Rinnegan he had always thought so mighty, wasn't invincible. Obito's intangibility through Kamui countered Shinra Tensei too well. All he had to do was wait for the opening, and he could pluck the Rinnegan away. He hadn't acted before not because he couldn't, but because the time wasn't right. Now that his puppet risked slipping the leash, it was time for the Rinnegan to change hands. He recalled his earlier conceit, thinking he could keep Obito suppressed, that even if there were issues with collecting the Biju, tailed beasts, it didn't matter. Looking back, it was far too naive. He deserved being made into someone else's tool. Konan, I think I hear Nagato talking to me. Nagato, rest well. Whatever you have to say it after you're better. Konan had a bad feeling. No. I'm afraid I won't get the chance. I have to speak. Nagato's tone carried remorse. We always believed that if we seized absolute power and made the world fear and suffer, we could guide it to peace. But we overlooked a point, whether we can truly hold that power. Just as the Rinnegan can be snatched away, even if the Biju weapon is completed, it can still be stolen one day. If such absolute power falls into evil hands, the world will face cataclysm, peace will be a fantasy. And we would be accomplices to that cataclysm. Konan wept in silence, utterly at a loss. When Yahiko had lived, she followed him, wanting to help him realize his ideals. After Yahiko died, Nagato was her only family. She wanted to help Nagato carry on Yahiko's dream. But now, perhaps all their efforts had been in vain, years wasted, ending in nothing. Nagato would likely pass away in grief, and she would be left with no family at all. Where should she go from here? Nagato continued, we don't know what Obito truly intends. He says he'll create a world with Rin in it, but we don't know the details. I have a feeling it won't be anything good, but I'm powerless now. So, Konan, after I die, go to Jiraiya-sensei. Help Jiraiya-sensei stop Obito, to atone for our mistakes. Nagato, you. Please, Konan. Only you can do this now. Our sins must be repaid. Nagato, I promise you, I will definitely. Nagato. Ah. In the land of grass, the rain, rare for this country, fell. Konan had been used to the rains of the land of rain. But now she hated rainy days, because she wanted Nagato to bask in the sun properly, even if it was only his gravestone basking. She stood before the gravestone. With paper technique, Shikigami no Mai, dance of the Shikigami, she folded a bouquet and placed it beneath the stone. She simply gazed at the marker in silence until her tears were almost spent, saying not a single word. She understood what Nagato meant. Having her atone was only part of it. The more important purpose was to make her live on. So, with his dying breath, Nagato gave her a mission. She was to complete it, not die with him. He told her to find Jiraiya-sensei, because if they still had any family left in this world, it was only Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato, don't worry. I understand. I will do my best. She would strive to atone. She would strive to live on, carrying both Nagato's and Yahiko's share, to live well. Perhaps, one day, she could witness true peace. Land of Iron. Obito walked on in silence, lost in thought. He raised his hand and touched his left eye. The Rinnegan was powerful, key to his plan. Yet it was also not powerful enough, for there are those who can defeat the Rinnegan. Natsuki, this man was an anomaly. He could defeat the Deva Path of Pain head-on, even break Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, by sheer force. Against such a strong enemy, Obito had no confidence of victory. But to create a world with Rin in it, he would defy the entire shinobi world. Why fear a single Natsuki? Besides, there were others who could keep Natsuki in check. If Natsuki was so strong, let Madara handle him. Right now the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has absorbed the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails, only 4 Biju. The 1, 3, 7, and 9 are all in Konoha's hands, and the 8. Ah! Kabuto, that idiot. I actually believed he'd captured the 8 tails. Turns out it was just a severed tail. I got swindled on that deal. Obito ground his teeth. Earlier, he'd taken the Rinnegan to trade with Kabuto. He had nearly lost control and killed Kabuto on the spot, but he worried the men, much like Orochimaru, wouldn't stay dead. The transaction itself had gone smoothly. Kabuto handed over the 8 tails Jinchuriki and a roster of Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, resurrectees that included Madara. But when Obito returned and fed the 8 tails to the Geto Mazo, he discovered it was only a tail. He'd been furious, but he hadn't dared to go settle accounts with Kabuto. Kabuto and Orochimaru were both lunatics. Kabuto had seized on Obito's weakness. So even if the bargaining chips were wrong, Obito had no way to make Kabuto hand the Rinnegan back. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 327, Chapter. You really think the Rinnegan is that easy to control? The moment you Kuchios summon the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, just wait to be drained dry by it. Those who cannot master the Rinnegan are sucked of chakra and life by the Geto Mazo. Nagato is the best example. That is why Obito agreed to the trade, partly because Kabuto had leverage over him, and partly because he believed Kabuto couldn't control the Rinnegan anyway. He didn't believe Kabuto could ever truly command it, because the Rinnegan evolves from the Sharingan. He and Madara could handle it with ease, while Nagato, who wasn't of Uchiha blood, could not. Kabuto would be even less capable. You dare use Rin to threaten me? Prepare to die. Obito seethed and unconsciously quickened his pace. Since he had already declared war on the shinobi world, he had to get ready fast, raise the 100,000 white Zetsu army and also craft a new 6 paths of pain. If he wanted to defeat the 5 great villages, he needed sufficient strength. Although Pain's 6 paths had been devised by Nagato, there was no reason he couldn't borrow the concept. Against any ninja other than Natsuki, it shouldn't be a problem. As for Natsuki, leave him to Madara. Elsewhere, in a laboratory in the land of rice fields. Kabuto stared at the ripple-patterned eyeball floating in a nutrient cylinder, a feverish smile tugging at his lips. Ha ha ha. The Rinnegan is finally in my hands. Let me see just how mighty the eyes of a sage truly are. Kabuto didn't hesitate. He performed surgery on himself. He'd always been a madman with no regard for his own life. When cultivating Ryakudo, Ryuchi Cave, Sennin Modo, Sage Mode, he'd even dared to graft into his body the bloodline factors of the Sound 5, Kirin, Suigetsu, Yugo, and others, thus forging his current power. So when faced with something like the Rinnegan, of course he dared to implant it straight into his eye. Soon, the operation was complete. After a period of acclimation, the Rinnegan became his right eye at last, yet it filled him with a bad sensation, because it was constantly draining his chakra. Naturally so, just as the Sharingan continuously siphons chakra. When a non-Uchiha transplants the Sharingan, the eye doesn't truly adapt to the body and must be fed with chakra at all times, or it deteriorates. As the evolved form of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan demands even more chakra. In Nagato's case, being of Uzumaki lineage, his chakra reserves were vast, so he barely noticed it at first. He later wasted away like a rack of ribs because the Gedo Mazo did the draining. Kabuto, however, didn't possess such reserves, and now felt an extreme discomfort. So that's it. No wonder he handed over the Rinnegan so readily. He thinks I can't control it. But perhaps I understand now, it needs Uchiha blood, doesn't it? Heh. Don't underestimate me. If that's all, I'll just swap myself a new bloodline. In that case, let Madara help me. As expected, Kabuto, like Orochimaru, ultimately set his sights on Sasuke's body. But Kabuto's ambition was far greater than Orochimaru's. The power of the Rinnegan, he would have it. Land of Iron. The 5 Kage summit continued. Now that they knew the truth, they could craft targeted responses for many matters. Tsunade emphasized, the most important thing right now is to prevent Obito from seizing the Jinchuriki. Protecting the Jinchuriki takes top priority. A agreed at once. Exactly. As long as the Jinchuriki are secure, Obito can't reconstitute the Jubi, 10 tails. That's the key to this war. Fortunately, we still have 5 Jinchuriki not captured yet, so the situation isn't irretrievable. Gaara gave Tsunade a thumbs up. We owe much to Konoha. Otherwise, Fu and I would already be dead. Mei nodded as well. Indeed. The more Jinchuriki they steal, the worse it gets for us. Konoha safeguarding several of them is a huge advantage for our operations. By now, reconnaissance squads were already moving out toward Konoha's perimeter. Not only had Konoha protected the Jinchuriki during Pain's invasion, they had also overpowered Pain with the Rinnegan, and even uncovered the whole truth. All of that was nothing short of astonishing. With a Konoha like this, who wouldn't acknowledge them? Even the ever-stubborn, prideful Inoki had nothing to refute. Well, he still had something to say. As for our strategy for the 4th Shinobi World War, this old man would like the boy who defeated the Rinnegan, Natsuki, to offer his thoughts. Swoosh, everyone's eyes snapped to Natsuki. Caught mid-yawn, he stiffened. He hadn't expected Inoki to call him out. It felt ill-intentioned. He waved a hand. I'm just a youngster. At most I can fight. Strategy. Not my forte. Inoki countered, no need to be modest. The old man believes the truly strong aren't fools. Speak freely. Even if your ideas aren't perfect, none of us will laugh. This geezer, truly sly. If he spoke badly, they'd absolutely laugh. Maybe the old man felt Natsuki had stolen too much thunder earlier and wanted to knock him down a peg. Natsuki glanced at Tsunade, but to his surprise she nodded. The Tsuchikage is right. Natsuki, say a few words. As the Hokage's aide, I trust your judgment. That threw Natsuki for a loop. This was the 5 Kage summit. What was a team doing giving a speech here? Still, under everyone's gaze, he spoke. Ahem. Well then. Just now everyone stressed protecting the Jinchuriki, that's critical. But that's a defensive posture. Defense puts us on the back foot. I recommend we go on the offensive. I leaned forward, interested. An offensive? How? Natsuki counted on his fingers. I don't know the exact battle plan, but there are 5 things we must do. First, find a way to kill or seal Black Zetsu. He's the true mastermind in the shadows. We can't let him keep pulling tricks. Second, seal the Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. That thing is the Jubi's husk. If we seal it, or better yet, destroy it, then with no vessel there's no way to recreate the 10 tails. Third, defeat Madara. He was deceived by Black Zetsu, yes, but he's still one of the leaders of the Tsuki no Mikikaku, Eye of the Moon plan. Most likely he's already been brought back with Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, and seeks full revival through the Rinnegan. He's the most dangerous piece on the board. We must take him down. Fourth, defeat Obito. That goes without saying. Fifth, defeat Kabuto. He knows Edo Tensei, and he's probably cooperating with Obito. Like Orochimaru, he's a lunatic who can easily unleash disasters. The sooner we eliminate him, the better. If we complete these 5 tasks, the 4th Shinobi World War should be over. Of course, if something unexpected happens, if Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, can't be stopped and everyone is trapped in the Genjutsu, and Kagaya gets released, then the ones who remain awake will have to stake their lives and save the entire Shinobi world. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 328, Chapter. I'm going to take the 1st and 2nd off, have to spend it with the family. Happy New Year to everyone. Everyone nodded after hearing him out. Although Natsuki hadn't laid out a detailed battle plan, he'd summarized the must-do items perfectly. That's the benefit of knowing the truth in advance, you can see exactly how to block the coming cataclysm. From here, they only needed to organize around those points. Natsuki spread his hands. That's all I've got. For concrete plans, I'll leave it to the veterans with actual experience to hash out. Well said. As expected of the Hokage's aide. Tsunade offered him a generous nod. As expected of a prodigy. Mei gave a thumbs up. As expected of Natsuki. Gaara added his praise. As expected of the little genius who beat me in B. I chimed in too. Natsuki couldn't help rolling his eyes. What are you people flattering me for? With a bit of brain power and the intel we already have, anyone could list these key points. It's basic reading comprehension. Being praised for this, wasn't that a bit embarrassing? Worse was Inoki. He suddenly put on a kindly smile. Hey. Good lad. Do you have a girlfriend? My granddaughter Kuratsuchi is young and lovely, and still single. Interested. This old man was actually trying that. Kuratsuchi yanked Inoki's hair on the spot, making him bare his teeth in pain. Bad grandpa. Tenten stepped in front of Natsuki, bristling. Don't even think about poaching my guy. Believe it or not, I'll use the Rikudo no Dogu, 6 Paths tools, to seal you up. Inoki was unruffled. Tisk, TSK. So the kid's taken. You must be the Tenten who wields the 6 Paths tools. Don't be so angry, I was only joking. Whether he really was joking, no one could say. Still, everyone glanced Tenten's way. Most of them knew about the girl who could use the 6 Paths tools. After all, Tenten had been very active during Pain's invasion of Konoha, sealing a whole stack of Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies by herself, practically a natural counter to Edo Tensei. Impossible not to notice. And many people believed the 6 Paths tools were treasures left by the Sage of 6 Paths, things ordinary people couldn't even wield. Yet Tenten could run the whole set. She didn't have the Kohaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, yet, but clearly could handle it. You had to admit it, Konoha's talent pool was enviable. Jokes aside, a formal operations framework had to be hammered out quickly. First, the 5 great villages and the Land of Iron would form a joint alliance. All shinobi and samurai would be deployed under a unified command so assignments could be targeted and efficient. After deliberation, the alliance commander would be the 4th Raikage, Chief Staff Officer would be the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, would serve as overall field commander. A staff division and an intelligence division would be established, with personnel to be decided later. With the core leadership set, the next task was tallying each village's deployable numbers and cataloging every shinobi specialty, then assigning them into units. The basic formation would include a reconnaissance corps, frontline combat corps, surprise attack corps, medical and logistics corps, a Jinchuriki guard unit, and a daimyo guard unit. When Natsuki heard daimyo guard unit, he was speechless. Daimyo contributed nothing to the shinobi world. Why babysit them and waste manpower? Much better to forget them and, when the war broke out, let fate run its course, then nobody would need to serve daimyo again, and each village could manage its own country. Wouldn't that be neat? But the shinobi world's thinking was that daimyo rule nations. They are the sovereigns, you don't just ignore them. So Natsuki kept quiet. In any case, he wasn't going to be assigned to guard a daimyo. The meeting paused there, and the real arrangements began. Natsuki immediately became the runner. First up was moving the conference venue to Kumobikure. Natsuki simply ferried everyone with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, saving a mountain of travel time. After that, he escorted each village's representatives home in turn to bring back their shinobi rosters for allocation. As for further personnel shifts and material distribution, well, those also got handed to Natsuki. His speed meant transit time and risk vanished. Preparations accelerated massively, critical for an alliance going to war. By the end of the day, though, Natsuki's chakra battery was flashing red, and he was exhausted. Just as worn out was Tenten. Her Hiraishin couldn't carry passengers yet, but she could transmit messages. As long as Natsuki had pre-placed her formula-marked kunai, most orders could be sent as paper notes, efficiency through the roof. Come dinner, Natsuki finally couldn't hold it in. Hey, can you stop wringing us lovebirds dry? We're wiped, okay. Hiraishin burns chakra. My chakra battery's almost dead. Tenten didn't even have the strength to complain, nor much appetite. Sure, she often shot paper notes back and forth with Natsuki for fun, but chatting with your boyfriend was one thing, using it for work was another. After a whole day of message shuttling, even if each slip cost far less chakra than Natsuki's jumps, she was close to her limit too. Her chakra battery was nearly empty. Tsunade sheepishly ruffled both their hair. Sorry. The alliance's first phase is hectic, and your Hiraishin is the most efficient option. We had to lean on you too. Thanks to you, the unit breakdown has already begun. Normally, this step would take 10 days to half a month. You've done us a great service. Indeed, with Natsuki and Tenten, the efficiency was absurd. Need a person. Natsuki fetched them. Need data. Tenten fired a paper note ahead to have it compiled, then Natsuki brought it back. Even supplies, Tenten signaled the collection by note, then Natsuki ferried them in. The pace was much faster than Tsunade claimed. A nodded. The Hokage's right. We really owe you two. Thanks to your efforts, the progress is blazing fast. We'll log the credit. When we win, you'll get the biggest reward. Natsuki instantly climbed the pole. Biggest reward? Then I want the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot. Tenten, we want the Kahaku no Johei. You two little brats, you really dare ask? I could only laugh and cry. He knew Tenten lacked only the Kahaku no Johei to complete the full set of Rikudo no Dogu, no wonder Natsuki had set his sights on it. The kid really doted on his girl. But A refused. No can do. That's a treasure of Kimogakure. Natsuki clicked his tongue. Fine. Just don't forget the reward when the time comes. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 329, Chapter. Apart from the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, Natsuki and Tenten genuinely didn't care about any other reward. After all, they weren't short on money, and their strength was more than decent now. There just wasn't much left they wanted, so rewards weren't a big deal. After dinner, Natsuki and Tenten still had to remain in the conference room so they could transmit messages or jump to assist at a moment's notice. But with the broad preparations already set, Tsunade, Gaara, and the assembled staff were hashing out the detailed unit assignments, and the pair wasn't immediately needed. So Natsuki and Tenten simply curled up on the sofa together and fell asleep. The people in discussion saw this and unconsciously lowered their voices. After a night's rest, Natsuki finally felt recovered, while Tenten was still a bit wilted, struggling to wake up. Natsuki took Tenten home for a bit, they showered together, did this and that, and only then felt completely refreshed before returning to the conference hall in Kimogakure. Seeing the couple come back beaming with vitality, the all-nighters couldn't help the twitch at the corner of their mouths. Young people really were too young, endless energy. Yesterday they were so tired they could barely lift their chopsticks, yet after one night they were bursting with life. Impossible to compare. Gaara, aside, I'm young too. I just have heavy dark circles, that's all. A few days later, the stationing plan for the Alliance Corps was finalized. First, the combat arm would be split into 5 main divisions: 1st Division Captain, Darui; 2nd Division Captain, Kitsuchi; 3rd Division Captain, Kakashi; 4th Division Captain, Maki; 5th Division Captain, Mifune. Next was the Medical and Logistics Corps, with Shizun as captain, assisted by Sakura and Megumi. The strategy section would be handled by Shikaku and A's secretary, Mabui. Intelligence would be managed by Inoichi, Aoba, Ao, and others. The Daimyo Guard unit would be commanded by the Mizukage, Mei. There were also reconnaissance units, surprise attack units, and so on, each with its own arrangement. With officers chosen, summons would go out for each village's shinobi to gather at Kimogakure for centralized allocation. They would even issue unified shinobi forehead protectors. The most critical piece, however, was the Jinchuriki Guard unit. Naruto and Fu were still on Mount Maiboku and didn't need to be contacted yet, it was better to let them remain there. Even if the Jinchuriki on this side were captured, there would still be 2 no one could find. It was a clever plan. The current Jinchuriki were B, Sasuke, and Gaara. As overall field commander of the alliance, Gaara would basically remain with Tsunade and A, so his safety was assured. That meant only B and Sasuke required special arrangements. A's idea was to put both Jinchuriki on the island turtle and layer multiple kekai, barriers, over it, no one in, no one out, and, crucially, the island turtle's location was hard to discover. In that case, Obito could abandon his hopes. Of course, just in case, heavy forces would be stationed outside the multi-layered barriers. Natsuki and Tenten had no fixed combat assignment for the moment. Their main job was messaging and transport. If the situation changed after the march began, they would be reassigned. Per A and Tsunade's plan, Natsuki and Tenten's fighting power had to be reserved for critical moments, such as dealing with a possible Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body of Madara. With Natsuki's strength, he should be able to hold the line while Tenten used the Rikudo no Dogu, 6 Paths tools, to seal the target. Even someone as strong as Madara would surely get caught. As for Obito, Kabuto, and Black Zetsu, special strike teams would be dispatched to assassinate them. With the war plan arranged, the next step was mustering. With a total force exceeding 80,000, there was no way to gather everyone in a short time. And for such numbers, food, latrines, weapons, and equipment all had to be prepared. In short, 1,000 headaches. It would take at least 10 days to half a month. And that was with Natsuki and Tenten helping. At normal speed, double that time would be considered fast. While the shinobi world was preparing for war in full swing, the great toad sage of Mount Myaboka finally woke. Jiraiya had waited a long time. As soon as Fukasaku delivered the word, he hurried over with a great scroll in tow. On a high dais, an ancient, massive toad lounged with casual ease. "Oh, you finally came. And you are, who again?" The great toad sage's chronic forgetfulness flared. "Elder, that's Jiraiya." Fukasaku scolded. "Seriously, you've met Jiraiya plenty of times. How do you keep forgetting? You doddering old man." Shima couldn't help but grumble. "Shima, you can't call the elder a doddering old man. Mind your manners." Fukasaku rushed to correct her, afraid of angering the elder. Now, no squabbling between husband and wife. Get along. By the way, you are, who again?" No sooner had he finished than the great toad sage forgot Jiraiya a second time. Jiraiya's forehead darkened. He truly had no energy left to complain. After Fukasaku explained yet again, the great toad sage finally remembered. "Oh, little Jiraiya. You're looking older too. So, what brings you here so suddenly? There's something I'd like you to see." Jiraiya unfurled the great scroll on the floor. Fukasaku and Shima leaned in for a look, and their faces changed at once, disbelief written on them. "Jiraiya, where did you get this?" Jiraiya answered honestly. "From Natsuki of Konoha. He received a dream message from the Sage of Six Paths and recorded the truths of this world to share with us. I've come to ask, Great Toad Sage, are these truths real? In your prophecies, is Kaguya the catastrophe of the shinobi world?" The Great Toad Sage fell silent, clearly lost in memories. Only after quite some time did he sigh. Hagoromo and Hamura, such nostalgic names. "Little Jiraiya, though there are parts one don't know, I believe these truths are real. At the very least, regarding Hagoromo, Hamura, and Kaguya, they match my memories." Jiraiya was overjoyed. Then the coming calamity is Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, being cast and Kaguya's release. "Great Toad Sage, who will be the savior? Please tell me." But the Great Toad Sage shook his head. "Now that the truth is out in the open, I can no longer see the future. The future is in your hands. Perhaps everyone will be a savior. Jiraiya, you've been bound by my prophecy your whole life. Now it's time to make your own decisions." End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 330, Chapter. Jiraiya drifted away a little dazed. Although Natsuki had unintentionally talked him through a lot earlier, after chasing a prophecy for half his life, he still wanted to know who the savior was supposed to be. But the Great Toad Sage's words now left him feeling lost. Maybe because all truths were out in the open, and even the coming calamity had been identified and could be countered, there might not be a single savior at all, because everyone who worked to stop the disaster would be a savior. So had he wasted half a lifetime? And worse, he had more than once failed to save his own students. Now he was told to decide for himself. What should he do? At that moment he saw Naruto training hard in the distance. Shadow-like markings framed Naruto's eyes, and the futon, Raisin Shuriken, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, he hurled was tremendously powerful. He had clearly mastered Sannin Moto, Sage Mode. It had to be said, Naruto was just like Jiraiya back then, he'd looked clumsy, like he couldn't learn anything. But at Mount Myaboku, it was as if he'd found the knack, learning far faster than before. Sage Mode, for instance, most people could never master it, and Naruto had grasped it in so short a time. Perhaps his talent had awakened. Compared to Naruto, Fu wasn't training much. She was happily playing with the frogs. Back in the village she'd been shunned. No matter how cheerful she tried to be, she must have felt lonely inside. She had long vowed to make 100 friends, but only after coming to Konoha did her circle truly grow. Now, at Mount Myaboku, the toads weren't as complicated as humans, and they didn't fear her status as a Jinchuriki. They got along wonderfully with the open-hearted Fu. By now, she had made well over 100 friends, even if most weren't human, the wish was fulfilled. Fu was genuinely happy here. Watching her, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel relieved. Jinchuriki childhoods are often miserable, healing that is hard. But people are resilient, our hearts grow stronger with age. Still, there is always a tender place you can't touch, only warmth can heal it. Perhaps Fu had finally been healed. Hey! Erosenin. What are you spacing out about? Naruto called. Oh, just thinking about some things. Jiraiya walked over. Naruto, you've really opened up the locks, you've learned Sennin Moto, Sage Mode, and your Raisin Shuriken keeps getting sharper. At this point, I can say for sure you've reached Jonin level. Jonin, huh? Naruto clenched his fists. That's still a long way off. Jiraiya was curious. How strong do you want to be? Plenty of people can't reach Jonin in a lifetime. You've already done something remarkable. Naruto shook his head. I quietly asked Natsuki about it. He said that after Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength already surpassed Tsunade. That means unless I reach Kage level, beating Sasuke is a daydream. I'm still far off. Jiraiya understood. Rivalry between the young, he liked to see it. Dreams were good, too. The best youth aimed to become Hokage, unlike Natsuki. Natsuki was outstanding, sure, but he treated the Hokage seat with utter indifference. If you asked him why, he'd say being a village chief meant tiny turf, tiny power, a mountain of chores, and no time left. He'd even miss his wife's maternity leave. On that point, Jiraiya actually agreed. But he was himself, he wasn't Natsuki. He could live without an ideal, but how could a promising youth like Natsuki be content without one? Otherwise, what's the difference from being a salted fish? He's not even from the Nara clan, why act like one? Alright, that was getting ahead of himself. Jiraiya wasn't going to meddle. There would be plenty of fine successors for the Hokage seat anyway. Ero-sennin, we've been here a long time, Naruto suddenly said. Gaara left ages ago. Shouldn't we head back too? Head back? Well. Jiraiya hesitated. He hadn't set a time with Tsunade, and he wasn't sure if returning now was right. Fu popped up as well. Jiraiya-san, let's go back and check on everyone. You're not having fun here, Fu. Jiraiya blinked. Fu pouted. I am, and I've made lots of friends. But I worry about everyone's safety. While we're away, what if something happens? Sometimes at night I dream they're facing a strong enemy and all I can do is watch from far away. I hate that feeling. Fu. Jiraiya didn't know what to say. Of course he worried about friends too. He was worried about the village right now. After thinking for a long while, and seeing the expectation in Naruto's and Fu's eyes, he nodded. All right. We'll go back and take a look. If it's truly dangerous, I'll bring you back here. Both answered with an eager Though, truth be told, if danger really did break out, they probably wouldn't agree to retreat. Jiraiya didn't waste time and went straight to find Fukasaku and Shima. Fukasaku looked anxious. Jiraiya, is it really good to return now? I've got a bad feeling something big is coming to the shinobi world. It's better for the Jinchuriki to stay hidden. Shima chimed in, I really like that kid Fu. I don't want anything happening to her. Jiraiya shook his head. Elder, Shimadano, you worry for us, and we worry for our friends and family. We have to check on them. If it's truly dangerous, we'll ask for your help when the time comes. Fukasaku and Shima had no choice but to agree. As for getting back, Jiraiya had already left several toads in the village when they first came to Mount Myaboku. When it was time to return, he would summon one with Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, exchange messages both ways, and the toad in the village would use Gyaku Kuchiyos no Jutsu, reverse summoning technique, to bring them back. Simple as that. After Fu finished saying goodbye to all her friends, Jiraiya contacted the toad in the village, and the three of them were reverse summoned home. They had scarcely arrived in the office when someone spotted them. An ANBU appeared, face paling. Jiraiya-sama, why are you bringing them back now? Jiraiya frowned. What happened? The ANBU faltered, but under Jiraiya's pressing gaze, he finally spoke. The three of them stared, eyes wide. Nani? The Fourth Shinobi World War. You've got to be kidding. This wasn't a joke. It was outrageous. The ANBU looked aggrieved. It wasn't like he'd started the war. If Jiraiya hadn't pressed him, he wouldn't have said it in front of the Jinchuriki. Now things were complicated, to say the least. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 331, Chapter. Jiraiya hadn't expected things to be this serious. If he'd known, he would have tried to contact Tsunade first. He wouldn't have come back at this moment, and now that Naruto and Fu knew, those two kids definitely wouldn't agree to go back. He still asked, Naruto, Fu, how about we return to Mount Myaboku? Naruto refused without hesitation. Ero-sennin, with things this dire, how could we run away? Fu chimed in with a firm nod. Yeah. Everyone's fighting. How could we hide? We can help too. An ANBU muttered under his breath, honestly, You two going back to Mount Myoboku would be the biggest help. It was the truth. Akatsuki's current targets were the Jinchuriki. If the Jinchuriki weren't captured, that alone would be a victory, so the Jinchuriki should hide on Mount Myoboku. That place isn't easy to find. They could stall the enemy to death just by staying put. Sure, not letting the Jinchuriki fight was a waste and would leave them feeling guilty. But you have to think of the bigger picture. You can't ruin the world's affairs just to vent your feelings. Unfortunately, Naruto and Fu weren't about to listen to that ANBU. Even Jiraiya couldn't win against the two kids' stubbornness, no one else could control them either. Right then, a member of the guard rushed in. Bad news, Jiraiya-sama. Akatsuki is here. Nani? How could they arrive so fast? And not even a hint of warning beforehand. Jiraiya's face grew grim and he issued orders at once. Mobilize every available force to provide support. I'll head to the fight in person. By the way, where did Akatsuki appear? How many of them are there? Ah, at the main gate. And, just one person, came the quick reply. Eh? Just one. What's going on? Do we know who? It's a blue-haired woman. Last time she came with Pain's 6 paths during the invasion. I think her name was Konan. Konan. A bad feeling flashed through Jiraiya's chest. He glanced toward Naruto and Fu, only to find them gone. He pressed a palm to his forehead. Those two had slipped off while he was distracted. Most likely to go do something reckless. Kids like that are so hard to manage. Can't they be a little sensible? Jiraiya hurried for the village gate. At Konoha's main gate, Konan stood alone, motionless. She ignored the tense stares of the leaf shinobi, simply waiting for someone with the authority to speak. Just then, Fu descended from the sky with Naruto. The gate guards jumped in alarm and moved to block them. Naruto. Fu. What are you doing here? She's from Akatsuki. You're exactly who she's after. Get back. But both Naruto and Fu were headstrong, and a bit too confident in their own strength. Retreat wasn't in the cards. The instant they landed, the two grew wary. Naruto clenched his teeth, anger burning in his eyes. Isn't Akatsuki trying to start the Fourth Shinobi World War? You showing up alone, do you think you can capture me by yourself? Konan looked at Naruto and said quietly, I'm no longer a member of Akatsuki. You're lying. Naruto snapped back, furious. You clearly took part in the last invasion of the Leaf, how are you not Akatsuki? Fu, however, studied Konan and sensed sorrow in her eyes. There wasn't a hint of malice, nor any intention to fight. She quickly held Naruto back. In a soft voice, she asked, then why did you come to the Leaf? Konan answered honestly, I'm here to see Jiraiya-sensei. Oh, so she came for Jiraiya, wait, huh? Naruto looked like he'd just heard the most impossible thing in the world. You're saying Ero-sennin is your sensei? No way. How could Ero-sennin be your teacher? Konan tilted her head. By Ero-sennin you mean Jiraiya-sensei? He really is quite pervy. That silenced both Naruto and Fu. Thankfully, Jiraiya arrived then. He saw Konan alone, exhaustion and sadness written across her face, and a terrible premonition surged up inside him. His voice trembled. Konan, why did you come alone? Where's Nagato? Tears welled up in Konan's eyes. Nagato is dead. He told me to find you, Jiraiya-sensei, he wanted to make amends for the wrongs he committed. Jiraiya staggered back a few steps and fell heavily to the floor, pain twisting his expression. He'd sworn he wouldn't let his students be hurt again. He'd sworn it loudly. Yet in the end, he'd still missed his chance to save Nagato. One by one, his students had slipped away from him. It was his failure. He was so useless. But at least, Konan was still here. Forcing himself to hold back the grief, Jiraiya scrambled up and came to Konan's side. He reached out to wipe away her tears, gently stroking her hair, just as he had in the Land of Rain all those years ago, doting on his 3 disciples. Konan broke down, throwing herself into Jiraiya's arms and sobbing. Jiraiya's eyes grew red as well. He patted Konan's back even more tenderly. Watching this, Naruto and Fu didn't know what to say. Seeing Jiraiya so heartbroken made them feel awful too. They didn't really understand what was going on, why Konan was Jiraiya's student, why she'd taken part in the previous invasion, why things had turned out like this now. So many mysteries, and it felt wrong to ask. Remembering that the gate was no place to linger, Jiraiya brought Konan back to the Hokage's office. Naruto and Fu naturally followed. As he poured water for Konan, Jiraiya spoke about how he'd taken disciples in the Land of Rain. During the Second Shinobi World War, I met 3 children in the Land of Rain and took them as my students. I spent 3 years teaching them ninjutsu. But then a mission took me away. When I heard news of them again, it was a tragedy. They were said to have died in the war. I never imagined they hadn't died after all, and that after certain twists of fate, they became the leaders of Akatsuki. But now. Naruto and Fu listened quietly, surprised by such a past. They looked at Konan again. During the last Akatsuki invasion, they hadn't actually seen Konan, they only heard accounts from other shinobi, how formidable she'd been, able to tangle with Shino for a long time. Yet now, she looked like this. Who knew what she'd gone through, or why Nagato had died? Only when Konan had calmed a little did Jiraiya ask, "Konan, tell me. What happened?" "Last time I saw Nagato, he was in bad shape, but not to the point of dying." Konan took a deep breath, her expression turning solemn. Jiraiya-sensei, Nagato's Rinnegan was, by Madara using the Mangekyo Sharingan. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 332, Chapter. Konan soon laid out, in detail, how she and Nagato had been ambushed by Obito, how the Rinnegan was taken from them, how she managed to escape, and how Nagato finally lost his life. Jiraiya listened, and his eyes couldn't help but turn wet again. He felt it was so unworthy for his student. From childhood to death, it had been a life of sorrow. He had hardly known a single day of peace, used by others again, and even in death left with regrets. Konan choked up. Jiraiya-sensei, at the end Nagato awoke to the truth and told me to make up for the sins we committed. I've come to you now because I want to take part in the fight against Obito. This. Jiraiya hesitated. He didn't want to see his students hurt again. Letting Konan onto the battlefield would be extremely dangerous. He didn't want to agree. But Konan said, "I know you worry about my safety, Jiraiya-sensei. But some things have to be done, or I'll carry regret forever." How could I face Hihiko and Nagato then? "Sensei, please let me fight." Jiraiya opened his mouth, then finally sighed. "Sigh, every one of you gives me such headaches. What am I supposed to do with you?" Konan understood and rose to give a deep bow. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. He wanted to stop Konan, but even if he blocked her, she would sneak off to fight anyway. Rather than restrain her and drive her to take risks, it was better to let her join openly. Naruto and Fu spoke up too. "Erosenin/Jiraiya Ajisen, we want to fight as well." Jiraiya rapped both kids lightly on the head. "I don't get to decide for you two. We need to see Tsunade first, or I'll get scolded." Naruto and Fu shrank their necks at the thought of Tsunade getting mad. What could they say? When Tsunade got violent, it was really scary. One punch could take half your life. Seeing the two brats behave, Jiraiya finally relaxed a bit. "We'll depart for Kimogakure tomorrow. The war is about to begin. Better to get there early." Jiraiya-sama. The ANBU from earlier was still present. "Since you're escorting Jinchuriki, I suggest you don't leave the village yet. Please wait a bit longer." Jiraiya frowned. "Wait for what?" "Precisely because we're with Jinchuriki, we need to rendezvous with Tsunade quickly. If the enemy discovers Naruto and Fu are here, isn't that extremely dangerous?" The ANBU curled his lips. "Please let me finish. Right now, for escorting critical personnel or supplies, we usually contact Tsunade-sama's side. She'll dispatch Natsuki-sama to use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to take everyone directly. Safe and efficient, much better than traveling on the road." "Eh? You can do that? Wouldn't that make Natsuki a transportation hub?" Thinking it through, that really was faster and safer. Hiraishin truly was convenience itself. Jiraiya said, "Then hurry and send word to Tsunade." The ANBU barely resisted rolling his eyes. "A messenger hawk was sent already, the moment you returned." ANBU are ANBU for a reason. They're efficient, they know what is urgent, and when to report it for the best result. If they waited for Jiraiya to bring it up, it might be 800 years later, when the soup's already cold. "Alright, get to it." After dismissing the ANBU, Jiraiya began asking what the three children had experienced after he left back then. Perhaps because she had finally found family she could pour her heart out to, Konan could no longer hide her fragile side and began to speak, beans spilling one after another, about the trio's past. From Yahiko forming Akatsuki and striving for a beautiful peace, to Akatsuki being betrayed by Hanzo the Salamander, Yahiko's tragic death, and Nagato's crippling. Nagato performed Kuchiyose no Jutsu, summoning technique, to bring forth Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and spent half a life being drained by it. Later, Akatsuki's ideals shifted. As the organization grew, it began capturing the Biju, tailed beasts. Then came the failed invasion of Konoha, and Obito's theft of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya listened quietly, feeling with his heart the hardships of his three students over the years. He had missed the chance to be with them, to protect them. Now he could only empathize this way. Perhaps he could never truly feel their pain, but his heartache was real. Naruto and Fu listened as well. They might not have liked Akatsuki at first, but after understanding what Konan's trio had endured and how Akatsuki's ideology changed, they forgave Nagato and Konan. Both of them were kind to a fault, almost saintly, unable to bear others' suffering. With Naruto's personality, the kind who could even forgive Obito, forgiving Nagato and Konan was no big deal. All the more since this isn't like the original story. Jiraiya wasn't killed by his students, so Naruto held no hatred toward Konan or Nagato. Forgiveness came even faster. Konan, you've suffered all these years. It's on me, your teacher, for not protecting you. Jiraiya's voice turned muffled. No, this isn't your fault. Konan shook her head. Jiraiya-sensei had his own duties. You couldn't watch over us forever. If anyone is to blame, it's the world itself. Those were the shinobi World War years, countless people died. It's not unusual that we ran into such tragedies. It was the Rinnegan that changed us. Rinnegan. Right. Jiraiya remembered something, glanced at Naruto and Fu, hesitated, then took out a large scroll. With the Fourth Shinobi World War underway, there was no longer any need to keep secrets. Sharing might be better, so the two brats wouldn't act recklessly out of ignorance. Jiraiya-sensei, are these? Yes. This is the truth of the world I wanted to show you before. Take a look now. Spreading the large scroll open, Jiraiya let Konan, Naruto, and Fu read from the beginning. As they read, their expressions shifted from confusion to shock. By the end, they were all stunned, because they had never imagined it would be like this. Tears slipped from Konan's eyes again. So Nagato's eyes were given by Madara. He only wanted Nagato's vast chakra to raise them. And then, we were used by Obito and Black Zetsu all along. The so-called plan to collect the tailed beasts was for Mugen Tsukimi, infinite moon reading. It was hard to accept, but facts were facts. Naruto and Fu were dumbfounded. So, that's how it is. They were so shocked they could barely speak. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. That's right. I already had the Agama Sennin, Great Toad Sage, verify it. This truth is real. So from here on, Naruto, Fu, you must not be captured. If you are, the shinobi world may be finished. Understand? The two didn't dare be careless and promised at once. Understood. We will not be captured. Konan looked at the two with a thoughtful expression. If she wanted to make amends, there were many ways. But what she could do right now was to risk her life protecting these two Jinchuriki. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 333, Chapter. Meanwhile, in the operations conference office at Kimogakure. Tsunade smashed a table with one palm and roared, that idiot Jiraiya. Why did he bring Naruto and Fu back now? Isn't that just making trouble? Reikage, Gaara, Mei, Inoki, and the others all rubbed their foreheads helplessly. The closer it gets to the critical moment, the easier it is for problems to pop up. Right now shinobi from all the villages are on the move, the ones left behind to guard their villages are few, and overall combat strength is thin. At a time like this, Jiraiya actually brings two Jinchuriki back to the village. Isn't that practically creating an opening for the enemy? Advisor Shikaku quickly said, Tsunade Dano, please don't get angry yet. Let's just have Natsuki go bring them here right away. Tsunade nodded and had someone notify Natsuki to return. The only reason there was even time to be mad was because Natsuki existed. He could blink back in an instant, and bringing them here would also take just an instant. There would be no problem at all. Still, being mad was warranted. Jiraiya deserved a chewing out this time. Natsuki was in the middle of eating with Tenten when the notice came. He picked up his bowl and flashed straight back to Konoha, locking onto Naruto, and appeared right behind him. To his surprise, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Fu were all together at Ichiraku Ramen. What caught Natsuki off guard was that Konan was there too, and judging by the mood, she was on good terms with them. So, what happened? Jiraiya was smiling as he introduced things to Konan. Konan, this is Konoha's most famous and most delicious ramen stand. Today your teacher specially brought you to try it. You'll love it. Konan nodded. The inviting aroma stirred her appetite. At that moment, Tochi set a bowl down for Konan but called out, Natsuki, you're here. Want a bowl? And Natsuki. They nearly jumped out of their seats. No one had noticed when Natsuki silently appeared behind them, with a big bowl in hand no less. To someone who didn't know better, it looked like he'd come to eat them instead. Natsuki ignored their shock and called out loudly, Tochi Ajisen, make 50 bowls. I'm taking them to go. F50. Tochi and I am both looked over. Natsuki, are you taking them over for Tsunade Dano? Natsuki nodded. Yeah. Tsunade Dano and the others are working hard. If they can have a bowl of super tasty Ichiraku, they'll be full of energy. And all the village leaders are there, too. Perfect timing to promote Ichiraku ramen. Tochi and Iam's eyes lit up. The father and daughter flexed their cooking muscles. Leave it to us. These 50 bowls will be top-notch. We guarantee the Kage will want seconds. Natsuki nodded, found a seat, shoveled a few bites from his bowl, then pulled out pen and paper to write a note to Tenten, asking what flavors she liked so he could put in a special order. Only then did Naruto find his voice. Natsuki. You could at least say something when you show up. You almost scared me to death. Natsuki gave him a sidelong look. You're not dead, are you? Ah. So it only counts if I actually die. Fu giggled. Natsuki, were you literally eating when you came? You actually showed up still holding your bowl. Natsuki nodded. Yep. Tenten and I were being all lovey-dovey, feeding each other. Then I got assigned to retrieve a few idiots. Tsunade Dano is very angry. The consequences will be severe. Gulp. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Fu swallowed in unison. Natsuki offered first aid for the situation. But if Jiraiya Dano treats everyone to ramen, Tsunade Dano will definitely calm down. Ah, I came too fast and didn't bring money. Any lecherous white-haired uncle willing to foot the bill? Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He knew he could only spend money to avert disaster today. I'll pay. Natsuki gave him a look of enlightened approval and immediately raised his voice. Tochi-Ajisen, Jiraiya Dano is paying. Add all the good stuff, make every bowl the deluxe. Tochi laughed. You got it. All deluxe. Hey. That brat. Jiraiya could only grin and bear it. The money didn't matter. Conan watched the way they interacted and found it strangely endearing. A soft laugh escaped her, perhaps it had been a very long time since she'd laughed. Still, she asked curiously, Natsuki, you don't seem surprised to see me here. Natsuki dipped his chin. You wouldn't leave Nagato's side. If you came alone, it means Nagato is gone. And if Jiraiya can sit with you peacefully, that says plenty by itself. No need to ask more. Conan understood and felt even more respect for Natsuki. Before, she only thought Natsuki was strong, even strong enough to defeat Tendo Pain. Now she realized he was also meticulous. Someone like him would make a terrifying enemy. Luckily, she no longer stood against Konoha. The one who should be worried was Obito. Then Natsuki said, you'll be joining the fight too, right? Perfect. We're planning to seal the Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path. If you can share intel, that'd help. Conan's eyes brightened. The Gedomazo has always been at Akatsuki's main base. It's only summoned when a new Biju is captured so it can absorb the tailed beast. After absorbing, it returns on its own. So right now, it should still be there. Natsuki gave a thumbs up. Excellent. Then before Obito can summon it away, we'll go seal it. I'll lead the way, Conan said at once. Worried for his student's safety, Jiraiya immediately spoke up. I'll go too. There will definitely be tough enemies guarding it. If I'm there, everyone will feel more at ease, right? Natsuki didn't argue. This wasn't his call anyway. But when he saw Naruto and Fu about to raise their hands, he shot them a glare so fierce they froze and put their hands down. Conan quickly added, you two absolutely can't go. The Gedomazo will go berserk the moment it senses Jinchuriki, like a wolf smelling meat. If you go, you're just throwing your lives away. The two finally deflated and gave up. Kids. Not afraid of danger in the slightest. It makes people's heads hurt. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to scold them. He blinked over to the ninja tool shop to say a quick word to his father-in-law, then returned just as Tochi finished the ramen and, very thoughtfully, packed it in food boxes. After Jiraiya paid, everything was sealed into a scroll. All right, let's go. Natsuki had them place their hands on his shoulders, said goodbye to Tochi and Iam, then flashed away, arriving in moments inside the operations conference office. The 5 Kage and their advisors were in the middle of discussion. At the sound, they all looked over. Tsunade's anger flared back to life. Jiraiya. You've got a lot of nerve coming here. Jiraiya shrank his neck and jabbed Natsuki in the back. Natsuki promptly produced the ramen. Tsunade Dano, everyone, Jiraiya Dano knows you're working hard and is treating you all to Ichiraku ramen. Please, have some. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 334, Chapter In the operations conference office at Kimogakure. Slurp. 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 Those were the sounds of everyone eating ramen, heartily, too. Clearly, the taste had conquered them. Natsuki had already taken the portions for himself and Tenten to find Tenten. He wasn't about to eat with a whole crowd here. If he had that time, he'd rather spend it eating with his girlfriend. Tsunade polished off 3 bowls in short order and looked thoroughly satisfied. She'd been so busy these days she barely had an appetite. A few bowls of Ichiraku later, her spirits were lifted, and her anger had indeed cooled a lot. Jiraiya quietly exhaled in relief and gave silent praise to Natsuki's scheme. Everyone else felt the same. They all clearly liked Ichiraku and even asked about the stand, promising that the next time they visited Konoha they'd feast there. During the meal, Jiraiya hurriedly introduced Konan and explained his plan to take her to seal the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Tsunade actually knew Konan. Thinking of the upheavals that trio had endured, she couldn't help but sigh. After Jiraiya's explanation, she also understood why the Rinnegan had ended up with Obito. Now that Konan was willing to help, it was a tremendous boon. Shikaka said at once, opportunities like this can't be missed. We need to assemble a strong squad quickly to seal the Geto Mazo. As long as that thing is out of play, Obito can't make trouble no matter how he writhes. Everyone nodded. Konan's arrival truly was a huge piece of good news. Tsunade said, then Jiraiya will lead the team. We'll still need a few heavy hitters. Right. Niji and Shino, their strength is more than enough. Reikage added, Samui and Atsui can go. Arrange it as you see fit. Anoki wouldn't be outdone. I recommend my granddaughter Kuratsuchi and my disciple Akatsuchi. Mei followed up, Chojuro and Ao can go as well. They'll make excellent support. Gaara said, Temari and Kankuro may be a bit weaker for this specific op, but if they're useful, take them too. Wait, when did this turn into a flex-off? Who started it? Ahem. Call them all, then. Jiraiya will make the final selection. Jiraiya rarely looked this serious. This mission is both crucial and dangerous. I'll pick the most suitable people. There can't be even a hint of carelessness. No one objected, and notifications went out immediately. Fortunately, shinobi from the various villages were already en route, so there was no immediate need to marshal whole armies. Many could be freed up right now. Soon, everyone mentioned had arrived. After a few quick questions, Jiraiya selected Shino, Akatsuchi, and Samui. All right, you have 10 minutes to prepare. We depart immediately. Jiraiya knew time waited for no one. No need. I've been ready, Shino replied with his usual reliability. Akatsuchi and Samui nodded as well. It was wartime, as elite shinobi, they were always prepared and wouldn't waste a second. Good. Then we move now. Konan, any issues? Konan shook her head but quickly walked over to the operations map. She drew a circle at a certain point. Approximately here. But I'm not sure if Obito has already summoned it away. Tsunade waved it off. We do what we can. Even if we fail, no one will blame you. Konan nodded and looked to Jiraiya. Jiraiya dipped his chin. No time to lose. Move out. The 5 flickered away and vanished. Only then did Tsunade have time to turn toward Naruto and Fu, who had been pretending to be quail in the corner. She cracked her knuckles, making the two of them shrink their heads even further. So. You two sure picked a great time to come back, and you even wanted to tag along with Jiraiya on the sealing mission. Feeling very capable, are we? Tsunade-bachan, I was wrong. Naruto begged. Tsunade-bachan, I was wrong. Fu begged too. Tsunade bonked Fu once. Who are you calling bachan? I'm still young. Fu stared, dumbfounded. Wait, why only hit me? Naruto was the one who shouted it first. I just followed him. Why am I the only one getting whacked? No fair. When Natsuki came back from finishing his ramen, he found the two of them getting chewed out. Naruto and Fu immediately shot him pleading looks, but Natsuki didn't bother. He quickly gathered up the bowls and chopsticks and scribbled, everyone said it was delicious, on a slip of paper, then warped the note and tableware back. He had left a Hiraishin formula on the table earlier, perfect for sending the dishes back. Tucci and Ayam would probably be happy. Here, Tsunade had just about finished the scolding and turned to the others. What do we do with these 2 brats? Reikage said, what else? Send them to the island turtle. Everyone nodded. The best place for Jinchuriki was there. Safest. Naruto might be a bit dense, but not completely. He instantly realized they meant to send him to the rear and loudly objected, Tsunade-bachan, I don't want to go to some island turtle. I want to fight too. Fu clearly didn't want to be locked up for protection either. She pointed at Gaara. Gaara is also a Jinchuriki, and he doesn't have to go. Naruto bobbed his head. Yeah. We're not going either. Everyone looked at Tsunade. How did you end up rescuing kids like this? Throwing tantrums at a critical moment. Tsunade had a headache. She considered just forcing them to go. Luckily, Natsuki cut in. Naruto, I heard there's a place on the island turtle called the Falls of Truth. It can help a Jinchuriki train and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto took the bait at once. A perfect Jinchuriki. Right. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, trained there to become one. Sasuke is there right now, too. He's going to get even stronger. From what I see, you can't even control your tailed power properly yet. Forget catching up to Sasuke, you'll end up trading blows with some random grunt for half a day. And you still want to stay here and drag us down. Natsuki's words weren't pretty, but they were meant to light a fire under Naruto. Right now, Naruto's mind should be fixed on two things, getting stronger, and Sasuke. Sure enough, Naruto said at once, I'm going to the island turtle. I'm going to the Falls of Truth to train. I'm not letting that stuck-up Sasuke get ahead of me. Everyone breathed a quiet sigh of relief and secretly gave Natsuki a thumbs up. As for Fu, she was even easier. Gaara said, Fu, I'm here coordinating the war. If the situation becomes dire, I'll retreat to the island turtle as well. It's for victory. And after we win, everyone will be glad to be your friend, because you fought alongside all of us. Fu could only nod. I understand. I'll go to the island turtle obediently. Only then did everyone completely relax. They all shot Natsuki a meaningful look. Natsuki placed a hand on each of their shoulders and, in the next instant, flickered out of sight. When they reappeared, they were already on an island. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 335, Chapter. So fast. Is this the turtle? Is the turtle a giant turtle? Fu looked around in wonder. It's a supersized sea turtle as big as an island. It's roamed the ocean for years, drifting unpredictably, so normal folks can't find it at all. Hiding here is the safest option for you too. Natsuki explained while leading them to look for Killer Bee and Sasuke. Before long, they arrived. Killer Bee was scribbling in a little notebook, clearly thinking up new lyrics, and Sasuke was inside the Falls of Truth. Natsuki waved. Yo. Killer Bee, I brought you some friends. Let me introduce them. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki, Naruto, and the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, get along, okay. Yo. New friends in the house, let me take a look. Dumb blonde. Cute girl. Big bro, here's the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, oh yeah. Killer Bee was obviously excited, new playmates. Training alone in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning had been boring. Now, on the island turtle, having companions was great, and the more the merrier. Most importantly, they were fellow Jinchuriki, so there was no prejudice at all. Fu perked up, scooted closer, and beamed. Hi, Ajisen. Let's be friends. Killer Bee clasped her hand. Green-haired girl. Super cute girl. Best buds with Killer Bee, yeah. Best buds with Killer Bee, yeah. Fu echoed, pumping a fist. Both were pretty guileless by nature, especially Killer Bee, who was sensitive to others' feelings. He could clearly feel Fu's sincerity, so he was happy to be friends. Naruto's mouth twitched. Ah, this Ajisen, what's with the weird rap? Killer Bee scowled. Dumb blonde. Dweeb blonde. My rap ain't weird, you're the one behind the times. Say that again and I'll stomp you. Stomp him, oh yeah. Fu jumped right into Killer Bee's rhythm. Why yeah. Naruto half-heartedly raised a hand to match. Natsuki couldn't stop grinning, but he didn't forget business. Killer Bee, Naruto can't control the Nine-Tails power well. Help him out when you have time. I've got things to handle. You all play nice. And with a swish, he was gone. No one paid it any mind, Natsuki was always swishing in and out. They were used to it. Naruto pointed toward Sasuke. Hey, Killer Bee Ajisen, that's the Falls of Truth, right? What's Sasuke doing in there? Killer Bee's tone returned to normal. Inside the Falls of Truth, you face your true self, discover the darkness in your heart, and defeat it. Do that, and you can become a perfect Jinchuriki. On the other side, Natsuki had just returned to the operations conference office when he was dragged into a meeting. The agenda was simple. Anko's recon unit had picked up Kabuto's trail and brought back the intel. Sending Anko to investigate Kabuto had been a deft move. As one of Orochimaru's former students, she understood him better than most. She'd naturally have an easier time finding a successor who inherited Orochimaru's legacy. Anko's message says Kabuto is in a hidden lab in the land of rice fields, Shikamaru summarized. There's still a lab in the land of rice fields. Tsunade was displeased. We practically dug that whole country 3 feet deep back then. I thought we crushed all of Orochimaru's laboratories. And there's still one left. No one was surprised, it was Orochimaru. That venomous snake was cunning beyond belief and obsessed with research. 100 labs in one small country wouldn't be strange. I said, if we found the target, we send a team to eliminate him. He knows Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. We can't let him keep operating, it's disastrous for our war situation. Gaara agreed. And if we kill Kabuto, those already brought back with Edo Tensei should slip his control. Killing Kabuto brought too many advantages to ignore. Action was a must. Who should go? I recommend my granddaughter Kuratsuchi, Anoki started, again. Send Chojuro. I vouch for his strength, Mei added, not missing her chance to propose one of her own. Atsui and C are good choices, a shot back, unwilling to be outdone. C is a sensory shinobi, you know. Even Gaara had to complain, these people were at it again, turning it into a contest. Fortunately, the 2 chief advisors, Shikaku and Mabui, conferred quickly and spoke up. From the candidates everyone suggested earlier, have the remaining ones form a strike unit. No one objected. Soon, Niji, Atsui, Kuratsuchi, Chojuro, Temari, and Kankuro were called back. This time there was no picking and choosing, they'd deploy as a 6-man strike team. Hearing they'd be taking Kabuto out, they were instantly fired up. Kabuto was a priority elimination, one of the war's most critical targets. Getting tasked as the strike unit on that mission. How could they not be excited? I cautioned them, this strike is crucial. Succeed if at all possible. The 6 answered loudly, we'll complete the mission. They were brimming with confidence, not just in themselves, but in their resolve to give everything. Everyone understood that eliminating Kabuto would massively shift the war. No one was about to let the credit slip away. Still, the enemy was dangerous. Carelessness would be fatal. Natsuki offered a final reminder. Niji, Kabuto is as cunning and ruthless as Orochimaru. Be careful. Niji nodded gravely. I understand. You can count on me. The others said nothing more and watched the 6-man team depart, though worry tugged at their hearts. Compared to the Orochimaru of back then, Kabuto was only stronger. And to face the 4th Shinobi World War, he'd certainly prepared numerous Edo Tensei bodies. If the team was surrounded by a cluster of resurrected powerhouses, the danger would be very real. Natsuki. Tsunade looked to the boy she trusted. I know. Natsuki understood. I'll monitor the position of the Hiraishin formula from Niji's gear and judge the timing of their arrival. When they reach the area, I'll flash over to take a look. I should be able to help. Only then did everyone truly breathe out. In their eyes, Natsuki was the real deal. Even if they stumbled into Paths Madara, Natsuki could still extract the team intact. To be honest, Natsuki felt uneasy too. As the saying goes, the carts creak and the horses whinny, Obito and Black Zetsu are scheming, and Kabuto is hatching something big. The war was about to erupt, yet the villains were strangely quiet. That wasn't normal at all. Don't tell him 100,000 white Zetsu were stuck on a bathroom break. Which is to say, Kabuto was definitely preparing something. They couldn't drop their guard for a second. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 336, Chapter. From the direction of the Land of Rain, Jiraiya was rushing forward at full speed with Konan, Shino, Samui, and Akatsuchi in tow. However, the pervy old man kept glancing back at Samui over his shoulder, his gaze sharp and focused. Samui thought Jiraiya had something important to say and quickly asked, Jiraiya-sama, is there anything we should pay attention to? Please tell us directly. Jiraiya shook his head. No. Samui was puzzled. If there was nothing, then why did he keep staring at her? Konan kindly reminded her, Samui, Jiraiya-sensei is just checking out your figure. Don't forget, he's that arrow old man whose peeping would put even the first Hokage to shame. Nani? Samui's face instantly darkened. Her good impression of one of the legendary Sannin dropped straight off a cliff. Jiraiya quickly argued, Konan, don't talk nonsense. Sensei is doing research, got it? I'm a famous novelist in the ninja world. You've all at least heard of Ika Ika Paradise, right? It's a bestseller across the entire shinobi world. But everyone very decisively shook their heads. Even though Shino and Akatsuchi were both men, they really had never read it. Shino, however, did recall something. Kakashi-sensei often reads Ika Ika Paradise, but I heard only the Reikichan would read Lu Long. The others were full of curiosity. What's a Liu Bei supposed to be? The lenses of Shino's sunglasses flashed. Liu Bei is the imperial uncle. Then Conan and Samui's gazes stabbed into Jiraiya like needles, making his hair stand on end. He didn't dare turn his head back to gather material anymore. As if he was never the type to change his habits just because he was scared. It was just that, when faced with Samui's cold stare, he couldn't help the prickling sensation on his scalp. The group's speed was extremely fast. In less than 3 days they had already reached the land of grass. You had to know, from the main camp of Kimogakure to the land of grass was no short distance. At full speed marching it should have taken at least 5 or 6 days. To finish the trip in half the time really showed just how insane everyone's overall quality was. Back then, Nagato used to rely on Yukojizi no Jutsu, Rain Tiger at will technique, to sense through the rain and detect intruders. But Obito can't use Suiton, water release, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. Stay close to me, I'll lead you to Akatsuki's main base. Conan warned them as she spoke, taking out some soldier pills and handing them around. After all, long hours of high-speed movement would wear down even the strongest ninja. But they had no time to waste right now. Very soon, after resting for a short while and recovering a bit, everyone set out again, following behind Conan as they slipped into the land of rain. The land of rain lived up to its name, rain fell year-round, making it an extremely uncomfortable place. Fortunately, none of them were the type to be bothered by something like this. Under Conan's lead, they advanced rapidly. They hadn't gone far when Shino suddenly spoke. Stop. We can't move any further forward. The others immediately braked. What's going on? Shino raised his hand. On the tip of his finger rested a tiny insect. I had my Kakachu scout the way ahead. There are a lot of white Zetsu moving around. If we keep going like this, we'll run straight into them and expose our presence. Oh. You can have the bugs move freely even in this kind of rain. Samui couldn't help but praise him. Cool. As expected of the Aburame clan, truly worthy of respect. Shino tilted his sunglasses slightly. His insects had long since been cultivated to the point they didn't fear any of the 5 basic elemental releases. A little rain was nothing. But he gladly accepted Samui's compliment. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. So the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, really is what's producing all those white Zetsu. Looks like we'll have to speed things up. Who knows how many more of them that thing will create. That would be massively disadvantageous for the allied shinobi forces. Samui, Akatsuchi, and Conan all nodded, then turned their eyes to Shino. Shino said with confidence, follow me. The insects will guide us. After that, under Shino's lead, the team twisted and turned their way forward, avoiding several groups of white Zetsu. Only then did they arrive near a secret stronghold, Akatsuki's main base. However, the base was practically packed full of white Zetsu. One after another they filed out of the place in an endless stream. Just looking at that sheer mass of white figures was enough to make anyone with trypophobia pass out on the spot. But the more white Zetsu there were, the more certain it was that the Geto Mazo was inside. No need for further discussion, time to hit them head-on. Jiraiya flew through hand seals, bit down on a mouthful of toad oil, then spat out a massive blaze. Katan, Tenen Dan, fire release, heavenly flame bullet. Whoosh. 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 The flames instantly engulfed a large cluster of white Zetsu. Screams rang out one after another, and at the same time the other white Zetsu were drawn by the disturbance, all swarming toward their direction. Time was of the essence, and everyone else didn't hesitate. Conan unleashed a storm of kami shuriken, paper shuriken, reaping huge swaths of white Zetsu in the blink of an eye. Samui drew her short blade and sprinted forward. Wherever she passed, white Zetsu collapsed to the ground, and in an instant she carved out a clear path. Move. Get inside, quick. Samui urged them on, but her knife didn't slow down for even a moment. Her swordsmanship had been self-taught by watching Killer Bee. Every stroke was fast, precise, and ruthless. Paired with her hot figure, it looked like a beautiful dance, one that was dangerously eye-catching. Even if Jiraiya had wanted to sneak a few more looks, he didn't have the time. He charged straight into the base, and the others followed close behind. The white Zetsu that had been massing outside now turned back in dense waves, intending to gang up on the intruders. That absolutely could not be allowed. Seeing this, Akatsuchi quickly flew through hand signs and used Doton, Goriai Shiki no Jutsu, Earth Release, Rock Regiment technique. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge mass of rock, which formed into a stone giant that planted itself right in the entrance, its gigantic rocky fist sweeping away enemies in great swaths. White Zetsu were never that strong individually. They were basically just a bunch of weirdos who could use a few basic techniques. Most of them couldn't even use proper ninjutsu. No matter how many such guys there were, before true powerhouses they were worth next to nothing. For Akatsuchi, blocking them like this was practically effortless. Shino, on the other hand, was even more brutal. His insect swarm opened a path at the very front, and wherever they passed, not a single white Zetsu was left standing. What was more, the swarm directly used the fallen white Zetsu as nests, rapidly breeding more insects for Shino to command. In no time at all, the interior of the base had practically turned into a massive insect hive. "You two are doing great." Jiraiya shouted his praise, then led Samui and Konan deeper inside, cutting down any white Zetsu in their way. Before long, the three of them arrived in front of the Geto Mazo. It looked like some kind of gigantic withered tree, but it had 9 eyes on its face, making it look incredibly eerie and unsettling. So that's the Geto Mazo. Samui's pupils shrank. She had a bad feeling about this thing. "Yeah, that's it. Hurry up and make your move," Konan urged. "Konan, Samui, you two handle the white Zetsu that rush in. I'll figure out a way to seal this thing." Jiraiya gave his instructions and immediately pulled out a huge scroll, preparing to use sealing tools to set up a massive barrier. But before he could begin, he suddenly felt the space around his ear twist unnaturally. He immediately flipped away, dragging Konan and Samui back with him. A moment later, Obito appeared out of thin air, standing there at ease as he sized the three of them up. In the end his gaze locked onto Konan, filled with icy killing intent. "Konan, I kindly spared you and Nagato, and this is how you repay me. Bringing people to infiltrate our main base and lay hands on the Geto Mazo." End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 337, Chapter. Konan showed no fear. "You call that kindness? You just decided that Nagato and I weren't a threat anymore. We were both deceived by you, and we committed countless mistakes. Tailed beast weapons can threaten the ninja world enough to force it into unity and peace, but if a dangerous weapon like that falls into your hands, the whole world will face catastrophe. I will never let you succeed, for the sakes of Yahiko and Nagato's wishes." Obito only sneered at Konan's words. How could these people possibly understand his grand ideal? He had inherited Madara's will and would absolutely unleash Mugen Tsukuyomi, infinite Tsukuyomi, casting the entire world into a dream and forcing peace on it. At the same time, he'd create a world where Rin existed, and where Rin loved him. Actually, that priority was reversed. Creating a world where Rin existed was more important. But that didn't conflict with anything. He was going to use it anyway. Still. Last wishes, huh? So in other words, Nagato really is dead. Obito wasn't particularly surprised. Nagato had long since had too much of his life force drained by the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue. Withered away was always going to be his final fate. Even so, Obito was furious at Konan's actions. She'd actually brought people here to strike directly at the Geto Mazo. Truly a textbook example of pulling the rug out from under him, but they were far too naive. How could it possibly be that simple? Rarg. The Geto Mazo roared, as if it could sense the malice of the people before it. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. "Looks like I won't be able to pull off a large-scale sealing jutsu. We'll have to find a way to destroy it instead." At that moment, the Geto Mazo went berserk, lunging toward them like it wanted to swallow them whole. The sheer difference in size alone radiated crushing pressure. Jiraiya leapt high into the air, flying through hand seals mid-jump before slamming his palm down. Kuchios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu, Summoning, Food Cart Destroyer Technique. Bang. A gigantic toad dropped from the sky, slamming straight down onto the Geto Mazo. The huge toad had a pipe in his mouth and looked thoroughly displeased. "Hey! Jiraiya. What did you drag me out here for? I ain't your errand boy. Come on, Gamabunta, don't complain. Hurry up and deal with the enemy." Jiraiya pointed at the thing pinned under the toad's body. This is a tree trunk. No, it's alive. What the hell is this thing? Gamabunta was shocked. He had a nasty feeling that whatever he was standing on wasn't anything good. It looked like a stump, but the way it roared was more like some kind of beast. He didn't have much time to be surprised, though, because the Geto Mazo actually managed to heave him up and send him flying. "You've got some strength, I'll give you that. But that ugly mug of yours really ticked me off. Since you look like a tree stump, eat my blade." Gamabunta yanked out his giant tanto. As he fell, he swung it down in a single massive slash, the blade biting into the Geto Mazo's body and drawing out a scream that sounded half roar, half shriek. But despite that, the attack didn't do much damage. The result stunned Gamabunta. He knew just how strong he was, and how sharp his blade was. Yet this stump couldn't be cut down. What in the world was this thing? Hey, Jiraiya. What the hell did you call me up against? Why can't I cut it? Oh, that's the leftover shell of the Jubi, Ten-tails. The Ten-tails? Yeah. It's the husk left after the 9-tailed beasts were split from it. Nanny. You dragged me out here to fight that thing. You trying to get me killed or what? Gamabunta was furious. He wanted nothing to do with fighting something like this. But Jiraiya just shouted back, quit complaining and attack. I'll back you up. As he spoke, he flew through another string of hand seals. Gamabunta, too annoyed to argue anymore, just took a huge gulp of toad oil and spat it out in a massive spray. At the same time, Jiraiya unleashed a Katan, fire release, from his mouth, combining with the toad oil in a terrifying explosion of flame. Katan, Gameu Enden, fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Whoosh. 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 The Geto Mazo's giant body was swallowed entirely by the flames, its screams growing even louder. On the other side, Samui and Konan were teaming up against Obito. Samui rushed in with her short blade, closing in on Obito in an instant. Her slash left trails of afterimages in the air, and in a blink her knife had cut straight through his position. But all she cut was empty air, as if she'd sliced through an intangible afterimage hanging there. Careful. He can turn intangible. Konan called out. I know. But he can't stay intangible forever. Samui sounded absolutely confident. Her short blade moved even faster, slashing 7 or 8 times a second. Even though she couldn't hit him at all, she never stopped for an instant. Her goal was to drag things out until the 5-minute limit on Obito's Kamui, warping space, intangibility ran out. And to prevent a surprise attack from him, she kept moving, circling from angle to ensure her own safety. However, don't forget he also had the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. The very next second, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Boom. Samui exploded on the spot, only to burst into smoke. It was a shadow clone. A moment later, the real Samui sprang out from a corner to charge again, her blade just as fast, refusing to let Obito drop his intangibility even for a moment. So no, it wasn't that she'd forgotten about the Rinnegan. She'd been wary of it the entire time. Samui was a cool-headed, highly intelligent kunoichi. She'd long since analyzed every piece of intel on Obito and thought carefully about how to counter him. If Kamui, warping space, intangibility meant you couldn't hit him, then she'd just keep slashing until his intangibility ended. If the Rinnegan could blow people away with pure repulsive force, then she'd send in shadow clones to do the cutting, multiple clones hidden all around, ready to replace anyone that got blasted apart. Like this, she'd force Obito into a situation where his Kamui, warping space, would stop being effective. Once that happened, we'd see whether he died or not. Konan quickly saw through Samui's tactics and couldn't help but admire her. As expected of the woman Raikage trusts so much. To think he could find such a good approach. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have thought of anything. No, you would have. You've got those 600 billion explosive tags, after all. Obito had clearly seen through Samui's strategy as well, and deep down he couldn't help but scoff. It felt exactly like that time with Natsuki. Back then, Natsuki had held a lightsaber right where Obito's stomach would be, just waiting for his intangibility to end. The moment Kamui, warping space, dropped, his guts would be skewered. The worst part was Natsuki was so fast that Obito couldn't dodge at all. In the end he'd had no choice but to retreat into his Kamui, warping space, dimension and not come out. And now this woman was using almost the exact same tactic. The difference was that she wasn't on Natsuki's level, and this time, Obito also had the Rinnegan. So what was there to be afraid of? Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. He unleashed another blast of repulsive force, this time much stronger than before. Not only did he blow away the Samui clone that had gotten too close, he also wiped out all the clones hiding in every corner around him. Samui had no choice but to pull back, returning to Konan's side. But Konan was the type to seize every opportunity. She immediately raised her hand and aimed at Obito. Shishigami no Jutsu, paper Shikigami technique. Whoosh. Countless sheets of paper surged out, sweeping toward Obito in a wild torrent, mixed with a mass of explosive tags. The moment they reached him, they detonated in rapid succession. She knew full well that this wouldn't be enough to kill him. But it could hold him in place. As long as she bought Jiraiya-sensei enough time, she believed he could seal, or even shatter, the Geto Mazo. You're seriously starting to annoy me. Obito, clearly impatient, walked right out of the explosions with Kamui, warping space, active, heading straight for the two. They immediately backed off, not trying to fight him head-on at all, focusing entirely on stalling him for as long as they could. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 338, Chapter. Obito also saw through the two women's intentions and hurriedly looked toward the Gedomazo. He arrived just in time to see the statue swallowed by a torrent of fire, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. With flames that strong, it'd be bad if the Gedomazo actually got burned to death. Then the statue's agonized roar rang out. The gigantic tree stump suddenly started sprinting through the base, its whole body wreathed in flames, trampling who knew how many white Zetsu to death along the way. Jiraiya and Gamabunta immediately gave chase. Obito tried to pursue as well, but Konan instantly flung out a mass of explosive tags, detonating them to block his way. Unfortunately, she couldn't really stop him. He just activated Kamui, warping space, ran forward in his intangible state, and simply ignored all the damage. This intangibility is seriously a pain. Samui swore under her breath, then quickly went after him alongside Konan. Over on that side, Shino was still slaughtering white Zetsu with his insects when he suddenly saw an enormous, bizarre tree stump-like thing charge out, covered in flames. He immediately knew that was the Gedomazo, and decisively ignored the white Zetsu to rush straight at it. Kidaichu. Shino slapped a palm against the Gedomazo's foot and then immediately backed off. However, he was very dissatisfied. It seemed his Kidaichu hadn't even managed to bite through the Gedomazo's outer shell, so they couldn't parasitize it at all. The Gedomazo noticed Shino and swung a massive fist down at him in fury. Shino could only keep dodging over and over. He sent wave after wave of bugs to gnaw at it, but the effect was minimal. As expected of the Jubi's husk. If Fu were here instead, her seven-tails chakra-raised insects might actually be able to break through the defense. In Shino's mind, the bugs raised on Fu's seven-tails chakra were the strongest of all. Just their jaw strength alone was absurdly powerful. If she unleashed a true 10,000 insects devouring bite, they might really chew this thing to death. But thinking about that was pointless right now. Since he couldn't deal with the Gedomazo directly, protecting his teammates became the priority. At that moment, Jiraiya and Gamabunta caught up and continued their assault. The furious Gedomazo swung its fist at Gamabunta, the shockwaves from its punches dangerously explosive. Even Gamabunta didn't dare take them lightly and could only dodge. Jiraiya Dano, what do you need me to do? While mopping up white Zetsu, Shino yelled out a question. He genuinely wanted to help. Jiraiya spared a moment to answer. Go help Konan and Samui. They're holding Obito back. Make sure they don't get hurt. Understood. Shino didn't hesitate for even a second and sprinted inward. He just happened to run into Obito phasing his way out, with Konan and Samui chasing behind him. After confirming his two teammates were safe, Shino finally relaxed a little. Then he immediately unleashed a massive swarm of insects, completely surrounding Obito. Shino knew full well that this guy could turn intangible, but that was fine. There was a time limit on that. His swarm would be able to bite him the moment his intangibility ended. Nice work, kid from the Aburame clan. Samui gave him a thumbs up, then she and Konan moved to Shino's side. The three of them were ready to block Obito together. Obito only felt more and more irritated. He immediately fired off a Shinra Tensei, almighty push, blasting the insect swarm away and forcing all three of them back. Right after that, he used Bansho Tenin, universal pull, and yanked Shino straight toward him. Shino. Konan cried out in alarm and moved to help, but Shino's hand clamped down on her shoulder. Ah. Shino was here, so the one over there. BZZZ. But Shino being pulled and exploded into a cloud of insects the moment it reached Obito. It was clearly a mushy bunshin, insect clone technique, and in the blink of an eye a huge swarm once again engulfed Obito. Luckily for him, his Kamui, warping space, intangibility was already active. Otherwise he probably would have been stripped down to bare bone in an instant. Never underestimate the power of an insect swarm. By now, Akatsuchi had completely blocked off the exit. Using his burly frame like a battering ram, he crashed through a mass of white Zetsu and forced his way inside. He saw Jiraiya and the giant toad battling that enormous tree stump-looking thing and knew at a glance it was the Gedomazo. Without hesitation, he used Doton, Earth Release, to upheave the ground and tilt it, directly knocking the Gedomazo's legs out from under it. The Gedomazo lost its footing and immediately face-planted in a spectacular fall. Nice one, Akatsuchi. Jiraiya praised him, tactical ideas flashing rapidly through his mind, until one suddenly clicked into place. His eyes lit up. He pulled out a sealing scroll and, after opening it, flung out a mass of black flames from within. The black flames fell onto the Gedomazo's body and instantly made it scream in agony, rolling wildly on the ground. But no matter how much it rolled, the flames didn't go out. They even started to ignite the floor. That's right. This was the Amaterasu, heavenly illumination black flames, Jiraiya had sealed away previously. Even though Itachi was dead, the black flames of Amaterasu were an unquenchable fire that would keep burning until they consumed their target. Since Jiraiya had sealed them back then, it was the perfect time to put them to use now. The Ghetto Mazo's screams were so heart-wrenchingly shrill that everyone nearby couldn't help but shiver. Obito, still being harassed and blocked by the others, heard the sound and had a terrible premonition. He immediately activated his intangibility and rushed ahead, ignoring everything else. What he saw when he arrived was the Ghetto Mazo being burned by black flames. Itachi's Amaterasu. No. Itachi's already dead. That flame must be what Jiraiya sealed away before. Obito put it together in an instant. He didn't dare waste any time. He flashed right up next to the Ghetto Mazo and used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the black flames away. Only then did the Ghetto Mazo get a chance to breathe. Even flames like that can be repelled. The Rinnegan really is no joke. Jiraiya frowned. For the moment he had no idea how else to destroy the Ghetto Mazo, and he also had no surefire way of dealing with Obito. Shino, Konan, and Samui rushed over as well. Seeing the current situation, they were equally at a loss. It was Samui who muttered, "If we had the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, we might be able to seal that thing away." That's it. Shino's eyes lit up. Maybe only Rikudo Ningu, Six Paths tools, can subdue that monster. Those were treasures left behind by the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths. Taking care of a mere ten-tails husk should be no problem at all. He wasn't wrong. The problem was they didn't have any of the Six Paths tools on them right now. And the Kahaku no Johei required the target to respond verbally to the holder before it could seal them. There was no way something like the Ghetto Mazo would respond properly. But Shino and Samui weren't thinking about exactly the same thing. What Shino actually had in mind was Tenten's Benihiseigo, Crimson Gourd. That gourd had even managed to seal Samahata, Sharkskin Greatsword. That meant that as long as it was a living being, there was a chance it could be sealed. So this operation was likely going to fail. But next time, they could send Tenten out to join the fight. This failure would just mean they hadn't known how strong the Ghetto Mazo was at the start. They could treat everything that happened as intel gathering. Figuring out that using the Six Paths tools to seal it might work was also a very important discovery, wasn't it? As expected of one of the legendary Sannin. You really are strong. Obito gave his grudging praise. However, since you all dared to come here today, be prepared to stay for good. None of you are getting out of here alive. Ghetto Mazo, kill them all. The Ghetto Mazo seemed to understand him. It threw its jaws open with a roar, only to vanish with a poof the next second. Obito. Jiraiya and everyone else. Not good. Someone had just used Kuchiyo's summoning technique to summon the Ghetto Mazo away. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 339, Chapter. In the land of rice fields, Niji, Kuratsuchi, Atsui, Chojuro, Temari, and Kankuro successfully linked up with Anko's recon squad. Anko provided Kabuto's location and requested to join the assault squad. However, Niji, as the team leader, refused. He understood exactly what Anko was thinking. It was nothing more than seeing Kabuto as Orochimaru's successor and still having unresolved feelings about everything related to Orochimaru, so she wanted to meet Kabuto and fight him. There was nothing inherently wrong with that, but the timing was terrible. A full-scale ninja world war was about to erupt. Fights driven by personal feelings like that needed to be shelved. On top of that, Anko still had Orochimaru's curse mark on her shoulder. If Kabuto was able to control that mark, Anko would instantly become a liability. And that was not acceptable for an assault squad. After turning Anko down, Niji led the team straight toward Kabuto's laboratory for a surprise attack. When they arrived, there was no hesitation at all. Niji immediately used Hakusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, to blast the door apart, and the 6 of them filed in one after another. Inside the lab, Kirin, who had been arguing with Suigetsu a moment ago, suddenly coughed dryly. Something's wrong. It feels like someone's coming. No, they're heading straight for the lab. When it came to Kirin's Kagura Shingon, Kagura's Mind Eye, Suigetsu, Anko, and Yugo all trusted her completely. So they immediately regrouped around Kabuto. These last few days, Kabuto had seemed a little unhinged. Ever since he swapped in the Rinnegan, it was like he'd obtained some kind of power that made him floaty and smug. There was nothing to be done about it. Sage Eyes had that kind of special power. Oi, Kabuto, we've got intruders. Almost as soon as Kirin finished talking, there was an explosive crash at the door. The next second, people charged in. The lab wasn't very big, so the two sides ran into each other right away. Niji quickly swept his gaze over them and recognized a few faces. Kabuto is mine. You all handle the others. Be careful around the woman named Kirin, her crystal release is dangerous. Back when they were trying to wipe out Orochimaru, Natsuki had given them intel on various people. Crystal release Kirin had naturally drawn Konoha's attention. Her crystal release really was dangerous. It could crystallize an entire human body, including their blood, and then shatter them with a single smash. That was nothing to take lightly. It was just that, during the operation against Orochimaru, they hadn't run into Kirin. Niji hadn't expected to find her here under Kabuto instead. Got it. Let's go. Unryukane's on, cloud-style flame slash. Atsui was the impulsive type. He had long since been itching for a fight. He charged forward with both hands gripping his sword, swinging it in wide arcs as he poured Katan, fire release, chakra into the blade, making it look like he was dancing with a sword of flames. Clang. Steel met steel. Suigetsu drew the executioner's blade to meet him, the massive sword radiating a chilling aura. Chojuro was taken aback. The executioner's blade. And you're from the Hozuki clan. Suigetsu glanced at him, then his eyes lit up the moment he saw the bandaged sword Chojuro pulled out. Soto, Hiramakarei, twin swords, Hiramakarei. Ha. You're from Kirigakure, right? You came all this way to deliver the blade to the great Suigetsu-sama. You couldn't blame Suigetsu for being excited. His dream was to collect all 7 blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now that Hiramakarei had walked right up to him, how could he possibly let it go? Oi, fire sword guy. I want to fight that glasses punk. Buzz off. Suigetsu snapped impatiently. So hot. Atsui couldn't care less what the enemy wanted. All he cared about was how much fun the fight was. This big sword-wielding guy felt like a perfect opponent. There was no way he'd just hand him over. So the clash between the two grew even fiercer. Niji was already charging straight at Kabuto, firing another Hakusho, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, from a distance. Kabuto responded by using Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to repel the attack, then lifted his hand to cast Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, trying to drag Niji over. The Rinnegan, huh? So the other Rinnegan is here. Niji was surprised, but not afraid. In fact, he was excited. Last time, he hadn't been able to match Pain, and that had left him feeling frustrated. Now that he was facing the Rinnegan again, it was the perfect chance to wash away his previous shame. His Byakugan suddenly shifted to blue, and he raised his hand to unleash his own gravitational pull, locking into a stalemate with Kabuto's Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull. The space between the two of them warped under the strain, scaring everyone else into backing away quickly. Kuratsuchi had already closed in on Kirin. The girl might still be young, but her talent was excellent, and her confidence ran deep. Even knowing that Kirin's crystal release was dangerous, she deliberately chose the most dangerous opponent to take on. She whipped through hand seals. Doton, Tsuchi Ishiso, Earth Release, Earth and Stone Bamboo Shoots. In an instant, sharp stone spires erupted from the ground beneath Kirin's feet, forcing her to quickly retreat. Kirin countered by forming Crystal Shuriken, sending a dense flurry of snowflake-like blades flying at Kuratsuchi. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi raised an earth wall in time to block them. After exchanging ninjutsu, both women decisively charged in, shifting to close-quarters combat. Kuratsuchi used Gon no Sho no Jutsu, rock palm technique, her legs coated in stone like 2 massive pillars as she kicked at Kirin. Kirin, in turn, formed a crystal blade around her arm. One hand defended while the other attacked. The two traded blows back and forth, neither giving an inch. For a while, it was impossible to tell who held the upper hand. On the other side, Karin hid behind Yugo. Seeing 3 more enemies on the opposing side, she immediately slipped further back. Yugo, you handle them. I'm gonna take cover. Karin's combat strength wasn't very high. Her specialties were sensing and healing, so every time a real fight broke out, her first rule was to run. Fortunately, her teammates knew what she was like and didn't complain. Yugo activated his curse mark, his arm mutating into something strange and enormous, and the amount of chakra he released was nothing to sneeze at. What do we do? This guy looks really strong. Can we even beat him? Chojuro was, as always, chronically lacking in confidence. We can, for sure. Kankuro spoke up. Chojuro, you and I will take him. Temari, stay back and provide support. Kabuto with a Rinnegan is no joke, so keep an eye on Niji for us. Temari hefted her giant fan. Don't worry. I'll support whenever I need to. And Niji isn't exactly weak himself. She'd heard a bit from Shikamaru about Niji's Tensigen, reincarnation eye. She knew the Tensigen and the Rinnegan were both Sage Eyes, so she didn't believe Niji would be outclassed by Kabuto. Reassured, Kankuro unstrapped the puppet from his back and sent chakra strings into it, bringing it to life. The puppet he controlled was no longer the old crow puppet from before, but the original body puppet of Sasori of the Red Sand, the one Granny Chiyo had taken back and handed over to him. With that, Kankuro's strength had risen dramatically. Aka Higi, Endan, Red Secret Technique, Flame Bullet. He manipulated the Sasori puppet's arms upward, and the emitters in its palm spewed out a torrent of flames. Yugo's hand transformed again, turning into a massive shield-like shape that blocked the flames cleanly. But in that moment, Chojuro rushed in, swinging Soto, Hiramakari, twin swords, Hiramakari, and firing off a millstone-sized chakra blast that smashed straight into Yugo. This guy's not useless at all. Kankuro was honestly impressed. Seeing Chojuro's timid attitude earlier, he'd assumed the kid wasn't very strong. But once the fight started for real, it turned out he was plenty capable. Sure enough, anyone chosen to be part of the assault squad was no pushover. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 340, Chapter. Haha. As expected of Soto, Hiramakari, twin swords, Hiramakari. I want it more and more. Suigetsu even had the leisure to watch Chojuro's fight. Seeing the power of Soto, Hiramakari, twin swords, Hiramakari, he became even more covetous. Unfortunately, he was currently being dogged by this hot-blooded big guy and couldn't get away for the moment. He cursed, "Oi. Fire sword guy. I'm not fighting you, I want to fight that glasses kid. So hot." What answered him was Atsui's catchphrase, followed by an even more ferocious Unraya Kane-zan, cloud-style flame slash. Each swing of the blade was faster than the last, driving Suigetsu back step by step. Catching Suigetsu in an opening, Atsui whipped his sword down at Suigetsu's head in a vicious arc. But, splash. It was the sound of water. Suigetsu's head exploded into spray and then quickly reformed, as if he hadn't taken any damage at all. The Hozuki clan's Suka no Jutsu, hydrification technique. Atsui wasn't surprised. In fact, he got even more fired up and ramped up his assault. On Kuratsuchi and Gyurin's side, their battle was intense enough to shake the rafters. Both women were strong at taijutsu, and after exchanging dozens of blows they were still deadlocked. Kuratsuchi's close combat might be superior, but Gyurin's Shotan, crystal release, was too dangerous, forcing Kuratsuchi to constantly stay on guard. That was the only reason their fight was at an even 50-50. Meanwhile, Niji and Kabuto were locked in a clash of two different sage eyes. The Tenseigan's, Reincarnation Eye, Gravity and the Rinnegan's, Samsara Eye, Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, were locked in a tug-of-war, the space between them twisting more and more. Heh, as expected. Another Senningan, Sage Eye, like the Rinnegan. I really do want your eyes too. Kabuto stared greedily at Niji's blue eyes, then suddenly unleashed Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, sending a powerful surge of repulsive force crashing toward Niji. But Niji was no longer the same as before. His reactions were sharper, his mastery far higher. He released his own repulsive force in response, blocking Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, head-on. And Kabuto clearly wasn't used to this power yet. His Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, came out as an instant burst, not a sustained push, like tapping a skill button in a game instead of holding it down. Because of that, the jutsu didn't last, and immediately entered cooldown. Niji's repulsive force, however, continued past the point of collision. After neutralizing Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, it kept going and slammed straight into Kabuto. Boom. Kabuto's body smashed through the lab wall, blasting open a huge hole. Fortunately, his heavily modified body was tough, so he only took minor injuries. But he understood clearly that Niji's mastery of the Tenseigan, Reincarnation Eye, was far beyond his own grasp of the Rinnegan. He'd obtained the Rinnegan not long ago. Not only was he nowhere near proficient with its abilities, but its chakra consumption was also huge. As for his other techniques, against the Tenseigan, Reincarnation Eye, they probably wouldn't do much. If this kept up, he would definitely lose. This won't do. I need a helper. Right, I haven't tried the Rinnegan's Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, yet. If I summon that monster out, things should get interesting. Once the idea occurred to him, Kabuto became visibly manic. He activated the Rinnegan, and in the next instant, a huge, tree stump-like monster appeared behind him. Without so much as a word, it thrust a bunch of black rods straight into Kabuto's back. Oi. What the hell? I called you out to fight the enemy, not to stab me. Kabuto snapped. Raf. The answer was the Geto Mazo's, Outer Path demonic statue, enraged roar. Just moments ago at the main base, it had been burned painfully by Amaterasu, heavenly illumination black flames, and was already in a fury. Now, having been abruptly summoned here, how could it not be angry? On top of that, the one who'd summoned it clearly couldn't truly control the Rinnegan's power. That meant there was no need to be polite. First things first, plug in the charger. It started a fierce drain, almost instantly sucking Kabuto's chakra dry. Kabuto visibly shrank, his whole body thinning out. His chakra reserves were never huge to begin with, and the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, was draining both fast and hard. There was no way he could endure that. He quickly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. Of course that bastard Obito would do this, no wonder he was so eager to trade. Just you wait. I'll make you pay big someday. Your sun and moon are called Noera Rin, right? You'll definitely get to see her. The Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, feeling like it's one sip and it's gone was a raw deal, was full of disdain. Still, it would do the work it was brought here for. It pulled out the black rods, then turned toward Niji and spat out a torrent of chakra dragons, trying to strip Niji's chakra away as well. Niji immediately unleashed repulsive force and blasted the chakra dragons aside. He and his teammates all stared at the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, with grim expressions. Except for Atsui, everyone else had seen the truth scrolls at the 5 Kage summit. They instantly guessed what they were looking at and were both shocked and elated, their emotions too tangled to describe. That's the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, right? It is the Geto Mazo, isn't it? No doubt. That's definitely the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue. Talk about being gift-wrapped and delivered to us. Back when Jiraiya was picking members for the Sealing Squad, the main target had been the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue. The ones who didn't get selected for that mission had sulked for quite a while. Their mood had only improved after they got the assignment to go after Kabuto. They never imagined that everything would turn around like this, and Kabuto himself would summon the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, right to them. What were they waiting for? Time to take everything down in one go. There was no way they were going to pass up a windfall like this. Soto, Hiramakari Kaiho, Twin Swords, Hiramakari Unleashed. Catching Yugo before he could get fully back on his feet, Chojuro immediately fired off a chakra blast from Soto, Hiramakari Kaiho, Twin Swords, Hiramakari Unleashed, toward the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue. With a thunderous boom, the statue only staggered back a few steps. You had to understand, this was the kind of chakra blast that could blow away Sasuke's Susanoo. And yet it had only managed to make the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, retreat a little. The Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, was far from weak. First of all, its outer shell was unbelievably tough. If your attack power wasn't high enough, you could forget about breaking through its defenses. Kankuro was even more surprised. This shy, hesitant-looking Chojuro really did jump at the chance to earn credit. In that case, he would. Before Kankuro could jump in, Yugo had already recovered and come charging back, leaving Kankuro feeling extremely put out. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. Chojuro's attacks hadn't even managed to breach the Geto Mazo's, outer path demonic statue, armor. His puppets wouldn't be able to do much either. He'd be better off just focusing on fighting this berserk weirdo in front of him. On the other side, Temari swung her fan in a wide arc, unleashing a powerful blast of cutting wind. The wind-release jutsu slammed into the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, but it didn't even make the statue sway, let alone damage it. At that, everyone's eyes grew even more serious. Even Kuratsuchi, who had initially wanted to try something, didn't act rashly anymore. Kabuto slowly recovered, then laughed. This guy's not easy to deal with. You might as well sit tight and wait to die. Your Tensigen, reincarnation eye, will be mine, and you'll all become Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, puppets. Then I'll send you to fight the allied forces. Ha 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 ha. Atsui, Kuratsuchi, Temari, Kankuro, and Chojuro all narrowed their eyes dangerously. They wished they could kill Kabuto on the spot. Only Niji remained perfectly calm. He silently took up the stance of the 8 trigrams, his Tensigen, reincarnation eye, glowing an even deeper, eerie blue. Juken, Hakurokujion Shinkasho, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 divine vacuum palms. In the next second, his hands flew, palms striking out at extreme speed. But instead of simple air pressure strikes, what blasted forth was the Tensigen's, reincarnation eye, repulsive force. That violent power slammed into the Geto Mazo, outer path demonic statue, sending the massive statue flying backward. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 341, Chapter. Boom. 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 One palm strike after another smashed into the body of the Geto Mazo, outer path golem, blasting the Geto Mazo clean off its feet. With a deafening rumble, its massive, tree-like body smashed through the entire laboratory wall, opening up a huge breach as it flew outside, even crashing into and shattering a small mountain. Looking more closely, one could clearly see palm-shaped marks on the Geto Mazo's body, and even cracks spreading from them. The outer shell had been broken. And there was internal damage as well. Nice one, Captain Niji. The teammates cheered, full of excitement. How is this possible? Kabuto was dumbfounded. He had never imagined Niji could be so powerful that he could send the Geto Mazo flying and crack it open. That was the vessel of the Ten Tails, you know. Did this not feel utterly ridiculous? But to Niji, this was only natural. If the Geto Mazo could be controlled by the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, then if the Tenseigan, Reincarnation Eye, which was likewise a Senningan, Sage Eye, could not even break through the Geto Mazo's defenses, then the Tenseigan would be far too overrated. What Niji had just used, the Juken, Hakurokujion Shinkusho, Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 divine air palms, was a powerful technique he had developed by attempting to fuse the Tenseigan's power into the standard Hakurokujion Sho. This was the first time he had unleashed it in battle, and the results were clearly very impressive. Kabuto, both you and the Geto Mazo are going to be destroyed. The Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, or whatever you call it, is going to collapse. Niji fixed his gaze on Kabuto, his blue eyes piercing and soul-shaking. Kabuto clenched his fists, clearly unwilling to accept this. The Geto Mazo, which had already crawled back to its feet, was furious as well. Enraged, it let out another roar, but then actually stepped back a few paces in wariness. From Niji's Tenseigan, it could feel a power of the same origin as its own. A power that made it wary. Die. Niji was about to strike again. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Edo Tensei, Summoning Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Kabuto acted first, burning through the last of his strength to summon a coffin. Niji immediately halted his advance, a faint sense of dread rising in him. In the very next second, as the coffin lid creaked open, the person who stepped out made his eyes widen in shock. The newcomer wore crimson armor from the Warring States era, his spiky hair hanging loose, an aura of absolute dominance radiating from him as he walked out of the coffin. His gaze was the gaze of one who cared for no one in this world. Madara Uchiha. Niji recognized him. He had, of course, never met Madara in person, but he had been to the Valley of the End. The colossal statue of Madara stood there. Even if the real person was not perfectly identical, the resemblance in bearing and features was unmistakable. There was no way he could be wrong. Hearing this name, the teammates' expressions all changed drastically. They immediately pulled back to Niji's side, forming up to defend together. At this moment, Madara looked down at his own hands. So I've been revived. This is Edo Tensei. What's going on? Clearly, the plan had gone awry. He had not been resurrected with the Rinnegan, but had instead been brought back with Edo Tensei. Did that mean the plan had failed? He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The first thing he saw was the Geto Mazo, which did not surprise him. Then his gaze swept over the others, finally stopping on Kabuto, whose back was studded with black receivers. Who are you? Why is the Rinnegan in your possession? What is the current situation? Madara was not flustered in the slightest. He had absolute confidence in his own strength, and so he was able to ask calmly. Kabuto hurriedly replied, Lord Madara, it was Black Zetsu who instructed me to bring you back with Edo Tensei. For that, I traded with Obito Uchiha to obtain a Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. But now is not the time for explanations. Our opponent is extremely powerful and possesses a Tenseigan, Reincarnation Eye, which is likewise a Senningan, Sage Eye, evolved from the Byakugan, White Eye. Neither I nor the Geto Mazo can defeat him. Oh. A Senningan just like the Rinnegan, but evolved from the Byakugan, this Tenseigan. That was something Madara had not anticipated, but even so, he remained unperturbed. In his view, power was all that mattered. Possessing a Senningan did not necessarily make one strong. Besides, in his current Edo Tensei state, he feared no one. Even if the Sage of Six Paths himself appeared, Madara would still dare to invite him to dance. All the same, it seemed many things had happened after his death. Obito, that brat, had already gotten his hands on the Rinnegan, and had even used it as a bargaining chip. That did not sit right with him. And Black Zetsu had actually had this kid bring him back with Edo Tensei. Something had definitely gone wrong. But it did not matter. Now that he had returned, everything would be fine. He looked at Niji, folding his arms across his chest in a domineering pose as he spoke. The Tenseigan, huh? Brat, state your name. Niji answered solemnly, Niji. So you really are from the Hyuga clan. I didn't expect the Byakugan to be capable of evolving. But even so, you're nothing more than a grain of sand. Madara was obviously full of arrogance. Hooking a finger at Niji, he said, Come. Let me test your strength. Do not disappoint me too much. Niji's own competitive spirit flared. He once again assumed the 8 trigram stance, then erupted into motion. Juken, Hakurokujion Shinkusho, Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 divine air palms. Boom. 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 Powerful repulsive force, reinforced by his palm strikes, roared forward, as if it could blast the very fabric of space apart. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly and immediately unleashed Susanoo, guardian deity avatar. He had not expected that in the very next moment, Susanoo's defense would be shattered by the palm force, which then crashed directly into his body and blew half of him apart on the spot. Oh. Your strength is not bad. Madara actually smiled. He had not expected this Tensigen to be so formidable. Not only had it easily broken his Susanoo, it had also inflicted such massive damage on him. If he were not in an Edo Tensei body, he might already be dead. Good. Very good. That's awesome. We beat him. Atsui shouted excitedly. Are you stupid? Kuratsuchi snapped at him without the slightest courtesy. He's an Edo Tensei body. He can't die unless we use a sealing jutsu. Does anyone here know a sealing jutsu strong enough? Everyone fell silent. They might know a bit of sealing, but to seal someone like Madara was absolutely impossible. Niji decided swiftly. We're pulling out. This mission can't be completed. Everyone was reluctant, but what choice did they have? The enemy had literally called Madara out onto the field. Niji himself would already be under heavy pressure dealing with Madara alone. Trying to kill Kabuto and destroy the Geto Mazo on top of that would be truly difficult. If they tried to force it, they would probably be wiped out. So, everyone nodded in agreement and retreated backward together. Did I give you permission to leave? Madara once again manifested Susanoo, guardian deity avatar. This time, it was an enormous giant, completely obliterating what remained of the laboratory. Its head seemed to pierce the heavens themselves, both hands gripping two massive swords. Boom. As the twin swords came crashing down with unspeakable power, all that filled one's eyes was despair. Niji reacted instantly, unleashing a combination of repulsive force and Kaiten to form a huge hemispherical barrier of protection. Hakushinkusho, Kaiten, 8 trigrams divine air palms, heavenly rotation. Thud. 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 The strikes from Susanoo were completely repelled, and everyone inside the barrier remained unharmed. If Niji were facing Madara alone, he might still be able to hold out for a while. But with his teammates to protect, continuing the fight was a losing proposition. Moreover, his Tensigen was still far from fully developed, and he was not certain he could truly contend with Madara. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them. The newcomer was holding a bowl of noodles, eating as he walked. Yo, Niji. You guys want some Ichiraku ramen? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 342, Chapter. Natsuki. Why are you here? Everyone lit up, as if they had just seen hope itself. With Natsuki around, even if he did not instantly warp them all back to safety, there was a real chance he could even go toe-to-toe with Madara. Natsuki quickly wolfed down the last of his ramen, then teleported the bowl and chopsticks away. I figured you were about to track down Kabuto and was worried you might be in danger, so I came to check on you. Looks like I was right to come. As he spoke, his eyes shifted toward Madara, who had dispelled his Susanoo, guardian deity avatar. The Shura of the ninja world, huh? I really want to have a fight with him and see whether I can actually win. Natsuki also noted the presence of the Geto Mazo, Outer Path Golem, and Kabuto. If he wiped all of them out here, would that not basically solve everything? Kabuto hurriedly called out, Lord Madara, be careful of this guy. His name is Natsuki. He defeated the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, before. Oh. Defeated the Rinnegan. Madara's interest spiked. Seriously? There's still a youngster this strong in this era. And just now, that was Tobirama's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, wasn't it? Interesting. Far too interesting. The interesting part is just getting started. Natsuki shot back, then waved to Niji and the others, signaling them to fall back to a safe distance. In the very next instant, he shot forward. Mato Senjin, Demon Blade Thousand Edge, was already drawn, its white fang-style sword work, by a Kuga-Tajitsu, white fang sword style, slashing straight for Madara's head. Madara raised an eyebrow and casually scooped the kunai off the ground to meet him. At the very first clash, he sensed something was off. Mato Senjin split and shifted on its own, slipping around the kunai's guard and continuing its arc toward his skull. An interesting ninja tool. He gave it a brief word of praise as he tilted his head, narrowly slipping past the blade. But Natsuki's foot followed immediately after. His big kick was about to slam into Madara's stomach when Madara's reaction speed showed its fangs, his other hand snapped out and caught Natsuki's leg. Boom. 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 Their fists and feet collided in a rapid blur. Clang. 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 Sword and kunai rang out as they struck again and again. Because Mado Senjin was ill-suited to pure blocking, Madara was clearly on the defensive. Even though his Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body could not truly die, he still did not want to lose in technical skill to some youngster. That would be a real blow to his dignity. Bang. Madara was sent flying by a kick, but he rolled several times along the ground and came up standing, looking completely unfazed. The look he gave Natsuki, however, carried clear approval. He had acknowledged the boy's taijutsu and genjutsu. Youngster, your name is Natsuki, correct? Madara asked. You can also call me Grandpa Natsuki, Natsuki replied, utterly fearless. Arrogant brat. A young man should not get so full of himself. Heh. If you are not full of yourself, can you even call yourself young? You, on the other hand, are just some fossil from a bygone age. Stop crawling out here to embarrass yourself. That jab actually made Madara angry. He flashed through a rapid string of hand seals and spewed forth a sea of roaring flame. Katan, Goka Meshitsu, fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Natsuki was not about to lose ground. He even showed off by forming seals with one hand, then opened his mouth and unleashed a massive torrent of water. Suetun, Daibakushaha, water style, great exploding water wave. Boom. Water and fire collided with equal might, and in an instant, dense steam billowed up like thick smoke, blotting out everyone's vision. Natsuki's performance honestly took Madara by surprise. He clearly had not expected a teenager to possess such a huge chakra reserve, and his ninjutsu was no joke either. This water style was no weaker than Tobarama's. But it still was not enough. Madara laughed. Ha 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 ha. If this is all you've got, there's no way you'll ever defeat me. The only one worthy of being called my rival, from beginning to end, has always been Hashirama alone. Yeah, we know you're obsessed with Hashirama. No need to bring him up every time. He's not here. Natsuki, however, said, speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished with Erasure Shunshin, storm-style body flicker, reappearing at Madara's flank. A Kasoku Kiku, light-speed kick, whipped toward Madara's waist, the laser-charged chakra at his foot enough to blow half a body to pieces. But this was Madara he was dealing with. Madara had already sensed Natsuki's movement. Arashi-do, storm release, huh? You certainly know a lot for someone so young. He chuckled softly, raising his arm to block Natsuki's leg. The laser blast fired from Natsuki's foot, obliterating a distant small mountain on impact. The sheer power of that strike made Madara take him even more seriously. He had clearly underestimated this boy's talent. And Natsuki's combo was not done. He simply switched legs and launched another Kasoku Kiku, light-speed kick. Madara was about to block it again when he suddenly felt something coil around both his ankles and yank them hard. He lost his balance in an instant and only had time to raise one arm in defense before Natsuki's kick smashed into his shoulder. Boom. Madara's left shoulder exploded into fragments on the spot. At the same time, both his legs were severed by slicing edges. A closer look showed it was caused by densely packed iron sand. Oh. You even wield Jiten, magnet release. Remarkable boy. Madara did not stint on his praise. He had always looked fondly on the strong. In the original events, after nearly being kicked to death by Guy, he loudly declared that Guy was the strongest taijutsu user he had ever seen. Now, without even using Susanoo, guardian deity avatar, he had been battered to this extent. It was only natural he would offer generous praise. In truth, the reason Madara had not used Susanoo for defense earlier was because he had already activated his Mangekyo and cast a genjutsu, intending to win with illusions. The genjutsu had done absolutely nothing, and by the time he thought of defending, it was already too late. Fortunately for him, he was an Edo Tensei body. Otherwise, he might really have died just now. Everyone watching was already stunned speechless by their battle. This level of combat was clearly beyond their understanding. Even the village's Kage would probably not reach this height. So Madara and Natsuki, had they already completely surpassed the Kage level? Seeing Natsuki maul Madara like this, all 6 members of Niji's squad could not help but cheer. If they could actually take Madara out here, that would be ideal. In contrast, Kabuto's face was extremely ugly. He had not expected Madara to fail to suppress Natsuki and instead get torn up like this. He did not believe Madara had lost already. After all, that gigantic Susanoo form from earlier had not even appeared yet, and Natsuki still had not used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, or several of his trump cards. Who would win in the end was anyone's guess. Ha 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 ha. Well done. Natsuki, you are the most impressive youngster I have ever seen. Madara roared with laughter as he praised him. Thanks for the compliment, but you're the dumbest would-be overlord I've ever seen. Natsuki shot back without missing a beat. And was he wrong? Madara had let a weakling like Black Zetsu play him like a fiddle, turning his life's work into a joke. Natsuki, however, had no intention of letting this golden opportunity slip away. He immediately summoned a coffin with the Kuchios, summoning, and pressed both palms toward Madara. He was going to seal Madara away. Kabuto's expression changed. Lord Madara, watch out. That technique can seal an Edo 10. Boom. Kabuto was blown away mid-sentence by one of Niji's long-distance palm strikes. Madara also sensed something was wrong and hurried to cloak himself in Susanoo for protection. Too late. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba, sealing technique, demon sealing wave. Spiraling chakra erupted, sweeping up Madara's battered body and ramming him straight into the coffin. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 343, Chapter. Damn it. Even Madara had not expected Natsuki to know this kind of technique, actually trying to drag him straight into a coffin and seal him away. If Natsuki really succeeded, how was Madara supposed to realize his dream? He could not count on Black Zetsu or Obito to save him either. With the strength Natsuki had just displayed, Obito and Black Zetsu absolutely would not be his match. There was no way they could rescue him. For the first time in a long while, Madara actually felt a twinge of panic. He instantly activated Susanoo, Guardian Deity Avatar, to cloak himself, but he could not exert much strength through it. Fortunately, his dojutsu had not been completely sealed. He could still force out at least the skeletal form of Susanoo. He just could not struggle freely, all he could manage was to swing one of the skeletal arms. With a loud bang, the coffin was swatted away and sent flying into the distance. It did not break, good craftsmanship. Damn it. Natsuki had not expected Madara to still be able to move. It seemed the sealing of Mafuba, demon sealing wave, had not fully suppressed the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which gave Madara the chance to act. Now that the coffin had been knocked who knew how far away, he had no way to press the seal. So Natsuki grit his teeth, slammed Madara down hard into the ground in a rather rough fashion, then used Erasure Shunshin, storm-style body flicker, to flash in close again. One more Kasoku Kiku, light-speed kick, shattered Susanoo's defense, and his right hand managed to grab the back of Madara's neck, successfully leaving behind a Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, formula. But before Natsuki could celebrate, the Madara in his hand suddenly turned into a wooden dummy. Mokutan Bunshin, wood-style clone. When did he? Natsuki's heart jolted. He quickly scanned the area and soon locked onto the real Madara. Madara had not bothered to hide. He burst out in that signature Uchiha maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. You really almost sealed me just now, and you came close to leaving a Hiraishin mark on me as well. Good thing I used Mokutan Bunshin, wood-style clone, in time. Hashirama's trick really is useful. There he goes with Hashirama again. Can he go a single conversation without bringing that guy up? Natsuki was a bit speechless and also inwardly regretful. He had failed to seal Madara with Mafuba. Next time, he probably would not get such a good opening again. He had not expected Madara to react that quickly. Judging from what had happened, it had to be that in the instant Susanoo got blown apart, Madara used Mokutan Bunshin to slip away, precisely because he was worried about getting tagged with a Hiraishin formula and having Natsuki bring a whole squad to visit and jump him later. And not just now, during their earlier taijutsu exchanges, Madara had been extremely cautious as well, never giving Natsuki the slightest chance to plant a formula. That was the downside of revealing Hiraishin no Jutsu right from the start. Against a true top-tier fighter, sometimes the tiniest piece of intel could be the key to victory. Natsuki chuckled. You really are lucky, you know. Can't you just obediently let yourself get sealed already? Relics from a bygone era shouldn't keep stirring up storms in the shinobi world. Madara shook his head. I have my own dream, to create a world where only the victorious exist, a world of nothing but peace, a world of nothing but love, a world of all these things together. You may not understand, but I alone, as the savior, can make it real. I, Madara, acknowledge your strength. So, how about it? Will you join me? Natsuki snorted. It sounds stupid. And are you sure you can actually succeed? Everything you know is nothing more than lies Black Zetsu fabricated. That's why I call you the biggest idiot of all the idiots we've ever raided. Madara's eyebrow twitched, but he did not believe Natsuki's words. He did not think some kid knew anything. Even if that boy's power had earned his recognition, even if he somehow knew of Black Zetsu's existence, that still was not enough for Madara to overturn his beliefs on the testimony of a single youngster. After all, everything he knew came from the ancient stone tablet handed down in his clan. Long before Black Zetsu appeared, he had always acted alone. How could Black Zetsu possibly have fabricated all of that as lies? And after he had persevered for so many years and pulled so many strings for this dream, how could he be shaken just because of a few lines from a teenager? Forget it. Since the boy refused to join him, there was no need to force the matter. However, that boy's strength was extraordinary. In the future, he would definitely become an obstacle to the plan. If Madara could erase him here and now, that would not be a bad outcome. Then enough talk. Madara no longer intended to waste time. He directly activated Susanoo, Guardian Deity Avatar, again. The nearly 100-meter-tall blue-armored giant rose from the ground, and Madara himself hid within its torso. At this moment, both offense and defense had been pushed to their peak. Kabuto watched, greed and fanaticism flickering in his eyes. Clearly, he had developed a powerful interest in Madara's strength. He had one Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, in hand, but could not bring out its full power yet. Only once he took Sasuke's body, perhaps then he would be able to manifest a Susanoo Gundam just like this and become invincible in the world. When that time came, would even Orochimaru-sensei in the Pure Land feel envious of him? Neji and the others, on the other hand, did not look good at all. They had been so close to sealing Madara just now, and then everything had turned upside down. Now, faced with Madara in full Gundam Susanoo, how was Natsuki supposed to win? Kuratsuchi simply shouted, "Natsuki! How about you hurry up and get us out of here? You can't beat Madara right now. Use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to take us back first, and we can figure out the rest later." The others felt the same, everyone except Neji. Because he knew very clearly that a mere Susanoo was not something Natsuki had never dealt with before. Back when Sasuke's big brother had his Susanoo smashed to pieces, he had probably thought he was invincible too. In the end, he still got beaten pretty miserably. So Neji believed Natsuki absolutely would not lose to Madara. As expected, Natsuki just shook his head and did not agree with Kuratsuchi's suggestion. Looking up at the nearly 100-meter-tall Susanoo giant, he was not nervous in the slightest. If anything, he was excited. He was finally about to have a Gundam vs. Gundam showdown with Madara. Then they would see which one stood at the top. Natsuki clapped his hands together and shouted, "Mokuton, Senju Cannon. Wood style, 1,000-armed cannon." "Ah! Mokuton, wood style." Madara was startled, and then he saw several massive trees erupt from the ground, swiftly merging into a huge wooden cannon statue even taller than his Susanoo. Rows upon rows of arms fanned out behind it, calling it Senju Cannon, 1,000-armed cannon, was no exaggeration. "Ha ha 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 ha. Natsuki, I, Madara, acknowledge you. Come." Madara burst into another round of wild Uchiha laughter. "Senju Cannon no show. Ora ora ora. 1,000-armed cannon palms." Under Natsuki's control, the densely packed wooden arms hammered down on the Susanoo giant in a crazy barrage. Madara was not about to hold back either. He directed the Susanoo giant to swing massive fists upward to meet the oncoming blows. In an instant, colossal fists and gigantic palms crashed together in midair over and over, each impact unleashing a shockwave so fierce that heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Everyone present could only stare, dumbstruck. The members of Neji's squad, however, were becoming more and more excited. They had thought Natsuki was just being stubborn and refusing to retreat out of pride. They had not expected him to be hiding such a terrifying technique, actually wielding Mokuton like the first Hokage. Rumor had it that Madara had always lost to Hashirama. In that case, Natsuki should also be able to defeat Madara, right? Ha 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 ha. This is great. You've brought back all my memories of fighting Hashirama. Madara kept laughing, thinking once again of his beloved Hashirama. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 344, Chapter. Natsuki ignored Madara's wild laughter and instead changed his method of attack. He had the massive wooden hands stop trading blows with Susanoo's fists, and instead abruptly coil around Susanoo's arms, clamping both of them in place. The rest of the wooden hand seized the opening and launched a frenzied assault, hammering down on Susanoo's head. In barely 2 seconds, Susanoo's head was smashed to pieces. Not bad at all. But I'm not going to lose to some youngster. Madara poured even more power into his eyes. Susanoo's head regenerated in an instant, and its arms tore free of the wooden grip. In both hands, it formed a pair of gigantic swords. One swing cleaved through a cluster of wooden hands, the twin blades then stabbed straight through the cannon's abdomen. Rip. A jagged, ugly hole was torn through the wooden cannon's midsection. Madara shouted crazily, "Ha ha ha. Your Mokuton, wood style, is nothing compared to Hashirama's." "Oh, really? That Susanoo of yours is nothing but a paper tiger." Natsuki refused to back down verbally. With a sharp clap of his hands, the wooden cannon not only regenerated, but the massive wooden hands on its back twisted together into something like a huge rope. In the next second, that rope coiled into a colossal wooden dragon. The massive wooden dragon shot out from behind the cannon, instantly wrapping itself around Susanoo's entire body and squeezing tighter and tighter. It looked ready to crush Susanoo into scrap by sheer force. Crack! 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 As the wooden dragon kept constricting, the Susanoo giant let out ominous creaking sounds, and more fractures became visible along its armored surface. Madara only chuckled, forming hand seals before unleashing Katan, Goka Makyaku, fire style, majestic flame destroyer, igniting the wooden dragon in an instant. But Natsuki was not dead or stupid. He immediately countered with Suiton, Suikoha, water style, water surge wave, to extinguish the flames, giving Madara no time to press the advantage. Madara responded with a surprise move. His hand seals shifted again, and from the ground erupted several thick vines that snaked up and coiled around the wooden dragon's head and tail. With a brutal yank in opposite directions, they ripped the dragon in two, allowing Susanoo to break free. Then, the twin swords dropped in a vicious downward arc, cutting the wooden cannon cleanly into 3 huge pieces. To be fair, Hashirama's Mokuton was absurd. It was best not to compare yourself to that guy. Even so, Mokuton was not all Natsuki had. He ignored the shattered cannon, slapped his hands together again, and poured out chakra. The ground surged and solidified into a towering stone giant, which immediately thrust out its arms and clamped down on Susanoo's wrists. Madara remained unfazed. Heh. Even if you swap Mokuton for Doton, Earth style, it's pointless. In front of Susanoo, guardian deity avatar, those giants of yours are just hollow shells. Is that so? I guess you already forgot how your Susanoo's head got smashed into paste just now. Natsuki had no intention of losing on the level of trash talk either, and he still had a new Gundam to field. He suddenly pulled out a scroll and unsealed a massive quantity of iron sand. Under the control of Jiten, magnet release, the iron sand rapidly gathered into a colossal iron giant. The stone giant was sturdier than the wooden cannon, and the iron sand giant was tougher than the stone giant. With both giants attacking together, could Susanoo really hold out? Petty tricks. Madara was not impressed. In that case, I won't be polite. Natsuki let out a low chuckle as he formed a gigantic iron sword in the iron giant's hand. Raiton, lightning style, chakra crackled along the blade as he drove it straight towards Susanoo's abdomen. Crack! One thrust, and Susanoo's defenses shattered. The sword pierced right into Madara's body, the Raiton discharging and frying his spiky hair into a full-on explosion afro. The stone giant seized the moment, heaving with both arms and tearing Susanoo's arms clean off. It then drove a massive punch straight into Susanoo's torso, blowing the entire giant avatar apart in one strike. Madara was still being ravaged by the lightning-charged iron sword, his Edo Tensei body gradually crumbling under the onslaught. Then, his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly changed, transforming directly into the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. Of course. He had awakened the Rinnegan before he died, and now in this Edo Tensei state he could fully exert it. A single pulse of that power blasted the coffin away, and even the stone giant and iron sand giant were crushed to dust by the repulsive force. Natsuki had already fled to safety with Erasure Shunshin, storm-style body flicker. He had failed to seal Madara yet again. After the first failed attempt with Mafuba, demon sealing wave, Natsuki had known the odds of success the second time were low. Even so, he had still given it a try. Forcing Madara to bring out the Rinnegan was not exactly a waste of effort. But if things went on like this, it would never end. Killing Madara was impossible, he was an Edo Tensei body. Sealing him was out of reach as well. There was nothing they could do. As for killing Kabuto, would Madara just stand there and let them do it? Perhaps feeling Natsuki's gaze on him, Kabuto's heart gave a sudden jolt. He instantly cast Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique, vanishing from where he stood. That guy was sharp. He had clearly sensed the killing intent. Natsuki ignored him and turned his eyes instead to the Geto Mazo, outer path golem, which had not moved at all this whole time. Now that Madara had once again unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, and Kabuto had taken the chance to slip away, the only target left was the Geto Mazo. In any case, Natsuki had no intention of coming here for nothing today. By this time, Madara had already regenerated. His expression was feral and imperious. What's wrong? Out of tricks already? Come on, use more. Make this more fun for me. Natsuki snorted. Madara, do you even have any shame? If you weren't in an Edo Tensei body, you'd already be dead twice over. By rights, that means I've already won. The only reason you can strut around right now is because you're a corpse. Ha 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 ha, well, you might have a point. Madara's interest clearly piqued. But I can't help it. How about this, figure out a way to bring me back to life so we can really fight. If you can still kill me then, I'll admit defeat. Heh. Keep dreaming. Natsuki had no desire to keep bantering. He shot the Gedo Mazo a subtle glance, then raised a single finger. I've still got one more trump card. Madara's curiosity flared. Oh. A trump card? If you've got the guts, use it. I, Madara, will not lose. Then you'd better watch closely. Natsuki lowered his gaze so Madara could not see exactly where he was aiming. He took up the stance for Kamehameha, Turtle Destruction Wave, a glowing electromagnetic sphere forming between his palms. Ka, me, ha, me. Ha. He thrust both hands forward, aimed straight at the Gedo Mazo. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 345, Chapter. Madara had originally been wondering what kind of trump card it was and how he should block it next. After all, Natsuki had given him far too many surprises today. He really had not expected Natsuki to throw away all martial ethics, not even aiming at him, but instead locking onto the Gedo Mazo, Outer Path Golem. Not good. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The Kamehameha, Turtle Destruction Wave, reached the Gedo Mazo in an instant. Perhaps the Gedo Mazo instinctively sensed the danger, because it hurriedly twisted its body to the side, but its legs still took the hit. Boom. The deafening roar shook the skies. The Gedo Mazo was swallowed by a burst of blinding light and let out a heart-rending scream. One of its legs was blown clean into the air, and the now one-legged Gedo Mazo tumbled and rolled wildly along the ground, howling in agony so loudly it was as if even its own mother would be crying out. In the next second, bang, bang, both the crippled Gedo Mazo and its severed leg turned into smoke and vanished. Clearly, the summoning had been cancelled and it had been sent back to its main base. Click, what a pity. I almost blasted it to dust. Natsuki was genuinely regretful. He also knew there was no point in sticking around any longer, so he instantly flashed to Niji and the other side and used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to warp everyone away. Madara was still a little dazed. When he finally reacted, he flew into a rage. Natsuki. Get back here. Whoosh. Natsuki brought the assault squad flashing back into the operations conference room. Everyone inside rushed over. You're back. Has the breakage turned back to normal? Natsuki hurriedly said, give me a cup of water. Let me catch my breath first. Then I need to head straight to Jiraiya-sama. The Gedo Mazo's leg has been blown off, and I need to go finish the job. Blasted off the Gedo Mazo's leg. Wait, weren't you just going to pick up the assault squad? How did you end up running into the Gedo Mazo? Fortunately, Niji and the others quickly chattered out a rundown of what had happened, stunning everyone present. Kabuto has a Rinnegan, Samsara Eye. He was the one who summoned the Gedo Mazo. Madara has really been brought back with Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation. And he fought Natsuki to a standstill. Natsuki's final big move blasted off one of the Gedo Mazo's legs, and then the Gedo Mazo returned. One piece of intel after another left of the wreckage, Tsunade, and Gaara all dumbfounded. They did not know whether to be shocked or delighted, but in the end they were simply relieved. It was a good thing Natsuki went. Otherwise, the assault squad probably would not have come back. And on top of that, he had brought back several critical pieces of intelligence. Kabuto has a Rinnegan, Madara has been Edo Tensei revived, and the Gedo Mazo has lost a leg. Before the Fourth Shinobi World War had even officially begun, they had already secured this much vital intel. It would be extremely helpful for future strategic planning. However, since the Gedo Mazo had been unsummoned just now, no one knew what was happening with Jiraiya and the Sealing Squad. No wonder Natsuki said he needed to hurry over and take a look. If Jiraiya and the others were still over there and happened to run into the returning, one-legged Gedo Mazo, that would be the perfect opportunity. The wreckage immediately spoke up. Natsuki, take me with you later. Tsunade stepped in at once. Wreckage, you're the commander-in-chief of the allied shinobi forces. How can you be going deep into enemy territory? Let me go instead. I refuse to listen. Then I'll hand the commander's position over to you right now. Either way, I'm going to smash the Gedo Mazo. Once that thing is gone, all the problems are solved. Tsunade shot back, do you think this is a child's game? You can't just give up the commander's seat because you feel like it. Everyone chose you, which means they trust you the most. That makes it even less acceptable for you to leave on a whim. I'm just a mere advisor. It's fine if I go. Mei and Inoki, however, both laughed. You two are important top brass. How can you abandon your posts? We're the ones who are just right to go to the front. Gaara. He really wanted to go too, but he did not dare say it. A Jinchuriki going to hunt the Gedo Mazo was no different from delivering rations. Do not assume that just because you are strong you can handle the Gedo Mazo. That thing has a technique that can rip a tailed beast right out of your body. If you go, you are going there to die. So Gaara could only sit quietly and watch the others argue, full of envy. Natsuki, meanwhile, took a Hyarogan soldier pill, and downed 2 bowls of water in big gulps before finally catching his breath. Fighting a monster like Madara drained him far more than usual. Fortunately, his chakra reserves were already enormous, and on top of that he had been carrying a chakra battery with him, so his supply had never truly been a major issue. Watching everyone argue, he could only speak up. Tsunade Dano, Reikage, you two shouldn't go. A and Tsunade were both stunned. Why not? Natsuki patiently explained, you're both close combat types. You're not suited for fighting the Geto Mazo. It's best to send the Tsuchikage and Mizukage. Jintan, Dust Release, can probably reduce the Geto Mazo to atoms, and Yotan, Lava Release, plus Futon, Boil Release, would likely melt it into nothing. As long as we destroy the Geto Mazo, Obito won't be able to form the Jubi, 10 tails. That'll be our victory. Ha ha ha. Well said, brat Natsuki. Inoki puffed himself up proudly. Let this old man's Jintan reduce that so-called Geto Mazo to ash. Mei chuckled seductively. Natsuki-kuin's words are exactly what Wani-san wanted to hear. Then it settled. Chojuro could not help but worry when he saw this. He was Mei's bodyguard, and in truth he had always treated Mei as an older sister, even as a mother figure. He really did not want her putting herself in danger. But he also knew this was not something they could afford to avoid. Given the current situation, Mei and Inoki really were the 2 most suitable to go. Niji quickly asked, Natsuki, can you take a few more people? I didn't really contribute much this time, so I want to go over there and help too. The others were a little tempted as well. This was a chance to strike at the very root of the enemy's power. It might well be the key to winning the entire war in one stroke. No one wanted to just sit it out. But Natsuki shook his head. Niji, I understand that you want to help. But I used up a lot of chakra earlier. If we hit an emergency, I might not be able to bring that many people back. It's better not to take too many. Just bringing the Tsuchikage and Mizukage is the optimal choice. Niji understood and nodded silently. He still was not happy about it, though. He had awakened the Tensigan, reincarnation eye, so why was he still unable to contribute at the most crucial moment? Clearly, his mastery of the Tensigan was still not enough. If he had been stronger, he could have just blown the Geto Mazo apart earlier, and none of this would be happening now. He had to become even stronger. Once Natsuki had recovered a bit more, he stopped fussing over details. All right. Tsuchikage, Mizukage, grab my shoulders. I'll take you over there. The 2 of them immediately reached out and placed their hands on Natsuki's shoulders. It would be their first time experiencing Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. They had no idea what teleportation would feel like. In the next second, whoosh, the 3 of them vanished. The Reikage and Tsunade could only sigh. They regretted not being able to go, but they quickly pulled themselves together and began assigning personnel to continue tracking Kabuto's movements. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 346, Chapter. Time rewinds a little. Over at Akatsuki's main base. Obito had originally planned to team up with Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and wipe out Jiraiya and the others in one go, but the statue was suddenly reverse summoned away. For a moment, he just froze on the spot, mentally cursing Kabuto. Jiraiya's group also stared, eyes widening. Geto Mazo had been summoned away, were they still fighting or not? But Shino was the first to sense something off. The Rinnegan is with Obito. How did someone else manage to summon away Geto Mazo? Could it be the holder of the other Rinnegan? Samui nodded. Sounds about right. It looks like the other Rinnegan already has a master, instead of being kept by Obito. In that case, we need to make a choice. Jiraiya-sama, do we retreat, or do we stay and wait for Geto Mazo to come back? You decide. Konan and Akatsuchi also turned to look at Jiraiya, waiting for him to make the call. Jiraiya was conflicted. He had not expected such a drastic change to the sealing plan, and as the leader of this operation, the responsibility on his shoulders was not small. He had not expected that after Obito got his hands on the Rinnegan, he would actually give one of the eyes to someone else, only for that person to summon away Geto Mazo at a time like this. Was this not just making things worse? And Obito himself clearly looked surprised too. Things really did always turn out contrary to expectations. Making a decision right now was not easy at all. He thought for a moment, then turned to his own student. Konan, what do you think we should do? Konan paused, pressed her lips together, then said, it'll be dangerous, but I think we should use this chance to eliminate Obito. And even though Geto Mazo was summoned away, from what I know of it, if there are no tailed beasts to absorb, it won't stay away for long. It doesn't have much patience. Oh. Geto Mazo has no patience. If it has no tailed beasts to absorb, it will quickly come back. That was valuable intel. Jiraiya relaxed a little and smiled. Then we take Obito out first. If Geto Mazo comes back while we're at it, we destroy it too. That way, everything is settled. Yes. Everyone let out a breath of relief. In truth, no one wanted to head home empty-handed. Otherwise, this entire trip really would have been for nothing. Even if Geto Mazo was gone, they still had the real culprit, Obito. If they killed him, there would be no need for a fourth great ninja war at all, right? With an opportunity this good in front of them, how could they just let it pass? In short, beat him down. Hehehe, you're really bold, yelling all that about killing me right to my face. Want me dead? It won't be that easy. After a brief moment of shock, Obito quickly steadied his mood. Settling things with Kabuto could come later, dealing with these enemies came first. These enemies were not easy opponents. The bugs of the Aburame clan and that Kunoichi from Kumo were already annoying enough on their own, and Jiraiya was an even bigger problem. One of the legendary Sannin would never be easy to handle. If he had not intervened just now, Geto Mazo would have been burned to death by Amaterasu. Who knew what other techniques Jiraiya might be holding back? If he did not go all out, this would not be a simple fight. Since you insist on staying here and dying, I'll be happy to oblige. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Pain Rokudo, Summoning Jutsu, 6 Paths of Pain. He slammed his palm into the ground, and with a series of puffs, 6 silhouettes appeared around him. The hearts of Jiraiya's 5-man squad tightened. They had deep misgivings about the 6 Paths of Pain, and it appeared Obito had created a new set. The question was, how strong were these new bodies? They took a closer look at the faces and could not help but stare in shock and confusion. Samui gasped. Yujito. Our Kumo's Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito. She's an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body now. And she's been turned into one of the 6 paths. You had to admit, Edo Tensei was a truly twisted jutsu. Obito had plagiarized Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain concept and combined it with the advantages of Edo Tensei, then selected Jinchuriki for their raw power. He had even returned part of their tailed beast's chakra to their bodies, allowing these Jinchuriki-based paths to wield fighting strength close to their living peak. With this new 6 paths at his side, he was confident he could take down Jiraiya's group. Jiraiya studied them carefully, then blurted out, 2 Tails Jinchuriki Yujito, former 3 Tails Jinchuriki and 4th Mizukichi Yugura, 4 Tails Jinchuriki Rashi, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, the Scorch release user Pakura, and one I don't recognize. Every one of them was a powerful shinobi in life. This is going to be trouble. Conan, however, did recognize the last one. That last one is the 6 Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata. The original 6 Paths of Pain personally went to the land of water to capture him. The 6 Tails, huh? Just as expected. Now, they all knew they had to take this seriously. Die. Go. At Obito's order, the new 6 paths moved. First, the 2 Tails, 4 Tails, 5 Tails, and 6 Tails Jinchuriki all half-transformed, their bodies wrapped in blood-red-tailed beast chakra, their forms becoming monstrously twisted. Then, the Hyuga ninja leaped in. Jiraiya's group immediately fell back. They had no intention of clashing head-on with these opponents. It was not just that the enemy was overwhelmingly strong, the key issue was that these were Edo Tensei bodies. Even if they landed direct hits, their attacks would be almost meaningless. Suetun, Teppadama, Water Style, Water Bullet. From the rear, Yagura unleashed a water style attack. Jiraiya's group did not try to block it, choosing to dodge instead. Pakura took the opportunity to rush forward, holding only a single kunai as she slashed toward Samui. Samui was just about to meet her strike when Jiraiya suddenly yanked her back, pulling her heavily out of the attack's path. Samui protested in confusion. Jiraiya-sama, I was only going to block her. Is there a problem with that? Jiraiya shook his head. You kids probably don't know who Pakura is. She's Sunagakir's famous Scorch release user. Her signature move, Kajisatsu, Oversteam Kill, is terrifying. Oversteam Kill. The idea behind Kajisatsu is that, while you're trading blows in close combat, she suddenly superheats and evaporates all the moisture in your body, drying you up in an instant and killing you on the spot. Evaporating all the moisture in someone's body in an instant. What kind of horrifying technique was that? Samui broke into a cold sweat from head to toe. She had never imagined that her simple attempt to block a kunai had brought her just half a step away from death. Scorch release user Pakura was truly no ordinary opponent. Most people, seeing her charge in with a single kunai, would not even think of dodging. They would choose to parry, giving her the perfect opening for an instant kill. No wonder she had been chosen as one of the new 6 paths. There was nothing simple about her at all. Shikigami no Jutsu, paper technique. Conan sent a torrent of paper flooding toward the enemy, each sheet concealing an explosive tag. Explosions boomed again and again. They did little real damage, but they did hold the enemy back. Shino released his insects, Akatsuki shaped a giant golem of stone, and together they managed to barely keep up with the new six paths in a desperate, grinding tug of war. The battle was at a standstill, and every moment was dangerously close to collapse. But not a single person shouted for a retreat, because this was their best chance to get rid of Obito. They absolutely could not give it up so easily. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 347, Chapter. Jiraiya and the others had been tangled up with the new six paths for quite some time, and they had been on the back foot the whole way. The new six paths really were strong. The four Jinchuriki could partially transform into their tailed beast forms, and the Biju Chakura, tailed beast chakra, they unleashed was terrifying. Yagura and Pakura were also throwing out lethal attacks non-stop, making them almost impossible to guard against. Even Gamabunta, the big toad, had taken an accidental hit and had no choice but to dispel his Kuchios, summoning, and return. Fortunately, Jiraiya and his group were all veteran, battle-hardened shinobi. They were not so easy to defeat. Even in such a difficult situation, they still managed to hold on. But this could not go on forever. At this rate, Jiraiya's broken leg really might end up needing amputation. Just then, bang! A massive shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it came with a heart-rending scream. It was the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, that had been reverse-summoned earlier. It had actually come back. And the Geto Mazo looked miserable, it was missing a leg. Oh, wait, that leg had come back too. Jiraiya immediately locked onto his target. He quickly linked chakra threads to his teammates and plucked them to send Morse code. Everyone, we probably can't beat them as we are. Sealing the Geto Mazo or killing Obito is unrealistic, but that severed leg, we might be able to seal it and take it with us. Shino understood right away. Geto Mazo needs its body to be whole to fuse into the Jubi, 10 tails. If it's missing a leg, that changes everything. Samui said, then we'll handle the distraction. Jiraiya-sama, you go seal that leg. Everyone came to an agreement and sprang into action. Obito, meanwhile, was still a bit dazed. He could not figure out how the Geto Mazo could have gone away for such a short while and then come back missing a leg. What in the world had it run into? Even if it had encountered Hashirama revived, it should not have ended up like this, right? Just then, Obito noticed Jiraiya's group suddenly launching a full-out assault. He instantly realized they were going to gamble everything on one play, trying to destroy or seal Geto Mazo. There was no way he was going to let them succeed. Akatsuki slammed both fists into the ground. Doton, Ganbashira, Earth-style, rock pillars. Bang. The earth suddenly heaved up into massive stone pillars, thrusting the new six paths into the air. Shino promptly released a vast army of insects, sending them swarming over everything, while Conan ruthlessly scattered a storm of explosive tags and detonated them. As long as the enemy died, it did not matter if it was death by 1,000 poisons. Samui charged in at the front, her short blade dancing. Jiraiya followed close behind her, both hands busy preparing a sealing jutsu. That leg was not just any leg. He had to seal it properly. Obito quickly understood the six-man team's plan. You want to take that leg? Don't even think about it. Six paths, stop them with everything you've got. Hai Nazumi Dama, fire mouse orbs. Yujito spat out mouse-shaped blue flames. Yoton, Shaku Karyugen no Jutsu, lava release, scorching river of flowing rock technique. Rashi spewed magma spheres like crazy. Futten, Kairiki Muso, boil release, peerless might. Han exploded with a shockwave of steam. Kyosen Gasu, strong acid gas. Utakata exhaled a cloud of corrosive mist. Suetun, Teppadama, water style, water bullet. Kajisatsu, oversteam kill. Faced with the overpowering counterattack from the new six paths, Shino, Akatsuki, and Conan struggled desperately to hold out. They even got themselves injured when they slipped up, but all of them endured it. Samui was even more reckless. She actually met the charging Han head-on and was sent flying on the spot by the five-tails Jinchuriki. Thanks to everyone's efforts, Jiraiya finally managed to reach the severed leg of the Geto Mazo. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his scroll and began the sealing process. But Pakura had already arrived. Her kunai stabbed toward him, though what she really intended to unleash was Kajisatsu. For a moment, Jiraiya was trapped in a dilemma. He did not want to interrupt the sealing, or everyone's efforts would be wasted. But if he continued, he would almost certainly be turned into a dried-out corpse by Kajisatsu. What a hassle! At that very moment, three figures suddenly flashed into existence behind him. One of them snapped a kick into Pakura's body, sending her flying like an arrow loosed from a bow, and half her body was blown away in the impact. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? That familiar voice made everyone light up with joy. Shino could not hold back his delight. Natsuki. You're here. Samui, Akatsuchi, and Konan all broke into smiles as well. Reinforcements. This is great. Jiraiya was happy too, but he did not stop his sealing work. Fortunately, it did not take much longer. He successfully sealed the Geto Mazo's severed leg into the scroll and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had really thought he was going to die just now. Inoki and Mei took in the battlefield with a glance, then immediately locked onto the one-legged Geto Mazo and Obito. Mei said, "So that's the Geto Mazo. It really did lose a leg." Jiraiya-sama made a decisive call. "I'm guessing he couldn't deal with Geto Mazo head-on, so he gambled everything on sealing the leg. It's not a bad choice." Inoki's expression was far from pleasant. Rashi, Han, those two idiots. Those two had once been Iwagakure's Jinchuriki. One had gone wandering outside the village and been captured, the other had been hidden deep in the village and still got taken. Inoki had been furious back then. He had not expected that their Edo Tensei bodies would end up being turned into new six paths and used as enemy weapons. "Natsuki, Jiraiya-sama, Shino, you're all right?" Natsuki asked, though he could already see for himself that they were fine. It felt like a pointless question. "Barely." Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "You really showed up at just the right time. Thanks to your help, I managed to seal the Geto Mazo's leg, though I still don't know how it got broken in the first place." Natsuki blinked. "Oh. I broke it. Oh, so it was why, Nanny. Say that again. How did this end up being your doing?" Natsuki could not be bothered to explain. He locked onto the Geto Mazo and smiled. Geto Mazo also sensed Natsuki's arrival. Thinking of the hatred over its severed leg, it let out a roar of pain and terror, as if it wanted nothing more than to kill Natsuki on the spot to vent its rage. Inoki cracked his knuckles. "Geto Mazo and Obito are both here. We wipe them out in one go, and then there doesn't need to be any kind of shinobi world war." Mei nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Kirigakure has only just recovered. We have no desire for a great war right now. So those two can go die for us." Natsuki immediately hurled a marked kunai at the Geto Mazo. Once the kunai reached a point near the statue, he flashed over in an instant. Inoki and Mei still had their hands resting on Natsuki's shoulders, so they came along with him in the same shunshin. Jintan, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. Inoki unleashed a terrifying column of white light. Yotan, Yokai no Jutsu, Lava Release, Melting Monster Technique. Mei opened her mouth and spewed a stream of highly corrosive acid straight at the Geto Mazo. "Like hell you will." Obito panicked. He knew how terrifying Inoki's dust release was. It could disintegrate anything down to its atoms. While his own Rinnegan techniques could withstand it, Geto Mazo could not. Worse, he was not even close to Geto Mazo right now. Damn it. Kamui, Divine Authority. He chose to use Kamui, violently twisting space and dragging Inoki's dust release into his pocket dimension. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 348, Chapter. However, Mei's Yotan, Lava Release, did not arrive in time to block it, and the concentrated acid crashed down onto the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Zzzzz. The statue's lower leg was instantly corroded away, and it let out an even more ear-splitting scream, the kind that felt like it would make your eardrums bleed. Mei was not satisfied at all. That Geto Mazo is too big. My Yotan, Lava Release, can't cover much of it, and its hide is ridiculously tough. The corrosion is way too slow. Shame my Jintan, Dust Release, got blocked. Inoki was annoyed. If my Jintan, Dust Release, had hit it head-on, at the very least half that Geto Mazo would have been reduced to dust. Natsuki immediately said, "Then we pin the enemy down, and the Kage focuses on the main assault against Geto Mazo." Inoki and Mei had no objections. That was indeed the optimal plan. So, Natsuki and Mei rushed Obito together. Obito had been about to run to Geto Mazo's side to protect it, but the two of them cut him off. The new six paths wanted to move in and support him, but Shino, Akatsuchi, Konan, and Samui threw themselves in their way instead. Shino even dared to face two Jinchuriki alone. "Sorry, you two, but you're going to have to keep us company a while longer. You're not going anywhere near that side." As he spoke, he unleashed his Kikeichu, destruction insects, at full power, instantly blanketing the two of them. Yujito immediately spat fireballs in an attempt to burn the swarm to death, but realized that the insect casualties were minimal. Their resistance to fire was astonishing. Rashi hurled magma orbs as well, but even then, more than half of the swarm survived. To strengthen his bugs, Shino had deliberately sought out magma, on the basis that magma's temperature was among the highest natural extremes. If he could cultivate insects that could withstand magma, then there would be no need to fear any katan, fire style. Now was the time to put that theory to the test. And the results were exactly what Shino had hoped for. He was overjoyed and immediately released even more insects, wrapping Yujito and Rashi completely and ravenously devouring their Biju Chakura, tailed beast chakra, to the point that even portions of their half-tailed beast forms were eaten away. Because they had absorbed too much Biju Chakura, some of the insects could not endure it and died, but others survived and swelled, growing larger and larger. Some of the biggest were the size of a human head. Shino was not surprised, and he directed these giant insects to lunge at the other enemies as well. Konan, meanwhile, took on the regenerated Pakura. Knowing how lethal Pakura's Shikuten, Scorch Release, was, she refused to engage in close combat. Instead, she used paper clones in a human bomb strategy, sending clone after clone in with explosive tags attached. It was barely enough to keep Pakura tied down. Akatsuchi handled Utakata without too much trouble. Utakata's base strength was not exceptionally high, even with the power of a tailed beast, he was only pushing Akatsuchi back by a small margin. As for Samui, she had been injured earlier when she blocked Han's charge. Her lower back was still aching from being smashed aside by him. Han wielded Futen, Boil Release. The superheated steam granted him terrifying speed, letting him ram into targets like a roaring locomotive, and his attack power was immense. That one block earlier had almost knocked Samui's guts out of place. She had no idea how long they would need to keep this up. She could only hope that Natsuki's side would succeed quickly. Jiraiya, for his part, was now facing the remaining Yugura. Since the Three Tails had yet to be captured, the former Three Tails Jinchuriki had not been granted its power in this Edo Tensei body, so his current strength was not particularly impressive. In short, the new six paths were completely pinned down. And Natsuki and Mei had fully intercepted Obito. In theory, Natsuki alone might have been enough to stall him, but just in case, the two of them moved together. And indeed, that just in case soon appeared. A half-black, half-white figure suddenly emerged from the ground and launched Mokutan, Wood Release, attacks at Natsuki and Mei. Natsuki immediately used Mokutan, Wood Release, to block the strike, and Obito seized the opening, sprinting toward the Geto Mazo. Jin-tun. Kamui, TCH. Obito had just been about to use Kamui, Divine Authority, to stop the Jin-tun, Dust Release, the way he had earlier, when Natsuki flashed in with Erasure Shunshin, Storm-style Body Flicker, his light-speed kick already swinging through. Obito was forced to choose intangibility. When he used Kamui, Divine Authority, on other objects, he could not phase himself at the same time. If he insisted on blocking the Jin-tun, Dust Release, he would definitely be killed by Natsuki's light-speed kick. So he chose, without hesitation, to protect himself. Buzz. The light of the Jin-tun, Dust Release, appeared in front of Geto Mazo in an instant. The statue reflexively raised both hands to block, and it actually managed to stop the attack, but both of its arms were disintegrated into atoms on the spot. Now it had broken arms and a broken leg. It was truly a pitiful sight. Roar. It let out a sky-shaking howl of agony, like it had just watched its entire family die. Obito could not care about anything else. Still in his intangible state, he rushed toward it. Just when it looked like Inoki was about to unleash another attack, Obito used Shinra Tensei, Heavenly Subjugation of the Omnipresent God, to blast him away. Then he darted up to Geto Mazo and used Kamui, Divine Authority, to absorb the statue into his personal dimension. The very next second, Natsuki's light-speed kick came whipping in again. In his fluster, Obito only managed to twist his torso slightly, and his entire shoulder and half his chest were blown apart, sending him flying. He did not make a sound, as if the pain belonged to someone else. A moment later, a white Zetsu rose up from underground, tore off one of its own arms and half its chest, and handed them to Obito. Obito calmly accepted the pieces and joined them to his body. His maimed torso was restored in an instant. Back when he had died, he had already used White Zetsu's body parts to rebuild himself. So this kind of operation was nothing more than daily routine to him. To everyone else watching, though, it was utterly insane. For anyone else, that level of injury would have been fatal. Obito had not even groaned, and he had not shed a single drop of blood. Then he had fixed himself completely in moments. He was basically a monster. Soon, Obito regrouped with Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu said, "Obito, we should retreat. We can't stay here." Obito nodded. He had been about to toss out a few more threats, but seeing Natsuki poised to throw out another light-speed kick at any moment, he hesitated. Even with the Rinnegan and Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, to repel everything, there was still a 5-second cooldown. For someone with Natsuki's extreme speed, 5 seconds was an eternity. Fighting Natsuki was dangerous. Right now, he had no real chance of winning. So, retreat it was. The space around them twisted into a spiral, and Obito and Black Zetsu vanished on the spot. The new 6 paths were forced to withdraw as well. Natsuki, Inoki, and Mei exchanged a glance and let out a collective sigh. They had not expected Obito to be so decisive, to store Geto-Mazo away and bolt without hesitation. It was truly a shame. No one felt more regret than Inoki. He had been a hair's breadth away from turning Geto-Mazo into dust, but Obito had blocked him again and again. It was infuriating. Natsuki and Mei had done their best to keep Obito occupied, but with his phasing ability, it had been almost impossible to pin him down. Unless Kakashi came along, they could not completely lock down that intangibility. Natsuki clicked his tongue in frustration. It seemed that next time they had to bring Kakashi specifically to deal with Obito. After all, you needed Kamui, Divine Authority, to defeat Kamui, Divine Authority, or there really was no good way to handle him. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 349, Chapter. Is everyone all right? Natsuki asked. No injuries, just a shame about this operation. Shino shook his head. The others felt the same. It was such a rare chance to put an end to the Shinobi World War, and yet they had failed to seize it. It was hard not to feel regret. Natsuki could only spread his hands. Things were never that simple. Unless he were completely invincible and could slaughter enemies at will, this kind of outcome was inevitable. That was clearly impossible right now. He did not even have a way to deal with Kamui, Divine Authority, intangibility, so he basically could not truly pin Obito down. Obito had practically fought with his life on the line to protect the Geto-Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. It was no surprise the operation had not succeeded. The enemy was not nearly as weak as some might imagine, so they absolutely could not be taken lightly. Still, it was not as if they had gained nothing. After all, Geto-Mazo was now crippled. Both arms had been erased by Inoki's Gene-Ton, dust release, and one leg had been sealed away. In that state, could it still become the Jubi, 10 Tails? On top of that, they now had intel on Obito's new 6 paths, and they had also learned that he could use White Zetsu's body to repair his own injuries. Once they returned and worked out a counter-strategy, they would definitely be able to seize the upper hand in the battles to come. As for the countless White Zetsu here, they had to be wiped out. No point leaving them to swell the enemy's ranks. Afterward, Natsuki treated Samui first, since she had the most serious injuries. Konan and Shino took responsibility for clearing out the White Zetsu in the area. Konan flew up into the sky and rained explosive tags down from above, while Shino sent his bugs everywhere. White Zetsu died in droves. In total, they probably killed nearly 10,000. Out of 100,000 White Zetsu, that only brought the number down to 90,000. There was nothing they could do about that. There were only so many White Zetsu clustered here, and many of the others had probably not been deployed yet, or had already been destroyed or sent elsewhere. Once everything was done, Konan left behind a massive carpet of explosive tags and obliterated Akatsuki's former main base, burying it along with her and Nagato's memories. Natsuki then used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to take everyone back to the War Council chamber. A and the others rushed over immediately. Well. Did you destroy the Geto-Mazo? Inoki and Mei both shook their heads, not in the mood to talk. In the end, it was Samui who gave a serious, orderly report of what had happened. Once everyone finished listening, they all felt it was a great pity, but no one blamed the team. They had already performed spectacularly. From here on out, it seemed they would have to defeat the enemy head-on on the battlefield. Before long, a new strategy meeting was convened. All high-ranking personnel attended, including division commanders, squad captains, and others. Even Natsuki and Ten did not escape the summons. A began speaking. Right now, the ninja of all the villages have gathered. Next, follow the division allocation plan. Form up your units with all possible speed and get your combat strength fully organized in the shortest time. Then the army will march to the designated positions to block the incoming White Zetsu horde. The daimyo guard unit must also protect the daimyo. Do not let the enemy capture them as bargaining chips. The Jinchuriki must be kept absolutely safe. They're the key to our victory. That was the basic framework. But the matter of protecting the daimyo still left everyone a bit speechless. In truth, when facing a cataclysm at the scale of the entire world, the lives of the daimyo were not exactly the top priority. But the allied shinobi forces still had to protect them. After all, this world's people thought a certain way. The daimyo were the symbol of a country, the embodiment of its legitimacy. If the daimyo were not protected, it was tantamount to the country itself being wiped out. It was complicated. In any case, they had to split off troops to guard them. Tsunade added, White Zetsu has underground movement capabilities, so we need to prevent them from tunneling beneath our lines and infiltrating the rear. Gaara followed up. White Zetsu can also disguise themselves, so be extremely cautious about spies infiltrating our forces, especially the medical and logistics division. Don't give White Zetsu any chance to slip in and cause chaos. Others also spoke up one after another, forming a circle and refining the plan together in more and more detail. Once the meeting ended, they immediately summoned every ninja to assemble in the plaza. When Natsuki followed the others to the high platform overlooking the plaza, he saw that the once empty square was now packed shoulder to shoulder with shinobi, along with some samurai from the land of iron. Everyone wore a ninja forehead protector and looked to be in good spirits. Natsuki spotted quite a few familiar faces: Genma, Reido, Iwashi, Izumo, Kotetsu. Pretty much every capable shinobi he could think of had been pulled into the war. Next, in accordance with the division plan, the commanders of each unit were announced: 1st Division Commander Darui, 2nd Division Commander Kitsuchi, 3rd Division Commander Kakashi, 4th Division Commander Maki, 5th Division Commander Mifune, and Medical and Logistics Division Commander Dan, among others. Once the officers had been named, it was time to sort the rank and file. Fortunately, the rosters had already been posted, so every ninja quickly found their assigned division. They gathered with their units, received supplies, and prepared to move out. Natsuki had not yet been specifically assigned, so he returned to the office with 10 for tea. He had been exhausted earlier, finally, he could rest a little. Next up would be the battle of the 80,000 strong allied shinobi forces. Everyone would be showing off their full abilities. Their primary opponents would be White Zetsu, as well as a sizable contingent of sand ninja forces. As for Dreammaker Kabuto, who knew how many graves he had dug up, or how many dead he had turned into Edo Tensei puppets. How many members of the allied shinobi forces would end up seeing the faces of their own relatives and friends, only to be forced to fight those same loved ones? If they wanted to free those loved ones from control, they would have to kill Kabuto. The problem was that Kabuto currently had Madara guarding him, which would make killing him no easy task. However, Natsuki did not believe someone like Madara would be willing to remain under Kabuto's control forever. He would surely look for a way to break free. That would depend on how the power struggles among the enemy played out. At that time, in the land of fields, Tanakuni, Obito, and Black Zetsu arrived and successfully rendezvoused with Kabuto and Madara, then released the heavily wounded Geto Mazo. Madara looked at the statue, which had only one leg left. His expression could not have been any darker. Even that last leg had been severely corroded. It was truly a sight of utter misery. He could not help but say, Obito, you really are a disappointment. You could not even protect Geto Mazo. Obito's temper was running hot as well. He jabbed a finger at Kabuto. I was going to ask you the same thing. Why did you reverse summon Geto Mazo out of nowhere? And even if you did, why did it come back missing a leg? Weren't you over here too? Why didn't it lose a leg on your side? Madara suddenly felt a bit awkward. Ahem. You don't understand how strong the enemy over here was. Obito sneered. The enemy on my side was strong too. Natsuki came with the Tsuchikage and Mizukage in tow. Geto Mazo was nearly reduced to atoms by the Tsuchikage Gene Ton, dust release, and I almost got kicked to death by Natsuki trying to protect it. What else was I supposed to do? The fact that it's still intact at all is already pretty good. What did you say? Natsuki showed up on your side too. Madara's expression darkened. So that kid really is something. He blew off one of Geto Mazo's legs on my side, and then he turned up on yours as well. It's no surprise you couldn't beat him. Even if I ran into that brat myself, I'd end up taking the worst of it. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 350, chapter. Very soon, both sides finished explaining what had happened to them, and then fell into silence. None of them had expected the enemy to move so quickly, with such a clear objective, and to carry out such precise strikes. Killing Kabuto would remove the threat of Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. Sealing the Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was an even more ruthless move, cutting off the plan right at the source. As for how the enemy had learned about the Geto Mazo, Obito guessed that Konan had leaked the intel. Back then, he had indeed decided that Konan and Nagato no longer posed a threat, so he had not bothered to hunt them down. He never imagined that after Nagato's death, Konan would defect to Jiraiya's side and even lead Jiraiya to that snowy stronghold to seal the Geto Mazo. That really had been his mistake. Madara sneered. Ever heard of pulling weeds up by the roots? You actually let Nagato and Konan walk away alive. Obito's smile turned ice cold. You're scolding me. Weren't you the one bragging about how strong you are? And yet you still couldn't beat Natsuki. He blew off one of the Gedo Mazo's legs right in front of you, and you even let him get away afterward. That's your strength. Natsuki was right, old relics from a bygone era should stop trying to stir up the world. You should just go back and take a nap. Oh. Obito, you've really grown a spine. You dare talk to me like that now? Heh. You're an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body right now and under Kabuto's control. Why shouldn't I be bold? I was willing to follow the plan, but Black Zetsu went behind my back and colluded with Kabuto, using your Edo Tensei body to threaten me. There isn't even basic trust anymore. What makes you think I should be polite? Obito might have been a dead last dropout once, but that did not mean he would stay a fool forever. This was Black Zetsu stabbing him in the back. How was he supposed to just swallow that? And you as well, Kabuto. Obito turned his muzzle on a new target. You reverse summoned the Gedo Mazo without warning, and that's why it ended up like this. And wasn't Madara's Edo Tensei body already handed over to me? Yet you still summoned him over to protect you. So that earlier deal was just for nothing, is that it? Even if you're afraid of dying, that doesn't give you the right to touch my things as you please. Otherwise, I might as well kill you right now. His loathing for this snake who had inherited everything from Orochimaru ran deep. Kabuto had used Rin to threaten him, wrecked his plans over and over. He was absolutely deserving of death. Kabuto, however, stayed perfectly calm. Mama, no need to get so worked up. Protecting myself is for the sake of the operation. If I die, all the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies will lose control and disappear. Madara would vanish too. At that point, you'd be the only one left, Obito. Do you really think you can take on the entire allied shinobi forces alone? Madara was laughing to himself on the inside. Disappear? At worst, he would be released from Edo Tensei and slip free of Kabuto's control. He would not shed a single tear over Kabuto's death. Obito, on the other hand, fell silent. He did not actually have that kind of confidence. The allied shinobi forces were no pushovers. Even with 100,000, now only 90,000, white Zetsu, victory was by no means guaranteed. And capturing the Jinchuriki was far from easy. Most importantly, Natsuki alone was the biggest obstacle, one he had no way to overcome. So Kabuto might have a point. As long as this venomous snake stayed alive, the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, army remained in play, and there was still a chance to win. Especially Madara, this absolute trump card simply could not be lost. If they did, their odds of success would plummet to nearly nothing. Fine. I'll let this one slide. But there won't be a next time. Obito forced himself to compromise. Relax. There won't. The lenses on Kabuto's glasses flashed, hiding his expression completely. He would certainly never reverse summon something like the Gedo Mazo again. The thing just drained his chakra, even his life force, for free. Fortunately, he had already removed the black receivers from his back, and his body had assimilated Kirin's bloodline, granting him powerful regenerative ability. That was the only reason he had recovered so quickly. But this matter was far from over. As a snake, he held grudges very dearly. Being screwed over by Obito like this, he would definitely pay it back someday. Madara suddenly said, 4. Obito blinked. Already 4, huh? Nice war. Nani? 4. Only 4. What have you even been doing, Obito? Obito chuckled dryly. Don't pin this all on me. It's not that I didn't try, it's that the enemy is too strong. Every attempt to capture the One Tails and Seven Tails was forcefully blocked by Konoha. The Three Tails was secretly sealed away by Sasuke. Later, Nagato sent the Six Paths of Pain to invade Konoha, and they got beaten by that monster Natsuki. So tell me, what exactly was I supposed to do? Madara fell silent. He had not expected Konoha to be this reliable. Not only had they saved the One Tails and Seven Tails Jinchuriki, they had also sealed the Three Tails. A single village had successfully protected 4 Jinchuriki. It was absurd. Ha ha ha. Konoha really is strong. If Hashirama were still around, he'd be overjoyed. Madara even found the mood to crack an inappropriate joke. You've still got time to joke. If we don't come up with something soon, the Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, I have the moon plan, is going to fall apart. Obito's tone was harsh. Unlike Madara, he could not remain completely unfazed with the Baijidama, tailed beast bomb, pointed at his face. He thought for a while, then gave his orders. Black Zetsu, go scout the locations of the Jinchuriki, and make sure you also look for Gedo Mazo's severed leg. That leg should be with Jiraiya. Once we have the precise locations, we can line up our shots for another precision strike. Black Zetsu nodded quickly. I've already picked up a few things. Right now, the Allied forces are deployed along the southern coastline of the Land of Lightning. The One-Tails Jinchuriki, Gaara, is currently the supreme commander of the Allied forces, and he's usually at the main headquarters in the rear. The other Jinchuriki may be even further behind, but I can't be certain. From intel I overheard some time ago, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Seven Tails seem to be at Mount Myaboku. What? Mount Myaboku. Madara frowned so hard he could have crushed a fly between his brows. He did not know much about the three Great Sage regions, only that they were extremely mysterious locations, and he had no idea where they were. If two Jinchuriki had really escaped to Mount Myaboku, they would be very hard to find. The only way would be to capture Jiraiya, steal the contract scroll for Mount Myaboku, and use the summoning contract to find a path there. That whole chain of moves would be extremely troublesome. Things were proving far more complicated than he had thought. In reality, Black Zetsu did not yet know that Naruto and Fu had already returned. Ever since the 5 great villages had decided to form the allied shinobi forces, Black Zetsu's primary surveillance had been focused on the Land of Lightning. He had paid little attention to other villages. Naruto and Fu had caused little commotion upon their return, and Natsuki had immediately used the Flying Thunder God to take them away, straight to the giant turtle. The intel Black Zetsu had overheard by chance was already out of date. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 351, Chapter. After wrestling with it for a while, Madara finally made a decision. You go investigate the whereabouts of the other Jinchuriki first. You also must confirm whose hands the sealing scroll containing the demonic statue of the outer path's severed leg has fallen into. Once you have the information, report back immediately. Understood, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu agreed and then sank into the ground. It was obvious that now that Madara had returned, Black Zetsu no longer intended to bother dealing with Obito. Obito did not care either. He had never truly believed Black Zetsu was trustworthy. He offered a suggestion. What about attacking the feudal lords? Madara's expression turned strange. Attack the daimyo? Why waste time on that trash? In Madara's eyes, daimyo were nothing but garbage, rice-eating parasites who knew nothing beyond stuffing themselves, and thus completely beneath his notice. Obito, however, clearly had a different view. We don't care about the daimyo, but the allied shinobi forces do. If we capture the daimyo and demand the alliance hand over the Jinchuriki, it might work. Madara simply waved his hand. Do as you like. No matter how foolish it is, I won't stop you. To him, raiding and abducting daimyo was pure stupidity. But he could not be bothered to restrain Obito. As long as it did not interfere with the Eye of the Moon plan, he would not care. Obito only gave a small nod. In truth, he did not think much of the daimyo either, but he felt it was worth a try. At the very least, attacking them would force the alliance to split their forces, so it was not entirely pointless. And what about you? What do you plan to do next? Obito asked again. What do I plan to do? Obviously, Tataki-da. Madara was a man of action. For now, even if the locations of the other Jinchuriki were unclear, the One-Tails Jinchuriki Gaara was already confirmed to be stationed in the rear of the allied forces, so there was nothing to hesitate over. They were going to fight sooner or later, so better to fight early. The moment he made that decision, the White Zetsu army immediately began advancing toward the Land of Lightning. At the same time, the divisions of the allied shinobi forces had already established defensive lines on the western border and western coast of the Land of Lightning. 80,000 shinobi were spread out, forming a defensive line as tight as an iron barrel. Soon, the 2nd Division detected the White Zetsu army moving underground. Their captain Kitsuchi immediately joined forces with his daughter Kuratsuchi and moved. Doton, Kaitsu Shokutsu, Earth Release, Open Earth Rising Excavation. Boom, boom, boom. The rocky ground surged upward all at once, forming a towering mountain. The White Zetsu army lurking beneath the earth was directly forced up from below, erupting like a volcanic blast from the mountain's peak, spewing out in a way that was frankly disgusting to look at. Besides those underground, there were of course White Zetsu on the surface as well. In no time at all, the 2nd Division clashed with the White Zetsu horde. Looking out, they seemed like swarms of clustered white locusts. One glance made your skin crawl. Kill. At Kitsuchi's order, the allied shinobi immediately surged forward, the roar of battle shaking heaven and earth. The alliance's side began by hurling kunai, shuriken, and all manner of tools, and some even started throwing explosive tags, cutting down large numbers of White Zetsu. But the White Zetsu were not slow. They quickly closed the distance and crashed into the front lines, engaging the shinobi in close combat. Most White Zetsu did not use ninjutsu and simply relied on taijutsu to fight. And in this timeline, they were different from the originals. In the original story, the white Zetsu had been strengthened by Kabuto using Yamato, making them stronger. The ones now lacked that enhancement. Even so, they were not weak. It was not easy for a mere genin to kill a white Zetsu. Especially since the shinobi had a limited supply of kunai and shuriken. Once they ran out, they became very passive, and in terms of stamina, they were inferior to the white Zetsu as well, so the battle did not go particularly smoothly. Compared with the second division, the third division under Kakashi's command was in even worse shape. They did not only run into the white Zetsu army, but also encountered an Edo Tensei strike team. This group of Edo Tensei were mainly the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, including Fuguki, Kushimaru, Jinin, Jinpachi, Aimuri, Mangetsu, and the others. Except for Aimuri, the rest all had their ninja blades in hand, making them extremely troublesome opponents. Kakashi just felt a headache starting. After all, there were not many people in his division who could perform sealing techniques. Dealing with Edo Tensei bodies was no easy matter. Fortunately, he had previously learned Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, from Natsuki, so he had to personally take the point, with others providing support. He immediately gave the order. Iwashi, you will temporarily take over command of the 3rd Division. Ryamaizu, Masaki, Fumiya, you 3 will form the main sealing squad with me to seal these Edo Tensei bodies. Guy, Lee, you 2 support us. Understood. No one wasted a word of nonsense, answering crisply in unison. Very quickly, the allied shinobi and the white Zetsu army were locked in combat, while Kakashi's squad engaged the former 7 ninja swordsmen. Kakashi immediately pulled out a scroll and summoned a coffin, then activated Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, from a distance, targeting Aimuri first. Since she no longer had her ninja blade, the Thunderfang Blade's Kiba were in Tenten's hands, she was relatively easier to deal with. Sure enough, Aimuri was sucked into the vortex of the Mafuba with no chance to resist and was stuffed straight into the coffin and sealed away. Nice, Kakashi. Guy could not hold back his praise, then launched his Konoha Hitenjeri, leaf flying kick, straight at Fuguki. Guy's sudden appearance left Fuguki, Kushimaru, Jinin, Jinpachi, and the others all shocked and pale. This form of his dragged their memories back to that assault on Konoha years ago. Back then, there had also been a Kappa, who exploded with terrifying power and kicked the 7 swordsmen into something resembling a slapstick comedy act. Even now, recalling it made them involuntarily tremble. However, this time they were Edo Tensei bodies and had no fear of death at all, so they quickly straightened their backs again. Since they had run into another Kappa, this time they would take their revenge. At the same time, the other divisions were also facing attacks from Edo Tensei teams and the white Zetsu army. Darui's 1st division came up against Edo Tensei Dan, Hizashi, and others. The 5th division, led by Mifune, crossed blades with Edo Tensei Hanzo of the Salamander, Kanki, and the rest. For a while, the entire western region of the Land of Lightning shook under the din of battle, with casualties on both sides piling up beyond measure. A little further back from the front lines, the medical division was swamped with work, and the logistics and transport unit was run ragged like dogs. By comparison, Natsuki in the rear looked quite relaxed. But it was not that he wanted to be idle, only that this was what he had been ordered to do. He had to conserve his strength and wait for Madara to move. The moment Madara appeared, Natsuki would have to head to the front immediately and personally face him in battle. At present, it seemed that Natsuki was the only one who could stand against Madara. There was also another group of people, including Niji, Tenten, Jiraiya, Inoki, and others, who were all on standby, ready to rush to the battlefield the moment they were needed. At this time, reports from the front announced that large numbers of Edo Tensei bodies had appeared and reinforcements were urgently required. Tenten stood up and stretched lazily. Looks like it's my turn to take the stage. My path as a legendary kunoichi starts right here. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 352, Chapter. New fanfic is up. Naruto, starting out by making money. Natsuki also stood up, and in one smooth motion pulled Tenten into his arms and kissed her. The others, seeing this, silently turned their heads away, not wanting to be force-fed dog food. Is your chakra battery fully charged? Natsuki asked. Full. It hasn't been that busy these last few days, so I charged every battery to max. It's more than enough for me to go on a rampage. Tenten replied smugly. Be careful. Don't worry, I won't get careless. Then get out there and earn yourself the title of Legendary Ninja Tools Master. Tenten nodded, locked onto Kakashi's position, and in a flash she was gone. The next second, she appeared right behind Kakashi. Kakashi jumped, then turned around. Seeing a familiar face, he was overjoyed. Tenten, you're here. Tenten nodded, her gaze sweeping across the former 7 ninja swordsmen. She paid particular attention to their weapons and recognized them immediately. After all, she had spent quite a bit of money back then collecting information on these blades. Then, the brightest thought surfaced in her mind. As a future legendary ninja tools master, of course she was going to set her sights on ninja tools. Once she opened her own shop, she could not be lacking in top-quality merchandise, so she had to seize all of these swords. Even if someone from the Hidden Mist wanted them back in the future, they would have to pay up. Heh, Kakashi-sensei, leave all of these people to me. Their swords are all mine too. As she spoke, she scattered a spread of formula-marked kunai, then took out the red gourd, the golden canopy rope, and the seven-star sword. In the next instant, she used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash across the battlefield, appearing near Kushimaru and striking him with the golden canopy rope. She then instantly slipped away again, appearing behind Jinpachi and snapping the rope across him as well. With flashes of Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and lashes of the golden canopy rope, she tagged every Edo Tensei body once in the blink of an eye. They were all still a bit dazed, not understanding what the point of these seemingly meaningless attacks was. One of the chattier ones could not help it and opened his mouth, letting his usual word spirit slip out. Tenten once again made a circuit with Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, using the seven-star sword to neatly sever every single word spirit and then flashing back to Kakashi's side. Immediately afterward, all of those verbal curses were sucked into the red gourd and sealed away. The cursed words also all appeared on the blade of the seven-star sword. Tenten flipped the seven-star sword over so the others could not see. Jinpachi stared at Tenten with a cold sneer. I don't know what you're doing, but flitting around like a fly really annoys me. Let me use the explosion sword, Shibuki, to blow you two, huh? Not good. Cursed phrase, explosion sword, Shibuki. Jinpachi was immediately sucked into the red gourd. The others were all stunned by this, then began blurting out confused questions. Quite a few accidentally let their usual catchphrases slip, which happened to match the cursed words, and they were all sucked into the red gourd one after another. Phew. Sucking in that many people at once really does burn through chakra. Tenten grumbled in displeasure, but still quickly stowed the three swords explosion sword, Shibuki, long sword, Nuabari, and blunt blade, Kabutawari into her own scroll. Hee, mine, they're all mine. The corners of Tenten's mouth were practically reaching her ears. She had just collected 3 excellent ninja tools in one go. How could she not be ecstatic? In the future, when she took over her father's ninja tools shop, she would display all these fine blades. She did not even have to sell them, just line them up to look pretty. The satisfaction of that was going to be unreal. Of course, the very best of all would be the 6 Paths ninja tools. Those would be the shop's crowning treasures. Their family's ninja tools shop was sure to have booming business. Alright, stop laughing, your drool is about to drip out, Kakashi reminded. What drool? Tenten wiped at the corner of her mouth, but she did rein herself in a little. Tenten, that was brilliant. Gai-sensei and Lee gave her a thumbs up. The others also spoke up in turn. Tenten is amazing. As expected of someone who can wield the 6 Paths ninja tools, she really helped us a ton. Ha. I thought this was going to be a grueling battle, but Tenten showed up and solved everything. This feels just too good. Yeah. With the Edo Tensei squad gone, those white Zetsu are going to get slaughtered. Time to show those disgusting white things what we can do. With the enemy's Edo Tensei strike team wiped out, the allied forces' morale shot up, and their top-tier fighters were freed. They charged into the white Zetsu army like tigers into a flock of sheep. In no time at all, the white Zetsu horde was beaten back again and again, suffering heavy losses, and the 3rd Division's victory was only a matter of time. Kakashi smiled. Tenten, this is all thanks to you. I won't waste words on thanks. You probably still have to support other fronts, so I won't keep you. Just be careful. Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Lee, you all be careful too. As she spoke, Tenten locked onto Darui's position and flashed away. Each division commander was carrying formula-marked kunai from her and Natsuki, making it convenient for the two of them to use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to provide support. Right now was exactly the time for them to display overwhelming might. Tenten really is incredible, Lee said with open envy. Ha. As expected of my disciple. And as expected of our comrade. Gai-sensei's bright white teeth flashed. It would probably be more accurate to say, as expected of Natsuki's girlfriend. Kakashi silently added that line in his heart. He knew that Tenten's growth could not be separated from Natsuki's influence, but Tenten's own hard work was just as important, so there were some things he chose not to say out loud. On the 1st Division's side, the main battlefield was along the coast. The white Zetsu were relatively easy to handle, it was the Edo Tensei enemies who were hard to deal with. However, Asuma's team was stationed here, and with Shikamaru's sharp mind helping, Captain Darui quickly laid out their battle plan. Before long, they had Dan and Hisashi restrained inside a 4 violet flames formation. Even so, actually capturing them was no easy task. At that moment, Tenten arrived, her smile dazzling. "Everyone, do you need the help of a legendary ninja tools master?" Hearing that, Darui, Asuma, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino all broke into smiles as well. This problem had just stopped being a problem. With Tenten on the move, the number of Edo Tensei enemies on the battlefield plummeted rapidly. In the rear, when Madara received the report, he only looked dismissive. 6 Paths Ninja Tools. Just some boring toys. He truly did not think much of the 6 Paths Ninja Tools. In the original events, once he had become 6 Paths Madara, he had literally spat the tools out of his body, which in turn handed a bit of welfare to White Zetsu. But just because he looked down on them did not mean they were useless. In reality, the 3-piece set Tenten carried had already become a nightmare for the Edo Tensei bodies. Even someone like Madara, if he was careless, could be sealed into the red gourd. Kabuto offered a reminder. That girl named Tenten is actually Natsuki's girlfriend. Her Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, was taught by Natsuki, and she's skilled at using all kinds of ninja tools. Her strength is far from ordinary. In fact, thanks to how active she is on the battlefield, the number of our Edo Tensei bodies is dropping rapidly, and the alliance is gaining a massive edge. Oh. She's Natsuki's girlfriend. No wonder she has that level of ability. Madara immediately changed his tune. He had a genuine appreciation for Natsuki, and by extension he could not help giving Tenten his approval as well. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 353, Chapter. Night fell. After a full day of intense fighting, casualties were indeed heavy, and even those who made it through unscathed were exhausted. It said in the original story that the Fourth Shinobi World War only lasted 3 days. That really feels like child's play, but in reality it shouldn't be counted like that. It should start from when Obito declared war. After that came the alliance of the 5 great nations plus the Land of Iron, with shinobi and samurai forming the allied forces. All the preparations before open conflict should also be counted as part of the war. After all, the preparation of troops and supplies is one of the most important aspects of warfare and cannot be ignored. Besides, compared to ordinary people, shinobi are basically superhumans. When they travel, their speed far outstrips normal humans. And while it looks like they fight with cold weapons, their various ninjutsu are in no way weaker than modern firearms, and some can even destroy the heavens and the earth. Many battles look like they drag on for a long time, but in fact they end very quickly. So with sufficient preparations early on, followed by a swift and decisive campaign, having the war only last 3 days is actually not a problem. The only thing worth criticizing is that a shinobi's stamina and chakra are not that monstrous. Just 1 day of fighting leaves the vast majority of shinobi completely worn out. The idea of fighting at high intensity for 3 days straight doesn't feel very realistic. The most ridiculous case is Kakashi. His Sharingan is supposed to constantly consume his chakra, yet his Kamui gets used casually again and again. Even villains would cry seeing that. The topic is drifting. Let's pull it back. After returning, Tenten, pale-faced, burrowed into Natsuki's arms and immediately fell sound asleep. Continuous use of the 6 Paths ninja tools, even with the help of chakra batteries, had taken a serious toll on her. It wasn't just chakra consumption either. The mental strain was even greater. Fortunately, she had swept away a large number of Edo Tensei bodies without incident, greatly boosting the alliance's morale. By now, Tenten's name was already known throughout all 3 divisions of the army, and even all the way to the land of rice fields. Even though Natsuki was stationed in the far rear, he had still heard many people praising Tenten, which naturally filled him with pride. But seeing Tenten this exhausted in front of him, he couldn't help but feel distressed. All he could do was hold her gently in his arms, softly patting her back and coaxing her into a peaceful sleep. Reikage, Tsunade, and the various strategists saw this and all instinctively lowered their voices. But when they spoke, there were smiles on their faces. Reikage said, "We really do have this girl to thank. If not for her, we'd probably have taken a huge loss on the first day alone. Edo Tensei is way too troublesome. In the end, that guy Kabuto really does need to be taken out." That's right. If Kabuto isn't killed, Edo Tensei will just keep adding more and more enemies, Tsunade said, her expression solemn. Even with Tenten able to provide support, frequent use of the 6 Paths ninja tools and Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, is a huge burden on her. Just look at how much Natsuki is worrying over her. Mabui asked, should we send another strike team to assassinate Kabuto? He should still be in the land of rice fields. It might not be that hard to locate him. Once we get our hands on the Rinnegan and transplant it into one of our own, then summon the demonic statue of the outer path and seal it, wouldn't everything be wrapped up neatly? Shikaku cut in immediately. The idea is good, but not realistic. Reikage was just as clear-headed. Kabuto might not be that hard to kill, but he's probably together with Madara right now. That, Shinobi Shura, is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid not only would the strike team never come back, even a path-clearing vanguard squad wouldn't return from the first contact. Reikage would never underestimate someone like Madara in the slightest. Because of that, many decisions had to be made with extreme caution. One misstep and a huge number of people really would die, and no one wanted to see that result. Tsunade, however, was in no rush. The White Zetsu assault is just an appetizer. The real main course is still to come. We can't be impatient. Once Madara sees the battle turning against him, he'll definitely step onto the field himself. We should conserve our strength and wait for him, then defeat him in one decisive strike. That's the best course of action. And once Madara appears, we can send people after Kabuto then. Let that snake jump around for a couple more days. Everyone nodded. It was only the first day of the war. There really was no need to rush. If they treated today like the final decisive battle right from the start, then all their prior preparation would have been wasted and failure would become very likely. Dragging things out and letting the enemy grow anxious first was a favorable strategic choice. At that moment, an intel officer hurried in and delivered a report. Reikage read it and almost slammed the table, but he was afraid of waking Tenten, so he only suppressed his anger and handed the report to Tsunade. Tsunade read it and almost burst into profanity on the spot. The report stated that several batches of supplies in the rear logistics lines had suddenly gone up in flames, and a number of people had inexplicably died. For the moment, panic had spread through the logistics core, and if not for a few experienced jonin keeping the situation under control, chaos would have already broken out. The problem was that the logistics corps' commander was Shizune. It was not that Shizune had failed in her duties. She had been busy performing surgery on the wounded, which created a gap in logistics that White Zetsu had slipped through. In fact, before starting surgery, Shizune had repeatedly warned everyone to be careful, and the operational plans also emphasized vigilance against White Zetsu infiltrators. However, some people in the logistics corps had become careless because the frontline battles were going so smoothly. That was the main reason White Zetsu found an opening, and exactly why Reikage and Tsunade were so angry. Yet at the same time, they could not really blame anyone directly, because White Zetsu's impersonations were nearly impossible to detect. Even the Byakugan could not see through them, and the Inuzuka clan could not pick up any discrepancies in scent. That was a bit of a bug in the system and gave everyone a headache. Fortunately, Tsunade quickly came up with an idea. Send the Torture and Interrogation Division. They specialize in reading people and are extremely sharp. No matter how skilled White Zetsu is at transformation and disguise, fooling the Interrogation Division won't be easy. You're right. Then let the Interrogation Division handle it, Reikage agreed, finding the idea excellent. Soon after, Ibiki made his return to the stage. Leading the Interrogation Division to the logistics sector, he ferreted out a number of hidden White Zetsu in short order, which calmed the logistics corps considerably. For the Interrogation Division, frontline combat was not necessarily their strong suit. Rooting out spies and eliminating them was what they did best. Even if the infiltrators became White Zetsu, there was no way they would escape the division's eyes. The following day, after a night's rest, the shinobi were all refreshed and once more headed for the battlefield. Tenten scarfed down 3 big bowls of rice, then dragged Natsuki off to a quiet corner for a quick recharge session, which brought her back to full power. For the moment, however, she did not have to deploy, because so many Edo Tensei bodies had been dealt with the previous day that there probably would not be many today, or maybe none at all. That suited her fine. She could take the opportunity to top up the chakra batteries and study the newly acquired ninja blades. As for Natsuki, a mission quickly came down for him: escort a team to the daimyo. What's going on? The daimyo have been attacked. Natsuki was very curious who would dare lay hands on the daimyo. If, just like in the original story, it turned out to be Black Zetsu, that would be perfect. He could just take Black Zetsu out, and the plot to come would be completely turned on its head. After all, for Lady Kaguya to resurrect, she still needed Black Zetsu to pull the strings. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 354, Chapter. Tsunade handed over a scroll. We just received word. Obito has led the new 6 Paths of Pain in a surprise attack on the daimyo's escort unit. The situation is urgent. Obito. What is that guy thinking? Natsuki could not make sense of it, but he did not waste time. Then I'll take a team over there immediately. Tsunade, however, blocked him again. You bring them over and come straight back. There are others to deal with Obito. Your mission is to conserve your strength. When Madara shows up, he's yours. Got it. Natsuki nodded. He wasn't some battle maniac who felt the need to fight every single opponent. Besides, he actually didn't like fighting Obito. That guy was someone Kakashi should handle. Only Kamui was truly convenient for dealing with Kamui. It was very hard for anyone else to fight him effectively. Natsuki understood his own role clearly, so he did not dwell on it. Then he saw the support squad, Neji, Inoki, Shino, and Yamato. It was only 4 people, but each one was strong, especially Inoki. Despite his age, his power was tremendous and absolutely not to be underestimated. Neji was being sent specifically to counter the Rinnegan, so Obito could not just bully people with it. Everyone, hands on me, huddle up. With a flicker, Natsuki brought the group straight to Mei's side. At that moment, Mei was locked in a running battle with the new 6 Paths, fighting alongside Chojuro. Seeing reinforcements arrive, she was instantly overjoyed. The Daimyo's guards did not have many top-tier fighters, and no one had expected Obito to personally come for them, so they had been forced into a passive position. If not for Mei and Chojuro's strength, they would likely have already been driven back. Fortunately, they were not far from the main camp, and communications were very fast, giving them enough time for backup to arrive. You're here. Now I can relax a little. Mei smiled, and Chojuro let out a deep sigh of relief. Natsuki. Obito's eyes widened when he saw Natsuki show up, but in the very next second Natsuki vanished again. Obito instinctively glanced around, tense, afraid Natsuki would suddenly strike. Neji, seeing his reaction, could not resist mocking him. That's your courage level, and you still dared to start a shinobi world war. Stop looking around. Natsuki has already gone back. His matchup is Madara, not a clown like you. Your opponents are us. A flush of anger rose in Obito's chest, but he forced himself to act composed. Just you lot. You're no match for the new 6 Paths of Pain. As his voice fell, Yujito, Rashi, Han, and Utakata entered partial-tailed beast mode, while Yugura and Fu also tensed up, power surging around them. In that case, allow me to greet you first. Shino moved first. His swarm of insects surged toward Yujito and Rashi. Last time, he had subdued the 2 of them with his bugs, and if they had not been summoned away mid-fight, the new 6 Paths of Pain would already have been short 2 members. Yujito immediately spat out a mass of blue flame. Hai Nazumi Dama, Fire Mouse Orb. Rashi followed with a volley of molten spheres. Yotan, Shokuretsu Ganryu no Jutsu, Lava Release, Scorching River of Lava Technique. Even so, Shino's insect swarm was vast. They withstood the flames and rolled onward toward the pair. However, having learned from last time, the 2 immediately pulled back and no longer tangled with Shino. In truth, it was Obito who was directing them. All 6 Paths bore both Sharingan and Rinnegan, allowing them to share vision. Even though Obito had seemed not to be paying attention to the other battles last time, he had in fact gathered intelligence through their shared Rinnegan sight. Shino's bugs were not afraid of fire, so Yujito and Rashi could not be allowed to face him again. Since that was the case, Han and Utakata would be sent to engage him instead. However, before Han and Utakata could make a move, Inoki fired off a blast of dust release that forced all 3 Jinchuriki to retreat. If that hit, they would likely be wiped out down to the last particle. Heh. Scared of this old man, are you? Good. I was only worried you wouldn't be. Inoki immediately cast Chokijugen no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, his body rising into the air. He had no intention of getting into some drawn-out melee. He left the main fighting to the others and hovered overhead, ready to snipe at any time. That was how he could inflict the greatest damage. Seeing this, Yamato quickly formed hand seals. Mokutan, Jimoku Aizo, Wood Release, Tree Binding Eternal Burial. Ah. Mokutan. Those who did not know Yamato could not help a look of surprise. Since when had Wood Release become so cheap and common, like anyone could use it? First there had been Madara and Natsuki, then Black Zetsu, and now another one. It felt like half the world knew Wood Release. Was it something anyone could just learn? But Yamato's attack had already begun. Yugura was suddenly caught by writhing vines, which rapidly thickened into a towering tree. In the blink of an eye, he was trapped beneath its massive roots. Ha ha ha. Nicely done. Now watch this old man erase him with dust release. Inoki immediately went for the sneak attack. A beam of dust release dropped toward Yugura's head the very next second, only to be swallowed into the Kamui space a heartbeat later. The outcome left Inoki thoroughly annoyed. Hey! One of you go fight Obito already. Stop letting him interfere with this old man's ambushes. Oh, sorry about that. I'll go. Neji took on the burden and stepped up to face Obito directly. Obito's expression grew grave, and he did not dare underestimate Niji in the slightest. After all, the Tensigen and the Rinnegan were both sage eyes and both controlled repulsion and attraction. Niji had already clashed with the Deva Path and Kabuto before. He had lost to the Deva Path, but he had blasted Kabuto away. It was clear that the Tensigen was no joke. Obito even worried that the Tensigen might have some undesirable effect on the infinite Tsukuyomi. This was a sage eye too, after all. Niji's Byakugan turned into a beautiful blue, and he took his stance. Then he struck. Go, Shohaiten Juyan Shinsho, majestic Shohaiten 14 divine palms. Bang. 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 Palm after palm, each one unleashed terrifying repulsive force with immense power. Moreover, as Niji dug deeper into the Tensigen's potential, that repulsion only grew stronger. Using 8 trigrams techniques to channel the force saved eye power, amplified the effect, and carried no cooldown. It was far more convenient than the Rinnegan's version. Obito did not try to tank it. He immediately slipped into intangibility to evade, but Niji's feet traced the 8 trigrams diagram, and with a single step he suddenly shifted his line of attack. Bang. Bang. 2 palms slammed into Fu. Her body exploded into fragments in an instant. Nice, Niji. Mei praised him, and at the same time spat forth vaporous acid. A wave of Yotan, lava release, surged over the remaining pieces of Fu's body, covering them completely. Chojuro seized the opening, pouring a massive amount of chakra into his twin blades Hiramakarei. With one mighty swing, he cleaved through Yamato's great tree and split it, along with Yagura bound within it, straight in two. Yamato immediately cast another wood release. A vine lashed out, wrapping around the black receiver rod that was about to fall from Yagura's body, and tugged to pull it free. However, from the other end of the black rod, 2 chains suddenly shot out and wound around the vine. Both sides pulled at once. The tug of war over the black receiver had begun. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 355, Chapter. Natsuki returned to the conference room and resumed his so-called conserving strength by charging chakra batteries. After all, the upcoming battle with Madara would absolutely consume an enormous amount of chakra. While he had time, the more he charged, the more he would have on hand when the time came. Fortunately, his chakra recovered very quickly, so he was not particularly worried about the drain from charging. And Tenten had specially prepared a large number of batteries just for him, so he could charge to his heart's content and not have to worry about running out of chakra in battle later. Sigh. Black Zetsu didn't show up. Natsuki let out a breath. He had thought Black Zetsu would, just like in the original story, go raid the plateau where the daimyo were. But it seemed he was overthinking it. The original plot here had already been scrambled beyond recognition. At best he could still borrow some intel on specific people, everything else was useless. As for Obito's ambush on the daimyo, Natsuki didn't worry too much. With Niji and the others there, it was enough. Obito's Kamui, divine authority, intangibility couldn't be hit, but while he was intangible he couldn't hurt anyone either. And the Rinnegan's abilities were being countered by the Tensigen, reincarnation eye, so there definitely wouldn't be any real problem. However, the chakra consumption situation for the new 6 paths was another matter entirely. Right now, Yamato was controlling vines in a tug-of-war against chains. Those black rods were chakra transmission controllers, used to operate the 6 paths of pain. As long as a single rod was removed, even if the pain bodies could still move, their control would become unstable. Simply put, the puppet techniques they usually saw used chakra threads, which were wired. This was wireless. And the black rods were the wireless signal devices. So pulling out the rods was absolutely necessary. But Obito began his classic villain monologue. These black rods aren't the same as pains before. They're connected to special chains that can absorb the chakra of whoever touches them, making the chakra unstable. Oh, they could absorb the chakra of anyone who touched them. That really was useful information. Yamato truly was grateful. It was only because he had been some distance away earlier that he had chosen to pull from afar with vines. That was the only reason he had luckily avoided touching the chains. Otherwise it really would have been dangerous. But with that, there was no way to pull the rods out anymore, which meant they could not force the new 6 paths to go out of control. The key point was that the new 6 paths were Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies. If they were damaged, they would automatically regenerate, so you practically couldn't fight them in any meaningful way at all. Seeing Yagura about to regenerate fully, Yamato suddenly had no idea what the best move was. At that moment, Shino flickered over. Yamato, swap opponents with me. You go pin down Yujito and Rashi. I'll try this one. Alright. Yamato agreed without hesitation. He didn't know what Shino planned to do, but he had no better option right now, so he could only trust him. And compared to racking his brains trying to make Yagura go out of control, he was more willing to wrestle with 2 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. Yamato immediately used wood release and sent vines snaking toward Yujito and Rashi, but one spat fire and the other spewed lava, giving him a massive headache. It really felt like wood release was being hard countered. On the other side, while Yagura had not yet fully recovered, Shino released a massive number of Kakeichu, parasitic destruction insects. Once the Kakeichu entered Yagura's body, they immediately began ravenously devouring chakra and rapidly swelling in size, ripping apart the half-regenerated body in an instant. They even seemed intent on nesting and laying eggs inside him, because Edo Tensei bodies had so much chakra that the bugs could gorge and breed to their heart's content. Before long, Yagura's entire body had become a bug hive. He was covered from head to toe in Kakeichu bigger than his own head. It looked terrifying, but it worked surprisingly well. Because the Kakeichu grew so large, Yagura's body simply could not regenerate properly. Whenever his body tried to reform, it would be bitten apart and smashed apart again, and with so much chakra being drained in the process, his regeneration slowed even further. Bit by bit, it was as if a tiny closed ecosystem had formed. The Edo Tensei body provided all the chakra. The Kakeichu simply had to keep absorbing chakra and laying eggs non-stop. And that wasn't all. The Kakeichu also found the black rods in the way and started working together to pull them out. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack. One of the black rods had actually been bitten cleanly in half by the bugs. At that point, it became much harder for Obito to control him. Mei was overjoyed. Shino-kun, over here. Do the same to Fu. Shino didn't hesitate for a second and immediately headed toward Fu. Obito panicked. Worried that the new 6 Paths would lose another member, he had Han launch Shoki Res Shageki, Steam Train Charge, and in the blink of an eye Han was barreling straight toward Mei. What greeted him, however, was one of Chojuro's chakra blasts. Twin swords, Hiramakari was no joke. Its chakra blast was powerful enough to knock back Sasuke's Susanoo. Knocking a mere Jinchuriki flying was nothing. There was still one more Jinchuriki though. Utakata blew out a mass of bubbles, and just a glance was enough to see how dangerous they were. Mei wasn't about to let them get close. She opened her mouth and spat out Yotan, lava release, acid, intercepting the bubbles. Sure enough, they exploded immediately, and the blast was nothing to scoff at. By then, Shino had reached Fu's position and started releasing Kakeichu again. Afraid that the new 6 Paths would lose yet another member, Obito had no choice. He fired off Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god, blasting Shino on the spot into a swarm of scattering insects. It was an insect clone. Shino had been guarding against that exact move. Seeing this, Inoki did not hesitate and unleashed Jin-tun, Dust Release, sending it roaring straight at Fu. Dust Release was what Obito feared most. Once any of the 6 Paths were hit, the black rods inside them would be reduced to nothing. Even if their Edo Tensei bodies regenerated afterward, they would no longer be under his control. So he absolutely had to stop it. Kamui. Hack Rokujian Shinkasho, 8 trigrams 64 divine air palms. This was exactly what Niji had been waiting for. In the instant Obito activated Kamui, his body was not intangible, making it the best possible moment to strike. Obito jumped in shock, almost forgetting there was a Tensegan locked onto him the whole time. To make matters worse, he had just used Shinra Tensei, and its 5-second cooldown had not ended yet. Inoki also knew how to pick his timing, forcing Obito into a nasty 3-way choice. Naturally, he chose to save himself. He phased out again, turning intangible as he could only watch Fu being erased into nothingness by Dust Release. Before long, a tiny black speck appeared in the nothingness, gathering itself together like ashes swirling back into the shape of burnt paper. Slowly, it reformed into Fu's body. Edo Tensei could not be killed, so even being reduced to nothing by Dust Release wasn't permanent. The good news was that the black rods inside her had vanished, and her eyes were no longer Mangekyo or Rinnegan. She was no longer under Obito's control. The bad news was that she was still one of Kabuto's Edo Tensei summons and thus still an enemy combatant, so she had to be sealed away immediately. Sealing techniques, anyone of a certain age knew at least a few. Mei instantly activated a sealing technique and sealed Fu completely. Oh, sorry, Mei. Certain age wasn't meant to be calling you old in particular. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 356, Chapter. Obito's expression was incredibly ugly. He had originally thought that, with his Rinnegan and the new 6 Paths of Pain, coming here to grab a few feudal lords as hostages would be an easy job. He hadn't expected Natsuki's Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to be this flexible, warping in with a whole batch of reinforcements in an instant, and even bringing a Tenseigen user whose sole job was to counter his Rinnegan. His Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, were clearly no worse than Nagato's, but they were being completely pinned down by that Hyuga. Even when he did use them, they didn't achieve much. On top of that, he kept having to rely on Kamui, Authority of the Gods, to phase himself, otherwise he could be hit by that Hyuga's long-range strikes at any moment. He had wanted to rely on the new 6 paths to win, but the reinforcements plus that Mizukage were no weaklings either. They had actually managed to bring down both Yugura and Rashi. Now there were only 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki left. Should he gamble it all? Obito didn't want to retreat this hastily, so he controlled the 4 Jinchuriki to enter full-tailed beast mode. Last time, when he realized the new 6 paths were still lacking in power, he had directly pulled 4-tailed beasts back out from the still-crippled Geto statue and resealed them into the Jinchuriki. With his Rinnegan control, the Jinchuriki naturally became perfect Jinchuriki, able to draw out their full power. This was not the time to hold back. A perfectly fine 6 paths had already been cut down to 4 paths. What was the point of hiding anything now? In the next instant, the 4 Jinchuriki transformed. The towering forms of the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails loomed up, blotting out the sky and exuding an overwhelming pressure. Not good. That lunatic actually resealed the tailed beasts into the Jinchuriki. This is trouble. Inoki's brows furrowed tightly, feeling that things had taken a dire turn. With tailed beasts on the move, and 4 of them at that, this whole area was doomed, let alone the safety of any feudal lords. It would be hard enough for the few of them just to keep themselves alive. Obito let out that signature Uchiha mad cackle. Ha ha ha. You're all pretty strong, huh? If you've got what it takes, try blocking the tailed beasts. Try blocking the Bijudama, tailed beast bombs. Go die. Then, all 4 tailed beasts began to gather Bijudama at the same time. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They wanted to find cover, but they knew cover was useless. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Bijudama were basically the equivalent of nuclear weapons. At this distance, how could they possibly escape? Don't panic. Inoki forced everyone to stay calm. Then he floated up into the air. Was he planning to personally clash head-on with the Bijudama? Dust release was powerful, but going up against Bijudama with it didn't seem to have much chance of success. But Inoki also knew that he had to step forward. As a veteran of the previous generation, he had to lead by example and show everyone that only by not fearing danger could they have hope. However, at that moment, another figure flew up even faster than him, in a blink reaching an altitude almost level with the 4-tailed beasts. Suspended in midair, that figure took up the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Inoki's expression shifted. That Hyuga kid. Relax. None of us are dying here. My Tenseigen is a sage's eye, after all. The blue eyes Niji had now brimmed with confidence, a confidence so infectious that Inoki actually dazed out for a moment and chose to believe him, simply stopping where he was and waiting to see what Niji would do. In the next second, boom. 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 The 4 massive Bijudama crashed toward them, practically arriving at the barrier in an instant. Everyone felt their breathing almost stop. Niji took a deep breath, his body suddenly spinning at high speed. Terrifying repulsive force blasted out from his palms, instantly forming a massive repulsive barrier that enveloped everyone inside. Hack Shinkusho, Kaiten, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, rotation. Boom. 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 The 4 Bijudama slammed into the repulsive barrier and were actually bounced right back along their original trajectories by that overwhelming repulsive force. A second later, there was an earth-shattering rumble, followed by 4 different tailed beast screams of agony. The tailed beasts had been blown up by their own Bijudama. We're saved. Of course we're saved. Niji Kohai just bounced all 4 Bijudama back at them. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Tenseigen, as expected of a sage's eye. That's insanely strong. The Hyuga clan, that ancient clan, from today will be famous throughout the entire shinobi world. The explosive power of the Bijudama was immense, and the shockwaves they produced were no small matter. Even the residences of the feudal lords collapsed. Fortunately, Niji had bounced them back to explode right on the tailed beasts' heads, and because the tailed beasts were so tall, the detonations happened pretty high above the ground. That was the only reason the impact on the ground wasn't catastrophic. Immediately after, the 4 tailed beasts shrank back down. Inoki seized the opportunity to fire off a dust release, Jinton, dust release, and Mei followed right up with Yotan, lava release, spewing forth molten torrents. Shino's insects didn't remain idle either, swarming straight at the enemy. Obito was already completely dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Niji could develop repulsive force to this level. Using repulsive force to perform a katen that bounced back Bijudama was ridiculous. But he had no time to hesitate. He manipulated the 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki to evade the attacks, then turned and retreated without looking back. He understood that as long as Niji was present, his objective was impossible to achieve, and if he stayed any longer, his losses might become even greater. So, retreat was the only option. The others saw this and didn't give chase either. In truth, they were too exhausted. Those Bijudama had scared them so badly their legs had gone soft, some of them had almost peed themselves. Watching Obito withdraw, everyone finally let out a long breath. Even Niji felt relieved. This was his first time ever reflecting 4 Bijudama, and it had been more than intense. The chakra expenditure was no joke either. Fortunately, it had worked. Otherwise, this Hyuga heaven would have been standing in a coffin by now. Inoki looked over at him, and for once a smile appeared on his face. Your name is Niji of the Hyuga, right? You're very impressive. This old man likes youngsters like you. Do you have a girlfriend? My granddaughter Kuratsuchi is very pretty. How about I introduce you to her? Oh, you've met before, haven't you? You were on the same surprise attack squad when you went to hunt down Kabuto, right? I think my granddaughter is really not bad. Niji's mouth twitched. He honestly didn't know how to respond. Just how afraid was Inoki that his granddaughter wouldn't be able to get married if he was trying to sell her like this everywhere he went? Shouldn't this be something Kuratsuchi decided for herself? Niji, however, had no idea how bitter Inoki felt inside. Inoki knew very clearly that his granddaughter had a thing for Deidara, but that guy was already an Edo Tensei, sealed inside Natsuki's girlfriend's crimson gourd. There was obviously no way that could ever work. Which left him with no choice but to swallow his pride and go look for a few outstanding young men to introduce to his granddaughter. At that moment, Mei tilted her head back and shouted, "You two, get down here already. Talking up there is exhausting. Inoki, stop trying to poach Niji Kohai. He's now the celestial clan head of the Hyuga, you know. No way he's marrying into a Wagakure." Inoki's face darkened. Did I say he was going to marry in? This old man is just helping introduce them. You meddlesome big-age leftover woman, don't get in the way. Be big-age leftover woman. He actually called me a big-age leftover woman. That damn Inoki. Does he think I want to be single? It's that nobody is willing to marry me. I'm this beautiful and this sultry, so why does nobody fall for me? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 357, Chapter. The news of this victory was quickly sent back, and Natsuki immediately flashed over to take Niji, Shino, Inoki, and Yamato away. Then, no one knew who started it, but the story spread, and before long all 3 divisions of the army knew. The Hyuga clan's Tensigen Heavenly Ninja had used a single katen, rotation, to directly bat away 4 Bijudama, tailed beast bombs, and had even scared the Rinnegan-wielding Obito into fleeing with his tail between his legs. Once this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar throughout the entire army. Everyone knew that the Hyuga was an ancient clan, one of Konoha's great families, and that their Byakugan and Juken, Gentle Fist, were famous across the shinobi world. But that was about it. After several shinobi world wars, there were very few truly renowned Hyuga, and the clan's reputation mostly rested on the high strategic value of the Byakugan, something other villages coveted. This time, however, the name of the Tensigen shocked the shinobi world. Where did the Tensigen come from? It was an evolution of the Byakugan. And the Tensigen was also a sage's eye, in no way inferior to the Rinnegan. Its unleashed power had directly bounced back the Bijudama. How could that not be considered outrageous? As expected of the Hyuga clan. For a time, the story spread like wildfire, and the army's morale soared as a result. Within the army, the Hyuga clan members could not help but strut a little. Their heavenly ninja was, of course, incredible. He had literally knocked 4 Bijudama back in one go. In the entire history of the shinobi world, how many people could say they had done that? So clearly, the Hyuga really were the strongest clan. When Hayashi heard the news, he was so excited that his eyes filled with hot tears. He had always known that Niji would one day lead the clan to a new era of glory. Now, in the midst of this great war, that moment had finally come. The Hyuga's renown had once more climbed to the very peak of the shinobi world. Hinata was also truly happy for Niji. As expected of Niji and II, he's amazing. I can't embarrass Niji and II either, so I have to work hard too. On the other side, Obito returned to the base in the land of rice fields, covered in dust and in a rather sorry state. Kabuto and Madara were naturally still there, and they had already heard of Obito's battle record. For the moment, both of them watched this defeated stray dog with relaxed leisure. Madara didn't bother to be polite. "This is your strategy?" Go capture some feudal lords as bargaining chips and manage to make yourself look like that in the process. Obito was furious. That Tenseigen is completely ridiculous. He actually bounced away 4 Bijou Dama, and his abilities are similar to the Rinnegan's. I couldn't take advantage at all. Hey, that's you being useless. Don't blame the Rinnegan. Madara mocked him. From what I know, Niji's Tenseigen has only been awakened for a few years, yet he has already combined its power with Juken, Gentle Fist, and created such a powerful technique. Calling him a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. You used to be dead last in your class. You only became a little competent after my training, but your brain still hasn't opened up. How could you possibly beat someone like that? Madara naturally looked down on Obito. The reason he had picked Obito as his heir in the first place was precisely because this dead last loser was both stupid and naive, which made him incredibly easy to manipulate. He hadn't expected that stupidity to become such a major flaw. This guy actually thought that just having the Rinnegan made him invincible. As if it were that simple. You needed to develop truly powerful techniques with the Rinnegan to become invincible. This guy had just copied Nagato's Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, and played around with the 6 Paths of Pain, thinking everyone would fear him, when in reality he was laughably weak. So Natsuki could beat him. Niji could beat him. It felt like anyone could beat him. If he'd just taken some time to properly develop the Rinnegan, he would never have been this weak. If you fully exploited the Rinnegan's power and used Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstruction Shaking Star, you could drag down whole meteorites. Could the Tenseigen do that? In the end, it all came back to this dead last loser being useless. Madara couldn't be bothered to waste more words on Obito and went straight to the point. Right now, the situation on the battlefield is extremely unfavorable for us. Because so many Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies have been sealed away by Natsuki's girlfriend using the Rikudo Ningu, 6 Paths tools, and because White Zetsu is weak, we're not gaining any advantage at all. We have to change our tactics, or we're just going to lose at this rate. Obito said sourly, and how do you want to change them? Madara grinned, completely arrogant. Simple. I'll step in personally. These so-called allied shinobi forces are nothing but flocks of weak chickens. Obito immediately poured cold water on him. You think you're that strong, but have you considered that Natsuki is also that strong? Last time, you were basically evenly matched with him. If you think you can just do whatever you want on the battlefield, you're wrong. And if Niji with the Tenseigen joins the fight as well, you'll be even more on the back foot. Ha 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 ha. I'll die laughing. Madara let out a wild laugh. Who have I, Madara, ever been afraid of? In this world, the only one who can truly contend with me is Hashirama, that so-called Hashimama. The Tenseigen may be powerful, but it hasn't been awakened for long and can't have that much real force behind it yet. Natsuki is strong, but his chakra is limited. How could I possibly lose? If I feel like it, these allied shinobi forces are nothing but flocks of weaklings to be crushed. You could call it confidence, or you could call it arrogance. But he did, indeed, have the right to be arrogant. Perhaps just as he said, only Hashirama could truly suppress him. The allied shinobi forces were nothing but flocks of weak chickens in front of him. Madara-sama, should we at least wait for Black Zetsu to bring back more information before you make a move? Kabuto thought it would be safer to wait a bit. No need. Petty details. Madara replied with utter confidence. The Alliance has deployed its forces in the western reaches of the Land of Lightning and set up their main camp in the east, right near the southeastern coastline. I'm certain the Jinchuriki are hidden farther behind that main camp, probably on some hidden island somewhere. It won't be easy for Black Zetsu to pinpoint their location. But as long as we smash the Alliance, it won't matter. Someone will know exactly where the Jinchuriki are. We can simply ask them then. Hearing this, Kabuto no longer objected. This was the Shura of the shinobi world, with an energy stat of 190, and on top of that, he was an Edo Tensei who didn't fear death. He could play however he wanted, so whatever. In that case, it's my turn. Next up, Tataki. The 3rd Division was the unit blocking the western border of the Land of Lightning. It was also the main land-based defensive line, responsible for intercepting enemies coming from the Land of Rice Fields. At the moment, though, all the White Zetsu had already been wiped out, and the Edo Tensei squads were nowhere to be seen. So this could be considered a temporary victory. In truth, Kakashi felt very relieved. Back then, when Natsuki formed that special operations squad with him, Sasuke, and Niji to support Kimobukure, they had specifically taken down the 3 Edo Tensei Kage that Kabuto had brought, the 3rd Reikage, the 2nd Tsuchikage-mu, and the 2nd Mizukage Genjutsu. Those 3 were still sealed and hadn't re-entered the battle. If they hadn't taken those 3 out in advance, today's fight would have been a brutal slog. And it wasn't just those 3. There had also been the Sound 5, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Sasori. All of them had been sealed ahead of time as well, which was why they didn't have to face so many troublesome enemies now. We really do owe Natsuki and that little heavenly couple a lot for this. Otherwise, I have no idea what we would have done. Kakashi couldn't help but smile, but in the next second his smile froze. He looked toward the solitary figure walking toward them from the distance. His face grew extremely grave, and he immediately gave the order, "Quick! Send word to headquarters. Madara is here." End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 358, Chapter. Madara's arrival put a crushing pressure on the allied shinobi forces, and morale instantly plummeted. Kakashi knew them and facing them was a legendary monster. This wasn't a situation where you could win just by throwing more people at the problem, so he immediately commanded the troops to begin a slow withdrawal. Only he and Guy stayed behind. Among the entire unit, only the two of them had power that could really count as strong, and they had excellent teamwork, so the two of them were enough to remain on the front line. Everyone else had to pull back as much as possible, so they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire and die for nothing. Madara noticed Kakashi's arrangement and simply smiled, leaping lightly onto a large boulder, looking down at the members of the 3rd Division from on high. His body wasn't especially large, but he radiated the domineering presence of a king. Everyone couldn't help swallowing hard, they were clearly scared out of their wits. But seeing Kakashi, their commander, standing his ground gave them some courage. The fear in their hearts lessened somewhat. Some even wanted to summon up their bravery and rush forward, but the acting captain, Tatame, stopped them. As Kakashi had said, this was not a situation where numbers mattered. Anyone without enough strength who charged in now would just be throwing their life away. So retreating wasn't shameful, because they had powerful comrades capable of matching this enemy, already on their way. Madara spoke in a dominant tone. "What's this? Only the two of you plan to stay and fight me? So this is the so-called allied shinobi forces? Nothing but scattered grains of sand, not even worth mentioning." Kakashi replied solemnly, "To fight someone of your level, numbers don't matter. The two of us still have a few tricks. We'll keep you company for a while. How about it? A few tricks, huh? Very well, I'll treat it as a warm-up." Madara didn't refuse. He sprang down in an instant and rushed straight at Kakashi and Guy. The very next second, Madara lunged in with a flying kick aimed right at Guy's face, but Guy's taijutsu body was absurdly strong. How could he possibly fall for something like that? He tilted his head aside to dodge, then whipped his leg around in a horizontal sweep, countering with a Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. Madara simply slapped a hand onto Guy's whirling leg. Using that as leverage, he flipped cleanly in midair, bringing his heel snapping down onto Guy's head. Boom. Guy's head was hammered into the ground, but he immediately rolled away like a donkey, dodging further damage. Madara tried to follow up with another kick, but his strike hit nothing but air. He snapped his arm sideways, and in the same motion easily caught Kakashi's wrist, squeezing just enough to make Kakashi drop the kunai from his hand. Just as he was about to continue his attack, bandages whipped in from behind and wrapped tightly around him, successfully binding him up. Kakashi used the moment to drive a kick straight up into Madara's jaw, blasting him upside down into the air. Guy seized the opening to launch another flying kick, knocking Madara even higher. The bandages wound tighter and tighter around him as he rose, and when Guy judged the timing to be just right, he grabbed hold of the mummy-wrapped Madara and drove him downward. "What exactly are you planning to do?" Madara sounded like he was still in a playful mood. "Take this. Omote Renge, Front Lotus." Guy roared, spinning at high speed with Madara as they plummeted, then smashed Madara's head straight into the ground. Boom. The impact blasted out a huge crater. Madara's skull was buried in the pit, his body sprawled forward like a puppet with its strings cut. But he just sat up laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. A fine technique. But that's all it is. If this is all you've got, then Nani." Kakashi had already set the coffin in place, both palms pressed toward Madara. A surge of chakra exploded out from him. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba, Sealing Technique, Demon Sealing Wave. "You brat, you can use that too." Madara clearly had some trauma regarding the Mafuba. It was like Piccolo Daimao back in the day. Now, seeing Kakashi using the Mafuba as well, and picking his timing perfectly, even Madara couldn't help his voice cracking a little. This technique really was a bit of a bug. Once it hit, your power was almost completely sealed in an instant, leaving only the Mangekyo's ocular power not entirely suppressed. Last time, he had only escaped by using Susanoo to smash the coffin away and break the technique. And this time, as the spiraling chakra vortex was about to swallow him, Madara's eyes instantly shifted into the Rinnegan. A pulse of repulsive force burst out, blasting the coffin away and sending Kakashi flying along with it. Phew. That was close. I almost got done in by that again. Madara wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It was clear he'd been playing around a little too much just now and had nearly gotten himself killed. He would have to start taking things more seriously. Who knew what other tricks these two still had? Guy had already flashed to Kakashi's side and helped him up. Such a shame. We were so close. Kakashi nodded. Yeah. I didn't think his eyes would resist the ceiling. Just like Natsuki's intel said. His reaction was too fast. If he'd been even a second slower, we might really have pulled it off. Fortunately, Kakashi wasn't discouraged. Their mission from the outset had been to buy time. To stall until Natsuki could arrive. Since their previous plan had failed, then they had no choice but to fight head-on. It was still better than letting Madara rampage through the entire alliance, which would lead to truly horrific casualties. Guy, we're going all in. Kakashi formed seals and gathered chakra into his hand, lightning chirping, Chidori, 1,000 birds. Right. We fight side by side. Ha ha ha. Hashiman Tonko, Rokudai came on, Kai. 8 gates released formation, 6th gate of view, open. The blue beast of Konoha is on the move. Guy opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates without the slightest hesitation. He understood how tough an opponent Madara was. There was no room for doubt here. He just had to burn his youth and go all out. Boo! 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 Guy bellowed as he charged in. A straight punch blasted the air into flames, the fiery fist print shooting straight for Madara's forehead. So, the Hashiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation, huh? Not bad. Madara's interest was piqued. He slipped his head aside to evade the flaming fist, but Guy was incredibly fast. In a blur, he slipped behind Madara, his whip kick scything in, the air around his leg sizzling with heat. Faced with this kind of extreme speed, ferocious taijutsu, Madara did not dare underestimate it in the slightest. He instantly wrapped himself in a skeletal Susanoo, but in the very next moment there was a sharp crack. The ribcage of the Susanoo was shattered by a single straight punch from Guy. Beautiful straight punch. Madara had barely finished the compliment when a shrill birdsong rang past his ear. He instinctively twisted aside, but the Chidori was even faster, grazing past his shoulder and slicing it clean off in an instant. However, he was an Edo Tensei body. The severed shoulder flew right back and reattached itself almost immediately. Madara then whipped around, driving a back fist into Kakashi and knocking him flying, lifting his leg in the same breath to block Guy's next whip kick. Crack! His shin actually fractured. Oh! That's some impressive power. What's your name? For the first time, Madara took Guy's strength seriously. Me. I'm the proud blue beast of Konoha, Mike Guy. Guy raised a thumbs up and introduced himself proudly, eyes brimming with confidence, without a trace of fear toward Madara. Good eyes. Good confidence. But it's still not enough to deal with me, Madara. Madara clapped his hands together. Mokutan, Kai Kai Kudo, would release, undo trousers. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Thick, dense trees erupted rapidly from the ground, their branches moving like living things as they lashed toward Guy and Kakashi, trying to bind them. The two of them, however, slipped past or cut through the branches with relative ease. Even so, their expressions were very grim. This Madara was absolutely no easy opponent. How had Natsuki fought this guy back then, again? End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 359, Chapter. News that Madara had appeared on the battlefield was carried by the fastest messenger birds and reached headquarters at top speed. The intel ninja responsible for reading dispatches took one look and turned pale with shock. He staggered to the war room, didn't even bother with formalities, and slammed the door open. Emergency intel. Madara has appeared on the 3rd Division front line. Nani? So fast. Everyone present was stunned. No one had expected Madara to show himself on only the 2nd day of the war. It seemed the iron wall put up by Baratin and Kofutan had finally made Madara lose his patience. A immediately said, Natsuki, it's time for you to take the field. And take me with you. Now that the strongest enemy has appeared, keeping me in the rear at headquarters is a waste. Tsunade agreed. That's right. We should be at the front. Not just for morale, but because of the responsibility on our shoulders. Anoki rubbed his lower back. Haha, I'll make a trip too. As Tsuchikage, I can't let others think I'm afraid. In truth, I've been afraid of Madara for many years. It's time I rid myself of that fear. All 3 Kage were brimming with fighting spirit. In truth, they had all been waiting for this day. Even though they had said they wanted Natsuki to face Madara, as elders and as Kage, how could they possibly just throw him out there alone? They had to go as well. They also wanted to fight Madara. Shikaku and Mabui exchanged a glance, then hurriedly advised, "We still have to guard against Obito. He may appear somewhere else." A waved his hand. "Have Niji lead the response when that happens. Niji is already a super strong fighter, stronger even than Asukage." Everyone turned to look at Niji. He met their eyes and gave a firm nod. Although he very much wanted to go after Madara, he knew he was the one best suited to dealing with Obito. It was better for him to stay. No matter where Obito showed up, he would be able to rush over immediately. Shino spoke up. "Natsuki, take Tenten with you." Tenten chimed in as well. "That's right. Since the enemy is an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body, how can you not take me, the Edo killer, along? Even Madara probably won't be able to withstand the suction of the Crimson Gourd." Ha 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 ha. "He definitely won't. That's a treasure left behind by the Sage of Six Paths." A laughed heartily, then remembered something. "Right, bring Kimogakuru's Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, as well. It's just gathering dust in the vault. Now's the perfect time to use it. Madara, Obito, the Geto statue, one of the three has to get sealed. We'll see if they can withstand it." Very quickly, the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying pot, was brought out. Tsunade and Inoki all placed a hand on Natsuki's shoulder. Tenten and Natsuki then locked onto Kakashi's position. Gaara said solemnly, "Everyone, I will remain in the rear to coordinate everything. Please fight without worry. I wish you victory." The others nodded, and in a blur of motion, they vanished. Niji immediately said, "Shino, Yamato, contact the Mizukage and Chojuro right away. We have to be ready to move at any time. The moment Obito appears, we move to support." Shino calmly pushed up his sunglasses. "Relax. I already sent my bugs out with messages." On the 3rd Division's line, Madara had resumed his fight with Guy and Kakashi. Madara's flying kicks, Madara's grapples, Madara's splits, Madara's dynamic dance steps, his movements whipped around like a swirling storm, his lithe frame rampaging across the battlefield with almost seductive grace. He grabbed Kakashi by the neck and hoisted him up, asking in a domineering tone, "You too, want to dance?" "Kakashi, no. I don't. Put me down. Now." Thankfully, Guy suddenly burst in, smashing an uppercut into Madara's jaw and knocking him into the air. Guy leapt up after him and unleashed a huge technique. Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock. Aura 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 aura. Guy's frantic barrage of flaming straight punches blossomed in midair like a spray of petals, the fire fanning out like a peacock displaying its tail. It was breathtakingly beautiful. However, Madara's eyes were the Rinnegan. A repulsive force barrier continuously formed in front of him, protecting his body perfectly. He watched Guy's super move with an amused smile, taking not the slightest damage. "Haha, not bad, not bad. For a kappa like you, you've got some strength. But if you think you can win against me like this, that's impossible." He hadn't finished speaking when his repulsive barrier suddenly twisted, as if something had disrupted it. He immediately looked down and saw the tomo spinning in Kakashi's eye. That was Obito's Kamui, authority of the gods. "Ah, I almost forgot this. I used to belong to that idiot, Obito." What answered him was an even more ferocious Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock. With the barrier warped and unraveled by Kamui, authority of the gods, Guy's flaming punches slammed directly into Madara's body. In the next instant, the flames exploded even more brilliantly in the sky. Guy poured everything he had into his final straight punch and drove Madara into the ground, blasting out a huge crater. Madara looked once again like Yamcha lying in a crater, and his body was even starting to crack apart. Kakashi repeated his earlier tactic, quickly setting up the coffin and preparing to unleash Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, but suddenly Mokutan would release, branches wrapped around him, and Susanoo's left arm swept across, smashing the coffin and sending Kakashi flying. As for Guy, he had just landed when he caught a repulsive blast from the Rinnegan head-on and went sailing away right alongside Kakashi. Madara seemed quite satisfied. The two of you really do have a couple of tricks. If I weren't an Edo Tensei body, there's a real chance you might have killed me. But my warm-up is over. It's time for you to die." As he spoke, Susanoo surged up around him, forming the towering giant. It gripped its swords in both hands and slashed down toward them. But Guy and Kakashi didn't dodge. Instead, they smiled. The next second, whoosh! 5 people appeared. A's charging strike and Tsunade's monstrous strength punch smashed into the descending Susanoo blades, blowing the attack apart on the spot. Inoki followed with a blast of Jin-Tun, dust release, shattering Susanoo's head. 3 Kage had entered the field, overwhelming in their presence. The allied shinobi in the distance, who had been watching in worry, could no longer hold back their cheers. Their Kage had arrived to save them. Natsuki and Tenten were here too. Victory was in reach. Oh. Natsuki, you actually came. And you brought 3 friends. Madara's eyes lit up slightly. He had clearly been waiting for Natsuki as his opponent. As for the 3 Kage, he dismissed them outright. You 3 made quite an entrance. Don't tell me you actually think you can be my opponents. The rakeage. Just an insect. Tsunade. Compared to your grandfather Hashirama, you're not even a fraction of his level. Anoki. At least you haven't forgotten what fear feels like. You've got something worth looking at. But none of you are my enemies. I still prefer Natsuki. The 3 of you can just stand aside and watch. His attitude was ridiculously arrogant, not even sparing a glance for the 3 Kage. The 3, however, didn't find anything strange about that. This guy had the capital to be arrogant. What they needed to do now was figure out how to defeat him. That was the only thing that mattered. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 360, Chapter. The 3 of them were the Kage of their respective villages, bearing the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. It was impossible for them to step back and let the younger generation go first. Besides, each of them had pride in their bones, and the courage to challenge a super-strong opponent like Madara. This was a battle they had to fight. Anoki was the first to speak. Madara, I know how strong you are, but you're a dead man. Stop stirring up storms in the shinobi world and obediently go back to the Pure Land. The future of this world should be decided by the young. Tsunade added, Madara, you hold yourself in such high regard, but in the end you're just an idiot being played like a puppet by Black Zetsu. Your so-called Eye of the Moon plan is nothing but Black Zetsu's scam. Once you learn the truth and realize a lifetime of effort was just you being used as a tool, it'll be far too late for regret. Don't waste your breath. He won't listen. Just knock him down, that's all that matters. A was far more hot-tempered. He couldn't be bothered with long speeches. He simply activated his lightning release chakra mode and charged straight in. And in truth, just as A had said, Madara was never going to listen to anyone's nonsense. He believed in his own eyes, believed in the secrets he had seen on the stone tablet, and believed in his own dream of becoming a savior. How could a few words from others change that? Maybe only when Black Zetsu finally stabbed him in the back would he truly wake up. In the blink of an eye, A reached Madara, fist wrapped in lightning as he slammed it forward. Madara didn't move at all. He simply stood in place and let Susanoo materialize around him. He didn't take the 5 Kage seriously and couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Boom. The lightning-clad fist smashed into Susanoo and did absolutely nothing. Boom. Tsunade's Tetenkyaku, Heaven Kick of Pain, followed right after, but she couldn't crack Susanoo's defense either. Susanoo really was a bugged-out technique. The stronger the user, the stronger Susanoo seemed to become. With Madara's level of power, his Susanoo was absurdly thick and solid. You weren't going to break it, just like that. In the original history, Tsunade had been able to crack Susanoo's armor only by relying on the power of Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 technique, combined with the support of the other Kage. Only then had Madara's Susanoo been broken. Now, there were only 3 Kage. Whether they could break this Susanoo was anyone's guess. A, however, didn't believe in impossible and kept up his assault. Meanwhile, at some point Anoki had already clambered onto his back, opening the road and stacking buffs for him. Raitun, Juryu-Baku, Lightning Release, Heavy Current Rampage. Doton, Chokajigen no Jutsu, Earth Release, Super Weighted Boulder Technique. A's Lightning Charge, combined with Anoki's Earth Release, produced a crisp cracking sound. Susanoo split open with a clear fracture. Tsunade immediately followed up with a punch from the side, and the whole Susanoo shattered completely. Take this. Raitun, Rariato, Lightning Release, Lariat. Boom. A's arm swept across Madara's collarbone like a scythe, sending him flying. Both of Madara's shoulders visibly shattered, and his head lolled as if it might come off at any moment. If he hadn't been an Edo Tensei body, he probably would have been heavily injured, if not outright killed. Tsunade rushed in right away, raising her leg high to deliver another Tetenkyaku, Heaven Kick of Pain, directly onto Madara's head. Mokuton, Would Release. Madara pressed his hands together. Thick tree vines erupted from the ground, instantly wrapping around Tsunade. Her leg remained raised, and for a moment she couldn't move at all. Madara's body, however, had already regenerated. He let out a breath. Katon, Goka Metsushi, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flames roared forth, covering an enormous area. Tsunade was in real danger. At that moment, a white beam of light tore through the sea of fire. It spun in a circle, slicing a path open and completely sweeping the flames away, freeing Tsunade from her predicament. It was Inoki's Gene-Ton, dust release. The three Kage regrouped, their expressions grim. They hadn't expected Madara to be this strong, and it even looked like he still hadn't used the power of the Rinnegan. That meant he was far from going all out. They couldn't deny that this was a heavy blow to their morale. Even so, they couldn't possibly give up so easily. This wasn't about pride. It was about their responsibility as Kage. In the rear, Kakashi and Guy watched with deep concern. They had already fought Madara once and knew exactly how terrifying he was. Unless they threw everything they had at him, there was no way to win. Now, even with three Kage acting together, they were still being pushed back. It was only a matter of time before they lost. The only question was how long they could hold out. Natsuki asked, "Kakashi-senpai, are they buying time?" Kakashi nodded. "We actually discussed a plan in private beforehand. Once Madara appeared, we'd send someone to track down Kabuto's location and carry out another assassination. As long as Kabuto is eliminated, Madara's Edo Tensei state will be cancelled. That would mean our victory. So that's it. It is indeed a solid plan." Natsuki understood. If you were thinking in normal strategic terms, this plan was plenty reasonable. In the original course of events, things had been similar. While the five Kage fought Madara, the Uchiha brothers went after Kabuto and pulled his plug. All of the Edo Tensei bodies immediately lost their controller. After that, there were reunions between the living and the dead, and many people had their wishes fulfilled. Even Dan had flown over just to say farewell to Tsunade. However, Madara was a walking bug. Even if Kabuto died, Madara could use Edo Tensei, Kai, impure world reincarnation, release, on himself and completely break free of control, turning into an Edo Tensei that no one could command. As long as he didn't want to leave, nobody could send him back to the Pure Land. So Natsuki wasn't exactly optimistic about this plan. But it didn't matter. When the time came, he could just beat Madara down himself. Up ahead, the battle still raged. Inoki and Tsunade rotated their attacks. Their coordination wasn't bad at all, and they managed to tangle with Madara for quite some time. On the surface, Madara still acted as if he looked down on the three of them, but in truth he was enjoying himself. While they hadn't reached the Beyond Kage realm, all three were still at the peak of Kage level. Working together, they did cause him some trouble. But precisely because of that, Madara was starting to feel annoyed. The three of you attacking one of me. I won't call it underhanded. If that's how you want to play it, I'll just add more of me. As he spoke, Madara used Mokuton, would release, to create 6 clones. Each would clone opened a 3-meter-tall Susanoo and charge the Kage from all directions. This development gave the 3 Kage splitting headaches, but they had no choice except to grit their teeth and face it. However, Susanoo was tough by nature. To break its defense at all required considerable power. Now it was 6-on-3, which immediately threw them into an extremely passive position. Before long, Susanoo sent Tsunade flying with a single punch. Thankfully she was unharmed. She still hadn't even activated Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 technique. Remained agile, carrying Inoki on his back as he darted between the 6 small Susanoo at high speed. With Inoki's lightning effect from his weight manipulation jutsu, his movements were even faster and lighter. For now, he remained uninjured. The problem was, at this rate, they were nowhere near being a match for Madara. Guy couldn't take it anymore. The blue beast of Konoha can't just sit and watch his comrades fight and do nothing. I'm going too. He charged straight toward the maelstrom of battle, and Kakashi followed right behind him. End of chapter. Get plus 20 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 500 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 361, Chapter. At the same time, in the land of rice fields. Anko's scouting squad, after confirming that both Madara and Obito were not present, immediately began their reconnaissance operation. Relying on her familiarity with Orochimaru, Anko once again successfully located Kabuto's hideout. The last time she had asked to join the surprise attack unit and been rejected, she had been extremely displeased, but she hadn't dared to act on her own. She could only bottle up all that frustration in her heart. What she wanted this time was a chance to fight Kabuto head-on. After all, there was no need for Orochimaru's so-called successor to exist at all. At this moment, Anko was lying low in a patch of shrubs, observing a concealed cave entrance in the distance. Suddenly, the cursed seal on her shoulder throbbed with pain, letting her know that Kabuto was nearby. The next second, she darted aside at high speed and thrust out her hand, unleashing Sen'i Jashu, hidden shadow snake hands. Her snakes tangled immediately with the snakes from Kabuto's own Sen'i Jashu, hidden shadow snake hands. But she did not forget for even a moment the duty of a captain. She shouted, "Move. Get out of here and take the intel back." Captain Anko. Her squad members were worried sick, but none of them dared to stay. They could only retreat at the same time, fleeing to the rear. However, Kirin, Genjutsu and Yugo had already given chase. Kabuto chuckled. Anko, don't think that just because you received Orochimaru-sama's Ten no Juin, cursed seal of heaven, that makes you his successor. I, Kabuto, am the true successor. I inherited everything from Orochimaru-sama, and I have even surpassed him. Anko sneered. So what? Who would even want to be that snake's disciple? Heh, you obviously care a great deal, yet you pretend you don't. Human nature really is hard to grasp. Kabuto shook his head with a smile, glaring at Anko's duplicity. In truth, Anko had become Orochimaru's disciple from a young age. She had always held only respect and trust toward him. But after Orochimaru defected and she chose not to follow, some of her memories were cut off. She believed that Orochimaru had abandoned her and had brooded over that ever since. But none of that mattered to Kabuto. His objective had nothing to do with such things. He smiled as he looked Anko over, his gaze finally settling on her shoulder. The Ten no Juin, cursed seal of heaven, maybe Orochimaru-sama really is still alive. Since we're currently at a disadvantage, why don't we revive Orochimaru-sama? Once he joins the war leading a few Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Kage into battle, I wonder how spectacular that will be. Thinking this, his smile grew even wider. Anko's arrival was simply perfect. On another front, the 4th Division led by Maki had encountered the enemy. And that enemy was only a single person, the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Even though it was just one man, the psychological pressure Raza exerted on Maki was far greater than that of tens of thousands of white Zetsu. Maki knew very well that Raza was strong, well beyond what he could handle. That bastard Kabuto. He even turned my father into this. Temari's face was filled with fury and disgust. This feeling of having to fight one's own family made her sick to her stomach, and right now, she wanted nothing more than to tear Kabuto apart with her bare hands. But aside from fighting, there was no other choice. Raza had also spotted the two of them and spoke in a helpless tone, Temari, Maki, fall back. I don't want to fight you, much less hurt you. But I can't control myself. Maki answered seriously, 4th Kazekage-sama, I'm sorry, but I cannot retreat. This is my duty as a division commander. Temari added, Dad, I'm not backing down. I'm going to defeat you. Raza was left with no choice. He raised his hand and began manipulating his gold dust. Jiten, Sakin, magnet style, gold dust. In an instant, a massive surge of gold dust surged forward like crashing waves. The allied shinobi were so terrified that they immediately turned and ran. A battle at this level was something they simply could not participate in. Temari quickly flipped open her 3-star fan and swung it furiously. Futon, Daikamaitashi no Jutsu, wind style, great sickle weasel technique. Whoosh. 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 The violent wind did blow away plenty of gold dust, but gold dust was not mere sand. Its weight was tremendous, something that a mere wind style could not easily disperse. In short order, the 4th Division was mired in dire straits. Somewhere else, on the 1st Division's coastal defense line, Darui was yawning in boredom. According to the latest statistics, the Allied forces had already wiped out no fewer than 90,000 white Zetsu. By now, the enemy had probably run out of their white Zetsu army. Even so, just to be safe, they still had to maintain vigilance. At that moment, the observer suddenly reported, Captain Darui, something's coming in from the sea. Darui instantly snapped to attention, took the binoculars, and looked out. He could only see a few tiny black dots, but he could confirm that they were humanoid, 5 figures sprinting across the sea. It's Obito and 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. Hurry. Notify HQ immediately, Obito is here. Darui did not dare relax for an instant. He immediately began issuing orders. He absolutely did not underestimate Obito. They had to have Niji, with his Tensigen, reincarnation eye, come over in order to properly engage Obito. Anyone else who went up against him had no chance of victory. Until then, their 1st Division's mission was simple, stall him. Shikamaru clicked his tongue and shook his head. TCH, such a drag. Why does this Obito guy have to come through our sector? Asuma lit a cigarette. Don't complain, Shikamaru. Use that brain of yours and think of a way. How do we pin him down long enough for reinforcements to arrive? Shikamaru pulled a face, but his mind was already racing. However, the next second, the 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki suddenly transformed into their tailed beast forms and opened their jaws, beginning to condense 4 Baijidama, tailed beast bombs. Shikamaru's expression changed drastically. This isn't something you can beat just by thinking. Find cover, now. Otherwise a lot of people are going to die. Panic spread through the troops. Some ran as far as they could, some used earth style to dig themselves into the ground, and some simply dove into the sea. But none of them could feel at ease. They were not Niji. They could not bat away Baijidama, tailed beast bombs. All they could do was pray that wherever they hid, they wouldn't be unlucky enough to be blown to bits. The next instant, 4 Baijidama, tailed beast bombs, roared in and slammed into the 1st Division's positions, triggering massive explosions. There was no need to count casualties, everyone knew the losses would be devastating. Humph. And you think the likes of you can stop me? Obito, finally having regained his confidence, strode forward with the 4 uncontrollable Edo Jinchuriki in tow. Originally, he had considered replenishing the ranks of the Paths of Pain with new bodies, but after thinking it over, he had given up on the idea. Even if he did add new members, their strength would still be inferior to Yagura and Yukura. There was no point. Things were fine the way they were now. With 4 Jinchuriki blasting a path open with Baijidama, tailed beast bombs, who could possibly stand in their way? Yet just as he was about to cross over the devastated defensive line, his body suddenly came to a halt. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, he simply couldn't move. Kage main no jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Got you. Shikamaru crawled out from behind a pile of rocks, looking completely bedraggled. He clearly hadn't found a good place to hide. But he was smart. After shoring up his own defenses and avoiding the very center of the explosions, he had managed to keep himself alive. Now, he had even succeeded in ambushing Obito. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 362, Chapter. Nice, Shikamaru. 2 voices rang out as Asuma and Darui burst out from behind the rubble. One wielded a chakra blade, the other raised a long sword, both charging straight for Obito's chest and abdomen. But the very next second, the 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki immediately went into partial-tailed beast cloaks, rushing in and slamming the 2 of them flying. The shockwave rippled out and Shikamaru was also blasted away, breaking his Kage main no jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Choji took the opportunity to partially enlarge himself, his massive fist crashing down, only to be repelled and blown back by Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Fortunately, none of them were seriously injured. They scrambled back to their feet, though their expressions were grim. Asuma asked, Shikamaru, got a plan yet? Shikamaru's smile was bitter. I'm working on it, but I don't like our odds. A Rinnegan with 4 Jinchuriki backing him is basically cheating. People like us aren't meant to fight that. Darui said, cheating or not, we still have to deal with it. We just need to hold until reinforcements arrive. You're our strongest brain, so hurry up and think of something. Shikamaru sighed, feeling thoroughly unlucky. But if he wanted to live, if he wanted everyone else to live, and if he wanted victory, he had to come up with something. Fortunately, over at HQ, the Intel division led by Inoichi had already hooked up a special device that greatly boosted the range and efficiency of message reception. They received the distress signals in short order. The 1st Division's defensive line has encountered Obito. The 4th Division has engaged the Edo Tensei 4th Kazekage. We need to dispatch reinforcements immediately. Niji stood up at once. Shino, Yamato, we're moving out. Have Gaara contact the Mizukage. The daimyo doesn't need her guarding him anymore. Taking down Obito is the top priority now. With that, Niji, Shino, and Yamato headed out the door and mounted Badora. Since Natsuki and Tenten had gone to the front lines, there was no more Flying Thunder God to speed up reinforcements, which meant everyone else would move slower. So the 2 had chosen instead to summon Badora and a whole flock of giant mountain eagles, and HQ had been feeding them on cattle and sheep. Whenever support was needed, the reinforcements simply rode the eagles straight to the front. It had to be said, choosing to sign a contract with the mountain eagles back then had been absolutely the right call. Now, they were proving invaluable. Gaara immediately ordered that a message be sent to Mei, telling her and Nagato to hurry to the 2nd Division's line of defense. Even so, when it came to the 4th Division's side, Gaara couldn't calm down. That battlefield involved his father, and with Maki and Temari there, the 2 of them were no match for Raza. He knew better than anyone how strong his father was. Whenever Shikaka rampaged, it was always Raza who got it under control. Because of that, he was worried. He couldn't bear the thought of his sister Temari dying there. Maki, what about me? I don't get to live. No. I'm going to the 4th Division myself. Gaara suddenly stood up and headed for the door, but Konan instantly spread her arms, blocking his way. You can't go, she said, her tone firm. You're a Jinchuriki. You can't go to the front lines. I won't let you. To make up for her past mistakes, she was prepared to do anything within her power. Failing to seal the ghetto statue had left her dejected for quite some time, but she had pulled herself together quickly and assigned herself a new mission, protect the Jinchuriki. Shikaku added, Gaara, Konan is right. You cannot go to the front. Mabui said, we'll send others as reinforcements. You don't have to worry. But Gaara simply couldn't set his worries aside. No one understands my father's strength better than I do. All of our top fighters have already gone off to different fronts. There's no one left who can stop him. That means I'm the only one who can go. No. I absolutely will not let you go. Conan stood her ground. If you're that worried, then let me go instead. I've already assigned the Nara team to protect your sister. Gaara opened his mouth, saw the unshakable resolve in Conan's eyes, and suddenly didn't know what to say. He knew a lot about Conan's past. He knew that, to atone, she was willing to throw away her life. That knowledge moved him more than he cared to admit. But he also couldn't just stand by and watch Conan walk off to die. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice rang out. Hey, don't forget you've still got me, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. At a time like this, of course it's my turn to head out. That's right, they still had Jiraiya. He had stayed at HQ partly to protect Gaara, but also because he carried the sealing scroll holding the severed leg of the ghetto statue. Everyone had simply taken it for granted that he had to remain in the rear. But now, perhaps it really was time for him to go to the front. Jiraiya nodded. All right then. Leave Raza to Jiraiya-sensei. Conan, you be careful too. Gaara wasn't ungrateful. With even Jiraiya stepping up, he didn't have much left to worry about. If even Jiraiya couldn't handle Raza, it wouldn't matter if Gaara went as well. Conan let out a quiet breath and smiled. Natsuki and Tenten summoning beasts really are convenient. They've helped us a lot. Jiraiya agreed readily, but added, Conan, I know you want to make amends, but you need to protect yourself too. Otherwise, in the future, how am I supposed to face Yahiko and Nagato? Conan lowered her gaze and said nothing. In truth, after Nagato's death, she'd had no desire to go on living. If Nagato hadn't given her a new mission, she would probably have gone after Obito long ago in a suicidal attack. So now, as long as she could help in any way, she was prepared to sacrifice her life without hesitation. But the more she was like that, the more it hurt Jiraiya. And yet he could not talk her out of it. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 363, Chapter. Back to Natsuki's side. Guy and Kakashi had already rushed forward. Hashim Tanko, 8 gates released formation. Kaiman, 7th gate of wonder, open. Facing such a powerful enemy, Guy did not hesitate for even a moment before opening the 7th gate. He kept remembering what Tenten had said on the first day Team Guy was formed, when they had talked with Natsuki about who was Konoha's number 1. Tenten had answered without the slightest doubt that it was Might Guy. As long as he opened the 6th gate, he could fight at Kage level. Open the 7th gate, and he could fight at Super Kage level. Open the Gate of Death, and he might even be able to kick the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of 6 Paths, half dead. Back then it had sounded absurd, but now it felt a little less absurd. Madara was undoubtedly a powerhouse far above ordinary Kage level. Since that was the case, Might Guy was going to open the 7th gate today and see for himself whether he could fight at Super Kage level. Boo! 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 Blue steam exploded from Guy's entire body. In the next instant he tore the earth beneath his feet as he flashed forward. Boom. With a single kick he blew apart a small Susanoo along with the wood-style clone inside it. The speed and power were so overwhelming that everyone was stunned, even Madara could not help but look sideways at him. Boom. 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 1 kick per small Susanoo. In less than 2 seconds, 4 small Susanoo bodies and the wood-style clone were all taken care of. That's insane. I was utterly shocked. He had always been extremely confident in his own taijutsu. Combined with his lightning-release chakra mode, he had considered himself overwhelmingly strong, convinced that he was the strongest among the 5 Kage and that even Inoki's dust release was nothing to fear. Yet for the first time today, he witnessed taijutsu that completely surpassed his own. Hashim Tanko, 8 gates released formation, was this terrifying? Tsunade's eyes were also wide open. So Guy was actually this strong. Inoki could not believe it either. Are the young people nowadays all this scary? That bald Kappa is actually this powerful. However, Guy could no longer hear any of them. He was already charging straight ahead, rushing right at Madara, his straight punch compressing the air as it drove toward Madara's heart with terrifying force. Madara immediately activated Susanoo in its giant form. Although it still was not the final form, its defensive power was extraordinary. Guy's straight punch, however, had already arrived. With a thunderous boom, Susanoo exploded. The terrifying shockwave of the punch lifted Madara off his feet, even tearing cracks all across his body. It was easy to imagine that if Susanoo had not gone full defense just now, that punch would definitely have blown him to pieces. But instead Madara burst out into wild Uchiha laughter. Ha 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 ha. Might Guy, was it? I, Madara, acknowledge you. Come. Let me see the might of the seventh gate of Hashime Tonko. Guy did not disappoint Madara. He brought both hands together and began compressing the air. In the next second he had compressed it into a tiger-shaped air cannon. Hiradora, Daytime Tiger. Roar. The tiger-shaped air cannon seemed to unleash a tiger's roar. The terrifying shockwave exploded, filling heaven and earth, engulfing Madara in an instant. Madara's Rinnegan had already opened, condensing a layer of repulsive force into a barrier around his body. A moment later the shockwave slammed into the barrier. At first it only shuddered slightly, which made him reveal a faint smile. Yet his smile had not lasted a full second when he heard a series of sharp cracks. Fissures spread in dense lines across the barrier of repulsive force. A bad premonition rose in his heart. After obtaining the Rinnegan, his power at Superkage level had gone even further, not far from the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths. It was no exaggeration to say he was invincible in the entire ninja world. Guy's seventh gate, however, had unleashed power on the same Superkage level. So even though his Rinnegan's repulsive force was supposed to push away everything, under such an overloaded impact it could not hold. He might not care about precise realm divisions, but he understood perfectly well how frightening this move of Guy's was. So he decisively raised Susanoo again for protection. In the next instant the barrier of repulsive force shattered outright, his Susanoo followed suit and broke apart, and he himself was hurled hundreds of meters away by the shockwave. Fortunately, he had defended in time and did not suffer any real injury. Even so, his heart was deeply shaken, because Guy's punch had truly surpassed his expectations. Guy was panting heavily. Opening the seventh gate clearly made his entire body ache unbearably, but he had long since learned endurance. He would be fine for a short while yet. And he had confirmed his own strength. He really had stepped into the realm of Superkage. He had not only shattered the Rinnegan's protective barrier, but also broken Madara's two-layer Susanoo defense along with it. Although he still had not managed to hurt Madara, there was no question that opening the seventh gate allowed him to possess the power to defeat even overwhelmingly strong enemies. That alone was enough. It was only pain. As long as he did not open the gate of death, he had nothing to fear. Behind him, Kakashi had already caught up. Using Kamui, Divine Authority, he helped the three Kage finish off the remaining two small Susanoo. But at this moment the three Kage were all staring blankly at Guy's back. That strange tight green outfit of his might once have looked comical, but now it was a warrior's armor, proof of the strongest. Tsunade could not help murmuring, the seventh gate of Hashime Tonko must hurt a lot, right? Kakashi spoke up. It does hurt a lot. I heard that when Natsuki was learning Hashime Tonko, he tried to open the seventh gate once and literally passed out from the pain. Guy, though, has trained in Hashime Tonko for many years. His willpower is beyond anything normal people can compare to, and his strength has long since surpassed everyone. Natsuki once said that Guy is Konoha's number one. With the sixth gate he can fight a Hokage, with the seventh gate he can fight at Superkage level, and if he opens the gate of death he might even be able to kick the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, half dead. I used to think he was joking, but now I feel he might not have been talking nonsense at all. The three Kage said nothing, but their hearts were greatly shaken. If things really were as Natsuki had said, then calling Might Guy the number one in the ninja world right now would not be an exaggeration. After all, in the ninja world, who could possibly surpass the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths? Wait a second. Suddenly came back to himself. Did you just say that Brat Natsuki also learned Hashime Tonko? Kakashi looked completely matter-of-fact. Yeah. Hashime Tonko was what Natsuki first learned. He already used it when he fought Orochimaru. Back then, just opening the sixth gate was enough for him to almost beat Orochimaru to death. It's just that once he later learned Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, he started using Hashime Tonko much less. A and Inoki exchanged a look. We suddenly have a very good feeling about this. The corners of Tsunade's mouth could not help but lift into a smile. She had a very good feeling too, because she had just remembered everything about Natsuki. Indeed, what Natsuki had first learned was Guy's Hashime Tonko. Though he had not trained it for very long and had barely used it later, who could say that Natsuki's taijutsu was weaker than Guy's? Perhaps Natsuki was still hiding a surprise for everyone. Up ahead, the battle was far from over. Guy only took a brief breath, then launched another straight-on assault. This time Madara no longer chose to simply defend. He decided to meet Guy head-on. He condensed repulsive force from the Rinnegan across his entire body and charged in, smashing his straight punch into Guy's. With a single roar of impact, the earth itself exploded, the sound even more terrifying than thunder. The two of them could not decide a winner in that clash and continued a superhuman hand-to-hand battle. Boom. 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 As they collided again and again, the monstrous shockwaves rippled outward, constantly shattering and sweeping away the surrounding rocks. The terrain was not only leveled, but gouged into deep craters. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 364, Chapter. From now on. 2 chapters daily. Gai-sensei. Far behind the battlefield, Lee was both worried and excited. He had never imagined that Gai-sensei was this overwhelmingly strong. Their opponent was the shinobi world's Shura, someone even the combined force of the 3 Kage could not overcome, yet Gai-sensei opened the 7th gate and forced Uchiha Madara into an even fight. As expected, Hashiman Tonko, 8 gates released formation, was absolute power. And he, as Might Guy's disciple, even if he could not use ninjutsu at all, would one day prove himself to be an outstanding shinobi. However, only those who had truly trained in the 8 gates knew the truth. The farther the gate, the worse the pain, the greater the damage to the body. Lee could not help worrying that Gai-sensei might be hurt. No problem. Natsuki and Tenten are here. Everything will be fine. Lee forced himself to believe it. The others could not help cheering. A moment ago they had been terrified and even hopeless because of Madara's power, but now it was as if they had found new life. At last they realized that this bizarre-looking, kappa-headed man was monstrously powerful beyond imagination. It seemed they really shouldn't judge by appearances. Natsuki and Tenten were also watching Guy's clash with Madara, their expressions tense. Tenten said, "Natsuki, what you said back then, it's all true. But the pain of opening the 7th gate is unbearable. Gai-sensei can't keep this up for long. We need to do something." Natsuki nodded. "Then it's our turn. We can't just keep watching." The two exchanged a firm glance and began walking forward, resolute and utterly without fear of Madara. Hiradora, Daytime Tiger. Guy once again unleashed his ultimate technique. But this time, Madara had no intention of passively defending. His Rinnegan released an even greater surge of ocular power, and he struck first with a blast of repulsive force. The tiger-shaped air cannon had barely formed before it was crushed back toward Guy. Boom. The air cannon detonated, and Guy was hurled away by the violent shockwave, tumbling hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground. Smoke rose from his body, his skin flushed red. He tried to stand and continue fighting, but the intense pain sweeping through him made even him groan. The 7th gate was a burst-type enhancement meant only for short periods of combat. He had already fought Madara for too long. Yet he refused to accept defeat. Not like this. Kakashi's expression changed. This is bad. Guy has hit his limit. His body has taken severe damage. The 3 Kage also panicked and hurried toward Guy. But before they reached him, 2 kunai flew past and embedded into the ground in front of Guy, followed immediately by Natsuki and Tenten appearing beside him. Tenten couldn't help complaining, "Gai-sensei, you're too reckless. Do you want us to die of worry?" Seeing them, Guy finally relaxed. He gave a thumbs up, showing his bright white teeth. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm the blue beast of Konoha. Youthful battles must always be given everything." Tenten sighed helplessly. Complaining was useless, this was just who Guy was. Natsuki also raised a thumb. "Gai-sensei, do you believe what I told you before now?" Guy's smile grew even bigger. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course I believe it." Natsuki continued, "Gai-sensei, you've already proven yourself. Leave the rest to me and Tenten. You should retreat and get treatment first." "Oh. I leave it to you." Guy did not argue. He knew exactly how capable Natsuki and Tenten were, and he trusted them. Kakashi arrived, nodded at Natsuki and Tenten, then hoisted Guy onto his back and rushed away. Soon he reached Tsunade and the other Kage, laying Guy down carefully. Gave a heartfelt thumbs up. "Might Guy, magnificent." Anoki laughed loudly. "You youngsters are insane, but you make this old man's blood boil." Ha 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 ha. Guy gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up in return. Their praise was more than deserved. What a reckless fool. Tsunade sighed in both exasperation and relief. She quickly summoned Katsuyu and began healing him. Luckily, Guy's body was extremely tough, and the battle wasn't too long. More importantly, treatment had begun immediately, so the injuries were not catastrophic. Guy wanted to speak, but Tsunade glared at him once, and he obediently went silent. Meanwhile, Natsuki and Tenten faced Madara. Natsuki smiled. "Uchiha Madara, how was that?" "That was my girlfriend Tenten's teacher, Might Guy. He must have given you quite the thrill." Madara snorted, amused, though he fully acknowledged Guy's strength. "So, now it's the two of you against me." "Well, mostly it's me. Tenten is here to cheer and support." Natsuki winked at Tenten, then strode forward. She, however, remained at the back. Madara frowned slightly. He wasn't stupid. Tenten staying behind meant she wasn't just cheering. She clearly had a role to play. His wariness rose. Natsuki didn't waste words. He instantly pulled out a large set of marked kunai, the medium for Hiraishin no jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and scattered them, preparing for the next phase. Madara narrowed his eyes. Flying Thunder God is fast, yes, but defeating me won't be so easy. Is that so? Then how about this? Hashime Tanko. Open. A shockwave burst from Natsuki's body, his hair standing on end as if he were transforming, like a Super Saiyan, only without the color change. In a flash, Natsuki vanished. So fast. Madara immediately activated Susanoo for protection. But in the very next instant, Susanoo was shattered by a single kick. Natsuki's twin-legged strike plowed forward without slowing. Madara managed to crouch just in time, avoiding the main strike, yet the trailing shockwave still flipped him through the air. Now he understood. Flying Thunder God's instantaneous velocity, combined with the physical power of the 8 gates. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Truly interesting. The 8 gates were indeed overwhelming, but the user's immense airflow made their movements traceable to high-level opponents, its inherent weakness. But Natsuki used the Flying Thunder God to bypass that weakness, turning the 8 gates into a pure offensive amplification. Even opening only the 6th gate, his burst power was fully comparable to Guy's 7th. And unlike the 7th gate, the 6th gate inflicted far less physical damage, meaning Natsuki could fight for much longer. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 365, Chapter. Good grief. Madara was genuinely stunned. Knowing Hiraishin no jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, was one thing. But this kid also knew Hashime Tanko, 8 gates released formation. And he was using both together. Was he trying to ascend to heaven? In the rear, Guy was being treated while still pumping his fist in the air. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Natsuki. Combining Hiraishin with Hashime Tanko, he's even faster and stronger. He's only opened the 6th gate and he's already fighting at the same level I was just now. If he opened the 7th gate, wouldn't he just kick Madara into pieces? Go, Natsuki. Your burning youth is the strongest. Inoki and Kakashi all nodded along, full of confidence in victory. They had originally thought that Natsuki could only match Madara in ninjutsu. Clearly, they had underestimated him. He really was the strongest fighter in the entire allied shinobi forces right now. Only he could defeat Madara. Sit still. Stop moving around. Tsunade could only pin Guy down, half helpless, half amused, as she continued to heal him. But she did finally exhale in relief. When the 3 Kage had been unable to beat Madara, they had been close to despair. Guy's overwhelming entry had given everyone hope again. Now Natsuki made them see a future. This so-called infinite Tsukimi catastrophe, they were going to shatter it here and now. Swish. Boom. Swish. Boom. Natsuki flickered with Hiraishin no jutsu while attacking with the power of the 6th gate. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan could track Natsuki's movements, but his own body couldn't keep up. If he used Susanoo to defend, it would just get blown up again, so he had no choice but to rely on a repulsive force barrier from the Rinnegan. However, every punch and kick Natsuki slammed into the barrier left cracks in it. This was a barrier formed from the Rinnegan's ocular power, and it was being cracked like this. How ridiculous could this get? Madara understood that, at such a young age, Natsuki's physical strength had already surpassed Might Guy's. With just the 6th gate opened, he had power comparable to Guy's 7th gate. If Natsuki ever opened the 7th gate, Madara's repulsive barrier definitely wouldn't hold. This brat was a real threat. Kasoka Jerry, light-speed kick. Natsuki suddenly switched forms, the force of his kick carrying hidden Ranton, storm-style, lasers. With a deafening blast, the repulsive barrier was swept apart. Madara jerked his head aside in a hurry, but the laser still grazed him, blowing away half his head. Damn. Mokuton, wood style. Boom. Natsuki's kick smashed into Madara's chest, blowing his whole body apart. But the scattered body turned into wooden fragments. Madara had used a wood-style clone successfully and had already repositioned himself far from Natsuki. Just as Madara was staring intently at Natsuki, a girl's figure suddenly appeared behind him with a soft swish. The Hokinjo, golden canopy rope, snapped across his shoulder. It didn't look like much, but it gave him an immediate sense of foreboding. An attack like that is supposed to do whoa. Madara hadn't even finished speaking before the words were dragged out of him, becoming a spoken word spirit. Tenten Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, immediately extended, ready to slice that word spirit apart. Of course Madara couldn't let her succeed. He immediately unleashed repulsive force to blow Tenten away, but she vanished in the next instant, leaving his repulsion hitting nothing. Natsuki flashed in again and launched another Kasoku Jerry, forcing Madara to dodge once more. At that moment, Tenten flickered back into position. One clean stroke of Shikisaiken cut off the word spirit, and she instantly jumped away to a safe distance. The severed word spirit was sucked into the Benihiseigo, Crimson Gourd, triggering the curse effect. Tenten flipped Shikisaiken so Madara couldn't see the writing on the blade, then glanced down herself, and froze. Hashirare-ma. So Madara's verbal tick was the first Hokage's name. Just how much did he love the first Hokage, to the point that even Hashirama had become his catchphrase? Fortunately, Tenten managed to swallow her urge to comment. Hugging Benihiseigo to her chest, she calmly watched Madara. Natsuki closed Hashiman Tonko and flickered to Tenten's side, standing in front of her with the same "got you" expression. Madara let out a low laugh. So that's it. You two brats really pulled one over on me. Ha 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 ha. Nicely done. He had figured it out. The reason Natsuki had brought Tenten into the fray was exactly for this. Among the barrage of marked kunai he had thrown at the start, some were Natsuki's Hiraishin kunai, and some were Tenten's marked kunai. Natsuki had then gone all out against Madara to fully monopolize his attention, while Tenten waited for the opening to use the three-piece set of sage tools to curse him with word spirit. He had to admit, these two brats were terrifyingly competent. He almost wanted to give them an applause. In the rear, A and Inoki high-fived, clearly fired up by Natsuki and Tenten's perfect teamwork. Madara, as an Edo Tensei body, couldn't be killed no matter how hard they hit him. After all, he was already dead. There were only two real options. First, kill Kabuto. Second, seal Madara away. The second option was the hardest, but also the most realistic one right now. Even putting aside the still unused Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Bottle, just Tenten's Sage Tool 3-piece set alone was enough. Once the curse took effect, no matter how strong Madara was, he would still be sealed. Guy stuck his thumb up again. As expected of my disciple. That was brilliant. Guy and Tsunade both finally relaxed completely, as if they could already see victory. Natsuki stood facing Madara, guarding Tenten, saying nothing. As long as Madara stayed silent, Benihiseigo would slowly suck him in. As for making Madara say the cursed word on purpose, Natsuki had not tried to bait him. This guy was no fool. If he sensed something was off, all their careful planning would have gone to waste. Madara finally spoke. I'll admit, you've made me see you in a new light. Those Rikudo ninja tools may be trivial in my eyes, but in my current Edo Tensei body, I do have to take them seriously. Natsuki chuckled. Even if you weren't Edo Tensei, you'd still get countered just the same. Madara, you've already lost. Give up on that Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan. That thing is nothing but a lie Black Zetsu fed you. Once Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is cast, everyone will be turned into White Zetsu. There is no peace and no dream world, only the destruction of the world. You're not a savior, you're an executioner. Silence. What does a brat like you know? Madara snapped, you may have some strength, but you're still too young. You understand nothing, so you spout nonsense. There was no way he would believe Natsuki. In his eyes, Natsuki had simply learned some scattered intel and was trying to undermine his conviction with words. But Natsuki was far too green, there was no way he could fool Madara. Natsuki spread his hands. No wonder you and the first couldn't agree and ended up fighting. Madara sneered. And what do you know about me? What do you understand about Hashi? He cut himself off mid-sentence, eyes widening as he clamped a hand over his mouth, staring warily at Tenten. But he couldn't see anything wrong with her at a glance. He did know a bit about the sage tools. Back when he was searching for a way to bring peace to the shinobi world, he had naturally researched the things the Rikudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, had left behind. It was precisely because he understood them that he had once dismissed them as boring. That didn't mean he looked down on their power. And right now, that power was pointed straight at him. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 366, Chapter. Madara knew very clearly what his usual catchphrases were. For example, Hashirama, do you also want to dance, have you seen me in my prime, Uchiha nice, and so on. But the word he said most often was definitely Hashirama, because that man was too important to him. Not only was he a lifelong rival, he was also a lifelong dearest friend. The only thing missing between them was a marriage certificate. Therefore he had every reason to suspect that the cursed Kodadama was Hashirama. Even if he couldn't read anything from Tenten's expression, he had to stay on guard. If he slipped up even once, he really would get sucked into the red gourd and the whole Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, would go up in smoke. The red gourd was not like Natsuki's coffin. Inside that thing, there was no way to resist at all. Natsuki blinked. What? What were you about to say? Weren't you going to refute me? Why are you covering your own mouth? You two little brats, you think I don't know what you're up to? Madara's face darkened. I understand the Rakudo Ningu, 6 paths ninja tools, far better than you do. One of my catchphrases has been cursed. The moment I say it, I'll be sucked into the red gourd. You think I'm stupid? Natsuki looked genuinely surprised. And you still dare say the Rakudo Ningu, 6 paths ninja tools, are boring? They're pretty amazing. Madara snorted. It's precisely because I understand them that I find them boring. What a joke. They're not even as good as our Uchiha fan. You should know that our Uchiha fan is. Right, my fan. That bastard A from the hidden cloud still hasn't given it back to me. Natsuki chuckled. Forget about looking for your fan for now. Which phrase do you think is the cursed Kodadama? Obviously it's Hashinayan Nayan. Madara once again couldn't help covering his mouth, then glared at Natsuki and Tenten. He was obviously furious. How could he not be? He loved nothing more than to have Hashirama on the tip of his tongue, and now he didn't dare say it because of the Kodadama curse. Of course it made his heart ache. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Natsuki any longer and spoke bluntly. If you think you can deal with me using the Rakudo Ningu, 6 paths ninja tools, then you're making a big mistake. From here on out, I'm going to get serious. Use whatever tricks you have. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Anyone who stands in the way of my plan will receive no mercy from me. Natsuki pressed his lips together at that, then turned and exchanged a look with Tenten. Tenten pouted, clearly very displeased. She had originally thought that securing the Kodadama curse would be enough to seal Madara. She hadn't expected this Shura of the ninja world to be so formidable. Not only had he guessed the cursed word, he even held himself back from saying it. More importantly, he clearly knew that staying silent too long would also get him sucked in, so he kept talking non-stop. Just think about it. Someone who constantly had a catchphrase on the tip of his tongue could still force himself not to say it while he had no choice but to keep talking. Impressive, isn't it? Especially when Madara loved Hashirama so deeply, for him to hold back from calling out his beloved's name was even more difficult. And yet he still did it. That was truly admirable. Natsuki could only comfort her. It's fine. In a bit I'll smash his mouth so he can't open it for a long time. He'll still get caught sooner or later. Just wait and see. Tenten nodded, then said, I'm fine. You're the one who has to be careful. Natsuki patted Tenten on the head, then flashed back to stand opposite Madara, squaring off against him once more. Madara still stood with his arms folded, maintaining his overwhelming aura from beginning to end, radiating crushing pressure. Fortunately, it did nothing to Natsuki. Still, he had to keep talking. What else do you have? Hashiman Tanko, 8 gates, is powerful, but it doesn't last long. At this point I can't keep hiding things anymore. Natsuki looked helpless on the surface, but in truth he was excited. Being able to fight such a powerful opponent was, in itself, a delight. Besides, he wanted to try fighting Madara head-on. He clapped his hands together, and his entire aura suddenly changed. Dark markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. Sennin Modo, Sage Mode, on. Sage Mode. You can use that too. Madara once again showed an expression of disbelief. Natsuki had simply shocked him too many times. Having overwhelming strength was one thing, but he also knew all sorts of powerful techniques: Rantun, Storm Style, Mokuton, Wood Style, Jiten, Magnet Style, Mafuba, Demon Sealing Wave, Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, Hashiman Tanko, 8 Gates, and now even Sennin Modo, Sage Mode. It felt like there was nothing he couldn't do. But precisely because of that, Madara felt an even greater need to defeat him. Only a true powerhouse was worthy of Madara going all out to bring them down. At that moment Natsuki suddenly raised his hand, a swirling boiling sphere of water forming in his palm, Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet. In the next second that Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, was whisked away by Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, appearing right in front of Madara. Not good. Boom. The Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, detonated. A gigantic spiral sphere of boiling water suddenly burst open, with Madara at its center, sweeping across a radius of over 100 meters. The surrounding rock was instantly ground to powder, and terrifying heat poured out. The ground for hundreds of meters around shook under the impact. Even where Natsuki and Tenten were standing, a searing wave of heat slammed into them, making it very uncomfortable. The hot air spread like smoke, hanging in the air and refusing to dissipate. Behind them, the 3 Kage, Kakashi, Guy, and the rest of the allied shinobi further back stared blankly at the scene, finding it utterly unbelievable. How was anyone supposed to dodge an attack like that and live? So, was Madara dead? Only after a long while did the steam slowly disperse, revealing a crater 100 meters across, with Madara standing inside it, seemingly unharmed. But his expression had grown grave. What an incredible technique. If I hadn't hastily wrapped myself in the power of the Rinnegan, I would have been shredded by that force with no way to fight back. Even the Rinnegan's barrier and Susanoo's defense were almost crushed. The power of that jutsu is absurdly overwhelming. Is this the work of Sennin Moto, Sage Mode? Madara no longer knew how to even evaluate Natsuki. Just this one Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, alone deserved a perfect score. With Sennin Moto, Sage Mode, boosting its power and Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, delivering it instantly, it was practically a one-hit kill move. If it had hit anyone else, there probably wouldn't even be bones left. Even he had panicked for a moment just now. Fortunately the combined protection of his Rinnegan and Sharingan had saved him, otherwise he really would have been reduced to ash. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to speak for a long time and would have been sucked into the red gourd. On top of that, while he was trapped inside Uzumaki Fudodan, Vortex Boiling Bullet, he had been forced to mutter to himself the whole time, because the technique lasted quite a while. If he had forgotten to keep talking, he would have been caught by the curse as well. Seriously, the Rikudo Ningu, 6 Paths ninja tools, were such a pain. Natsuki didn't answer Madara. Instead, he raised his hand and gathered a Mizu Enzan, Water Circle Slash, then flung it out. The Mizu Enzan, Water Circle Slash, seemed to rip through the air itself, reaching Madara in an instant. Madara instinctively bent backward to duck, but Natsuki raised 2 fingers like a blade, and the Mizu Enzan, Water Circle Slash, immediately turned 90 degrees and sighed sharply downward, cleaving toward Madara's waist. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 367, Chapter. On the other side, in a laboratory in the land of rice fields. The entire reconnaissance squad had been captured, including their captain, Anko. Right now, Kabuto pulled aside the fabric on Anko's shoulder, exposing the heaven-cursed seal there. He could clearly feel that Orochimaru had not died. So he took out a chunk of cursed seal material from his own body and pressed it against Anko's curse mark. In the next second, that cursed seal material absorbed the power of the seal, transforming into a snake's head that drilled out of Anko's shoulder. The massive snake head opened its jaws wide. Inside that maw, Orochimaru was revealed. Orochimaru-sama. You really are still alive. Kirin's eyes burned with fanaticism. She was obviously a complete brain-dead fangirl of Orochimaru, the type of woman who was willing to offer up her body to him, and not in the sense of sharing it, but in the sense of letting Orochimaru take it over entirely. For Kirin, the idea of sharing one body with Orochimaru was probably a beautiful dream. Orochimaru slowly slid out from the snake's mouth, his hoarse laugh as cold and sinister as ever. I didn't expect you, Kabuto, to be the one who chose to revive me. Kabuto smiled. Orochimaru-sama, I've always been your successor. Of course I'd look for ways to bring you back. What's so strange about that? Is that so? But I get the feeling your ambition has grown larger than mine. Orochimaru was no fool. Anko's curse mark is essentially one of my clones. I've already learned everything that happened from within the seal. Kabuto, you simply want to my hand to obtain the Edo bodies of the first, second, third, and even the fourth Hokage, then use them to support your side in this war, isn't that right? Kabuto did not deny it. Indeed. After all, I don't have those Hokage corpses. Only you, Orochimaru-sama, would be willing and able to help me with that. Orochimaru shook his head. Unfortunately, I have no interest in conflicts started by others, so I don't intend to take part. However, Kabuto had already prepared his counter. He guided him patiently. Does Orochimaru-sama mean to say you're not even interested in Senningan, Sage Eyes? This time, Orochimaru fell silent. It was clear Kabuto understood perfectly what Orochimaru wanted. Orochimaru wanted to master all ninjutsu and pursue the power of immortality, and Senningan, Sage Eyes, were precisely the realm he had never yet been able to reach. His previous desire for Sasuke's body was, at its core, nothing more than a means to settle scores with Itachi. But Orochimaru had never abandoned his pursuit of power and eternal life. Now, the Rinnegan was shining right there in Kabuto's eyes. You've gotten much smarter, Kabuto. You even know how to bait me. And I have to admit, it worked. So then, what do you want me to do in exchange for letting me study your Rinnegan? Kabuto's smile turned triumphant. Orochimaru-sama, saying it like that makes us sound like strangers, doesn't it? We're teacher and disciple working together. You bring out the Hokage with Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, and join Lord Madara's Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan. Once it succeeds, both Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji, who has already awakened the Tenseigan, reincarnation eye, will be within reach, won't they? Sasuke and the Tenseigan, huh? No doubt about it, Orochimaru was very interested. Sasuke's body was something he had always wanted, and Niji, who had newly awakened the Tenseigan, reincarnation eye, naturally drew his attention as well. Both the Tenseigan, reincarnation eye, and the Rinnegan were Senningan, sage eyes. The Tenseigan evolved from the Byakugan, while the Rinnegan evolved from the Sharingan. However, Sharingan was highly incompatible with those who did not possess Uchiha blood, almost impossible to sustain, and the Rinnegan was likely the same. The Byakugan, on the other hand, could be transplanted onto practically anyone and still function. In that case, would the Tenseigan work the same way? The more he thought about it, the more intriguing it became. Orochimaru couldn't help extending his long tongue and licking his entire face from chin to brow. Kirin and Suigetsu immediately felt their scalps go numb and instinctively ducked behind Yugo, as if afraid that the great snake might suddenly swallow them whole. In the end, Orochimaru said, "Your idea is interesting. It might be worth a try. However, I need my arms restored, and my teacher Sarutobi's soul must be brought back as well. We'll go to Konoha's Uzumaki shrine first. There's something I need to retrieve." Meanwhile, on the 1st Division's defensive line, Darui, Asuma, and the Ino, Shika, Cho squad were struggling just to hold on. Facing the formidable Obito together with 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki, tailed beast hosts, Darui and the others truly had no answer. They didn't have many top-tier fighters here to begin with, and they'd already been hit by a Bijudama, tailed beast bomb, earlier. Their morale had basically hit rock bottom. Only a few of them were still resisting, cornered and desperate. Fortunately, back when they were trying to stop Dan, Hayashi, and the other Edo bodies, they had specially set up a Shishiinjin, 4 Violet Flames formation, in this sector. It had never been fully dismantled, so they could still make use of it. Shikamaru immediately thought of this and gave Ino a look. The Yamanaka clan had a technique called Shinshin no Jutsu, mind transmission technique, which allowed them to speak directly to others in their minds without fear of being overheard. Ino used it at once. After learning of Shikamaru's plan, she hurriedly relayed it into the minds of all their teammates. The group exchanged glances, understanding one another instantly. Then they fought as they retreated, luring Obito and the 4 Jinchuriki toward the barrier device. They couldn't make it too obvious, of course. They still had to occasionally show signs of counterattacking so Obito wouldn't notice anything. Fortunately, after the Bijudama, tailed beast bomb, barrage just now, Obito had regained his confidence and, like Sasuke, had fallen into that bad habit of getting cocky. He simply didn't believe that a few nobodies could do anything to him, so he wasn't particularly wary. And because the fighting distance was close, he didn't bother having the 4 Jinchuriki form up in a tight encirclement around him. Just as Obito was at his most arrogant, Darui, Asuma, Choji, and Ino moved into 4 positions and activated the barrier at the same time. Shishiinjin, 4 Violet Flames formation. Obito's own overconfidence had led him to cluster together with the Jinchuriki, and the formation's area of effect was large. Only that combination allowed them to successfully trick him and the 4 Jinchuriki into the barrier's range. Seeing the barrier erupt around them, Obito merely gave a cold snort and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already outside the formation. He had Kamui, after all. A mere barrier couldn't possibly restrain him, and he wasn't remotely afraid of such ents playing tricks. With Shinra Tensei, he could even blow the whole formation away if he felt like it. Only, in the next second, he found he couldn't move. Off to the side, Shikamaru was holding a hand seal and finally let out a breath of relief. "I knew you had Kamui. There's no way I wouldn't factor that in. I've been waiting for you to phase out. I claimed every shadow in the area ahead of time, just so that the instant you emerged, I could use Kageme no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, to pin you down." End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 368, Chapter. Obito's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected to be held up for so long by a few ants like this. How was that any different from getting slapped in the face? He had Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan, and he was commanding 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. His power level was absurd, so how had he allowed a few ants to stall him? If Madara and Kabuto found out, wouldn't they just mock him again? Obito's anger spiked. His Rinnegan flared, unleashing Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. The blast radius was huge. Shikamaru was blown away on the spot, and the Shishiinjin, 4 Violet Flames formation, shattered instantly. The 4 shinobi maintaining the barrier formation were caught in the shockwave and slammed to the ground in an instant. Humph. You've wasted enough of my time. You can all die now. Obito's eyes were filled with killing intent as he controlled the 4 Jinchuriki to move in for the kill. Yet in the very next second, Shikamaru suddenly dropped into a full Daijisa, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Don't kill us. I'll tell you where the Jinchuriki are." Obito froze for a moment, then looked silently at Shikamaru. The others also stared at Shikamaru in disbelief. But they knew he wasn't the type to sell out a comrade just to save his own life. Shikamaru was a smart man. If he was doing this, he definitely had a plan. So they all fixed their eyes on him and kept their mouths shut. Since that was the case, they might as well listen. They could always kill them afterwards. If he was in a good mood, he might even spare a few ants. "Talk," Obito ordered. Shikamaru said instead, "You have to promise to spare us first. If you agree, I'll talk." Obito was impatient, but he still nodded. "Fine. I promise not to kill you. Now hurry up and speak. Don't waste my time." Shikamaru let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly said, "I know Naruto is at Mount Myaboku." "Exactly, Shikamaru. You're close friends with Naruto. How can you sell out a comrade like that? Even if you survive, no one will acknowledge you." Asuma roared. "But..." Ino spoke up weakly, "But I think Shikamaru should say it. Our lives matter too. Why do we have to die just to protect a Jinchuriki's secret? We never liked Jinchuriki that much anyway, right? I'm still young and pretty, and I haven't even been in love yet. I don't want to die, sob." Shikamaru almost couldn't hold back his laughter and silently gave everyone a thumbs up in his heart. He hadn't expected them all to act this well. No need for direction, everyone slipped right into their roles. Ino's performance in particular made the scene that much more convincing. This way, not only could they buy their lives for the moment, they could also drag things out. Shikamaru knew Natsuki was on his way. He snapped at Asuma, "Asuma, can't you see? Ino is so young and pretty. You really want to just let her die like this? As long as we keep quiet ourselves, nobody will ever know we leaked the Jinchuriki's location, so what's the problem? You can think whatever you want, I'm going to live. Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll fight them too." Now Asuma, Darui, and Choji all fell silent, only glowering at Shikamaru. Which was fine. As for Ino, all she had to do was bury her head and sob. That was enough to keep them from seeing through the act. Shikamaru hurriedly smiled at Obito. "As far as I know, Naruto was taken to Mount Myaboku by Jiraiya. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki went with them. That information is solid." Obito frowned. "How do you get to Mount Myaboku?" Shikamaru shook his head. "I don't know that part. But Jiraiya definitely does. With your abilities, catching Jiraiya should be nothing. After all, you have the Rinnegan, right?" Obito didn't comment on that, but pressed on. "What about the other Jinchuriki?" Shikamaru answered honestly, "Gaara, the One-Tails Jinchuriki, is at headquarters serving as overall commander." Honestly, the Hokage was crazy to agree to let a Jinchuriki serve as commander. "It's completely. That's enough. I don't need your pointless opinions. Keep talking about the other Jinchuriki. Oh, there's also Sasuke and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki." A piercing eagle cry split the sky. Shikamaru smiled. Kakashi-sensei already took them into the Kamui space. "Didn't you see it?" Obito froze, finally catching on. "You're playing me. You want to die that badly." Choji opened a new bag of snacks and crunched loudly. "So what if we are? We know you used to be the dead last. No wonder your head doesn't work right. We put on a little show and you fell for it. Truly brainless." Asuma and Darui both shrugged, as if their anger from just moments ago had never existed. Ino even took out a little mirror, checking her face and carefully wiping away the tear marks at the corners of her eyes. In truth, there hadn't been any real tears to begin with. Now Obito could no longer keep it together. Just a moment ago he'd thought Shikamaru was scared to death and tattling on his own. He'd been feeling smug about it, only to find out they'd all been acting together to play him. "You were stalling for time." "You guessed right, but there's no prize." The answer came in Niji's voice. He, Shino, and Yamato dropped from the sky, landing right in front of Obito. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji hurriedly ducked behind Niji, worried Obito would go berserk and lash out. Ino still had the leisure to wave up at the sky. "Bad aura. Thanks. When we get back to the village, I'll make Shikamaru buy you a whole deer to eat." Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Hey, venison is expensive. Forget it. We owe Bad Aura big time this round. If he'd been any slower, I really couldn't have kept the act going. Re-I-ite, Bad Aura answered with a ringing eagle cry, soaring freely across the sky. "Is everyone all right?" Shino asked, concerned. "Not really. We almost got blown to bits by a Bijudama, tailed beast bomb. Good thing you showed up when you did. Ino let out a very real sigh of relief. A lot of what she'd said earlier had been pure acting, but that didn't mean she actually wanted to die. She was young, pretty, and still single. Of course she didn't want to die. Niji fixed his gaze on Obito, his voice cold. So, you were planning to pass through here. Where were you heading? Actually, you don't need to answer. Today, you'll die here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful gravitational pull, dragging at the tailed beast sealed inside Obito's body. Seeing this, Obito immediately forced Yujito into a tailed beast transformation. A massive blue flaming cat burst from the earth and roared furiously at the group. But being bigger didn't mean it was useful. Niji released a violent repulsive force, blasting the giant blue cat away. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 369, Chapter. Shino attacked as well, sending a swarm of insects straight toward Obito and forcing him to go intangible. In other words, phasing was basically the only thing he really relied on. He could use Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the bugs away, of course, but the swarm would just regroup and attack again in the next second. It was a terrible trade. Aside from going intangible, he had no other real option. Shino's bugs also swarmed toward Rashi. He already had experience dealing with this Edo Jinchuriki. Mokuton, Jibaku Iso, Wood Style, Tree Binding Eternal Burial. Yamato, naturally, wasn't idle either. He used Mokuton to bind Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, in place. Utakata, the Six Tails Jinchuriki, was just about to make a move when his body suddenly refused to respond. He had clearly been caught by Shikamaru's Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Asuma and Darui immediately lunged in. Chakra blades and long sword flashed, slicing open Utakata's abdomen in an instant. Shikamaru quickly controlled Utakata's hands, reaching inside his belly toward the black receivers. Watch me rip those black rods out. Utakata's hands gripped one of the black rods and started to pull, but chains suddenly shot out from inside the rod, wrapping around his forearms and starting a tug-of-war. The chains also began draining Utakata's chakra. Great. Now I'm the one pulling on myself. What kind of sick setup is this? Seeing this, Obito immediately commanded all 4 Jinchuriki to fully transform. In an instant, 4 gigantic monsters appeared in front of everyone, the 2 tails, a massive cat wreathed head to tail in blue flames, the 4 tails, a red-furred ape, the 5 tails, like a white horse-shaped beast, and the 6 tails, a chubby, bloated slug. All of them were huge and clearly nothing to take lightly. Forced to release his shadow imitation on Utakata, Shikamaru felt a pounding headache coming on. Ino quickly asked, Shikamaru, can we even win this? Since all 4 Jinchuriki were nothing but puppets, her clan's jutsu didn't seem applicable, and she didn't have much else in her toolbox. For a moment, her situation was as awkward as Shikamaru's. Shikamaru's shadow techniques were practically useless against tailed beasts. But Shikamaru didn't panic. We're at a severe disadvantage against Bijou. Better to focus on helping Niji. That Obito guy can phase, so most attacks won't touch him. But your clan's ninjutsu might be able to control him, Ino. I'll watch and read the situation. You stand by and be ready. Once we get an opening, if you succeed, the victory is ours. Ino nodded seriously. If Shikamaru said her jutsu would work, then it would. All she had to do was listen to Shikamaru. Niji seemed to understand this logic as well, so he began issuing assignments. Shino, deal with the 4 tails. Darui, take the 2 tails. Choji, handle the 5 tails. Yamato, the 6 tails is yours. Just keep them contained within your capabilities and prioritize your own safety. Obito is mine. No one had any objections, and they decisively moved to block the tailed beasts in front of them. Fighting Bijou was incredibly dangerous, but if they were just stalling them, it should be doable, right? Obito let out a cold laugh. You really think that bunch of trash can contain tailed beasts? Niji's confidence did not waver. We just need to hold them for 5 minutes. Your phasing limit is exactly 5 minutes. I'll make sure you have no chance to dodge. Once your phasing ends in 5 minutes, you'll be in a checkmate you can't escape. As he spoke, he shifted into a hack, 8 trigrams, stance. Then, in the next second, he raised both hands, extending his index and middle fingers like twin blades. His fingers snapped forward in rapid thrusts, transmuting repulsive force into fingertip strikes that pierced straight through Obito's intangible body. Juken, Renzoku Shinkushi, gentle fist, continuous divine sky fingers. Whoosh. 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 Terrifying finger thrusts flew out with shrill sonic cracks, each one carrying a payload of concentrated repulsive force. The Hyuga were already adept at striking acupoints, originally to land precise hits on an opponent's chakra network and shut down the flow. Now, Niji infused those finger strikes with repulsive force, launching them outward. Not only could they disrupt chakra, they could also punch clean through human flesh. Put simply, it was something very akin to the Rakuman Jushinkan, Six Veins Divine Sword. Niji's thrusts were incredibly fast, and within moments a dense barrage of finger strikes was passing straight through Obito's body. It wasn't hard to imagine that the moment Obito's phasing ended, his body would be turned into a sieve. The key was that this Shinkushi technique barely used any chakra. Compared to Shinshoten, Divine Palm Air Strike, its consumption was much lower. Forget 5 minutes, even if Niji kept it up for half an hour, he wouldn't tire. Obito immediately understood how troublesome this technique was, and his expression darkened. He tried to dodge at high speed, but Niji's finger strikes were faster. No matter where Obito moved, the barrage continued to pass through his body. He simply didn't have time to turn off his intangibility. If this continued, once his phasing limit was up, he would definitely die. However, he wasn't panicking. He still had the powers of the Rinnegan. When the time came, he could just repel Niji's attacks and solve the problem. But he seemed to have forgotten that Niji's Tensigen, Reincarnation Eye, could also command both repulsive and attractive forces, and that Niji's control was superior to his. Obito had no idea where this kid's absurdly refined control even came from. On the other side, Shino's bugs had fully engulfed the four tails. Tailed beasts were large, but Shino's swarm was just as overwhelming. And after devouring tailed beast chakra, the bugs kept growing larger. The biggest of them were already the size of millstones. Because the four tails chakra was special, the huge insects all turned a molten lava red. Before long, the four tails' entire body was covered in millstone-sized bugs. The four tails kept swatting them off, but they just crawled right back on and continued to siphon chakra. They also gnawed into the beast's flesh, tearing their way toward the black rods embedded in its body. Obito knew just how broken Shino's insects were. Last time they had even bitten through black receivers. They were extremely dangerous. So he hurriedly had the four tails spit magma spheres at Shino, but Shino used Jeppo, Moon Step, to dart and streak through the air, never getting hit at all. At the same time, he kept spawning more insects, so the number of bugs crawling over the four tails only increased. At that moment, one of the giant bugs bit down on a black rod and immediately started trying to pull it loose. The chains inside the rod sprang to life, wrapping around the huge insect. But more and more big bugs latched on, some biting into the rod, others chewing away the flesh around it so the receiver would be easier to pull out. Obito was on the verge of a breakdown. Since when had these bugs become this broken? It was ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. He had no idea how much effort Shino had put into cultivating stronger insects. Ever since he met Fu, he frequently borrowed tailed beast chakra from her to raise his swarm. The bugs' power had steadily increased. At this point, they were arguably the strongest insect colony in the world. Even tailed beasts weren't necessarily their match. You could call it outrageous, but this was simply the result of Shino's hard work. Over there, Yamato repeatedly unleashed Mokutan, binding the six tails tighter and tighter. But the six tails spewed acidic mist. Whenever the mist touched the wood-style branches, it dissolved them completely. It felt like the beast couldn't be restrained at all. Yamato felt like even if you gave him 10 more Mokutan users, they still wouldn't be enough to truly pin the six tails down. Choji was having an even harder time of it. His current strength was nowhere near the level he'd reached in the original timeline. Without having endured much hardship, he had never undergone his butterfly metamorphosis, so his power was much lower. He could only partially expand, turning both arms into gigantic fists to grapple with the five tails' strength. Even so, he was being steadily pushed back by the beast's furious charge. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 370, Chapter Choji. Everyone was worried, but none of them could break away. Shikamaru and Ino were even more anxious, but their own mission was critical, so they could only choose to believe that Choji's thick skin and sturdy body would keep him alive. Obviously, they were wrong. In the next second, a house-sized chakra shell smashed into the five tails and blasted it straight backward, sending the massive beast crashing heavily into the sea. Then everyone saw Chojuro standing there, looking like his kidneys had given out, barely supporting himself with the twin sword Hiramakarei, panting like a dog. Mei walked forward carrying Choji, and praised him. Nice work, Chojuro. You actually managed to knock the five tails flying. Chojuro was too exhausted to speak. Just now he had squeezed every last drop of chakra he had to force Hiramakarei to form a chakra shell that big. His liver and kidneys would probably never forgive him for this. Fortunately, the chakra shell had done its job and he hadn't let the Mizukage down. You had to admit, the twin sword Hiramakari was truly terrifying. It could blast away Sasuke's Susanoo and it could blast away a tailed beast as well. The only question was whether the user had enough chakra. Sasuke, can we not bring up things from the original story? Seeing this, everyone finally let out a long breath of relief. Darui couldn't help exhaling. Looks like we've got reinforcements. The Mizukage herself came with her guard. This fight should be in the bag now. As he spoke, he immediately ramped up his output, outright copying Natsuki's Yasaka no Magatama, 8-span Magatama, and firing a storm of laser-like projectiles. In an instant he drove the two tails back step by step. Yamato also relaxed a little. Hurry and give me a hand. This guy spits acid mist. My Mokuton can't hold him. In theory, Yamato also knew Suiton and Doton, but faced with corrosive acid mist, those elements didn't seem very useful either. It was a total headache. But Yamato was misunderstanding things. Suiton and Doton could be extremely powerful too. The problem was that his chakra reserves just weren't enough. A man who ended up kidney shot just from overusing Mokuton to build a single 3-bedroom apartment really had no concept of what overwhelming chakra meant. Mei flashed through hand seals and spat out a stream of water. Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water dragon bullet. That was going to be enough. Yamato stared, stunned, as the thin stream of water suddenly swelled to a torrent greater than a waterfall. It wrapped around the six tails and transformed into a colossal water dragon, lifting the beast's massive body straight into the sky. What kind of chakra is that? Yamato drooled with envy, feeling that people really couldn't be compared to each other. And she wasn't done yet. Mei turned toward the two tails, puffed her cheeks, and unleashed Yoton, Yokai no Jutsu, lava style, dissolving monster technique. A wide swath of highly corrosive liquid splashed down over the two tails' head, sizzling and eating away with a terrifying hiss. Just watching it made Darui's scalp tingle. This Mizukage was absolutely terrifying. With Mei and Chojuro's timely arrival, their side finally broke out of their disadvantage. The four Edo Tensei Jinchuriki were powerful, but Shino, Mei, and Darui were no pushovers either. Handling them was no longer a problem. Obito's frustration was visible to the naked eye. His phasing time limit was about to run out, while Niji's long-range point strike barrage still hadn't stopped. A bad premonition gnawed at him. Damn it. Shinra Tensei, almighty push, barrier. He decisively chose to use Shinra Tensei again, but instead of a quick tap like before, he held it down. This caused the Rinnegan's repulsive force to stop being an instant blast and instead act like a prolonged protective shell around him, ensuring he could safely ride out the gap when Kamui's intangibility ended. Sure enough, in the next second Niji's Shinkushi, Divine Sky Fingers, slammed into the barrier, and the protective shell successfully blocked the finger strikes. The corner of Obito's mouth lifted. He was just about to feel pleased when he noticed that at some point Niji had switched from Shinkushi, Divine Sky Fingers, to Shinkasho, Divine Sky Palm. Palm strike sheet in raging repulsive force smashed into the barrier and shattered it in an instant, then slammed hard into Obito's body. Bang. 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 3 consecutive hits. His shoulder, thigh, and kidney area were all left mangled and torn. His body was patchworked together from white Zetsu tissue. While that made it easier to repair, the inherent durability was mediocre at best. Being struck by Niji's Shinkasho, Divine Sky Palm, caused serious damage, and the pain nearly made Obito collapse on the spot. Fortunately he immediately reactivated his intangibility and finally managed to catch his breath, but now the look he cast at Niji's pale light carried clear wariness and caution. As expected of the Tensigan, Reincarnation Eye. It had actually broken his absolute defense. This couldn't go on. Obito fumed inside, but all he could do was look for a way to escape. Maybe he never should have acted on his own. He should have stayed with Madara. With his current level, operating solo was a losing proposition. Damn it. Having the Rinnegan should mean being the strongest. He cursed inwardly, still not understanding the truth. Nagato had possessed the Rinnegan as well, and he hadn't been invincible. So why did Obito think that just having the Rinnegan would make him untouchable? The fact was, the former Deadlast was not a born powerhouse. In terms of growing into his strength, his natural instincts weren't that great. Otherwise he wouldn't be using the Rinnegan like this. Just as he was spacing out, a shout suddenly rang out. Ino. Now. Ninpo, Shintenshin no Jutsu, ninja art, mind-body switch technique. Buzz. A surge of mental energy slammed into Obito's mind and directly seized control of his body. Using Obito's voice, Ino said, Shikamaru, I did it. What now? Shikamaru quickly replied, Ino, control the Jinchuriki and make them revert. Have them stay still. We'll pull out the black receivers first. Ino did exactly as instructed. Soon the four-tailed beasts began reverting from their transformed states back into their original hosts. Ino did have a question, though. Why are we having Choji go after the Jinchuriki and not Obito? Shikamaru shook his head. It won't work. If we attack Obito, you'll share the damage. Even if we bind him or try to seal him now, he can escape at any time using Kamui's phasing. There's nothing we can do about that yet. We still don't have a way to counter Kamui. Everyone fell silent at that, feeling a little helpless. The truth was, no one thought Obito himself was all that strong. He was just a guy who relied on Kamui to run wild. Without Kamui, the Rinnegan wouldn't save him. He'd still get knocked flat easily. But fine. If they could dismantle the four Jinchuriki, it would be like cutting off Obito's arms and legs. After that, as long as Niji kept an eye on him, Obito wouldn't be able to stir up any more trouble. No one hesitated. They immediately went all out on the immobilized Edo Jinchuriki. Shino's bugs bit through several black receivers on the spot. Darui simply tore Yujito's Edo body apart with his sword and yanked all the black rods free. These people were Edo Tensei bodies and couldn't truly die, so speed was all that mattered. Chojuro swung Hiramakari and chopped Han's body into 3 pieces, clearing the way for someone with sealing techniques to remove the rods afterward. Just when everyone thought it was over, Ino suddenly screamed. Her mind was forcefully ejected from Obito's body and snapped back into her own. She collapsed unconscious on the spot. Ino. Shikamaru rushed to check her condition. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, he let out a long breath of relief. Then he looked back at Obito. The Sharingan in Obito's eye was glowing an eerie red. It seemed his Mangekyo had forcibly driven Ino's mind out. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 371, Chapter. Over on the other side. On the 4th Division's defensive line, the 4th Kazekage Raza advanced like a one-man army, manipulating gold dust with terrifying precision. The 4th Division was driven back step by step. Temari and Maki commanded the allied shinobi forces, putting up a grueling, desperate resistance. Raza even tried to persuade them. You two, stop struggling. You're not my opponents. Retreat while you can. Temari, remember to protect Gaara. As his father. I'm sorry. You and Kankuro, as his big sister and big brother, you have to protect your little brother. Temari immediately broke down in tears, and could only nod through sobs. But retreat was impossible. This was the Alliance's defensive line. If it collapsed, everyone behind them would be in danger. Just then, an eagle's cry rang down from the sky. Temari's eyes lit up. She quickly looked up. Conan descended with wings spread behind her, almost like an angel. The moment Conan landed, she lifted Temari into the air. I promised Gaara I'd protect you. Otherwise he wouldn't stay in the main camp with peace of mind. Hearing that, Temari sighed helplessly. That's just how he is. Even when he runs into you, he has to be held back. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Conan simply shook her head, then looked toward Raza, who was still controlling the gold dust. She had no intention of joining the fight, because someone else would make a move. Sure enough, Jiraiya leapt off the eagle's back and used Kuchiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique, midair, calling forth several toads. He himself stood atop the head of a massive toad. Boom. The toad slammed down, kicking up a commotion that instantly drew everyone's attention. Jiraiya struck what he believed was a handsome pose and proclaimed loudly, the toad sage Jiraiya has arrived. It's Jiraiya Dano. Great. It's Jiraiya Dano. We're dead. Ah, you mean we're saved. With Jiraiya Dano here, the next battle is definitely fine. As expected, Jiraiya didn't waste a second. With the giant toad support, he unleashed Katan, Gamma Uenden, Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet, melting the gold dust that filled the sky. In an instant, Raza's assault was cut off, and his defense was broken. In the next moment, Jiraiya moved behind a toad with fiery red lips, slammed his palm onto its back, and the toad immediately spat out Suetun, Teppadama, Water Release, Toad Oil Bullet. This Teppadama was nothing like ordinary water techniques, its penetration was top tier, and its speed was extremely fast. Sure enough, in the very next second, the Teppadama pierced straight through Raza's abdomen, splitting him cleanly in two. Yeah. Jiraiya Dano is the best. The shinobi couldn't help cheering. Victory at last. At that moment, 2 other toads extended their long tongues, each wrapping up one half of the bisected Raza and pulling them into their mouths. Raza's Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body tried to reform and recover, but it couldn't. Jiraiya was just about to strike another handsome pose when he sensed something and immediately looked into the distance. Conan set Temari down and also looked the same way. Tears instantly streamed down her face. How can this be? Yahiko, Nagato, you too as well. In the distance, two figures approached, more precisely, an orange-haired man supporting a white-haired man as they limped forward. Yahiko and Nagato, who were already dead. They too had been brought back by Kabuto's Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation. Kabuto had already seized Yahiko's body, the Deva path. And with Kabuto's grave-robbing skills, finding Nagato's grave wouldn't be difficult. Konan and Jiraiya simply never expected Kabuto to desecrate the two of them as well. For a moment, sorrow spread through the air. Yahiko and Nagato took a long time to reach them. Yahiko greeted them with a smile. Yo. Konan, Jiraiya-sensei, long time no see. How have you been? He was still that sunny boy. That smile made people want to protect him. Konan and Jiraiya couldn't control their tears at all. They wanted to step forward and embrace them, but they knew they couldn't, because the two of them were not in control of themselves now. Nagato explained, we were with Raza just now. But my legs don't move fast, so we ended up much slower. So that was it. No wonder it looked like Raza was attacking alone, he'd had teammates all along. It was just that the teammates didn't seem very reliable. Yahiko, Nagato, I. Konan choked, unable to form words. Konan, it's good that you're okay. Stay by Jiraiya-sensei's side. Sensei will protect you. Yahiko's gentle comfort only made Konan cry harder. Yahiko, don't worry. I'll protect Konan. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. And I won't allow anyone to profane your souls. Next I'll fight with everything I have and seal you away. Prepare yourselves. Yahiko tried to say something, but his body moved against his will, launching Suetun, Suedanya, water release, water-severing wave, straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately answered with Katan, Dai Enden, fire release, great flame bullet. The collision erupted into thick steam, obscuring the area. Taking advantage of the cover, Jiraiya swiftly ordered Maki to organize a sealing squad. He could seal them himself, yes, but he didn't have the hands to do it right now. So the division sealing team needed to seal the bisected Raza first, so he wouldn't escape later. Jiraiya couldn't spare attention for Raza. He had to subdue his two students first. Whatever needed to be said could be said later. But at that moment, Nagato also had to act. With a single Bancho Tenin, universal pull, he yanked Konan over. With his other hand, he pulled a massive boulder from nearby, clearly about to smash Konan to death. In terms of manipulating the Rinnegan, Nagato was far superior to Uchiha Obito. Fortunately, a toad shot out its tongue, wrapped Konan, and yanked her back with a hard pull, dragging her out of danger. Konan, are you okay? Jiraiya checked on her, but he still had to keep fighting. He dashed forward, easily dodging Yahiko's Suedanya, and once he was close, he drove a Rasengan, spiraling sphere, down, slamming his student into the ground. Yahiko's body was damaged, but as an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, vessel, he wouldn't die. Jiraiya was about to seal him when Nagato's Shinra Tensei, almighty push, detonated outward, so fast it was almost impossible to react. Jiraiya was blasted a great distance away. If he weren't so tough, he might have been killed on the spot. Ha ha ha, what a world. The student beating up the teacher. Jiraiya even had the mood to joke, which showed he was fine. Dealing with Yahiko was still manageable. Dealing with Nagato, however, was extremely difficult, because the Rinnegan was truly a nightmare to face. At least Konan had recovered as well. No matter how unwilling she was to do this to her two family members, she still chose to seal them away. She still had a mission to complete, and she couldn't afford to be delayed here. So she said to Jiraiya, Sensei, I'll handle Yahiko. Nagato is yours. All right. Be careful. Jiraiya wasn't too worried. With Yahiko's ability level, he shouldn't be a match for Konan. The hardest problem, in truth, was Nagato alone. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 372, Chapter. Konan nodded. With a casual lift of her hand, countless sheets of paper burst forth from her body. She looked like a paper doll herself, an endless source of paper. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Paper filled the sky, sweeping down to engulf Yahiko. Yahiko used Suetun, water release, to defend, but water could not stop paper. And Yahiko had only been 15 when he died. His strength had never reached a truly high level, so there was no way he could be Konan's opponent. Before long, Yahiko was completely wrapped in paper, unable to move at all. Konan, unable to hold back any longer, rushed forward and pulled him into her arms. Her grief had long since overflowed. Konan, you and Nagato have worked hard. Yahiko could only comfort her gently. He couldn't even raise a hand to pat her hair, but being held in her embrace like this was already enough. For him, it made this forced resurrection feel worth it. Nearby, Nagato watched the scene, and felt a moment of solace as well. But he couldn't control his own body. He had to act. He used Bansho Tenin, universal pull, again, dragging Jiraiya straight toward him. But even as he was being pulled in, Jiraiya cast Katan, Enden, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, and the fireball rushed straight into Nagato's face. Nagato had no choice but to use Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the flames away, yet Jiraiya used that opening to close the distance. Ranjishigami no Jutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair suddenly extended, instantly winding around Nagato's entire body. The binding force was so intense it looked like it could slice Nagato apart. Nagato immediately couldn't move. Just as Jiraiya was about to seal him as quickly as possible, Nagato's cooldown ended and he launched Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, again, blowing Jiraiya away. Jiraiya was thoroughly irritated. Nagato, can't you restrain yourself a little? Wouldn't it be easier if you just let me seal you? Nagato smiled helplessly. Jiraiya-sensei, if I could control myself, I wouldn't be here at all. You'll have to find another way. Honestly, I feel like I'm stronger now than even the Deva path. If I truly go all out, you'll take catastrophic casualties. And he was right. At this moment, Nagato's only inconvenience was his legs. He wasn't affected by illness anymore, and he wasn't afraid of chakra depletion. More importantly, he didn't have to fear losing his lifespan when using high-level techniques. So yes, right now, he really was stronger than the Deva path. He could spam Cho Shinra Tensei, Super Almighty Push, and Chibaku Tensei, Planetary Devastation, whenever he pleased. Even if Natsuki showed up, it wasn't certain he could resolve it cleanly. Now it was truly troublesome. From the rear, Temari offered a suggestion. Jiraiya Dano, why not contact the main camp and have them notify Tenten to come? At this point, maybe only Tenten can seal Nagato. That's right. This might be the only way. Jiraiya brightened with delight. Quick! Temari, contact the main camp and have Tenten come help for a bit. Jiraiya knew perfectly well that the situation on Natsuki's side was urgent against Uchiha Madara, but he believed that with Natsuki present, Tenten wouldn't need to step in. So she should have time. Besides, given how Natsuki doted on his girlfriend, there was no way he'd let Tenten take reckless risks. Rather than sending Tenten to fight Uchiha Madara, it was safer to have her come here. At the same time, Natsuki's battle with Uchiha Madara continued without pause. Natsuki was currently in Sage mode. His gigantic water circle slash was avoided by Uchiha Madara, only for Natsuki to form seals and make the water circle slash pivot 90 degrees, slicing toward Madara's lower body. Mokutan Bunshin, would release clone. Uchiha Madara immediately substituted a clone in his place, and the would release clone was split cleanly in two by the water circle slash. The slash was so sharp that it cut easily into the ground, even sinking underground, as though nothing in the world could impede its cutting. Seeing that, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. With that cutting power, it might even slice the Geto Mazo in half. I can't afford not to guard against this. At this point, Uchiha Madara no longer dared to underestimate Natsuki in the slightest. If the Geto Mazo emerged and Natsuki cleaved it in half, or worse, into multiple pieces, with a single water circle slash, wouldn't everything be ruined? Could a broken Geto Mazo really endure absorbing the nine tails and the other tailed beasts to form the Jubi? Uchiha Madara had doubts. Since the Geto Mazo was the 10 tails husk, assume it was a cup. The nine-tailed beasts, as condensed chakra, were the water. If the cup was damaged, how could it possibly hold the water? So he absolutely had to be careful of Natsuki. He could not allow him to destroy the Geto Mazo. Also, he had to retrieve the Geto Mazo's severed leg. Its arms had already been erased into nothingness by Inoki and could not be recovered, but that leg had to be reclaimed. Otherwise, whether a crippled Geto Mazo could absorb all the tailed beasts was still uncertain. After all, if the cup became smaller, or even leaked, how much water could it really hold? While Uchiha Madara was thinking, Natsuki's attacks never stopped. He exploded forward with Ranshin Shunshin, Storm Flicker, faster than usual by a wide margin, and whipped out a lightspeed kick that swept toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara reflexively raised his guard. But the repulsive barrier on his body felt like it was on the verge of collapse. In Sage mode, Natsuki's strength had surged dramatically. And with Rantun, Storm Release, enhancing his strikes, even the Rinnegan's repulsion defense was struggling to hold. But Uchiha Madara wasn't about to fear Natsuki. He immediately used Uchiha Ryu, Ryuten, Uchiha style, Flowing Heaven. In an instant, he moved as if he were dancing, smooth, flowing, almost beautiful to watch. His speed and power spiked, and Natsuki was forced back again and again. Uchiha Body Slam. Uchiha Madara suddenly seized Natsuki and drove him hard toward the ground. But Natsuki braced both hands against Madara's abdomen, and a Ranton, storm release, laser burst from his palms, punching straight through Madara's stomach. For an Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body, that kind of injury wasn't worth noticing. Uchiha Madara didn't let go. He rammed a knee into Natsuki's abdomen, then swung a heavy punch at Natsuki's head. With a loud crack, Natsuki's face split open, only it was a layer of solid stone. Clearly, he had used Doton, Earth Release, at the last instant to form a stone hide to protect his face. You old bastard, don't you know you're not supposed to hit the face? I have a girlfriend, you know. Not like you, pining after Hashirama. Natsuki barked out the insult and reached to plant a Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, formula on him. Uchiha Madara hurriedly evaded, his face darkening to an extreme. You're talking nonsense. Hashi, I mean, that's not the kind of relationship. He and I are eternal rivals, and also friends bound by shared bonds. Not that kind of relationship. What filth is in your head all day long? Natsuki didn't answer, but the look on his face said everything. He absolutely suspected their relationship was not normal. From behind, Tenten had heard it too, and couldn't help laughing. She knew Natsuki was doing it on purpose, trying to provoke Uchiha Madara. If Madara's emotions spiked, he might forget about the Kodadama curse and slip up. But Uchiha Madara was still sharp. Hashi was already on his lips, and he forcibly stopped himself. What a shame. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 373, Chapter. Just as Tenten was mulling it over, Kakashi suddenly appeared behind her. Kakashi-sensei, why are you up here? Tenten asked, instinctively glancing toward the rear. How is Guy-sensei? Kakashi gave her a reassuring look. Guy is fine. With Tsunade-sama and Katsuyu treating him in time, he's out of danger. He just needs to rest for about half a month. Good. That was a relief. Tenten nodded, then looked at Kakashi with continued confusion. She didn't believe he had come up here just to chat. Kakashi hurried on. A message came from the main camp. Jiraiya Dano and Konan ran into Nagato's Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, body at the 4th Division's defensive line. It may be even harder to deal with than the Deva path back then. They need you to go help. Ha. So there's work to do. Tenten immediately lit up with excitement. She had just taken a hit to her pride against Uchiha Madara. The Kodadama curse had clearly landed, yet Uchiha Madara simply refused to make a mistake for ages and never got pulled in. It had left Tenten feeling frustrated. This was the first time since obtaining the Sage of Six Paths tools that she'd faced something that felt like failure. But now there was a new job. The pent-up irritation in her chest finally had somewhere to go. Nagato might be stronger than the Deva path, but the pained bodies were puppets, something the Six Paths tools couldn't easily handle. Nagato, however, was the original body. That made him easier to deal with. In Tenten's eyes, it was a small matter. Then I'm going. I'll be right back. As she spoke, Tenten locked onto the formula she had left on Jiraiya and vanished with 3 rapid flashes. Thankfully, she and Natsuki had left their formulas on all key figures beforehand, so they could relay messages and provide support at any time. Now it was paying off. In the next moment, Tenten appeared behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya Dano, is that Nagato? Tenten looked toward the white-haired Nagato. When she saw the Rinnegan, she could hardly contain her excitement. Jiraiya's face lit up. Tenten, your timing is perfect. Quickly, use your Six Paths tools. We need to seal Nagato first. Nagato also looked relieved. So you're Tenten, Natsuki's girlfriend. It's on you now. If not, I'm afraid I'll lose control and use a major technique. The casualties won't be light. Tenten nodded. The 7-star sword in her hand still carried the Kodadama curse phrase, Hashirama, and for some reason, she didn't really want to use it. So she took out a scroll and summoned the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying jar. This was something the Reikage had given her earlier. Not just anyone could use it, but since she held all 4 of the Sage of Six Paths tools, she obviously could, so it had naturally been entrusted to her. Before, she hadn't expected Uchiha Madara to ever fall for it. But Nagato was different. Nagato's attitude clearly marked him as one of them. He would cooperate. Tenten opened the Kahaku no Johei's seal and said to Nagato, I'll call you once. You just answer. Nagato. Nagato nodded. Yes. In the next instant, Nagato was pulled, against his will, straight into the Kahaku no Johei, and the lid sealed itself shut again. Jiraiya and the others hadn't even processed what happened. For a moment, everyone simply stared in a daze. That was it. Tenten finally exhaled in satisfaction. Yes. That's the kind of feeling I like. I got stonewalled at Uchiha Madara's side and it pissed me off so badly. Damn Uchiha Madara. Only then did Jiraiya snap back to himself. Tenten, it's over already. That was way too fast. Tenten put her hands on her hips. Heh. Of course. These are the 6 Paths tools, and Nagato cooperated. So it's done. So impressive, Jiraiya couldn't help but say. And he understood the logic. Nagato couldn't control his actions, but his speech wasn't being controlled, so all he had to do was answer the Kahaku no Johei once. That was it. It sounded simple, but it wasn't. What wasn't simple were the 6 Paths tools themselves. And they weren't something just anyone could use. It looked like all you needed was to call a name and get an answer, but controlling the Kahaku no Johei still demanded real mastery. Right now, only Tenten could operate the full set of 6 Paths tools. She was practically like a successor to the Sage of 6 Paths. Conan approached as well, bringing Yahiko wrapped up like a mummy in layers of paper. Tenten, thank you for coming all this way. How is the battle on Uchiha Madara's side? Tenten shook her head. Uchiha Madara is strong. Tsunade-sama, the Raikage, and the Tsuchikage fought him and fell into a disadvantage. Then Gai-sensei opened the 8 gates and forced a stalemate, but the 8 gates can't last. Not long ago, Natsuki and I swapped in. Natsuki and I used the 6 Paths tools to place a Kodadama curse on Uchiha Madara, but he knows the tool's intelligence and hasn't taken the bait. It's been infuriating. Right now, Natsuki is the one trading blows with him. She delivered the situation quickly, but her worry rose again anyway. Then she added, I have to go back and take a look. Uchiha Madara might slip up at any moment. My Benihiseigo, Crimson Gourd, is waiting for him. With that, she vanished again in a blur. Jiraiya chuckled in admiration. She really comes and goes like the wind. Yahiko agreed. Yeah. Thanks to her, otherwise this would have been a real mess. Conan rarely smiled, but she did now. With Yahiko beside her, she felt genuinely satisfied. And with Nagato sealed, once Kabuto was killed, maybe they could even be released to reunite, if only briefly. Still, she couldn't keep Yahiko like this. She had to seal him too, otherwise moving afterward would become difficult. So she looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, please seal them. The Raikage and the Tsuchikage can handle the sealing of Raza. Jiraiya nodded, then asked his 2 students if they had anything else they wanted to say. Only after confirming there were no more words did he move to seal them away. Thus, the battle on the 4th Division's defensive line came to an end. Meanwhile, along the coastline where the 1st Division's line was holding, Uchiha Obito expelled Ino's consciousness from his body and regained control. He immediately tried to reassert control over the last remaining Jinchuriki, the 6 tails, but Yamato had already bound Utakata tightly with Mokutan, would release. He was using vines to yank the black rods out, and the 2 sides were locked in a tug of war. At the same time, Niji's Hakusho, 8 trigrams air palm, came flying in. Uchiha Obito quickly turned intangible, he could only cover one side and neglect the other. He successfully avoided Niji's strike, but he didn't have time to force Utakata into another tailed beast transformation. And Yamato had already yanked out one of the black rods, causing a disruption in Utakata's control signal. This was bad. All 4 pained bodies could no longer be controlled. And as the rods were removed, the 4 Jinchuriki regained their awareness. As Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, bodies, they wouldn't die, those rods had only suppressed their souls and turned them into puppets temporarily. Once the suppression was lifted, their consciousness naturally returned. But they had been resurrected by Kabuto. They were still the enemy's forces. Their actions were still not under their own control. Rashi shouted immediately, quick! Seal me! Yujito also called out, Darui! Bring the Kahaku no Johei. That's the easiest way to deal with us. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 374, Chapter. Han and Utakata, of course, didn't want to be manipulated either. They were already dead, yet they were still being treated like tools, milked for every last scrap of value, without being allowed even a moment of peace. How could anyone endure that? Darui, however, looked troubled. Getting the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Jar, right now won't be that easy. Are you looking for the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Jar? Tenten's voice suddenly cut in. At some point, she had already appeared behind Darui. That's right, she was back again. She had just returned to Kakashi's side when she was informed that the 1st Division's coastal line had been hit by Uchiha Obito. Considering Obito's Kamui phasing, +4 Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Jinchuriki in tow, it was obviously going to be a nuisance to deal with. So she came over on her own. After all, she couldn't really interfere much in the fight on Uchiha Madara's side. She also realized something else: although those 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki had been turned into pain-like puppets, they weren't the same as Nagato's 6 paths of pain. Nagato's 6 paths were corpses. The 6 paths tools couldn't deal with that. But Obito's new 6 paths were Edo Tensei bodies. Those could be dealt with. All she needed was to land the Kodadama trigger. And since the Edo Tensei Jinchuriki couldn't speak freely, once the key word was forced, they would be pulled straight into the gourd. In any case, she came to try, and the moment she arrived, she heard what Darui had just said. Tenten. Why are you here? Darui froze, then immediately broke into a grin. Perfect. You couldn't have come at a better time. Hurry up and use the 6 paths tools on those Jinchuriki. Tenten didn't waste words. She directly produced the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying jar. While controlling it, she called out loudly, "I'll call your name once. You answer, understand? Yujito. Rashi. Han. Utakata." Yes. The 4 of them answered immediately. Tenten opened the lid at exactly the same time, and the 4 of them were instantly sucked into the Kahaku no Johei. Bang. The lid slammed shut. The fight was over. Shino had both hands in his pockets, and praised without hesitation. As expected of Tenten. She arrives, and the battle ends. Everyone else finally relaxed as well, smiling in relief. Even Mei couldn't hide her envy. This girl is just enviable. She's holding the 6 paths tools, and she even has a powerful boyfriend. Is it that men these days prefer pure girls like her instead of alluring beauties? Hey. Your envy is aimed at a very strange target. Darui, meanwhile, asked curiously, "Why is the Kahaku no Johei with you?" Tenten raised a hand and wiped imaginary sweat from her brow, then complained, "The rakage loaned it to me." Seriously, he's the rakage. What's wrong with just giving me the Kahaku no Johei? If not, I can buy it. My family's rich. The jar just sits in your village warehouse collecting dust anyway, selling it to me would be better. That really can't happen, Darui said with a wry smile. This was Kimogakure's treasure, an artifact left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths. There was no way it would be sold, let alone gifted away. Tenten couldn't be bothered to keep complaining. She understood perfectly well that something like this would never be casually given away. Then she looked toward Uchiha Obito. Obito's face was dark, practically dripping with gloom. He hadn't expected Tenten to suddenly show up with the Kahaku no Johei, and before he could even react, she had sealed all 4 Jinchuriki into it. Those 4 Jinchuriki weren't the real point. The point was that the tailed beasts were inside them. Now those 4 tailed beasts had been taken back, and he had not a single one left in his hands. Didn't that mean all his earlier effort was completely wasted? How was the Eye of the Moon plan supposed to be completed like this? He couldn't help roaring, "Give the tailed beasts back to me." Tenten stuck her tongue out and ignored him. Then she used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, and flashed away. She didn't want to fight Uchiha Obito right now. She knew she had recovered the 4 Jinchuriki, so the most critical thing was not letting Obito snatch them back. With the 9 tailed beasts all on the Alliance's side, how exactly were the enemy supposed to win? So, smart as she was, Tenten didn't cling to battle. She simply left. "You brat. Stop right there." Obito bellowed, pure fury. His earlier confidence was nowhere to be seen. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Niji regarded Uchiha Obito with calm composure. Tenten is smart, so she left first. She won't give you another chance to steal the tailed beasts back. And she knows Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. Neither you nor Uchiha Madara can catch her. Your plan can't succeed. Uchiha Obito fell silent. He had no interest in trading words with Niji. This time, he had brought 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki, and not only had he failed to break through the Alliance's line, he had also lost the 4 Jinchuriki. It was an absurd loss. His gaze swept over everyone present, eyes full of killing intent and indifference, but in the end he didn't even bother to leave a threat. He used the Rinnegan's repulsive force to defend himself, enduring the attacks, then used Kamui to sink into the other space. He didn't reappear for a long time, making it obvious he had withdrawn. Everyone could only sigh helplessly. Kamui really was absurdly unfair. Once again, they had failed to take Uchiha Obito down. Still, Niji and the others had arrived in time, so there were no heavy casualties. And Tenten had recovered all the tailed beasts, an enormous piece of good news. There was nothing to complain about. They should be celebrating. Niji said, "Since things are stable here, we should head to Natsuki's side to support him. Tenten is carrying 4-tailed beasts right now. I'm worried the enemy might target her. We should go protect her. That's right. Our job now is to protect the Kahaku no Johei and not give the enemy any opening. Darui agreed. We'll continue holding this defensive line. You all go to Tenten. She may need support over there too. He whistled, and Madara immediately swooped down. Everyone quickly climbed onto the eagle's back. With a piercing eagle cry, Madara carried the reinforcements toward the 3rd Division's line. Kakashi, meanwhile, looked surprised. You're that happy to have work to do. Tenten shook the scroll containing the Kahaku no Johei and grinned. Heh. You wouldn't believe it. I just went to the 1st Division's coastal line and sealed all 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki into the Kahaku no Johei in one shot. That means the 4-tailed beasts are in here too. What? Really? Kakashi was overjoyed. So now all the tailed beasts are on our side. Of course it's true. Tenten handed the scroll over to Kakashi. Give the Kahaku no Johei to the Raikage for safekeeping. Keeping it with me isn't safe. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 375, Chapter. Kakashi accepted it solemnly, then immediately sprinted toward the Raikage. Once he arrived, he handed the scroll to the Raikage and repeated Tenten's report word for word. Impossible. Unbelievable. That's way too incredible. The 3 Kage were stunned, and then, in the next breath, overcome with ecstatic joy. Right now, the 5 living Jinchuriki were being protected on the allied shinobi forces side. Add to that these 4 Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Jinchuriki, and all 9-tailed beasts were now in the Alliance's hands, so how, exactly, was the enemy supposed to assemble the 10 tails, let alone cast the infinite Tsukuyomi? Guy, still lying there, raised his thumb again and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. That's our Tenten. Nicely done. The 3 Kage gave their approval as well. This was the kind of merit that simply couldn't be disputed. If you counted it up carefully, Natsuki and Tenten, the young couple, were the brightest performers in this entire war. From the very beginning, during the mobilization and preparations, the two of them had been flashing around with Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, massively improving the efficiency of the whole mobilization. And now, in strategic operations, Natsuki was personally holding the line against the strongest enemy, Uchiha Madara, while Tenten had sealed the Edo Tensei army, and even sealed away 4-tailed beasts. In other words, an overwhelming portion of the credit belonged to the two of them. How fortunate the allied shinobi forces were to have these two as allies. At this point, victory felt assured. The Raikage chuckled as he put away the scroll containing the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Jar, choosing to personally keep it. As for why Tenten didn't keep it herself, the Raikage could probably understand. Tenten's Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, was fast, but her overall combat strength wasn't top tier. If the enemy caught a single opening, the Kahaku no Johei could easily be snatched away. There was also another reason. Tenten didn't want herself to become a target, because that would make Natsuki worry. And perhaps there was a third reason as well. Tenten's father was just an ordinary civilian. If the enemy played dirty and captured her father to force her to hand over the Kahaku no Johei, she would be trapped in an impossible dilemma. So it was better to hand it to the Raikage for safekeeping. After all, the Kahaku no Johei wasn't truly hers to begin with. That way, she could be unburdened, and her mood would be far lighter. Tsunade sighed with emotion. What a smart girl. Anoki nodded. She is smart. But really, it's also because we aren't strong enough. Otherwise, why would a child have so many concerns? Now that the 4-tailed beasts are entrusted to us for protection, that is only proper. Whether we can hold on to victory, this responsibility should be ours to bear. Isn't that right? The Raikage and Tsunade both nodded in agreement. This was not someone else's duty. If danger was coming, then let it come to them. Over there, Natsuki was still fighting. He had been in sage mode for half an hour already, and there was still no sign of the battle ending. Uchiha Madara found it utterly unbelievable. What kind of monster are you? Instant sage mode is one thing, but you can sustain it for this long too. Natsuki chuckled. Simple. Practice more. He wasn't lying. After learning sage mode, Natsuki truly trained it every day. After years of repetition, he had mastered instant activation, and he could maintain it for a long time. That was one of his greatest foundations for confronting Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, sage mode could not be combined with the 8 gates. Sage mode required the balance of 3 energies, kept in a precise ratio, while the 8 gates forcibly opened the body's limits and threw that balance into chaos. Once the balance broke, sage mode could no longer be maintained. Still, Natsuki had already reached the level beyond Kage. In Sage mode, he was not weaker than Uchiha Madara. So there was nothing to regret. He could simply keep fighting. Natsuki continued, guess whose Sage mode I learned? Uchiha Madara, intrigued, followed along. Whose? Heh. The person you care about most. I see. Then no wonder, ha ha ha, hee hee. Then say it. You can't even bring yourself to say his name. Are you really his close friend? Are you really his lifelong rival? Heh. You little bastard. Uchiha Madara was laughing in anger. It was Natsuki and his girlfriend who had cursed his catchphrase, and now Natsuki was turning around to blame him. Was he trying to provoke him into slipping? Fine. He really was angry now. Natsuki. If you're so capable, then take this. Uchiha Madara activated Susanoo, but his eyes were the Rinnegan. He and Susanoo formed seals together, as though some invisible force were reaching out into outer space to grasp something. Tengai Shinsei, heaven-concealed Earth Star. Boom. An enormous meteor fell from the sky. Everyone stared in shock. Even the three Kage gaped like their jaws had dropped clean off, because it was simply beyond imagination. Summoning a meteor, it was practically divine. How could a foe like this possibly be defeated? But Natsuki wasn't surprised at all. He had known Uchiha Madara possessed this technique, so he flew upward to meet it. Very quickly, he reached the underside of the meteor, and at the same time, flicked a formula kunai toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara froze, then his expression changed. In the next moment, the meteor above Natsuki vanished, and reappeared directly above Uchiha Madara's head. Ha ha ha. Hiraishin, huh? What a freakishly broken technique. Even Uchiha Madara had to admit it. With Natsuki's chakra reserves, moving a tailed beast bomb 10 times larger wouldn't be a problem, let alone a mere meteor. He understood immediately, he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. And Natsuki was still watching the sky. Soon, he spotted the second meteor. Uchiha Madara loved the second meteor. Enemies who fought desperately to withstand the first would often fall into despair when the second arrived. Just like in the original history, Inoki's old bones had barely held off one meteor, and the second nearly crushed him. But against Natsuki, this trick was useless. Natsuki flew up again, and once more transferred the meteor to hover above Uchiha Madara's head, as if to see how Madara would answer his own summoned calamity. And Uchiha Madara, worthy of the title, Azura of the shinobi world, didn't dodge at all. He had Susanoo raise its great sword, then swung it down in a single violent arc. A terrifying blade wave split the two massive meteors into 4 pieces, showing just how monstrous Susanoo's power truly was. 4 fragments crashed down with thunderous detonations. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo remained standing at the center, domineering and invincible. He laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Hiraishin, not bad. Natsuki laughed as well. Your Susanoo is pretty good too. I just wonder if it would break if a meteor actually landed on it. Want to test it? If you can tank it, I'll give you a thumbs up. Humph. You think this is a child's game? Uchiha Madara, how could I possibly? Before he could finish, something half-black and half-white suddenly emerged from the ground at his feet. Who else could it be but Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu spoke rapidly. Madara-sama, bad news. I just received word, Obito brought 4 Jinchuriki to push through the coastal line, but they were taken by Natsuki's girlfriend using the Kahaku no Johei. All 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki are gone. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 376, Chapter. What? Damn it, you idiot. Madara was furious. What was he even doing? All 4 Jinchuriki got taken. That means we don't have a single Jinchuriki left in our hands now. Then what the hell are we even fighting for? Black Zetsu was also feeling a kind of despair. He hadn't expected Obito to be that stupid. After finally capturing the tailed beasts, he actually let them get stolen back. Black Zetsu's plan to save his mother had taken so long to set up. Was it all going to collapse again? Madara kept cursing. He thought his Edo Tensei pain were so amazing, and he even yanked the tailed beasts back out of the Geto Mazo after it absorbed them, then stuffed them back into the Jinchuriki bodies, thinking it would boost combat power. And what did it amount to? Just not strong enough. Otherwise, how could he come up with such a brain-dead way to get stronger? Isn't this just handing the enemy a chance to take the tailed beasts back? Black Zetsu said nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to complain anymore. That was exactly why he rushed over to report to Madara, hoping Madara could turn things around. Otherwise, all his work would be wasted again, and his mother still wouldn't be freed. But then, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze. Natsuki, standing across from Madara, locked onto him with a dangerously sharp look. Heh. Black Zetsu, you're out in the open, huh? Then die. The moment the words fell, Natsuki was already behind him, sweeping a light-speed kick toward him. Bang. Madara's kick intercepted the light-speed strike. A storm-release laser grazed past Black Zetsu's scalp, blasting nearby half of a meteor into. Black Zetsu felt death breathing down his neck. He immediately dove underground to get away, then surfaced from a safer spot. Even so, the back of his head still felt icy. He turned around, and instantly met Tenten's cold stare. Behind her, Kakashi, Tsunade, Inoki, and even Guy, still lying there, were all watching him with killing intent. What was going on? Why were they directing such murderous hostility at him? Heh. Black Zetsu is out, then he can die. Raiton Chakura Shunshin no Jutsu, lightning release, chakra body flicker technique. A flashed out in an instant, his fist driving straight for Black Zetsu's head. Black Zetsu yelped and slipped back underground. The ground was smashed into a huge crater, but there was no corpse in sight. Doton, Kaitsuchi Shokutsu, Earth Release, Open Earth Rising Excavation. Rumble. 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 Inoki's Earth Release spread over a wide area. The rocks below bulged upward in an instant, actually forcing up several White Zetsu. Clearly, Black Zetsu had been relying on underground White Zetsu to monitor everywhere and relay information through their network. But Black Zetsu himself was nowhere to be seen. Seems like he's here. Tsunade slammed a monster strength punch that split apart a section of ground, yet Black Zetsu still didn't appear. Kakashi shrugged. That guy's the #1 runner. Killing him is really not easy. Everyone looked regretful. It was rare for Black Zetsu to show himself. If they could have killed him, that would have been ideal. With that deepest hidden snake gone, Otsutsuki Kagaya probably wouldn't be released. Bang. 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 Natsuki and Madara exchanged another clash, then pulled apart to face each other at distance. Madara stared at Tenten. I heard you used the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, to take away 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki. Tenten put her hands on her hips proudly. Yeah. That teammate of yours, Obito, was way too polite. He delivered the tailed beasts right to me. I couldn't exactly refuse, right? A teammate like that. Maybe he really is. Madara clearly looked down on Obito too, but his tone turned threatening. Hand the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, over to me. I can spare you and Natsuki. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Natsuki laughed. Big talk, but you still haven't beaten me. Tenten spread her hands. It's not with me. That tool wasn't mine to begin with. I was only borrowing it. You're threatening the wrong person. Not with her. Madara's eyes sharpened as he swept his gaze over the people behind. A admitted it bluntly. It's with me. After this, I'll send it to Killer B. Then all 9-tailed beasts will be hidden away. You and Obito can forget about getting even one. Good. As long as you admit it. Madara took a long look at A, then glanced at the sky. Finally, he said, I'm tired of fighting today, and it's getting late. We'll fight again tomorrow. Natsuki, you've got a cute girlfriend, so cherish your life. I advise you to know what's good for you and stop opposing me. Otherwise, tomorrow I won't hold back. And you Kage, go ahead, hide your Jinchuriki as well as you can. Tomorrow, I will seize every last one back. Ha 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 ha. He was still that confident. Even with all the tailed beasts gone, practically back to square one in a single day. But he was confident anyway, because he was a true overlord. He had the right to be confident. Natsuki, however, seemed to think of something. Tomorrow is the full moon. Madara chuckled. You're smart enough. That's right, tomorrow is the full moon, the best time to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Before tomorrow night ends, I will open Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Go die. Bang. Madara vanished. Everyone stared at the spot where he disappeared, silent for a long time. This was only the second day since the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and yet it had already reached this point, far beyond what anyone imagined. Still, the Allied Shinobi forces had achieved an enormous victory. They had eliminated the White Zetsu army, destroyed the Edo Tensei army, dealt a heavy blow to Madara and Obito, and even snatched back 4-tailed beasts in the end. It was a victory worth being proud of and happy about. But the war wasn't over. They absolutely couldn't get complacent over a single win, otherwise the enemy could flip the table and kill them all. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki suggested, is there a way to make tomorrow night overcast? Make it overcast. That's a creative idea. Even Kakashi couldn't help smiling. But you're right. If Madara needs to cast Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, through the moon, then we make the sky overcast for him, better yet, a thunderstorm, so the moon can't be seen. Let's see how he activates it then. Everyone laughed, but they were also running the feasibility through their minds. Maybe it really could work. After all, if you can't see the moon, then Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, can't activate, right? Creating rainy weather wasn't hard, either. Put enough water vapor into the sky and the clouds would thicken, darkening the heavens. But for a monster like Madara, someone who could even drag down meteors, dispersing clouds should be easy. It probably wouldn't be enough to stop him. They'd need something stronger. As Madara withdrew, the fighting here could finally be considered a win. The shinobi in the rear all erupted into cheers, not just celebrating victory, but celebrating that they were still alive. Just then, an eagle's cry rang down from above. Niji and the others leapt down as well. Seeing the scene so jubilant, they thought Madara had been killed. After asking, they learned it wasn't that. Madara had simply retreated, but it still counted as a victory, more or less. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 377, Chapter. When the battle ended, Natsuki immediately used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to take everyone back to the main headquarters. The first thing, of course, was to eat a proper meal. After all, Natsuki had been fighting Madara for a long time, and everyone else had been watching for a long time too. Their stomachs had been growling ages ago, so naturally they needed to replenish themselves properly now. And after eating, Natsuki and Tenten went to take a thorough bath as well. Once they were done washing up, they climbed into bed together, held each other close, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Tomorrow was definitely going to be a brutal fight, so some things were better left undone, so they wouldn't end up with shaky legs at the critical moment. But if the two of them could rest, the Kage couldn't. When Gaara saw that everyone had returned safely, he truly let out a huge sigh of relief. He felt guilty that he couldn't go to the front lines and fight, but he also understood that not getting captured in the rear was itself a major strategic objective, so he could only accept the arrangement and swallow his pride. Still, he had been working hard in the rear in every way he could: information relay, intelligence analysis, and decision discussions. He participated actively in all of it. It could be said that while the commander wasn't at headquarters, it was Gaara's efforts that kept the entire camp running in an orderly manner. After the meal, a new strategy meeting began. The 5 Kage and all other key figures attended, everyone except Natsuki and Tenten, and no one thought anything was strange. Natsuki and Tenten had been more than active enough today, with the greatest achievements and the greatest exhaustion. No one had the nerve to disturb the top contributors. At worst, they could brief them on the conclusions tomorrow, and if they had objections, they could raise them then. Tomorrow is the full moon, the time Madara and Obito most want to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, A said heavily. Right now, the 5 Jinchuriki, Gaara, Sasuke, Fu, Killer Bee, and Naruto, are all under our protection. And the 4 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki, Yujito, Rashi, Han, and Utakata, have been sealed inside the Kahaku no Johei, Ember Purifying Pot. You could say all 9-tailed beasts are in our hands, but we can't get complacent because of that. Tomorrow is going to be a hard fight across the board. Tsunade agreed. Exactly. Madara and Obito are both extraordinary. If they intend to activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, tomorrow night, then they'll launch a fierce assault tomorrow during the day, or even tonight. We have to prepare for everything. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Especially at the point about those two being extraordinary, no one objected. Even though Obito kept getting forced into setbacks, his Kamui intangibility was extremely difficult to deal with, which was exactly why he had managed to escape again and again. On top of that, Obito had the Rinnegan. He simply wasn't using it well yet. Who knew whether he might suddenly master some terrifying technique and catch everyone off guard? If that happened, it would be a serious problem. As for Madara, there was no need to even say more. That man was genuinely strong. Right now, only Natsuki could hold him back. But Natsuki's chakra was limited, while Madara, as an Edo Tensei body, didn't need to worry about chakra at all. Once Natsuki ran out, that would be the moment Madara cut loose and slaughtered everyone. What frightened them most was that Madara had clearly been hit by the Kodadama curse of the 6 Paths tools, yet he could still hold out for so long without being sucked into the red gourd. It was absurd. Tenten had nearly shut down over it, because it was simply too hard to comprehend. So, has anyone considered telling them the truth? Gaara suddenly said. If they knew Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is Black Zetsu's scam, would they wake up? Inoki shook his head decisively. They won't. In fact, Kakashi already told Obito a lot of the truth long ago, and he didn't believe it. Natsuki told Madara during the fight too, and Madara didn't believe it either. They think we're deliberately feeding them lies to shake their resolve and conviction, so they refuse to believe us. So that was it. What a pity. Gaara was disappointed. He'd never imagined he'd learn such a thing in the first place. But it wasn't surprising. Those two had been plotting for years. How could they change their minds over a few words from someone else, or start doubting their own beliefs? And for Black Zetsu to deceive both of them, his ability to disguise himself had to be exceptional. Even Madara had never once suspected Black Zetsu was deceiving him. It could only be said that Black Zetsu's planning and acting were far too masterful. At that moment, Mei spoke up. Then how do we arrange things next? This is the top priority. Or tomorrow, let Gaara go over there too, and take the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, with him. That way the enemy won't get even a single-tailed beast. No. Niji spoke up in opposition. If the location gets exposed, wouldn't that mean we get wiped out in one net? The others all nodded. In truth, even though the island turtle's location was concealed, it wasn't impossible to find, especially with someone like Black Zetsu, whose abilities were hard to predict. They had to be cautious. If they really sent all the Jinchuriki to the island turtle, and it was discovered, then it would truly be over. During the meeting, they didn't even dare to say the island turtle's name out loud, afraid Black Zetsu might have some special way of listening in. Gaara thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped the table and said solemnly, "Everyone, forgive my shamelessness. I've decided to hide at Mount Myaboku." Swish. Everyone looked at Gaara, surprised, relieved, and even admiring. Clearly, Gaara understood the stakes. Even though the allied shinobi forces seemed to have the upper hand, they still had to guard against Madara's violent counterattack. The best approach was to hide the Jinchuriki properly. If the island turtle might be discovered, then they should go somewhere far harder to find, Mount Myaboku. That was why Gaara called it shameless. He felt that while everyone else was fighting, he, as the allied forces' overall commander, was going to hide, which was genuinely embarrassing. But he also knew the strategic meaning of doing so was enormous. Because even Madara didn't know where Mount Myaboku was. If a single Jinchuriki was hidden at Mount Myaboku, then how would the enemy capture him? How would the enemy assemble the 10 tails? How would the enemy activate Mugen Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi? They couldn't. They simply couldn't. They were doomed to lose. Anoki nodded in approval. Good kid. You're very impressive. Before, I looked down on you for being such a young Kazekage. Now I dare say this, your Kazekage is far better than your father, Raza. Agreed. Gaara's method is excellent, A affirmed. In that case, immediately have Gaara take the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, to Mount Myaboku. I refuse to believe we can still lose after that. The others all voted in favor. A immediately handed the scroll containing the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, over to Gaara. Jiraiya directly summoned Fukasaku and Shima. The two great toad sages also understood that the shinobi world faced catastrophe, so they decisively reverse-summoned Gaara to Mount Myaboku. Everyone, the peace of the shinobi world depends on your efforts. Fukasaku left those words behind, and he and Shima departed. At that, everyone finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. It really felt like, with this, the allied side simply could not lose. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 378, Chapter. In the land of lightning, on a certain hidden mountain, Madara and Obito met. Madara said nothing, but the pressure radiating from him made Obito not dare to step any closer. This was the part Obito could never learn. He had impersonated Madara for years. He could only mimic Madara's voice, but he could never mimic Madara's dominating presence. That aura, calmly imposing without anger, and once enraged, able to make blood run like rivers, was something he would never master. Because, deep down, he and Madara were fundamentally different. Madara carried the shinobi world in his heart, and he was a peerless warlord who had slaughtered his way through countless battlefields. Obito, on the other hand, was just a foolish kid with romance on the brain. How could it be the same? Obito, what you did this time is honestly beyond words, Madara said in a low, heavy tone that only made him more terrifying. Didn't expect it. Ha 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 ha. Madara laughed. What didn't you expect? Forget Tenten, Natsuki, who was fighting me, could have teleported over the next second if he wanted. You didn't know that those two can use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. Even if Tenten hadn't brought the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot, she still had the red gourd. And the fact that she can use the 6 Paths tools, you didn't know that either. At that, Obito had nothing to say. Because all of that was intelligence they had already known. It was only because he had been careless and underestimated the enemy that today's crushing defeat happened. And fine, you copied Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain. Fine, you used Edo Tensei Jinchuriki too. But you pulled the tailed beasts back out of the Geto Mazo after it had already absorbed them, stuffed them back into the Jinchuriki again, and then openly took them into battle. Isn't that just telling them the tailed beasts are with you, so they can come take them back? What, did you think our plan was going too smoothly, so you decided to add difficulty on purpose? Obito stayed silent. He had honestly thought his Edo 6 Paths were excellent. Reusing the Jinchuriki as combat assets was, in his mind, nothing short of brilliant. And in the original history, his Edo 6 Paths really were strong. It was just that here, he had run into opponents. 2 people who could use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, one who was no weaker than Madara, and one who could use the 6 Paths tools and provide support anywhere at any time. Against those 2, there was no way not to take losses. In fact, Tenten sealing the Edo Tensei army all over the battlefield had already been a clear example. But Obito was arrogant. He still charged ahead stubbornly, thinking he was incredible, only to end up suffering a total collapse. In Madara's eyes, there were only 2 words for it: ridiculous. But Madara had no choice. Back then, he had only chosen this loser because the naive deadlast was easy to manipulate, so he plotted to have Obito take over his position and wait for his own revival. Then they ran into monsters like Natsuki, Tenten, Niji, and Shurei, and this disastrous defeat was simply inevitable. Still, what's done is done. There's no point blaming you now, Madara said, as though his anger had faded, his tone turning light and casual. You also know you're impatient. A grand plan like this must be steady. Rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, we launch a full assault. Since the tailed beasts are all with them, we just eliminate them and seize the tailed beasts completely. In the end, it's not that complicated. Madara spoke as if, with him present, every plan would proceed smoothly, and he truly had the arrogance to match. But Obito was still worried. But can you really defeat Natsuki? That guy is absurd. And his girlfriend Tenten has the 6 Paths tools. And there are 2 other peers who are also very strong, Hyuga Niji and Aburame Shurei. They. Obito, don't forget who I am. Madara declared domineeringly. I am Madara Uchiha. In this world, the only one who can truly act against me is Lucy, mm. Madara shook his head. I've been hit by the curse of the 6 Paths tools. There are some words I can't say. What? Isn't that terrible? And yet you still haven't been sealed. You're insane. Obito suddenly felt that maybe he really had underestimated Madara. A person cursed by the 6 Paths tools, and it barely affects him, only that some words can't be spoken. That was unbelievably outrageous, yet Madara said it like it was nothing. Truly worthy of the legend. Well, aside from not being able to say certain words, I also can't stay silent for too long, Madara added, explaining in advance so Obito wouldn't look at him strangely later tonight. So tonight I can only talk to myself. Don't take it too seriously. It's all minor. Then he asked Black Zetsu, I told you to investigate. Has it shifted? Black Zetsu responded immediately. Madara-sama, I have a hypothesis. With the allied shinobi forces deploying defenses like this, the Jinchuriki's location is clearly somewhere behind their main headquarters. I infiltrated to probe it. On the coastline behind their headquarters, they've stationed many shinobi, as if guarding something out at sea. It's said that in the seas of the Land of Lightning, there is a creature called an island turtle, a sea turtle as large as an island, roaming year-round. If someone were hidden on it, it might be hard to find. Madara's eyes lit up at once. An island turtle. Can you confirm where it is? Black Zetsu shook his head. Not exactly, but I can narrow the rough area. Tomorrow I'll go again. I will definitely be able to find it. Good. Do it that way. Madara began assigning tasks. Tomorrow, Obito and I will launch a direct assault toward the Allied main headquarters. We'll capture the One-Tail's host, Gaara, first. Black Zetsu, you find where the other Jinchuriki are as quickly as possible. Once you do, the 2 of us will go kill our way over there. Presumably we can also locate the Kahaku no Johei, Amber Purifying Pot. Everything will proceed according to plan, so there's no need to worry. Obito and Black Zetsu truly did relax. Because Madara's strength was their trump card, because he was Madara, the legend of the shinobi world. Oh, right. Where did Kabuto go? Madara seemed to suddenly remember that person. That man was still holding a Rinnegan. They had to get it back as soon as possible, or have Black Zetsu control him and use Rinne Tensei, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, to revive Madara. But Obito shook his head. I don't know. What? What have you been doing? Obito immediately argued back. Don't look at me like that. You should ask Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu collaborated with Kabuto on his own. In fact, there are many things I don't know. Asking me is useless. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 379, Chapter. Meanwhile, Kabuto and Orochimaru's group had already arrived outside Konoha, at the Uzumaki clan shrine. Don't ask how they got there so quickly. They were just there. Although the land of whirlpools had long since fallen, a shrine still existed in Konoha, because Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama's wife, and Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato's wife, were both Uzumaki, and neither of them had a simple background. However, with Mito and Kushina both deceased, the shrine had gradually fallen into ruin. After entering the shrine, Orochimaru extended snake heads from his hands and began selecting among the masks on the wall. Before long, he had chosen one. Kabuto was curious. You found it that fast? Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. He. I've seen the Shinigami before, after all. I know its scent. Next, I only need to summon the Shinigami, and trade its sacrifices for the souls of my arms, and the souls of several Hokage. Kabuto, did you bring the white Zetsu? Kabuto tossed out several white Zetsu. Already prepared. Please use them, Orochimaru-sama. However, Kabuto didn't seem particularly interested in the ritual to come. He looked absent-minded, as if thinking about something else. Orochimaru noticed. What? Do you have something to do? Kabuto didn't hide it. Earlier, because of the Rinnegan matter, Obito set me up. I was thinking, he probably wants to see the person he loves most, so I want to. Question mark. He. Kabuto, you really are a wicked man. Orochimaru said that, but he didn't stop him. Go handle your business. Kirin and the others will guard this place, nothing will go wrong. I'm going to begin the ritual. I'm looking forward to getting my arms back. With that, he put on the mask and began the ritual to summon the Shinigami. Kabuto left the shrine and headed straight for the cemetery. He'd been an infiltrator in Konoha for quite a while, so he naturally knew how to find the graves of those who died during the Third Shinobi War. Not long after, he found Noara Rin's headstone. Heh. Obito, if you offend a venomous snake, you should be prepared to be bitten back. I'll let your beloved white moonlight witness what you've become. I wonder whether her heart will ache, or whether yours will hurt even more. When Kabuto returned to the shrine, Orochimaru's ritual was already finished. Orochimaru clenched and unclenched his fists, savoring the strength in his hands, and the smile on his face finally became much more genuine. Only he knew how agonizing it had been to lose his arms. Now that he had retrieved them, now that he had healthy hands again, many things would become far easier. As for the 4 people who had been brought back via Edo Tensei, they all looked tense. Senju Tobirama glared at Orochimaru with hostility. So it's you again, this Orochimaru, using Edo Tensei to bring us back. You dare abuse the technique I created. Hiruzen looked shocked as well. My soul, and the souls of the first and second, should have been devoured by the Shinigami. And yet Minato has been released too. Even a technique like Shiki Fujin, Reaper Death Seal, has been undone. Orochimaru, what exactly are you trying to do? Hashirama scratched his head. So, what's going on here? Minato, on the other hand, smiled like a little son. First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, hello. I'm the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Third Hokage-sama, long time no see. Oh. You're the 4th. It's already the 4th. Hashirama looked very interested. So how is the village now? It should be stable and peaceful, right? Minato awkwardly scratched his head. I don't know. I died earlier than 3rd Hokage-sama, so I was swallowed by the Shinigami first. Hashirama suddenly understood. Right. You and Sara weren't sealed together. Then who is the 5th now? Orochimaru kindly reminded him, it's your granddaughter, Tsunade. At that, Hashirama's expression stiffened, and he looked deeply worried about the village, leaving everyone confused. Was he worried Tsunade couldn't protect the village properly? It's because I spoiled little Tsuna back then. She learned my gambling habit. I'm really afraid she'll gamble the whole village away, ha 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 ha. Seeing the so-called god of shinobi acting so unreliable, everyone immediately had black lines all over their faces. It really felt like this god of shinobi was not what they had imagined. At that moment, Hiruzen stared straight at Orochimaru and demanded sternly, Orochimaru, you brought the 4 of us back with Edo Tensei, what are you doing this for? Don't tell me you still intend to destroy the village. Oh, no. Question mark. Doesn't matter. Kabuto walked in, pushing up his glasses. Right now, Madara has launched the 4th Shinobi World War. We're here to take you to the battlefield. What? The Fourth Shinobi World War. Hashirama couldn't help pressing a hand to his forehead. That Baka Madara, what on earth is he doing now? Minato asked, so the situation is bad, and you want us to help? Kabuto shook his head. No, you've misunderstood. We're not on the side of the allied shinobi forces. We're with Madara. And we're not asking you for help. You have no choice but to follow orders and act as Madara's partners, and join the final battle against the allied shinobi forces. Those words left all four Hokage stunned. They could vaguely sense that this shinobi war was unlike any before, perhaps it had already gone completely insane, beyond anything they could imagine. Early the next morning, the allied shinobi forces began moving. Every division pulled its defensive lines back, relying tightly on the main headquarters. Since they knew Madara would attack aggressively, scattering their forces wasn't a good idea. Better to unite and face the powerful enemy together. Tsunade and the others stopped sitting in offices. Instead, they set up directly on the front line, discussing tactics while waiting for the enemy to arrive. As for Natsuki and Tenten, they'd slept wonderfully. After washing up, they also enjoyed a satisfying breakfast. Then they prepared all their gear, refreshed and high-spirited, and headed to the front. So today is the decisive battle. Natsuki looked at the arrangement and understood. But I don't think having more people will necessarily help. It might just mean more casualties. I was confident. Natsuki, you're young. Maybe you haven't seen true army warfare. People say strength in numbers for a reason, it's not just talk. Madara's fire release is strong, so we counter with a crowd of water release. It's that simple. With enough people, numbers do matter. Tsunade explained in more detail. Natsuki, I know you're strong, but Madara is an Edo Tensei body. His chakra is endless, while you will eventually run out. When that happens, others have to step in so you have time to rest. Do you understand? Natsuki nodded. He did understand. So next. It's 80,000 versus 2. The advantage is ours, right? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 380, Chapter. Since the arena had already been set, Natsuki wasn't in a hurry anymore. He directly pulled out a big pile of sunflower seeds and started cracking them, cracking as he thought through what other loopholes might still exist. Then Tenten reached out too and grabbed a handful. The couple munched non-stop like two little hamsters, not the slightest bit nervous. It made the four Kage, who had been somewhat tense, look at them with a mix of amusement and helplessness. I rumbled, why are you eating hamster food? Is that stuff even good? Natsuki chuckled. You don't get it. Hamsters are picky eaters. If they like it, it must be delicious. Like peanuts, hamsters don't eat peanuts. Look, peanuts are really. He blinked. Bamboo shoots. I didn't respond, but he seemed to think it made sense. Hearing that, Mei also reached over and took some. Watching you two eat so happily, I want to try it too. Waiting around is boring. Then she copied Natsuki and Tenten's motions, one after another, and very quickly got addicted. Humans generally don't dislike nuts and seeds, and girls who like snacks especially enjoy them. Once you master the fast-eating method, it's hard to stop. Seeing that, Tsunade grabbed a handful as well. After chewing a bit, she felt thirsty. A jug of sake would be perfect right now. Mei gave a thumbs up. The Hokage is right. So, want a drink? Seeds with alcohol, naturally. But their conversation made A and Inoki want to roll their eyes. Eating seeds was one thing, but they were seriously talking about drinking too. Didn't they know they were about to fight a powerful enemy? Were they planning to go out there and fight with drunken boxing? Fortunately, the enemy still hadn't arrived. Just then, a scout rushed up and shouted, Madara is here. Madara is here. Obito is with him. The four Kage immediately stood, locking their eyes forward. Soon they saw a man in red Warring States armor approaching, with a man in a black cloak patterned with red clouds walking beside him. Madara. Obito. I shouted, prepare to engage. The allied shinobi forces answered with a thunderous roar, the scene vast and imposing. 80,000 versus 2, no one could say who would win yet. But the allied side's morale was sky high, not losing in the slightest to Madara's dominating aura. Madara crossed his arms and called out, allied shinobi forces, listen well. I, Madara, order you today to hand over all the tailed beasts, and I will spare your lives. If you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless. Enough talk. I didn't hold back at all. A dead man from the old era belongs in the grave, and his soul belongs in the pure land. Stop stirring up chaos in the world of the living. Madara, since you started this war, today there's only one outcome, 3 straight wins. As for Obito, the one who declared war, he wasn't even worth acknowledging. Obito didn't mind. He was never doing this for any grand cause for the shinobi world. He was doing it for love and longing, that was all. Madara laughed at A's words. A mad, unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, then let's begin. Ruruka. As he spoke, he charged straight at them, openly calling for a duel. Natsuki, you didn't get enough yesterday, did you? Come. Fight me again. Natsuki waved a hand. You old men are cheating. Edo Tensei doesn't fear death. Every time I kill you, you refuse to admit defeat. Who wants to fight you? Edo Tensei first, then we'll talk. Heh. That's not up to you. Madara's speed increased even more, like an arrow loosed from a bow. And he understood clearly, in the entire allied force, the strongest one was probably Natsuki. If he defeated Natsuki, dealing with the allied force afterward would become far simpler. Since that was the case, he might as well start by scratching the itch from yesterday. But before he could reach them, the surrounding shinobi attacked first. On the left, a mass water release surged out. On the right, a mass lightning release erupted. The combined damage of lightning and water was no joke. Let's see how Madara handles it. Humph, mere grains of sand. Madara sneered and directly activated Susanoo for defense, completely unafraid of the allied forces' combined assault. When the attacks ended, Madara was unscathed. He even turned and fired a fire release back toward the side that had just used water release. Those shinobi, drained of water and caught off guard, would be burned to death for sure. Doton, Doriahiki, earth release, earth-style wall. Fortunately, shinobi from the rear rushed forward, piling up a towering stone wall together, finally blocking the sea of flames. Yet even hiding behind the wall, they were still roasted by the heat until it was unbearable. Many felt fear rising in their hearts, convinced that Madara could not be defeated. The four Kage saw it too, and realized the allied forces' ordinary strength wasn't enough. They couldn't sit still anymore. The next second, 5 people charged Madara together. Why 5? Because Jiraiya also went into battle, making up for Gaara's absence. For the moment, it was effectively the 5 Kage facing Madara. Ha ha ha. This time it's 5 of you at once. Madara's smile was full of disdain. Last time, 3 Kage couldn't win. Add 2 more and you still won't win. You're just struggling in vain, stalling for time, completely meaningless. But Tsunade, and the others didn't answer. They simply charged forward relentlessly. Jiraiya struck first, summoning Gamabunta, then unleashing a roaring fire release. Katan, Gamma Uenden, fire release, Toad oil flame bullet. If you looked closely, you could even see his eye corners marked with shadowed pigmentation. He had clearly entered Sage mode already. The moment Madara appeared, he had begun preparing, and now it was time to use it. Against a terrifying enemy like Madara, Jiraiya knew he had to go all out, so he entered Sage mode without hesitation. Good. Madara gave him praise, but with Susanoo up, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He crashed straight through Jiraiya's flame bullet and instantly arrived before Gamabunta. Susanoo's massive twin swords chopped down. Gamabunta didn't dare be careless. He immediately drew his blade to meet it, yet the next second, Susanoo's twin swords pressed him down, the difference in raw power obvious. Gamabunta couldn't help complaining, Jiraiya, you bastard. You summoned me out and it's to fight this kind of monster. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Gamabunta, I don't have a choice. Hold on. Gamabunta couldn't be bothered to argue more and instead gritted down and held the line. The Toads of Mount Myaboku honored their contracts. If they were summoned, they would help Jiraiya to the end. Besides, Fukasaku and Shima had specifically instructed it. Even Gamabunta didn't dare disobey. Still, clashing head-on with Madara's Susanoo was truly making things difficult for him. Seeing that, Tsunade quickly used a summoning jutsu as well. The massive Katsuyu appeared, and a mouthful of acid sprayed directly onto Susanoo, instantly corroding 3 holes through it. As expected, Katsuyu was in a league of her own. Acid was terrifying. Even Madara looked surprised. The 3 great sage regions, huh? They're all beasts, but they do have some skill, indeed. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 381, Chapter. On the other side, a group of people blocked Obito's path. Niji, Shino, Kuratsuchi, Darui, Chojuro, and Temari, each one a standout young talent from their village. Darui. Young talent. Forget it. Kakashi was the one in front, anyway. Kakashi stared straight at Obito with a solemn gaze and tried to talk him down. Obito, stop. Everyone here is part of the allied shinobi forces. And the world you want to create isn't real. Rin won't be real there either. Shut up. Obito roared, if you're here to stop me, then we fight. Today, it's either you die or I win. Kakashi shook his head. If you insist on this, then I'll have to knock some sense into you. With that, he raised a kunai and charged. Obito didn't use his eye power at all. He raised his own kunai and met Kakashi head-on, clashing blade to blade. But his taijutsu really wasn't great. Before long, Kakashi caught him cleanly and kicked him to the ground. Kakashi moved in to restrain him, only to be blasted back by a sudden repulsive force. Clearly, Obito had lost the exchange in taijutsu and could only fall back on what he was actually good at. Niji, of course, wasn't about to stand there and let Kakashi reminisce with an old friend. He surged forward and unleashed Hakurokuji on Shinkasho, 8 trigrams 64 vacuum palms. Palm after palm detonated with violent bursts of repulsion, forcing Obito to activate intangibility at once. But Kakashi didn't have the luxury of holding back anymore. He used Kamui, Divine Authority, as well, cancelling out Obito's Kamui, Divine Authority, intangibility. Obito's face changed dramatically. He immediately pushed the Rinnegan's power, blocking all of Niji's palm strikes. Doton, Doskajun, Earth Release, Earth Stone Spikes. Kuratsuchi joined in, and stone spears erupted from the ground, stabbing toward Obito. Obito could only evade. With his Kamui, Divine Authority, countered by Kakashi and the Rinnegan pressured by Niji, he had no spare bandwidth left to handle everyone else's attacks at the same time. Futon, Kamaitashi no Jutsu, Wind Release, Sickle Weasel Technique. Ranton, Raiza Sakusu, Storm Release, Laser Circus. Hiramakari Kaiho, Hiramakari Release. Temari, Darui, and Chojuro attacked in sequence, battering Obito into a steady retreat. Shino, on the other hand, didn't move. In Shino's view, Obito's techniques were already completely countered. Stepping in now would be nothing more than kicking a man while he was down. He wasn't interested, so not acting was fine. Besides, he had a feeling the situation would not remain this straightforward. Something would change later, there would be a variable. So he conserved stamina and chakra now, waiting for the moment he would actually need to act, when he could truly make a decisive impact. Niji had similar thoughts. Niji wasn't stupid. He would never believe they could defeat Madara and Obito that easily. If it were truly that simple, then with Natsuki's strength, it would have been done already. So caution was the better choice, save strength for when it mattered. As for Obito's repulsion barrier, breaking it wasn't difficult at all. A few techniques would be enough. Over on the other front, Madara naturally saw Obito's predicament, but he couldn't be bothered to intervene. In his eyes, Obito had brought it on himself. He'd had 2 Kamui, Divine Authority, and still handed one over to Kakashi. Now he was countered, and he couldn't even manifest Susanoo, Armored Avatar. A Mangekyo that can't use Susanoo, Armored Avatar, does that even count as a Mangekyo anymore? Raiton, Juryubo, Lightning Release, Heavy Flow Violent. Doton, Chokajugen no Jutsu, Earth Release, Ultra Added Weight Rock Technique. Reikage A began a hard push. Tsuchikage Inoki climbed onto his back again, and with the two working together, the scorching impact slammed into Susanoo, Armored Avatar, tearing jagged cracks across it. Tsunade seized the opening and drove a monster strength punch into it, smashing Susanoo, Armored Avatar, to pieces. Mei, naturally, followed up immediately. Suetun, Suiryu no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Technique, surged forth and blasted Madara up into the sky. Now. Inoki decisively unleashed Jin-tun, Dust Release, straight into Madara's body. But before he could celebrate, he saw it get absorbed. A Rinnegan technique, Fuin Hondan, Sealing Rebound. Even though he'd already known this was likely, Inoki still couldn't hide his frustration. Madara counterattacked at once. He formed seals and spat out 5 fire dragons, locking onto all 5 of them with precision. Katan, Ryuin Hoka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. The fire dragons struck from above, below, left, right, every angle. The hit rate was effectively guaranteed. There was no dodging. The only option was to endure it head-on. Jiraiya and Inoki immediately worked together to raise Doton, Dorihiki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall, but the wall was blown apart with ease, forcing the 5 of them into a desperate scramble to avoid being engulfed. When the allied shinobi forces saw even the Kage fighting together getting bullied by Madara, morale faltered. Some even felt fear take root, stumbling backward in panic. Natsuki chose that moment to speak. Tsunade-sama, finished with your senior citizen calisthenics. Isn't it about time you handed the field over to the younger generation? Tsunade laughed and cursed at him. You brat, asking to get hit, are you? I'm eternally young. I don't need any senior calisthenics. That said, if you're that impatient to get in there, fine. I'll let you have it. The other 4 exchanged glances. They could tell they weren't Madara's match, and there was nothing else for it. They'd assumed 5 of them together could at least hold Madara off for a while, but it turned out they still couldn't. If that was the case, then they had to rotate out and let Natsuki take over personally. Once they were off the field, they would recover properly. When Natsuki needed to rest, that would be the moment the 5 old folks stepped back into fight and buy time. Whoosh. In the next instant, Natsuki appeared in front of Tsunade, facing Madara directly. Madara didn't seize the chance to strike. Instead, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Natsuki, you finally decided to move. If you'd stalled just a little longer, I'd have killed those 5. You should know you won't get that chance. Natsuki's tone stayed calm. Madara, I'll say it one last time. You really were deceived by Black Zetsu. He isn't your will, he's... Enough. Madara cut him off, clearly unwilling to hear another word. You brat don't know what you're talking about, so stop babbling. Fight, or get lost. Natsuki couldn't be bothered to continue either. He silently drew the demon blade, 1,000 blades. This was going to be a battle of attrition. He didn't want to open with his trump cards, so if he could drag it out, he would drag it out. Natsuki had a strong feeling there would be another twist later, which meant he had to preserve enough power to respond. Besides, in Edo Tensei form, Madara couldn't truly be killed. Sealing wasn't an option here either, so all they could do was grind him down little by little. If Madara revived for real, then he could be killed instead. Which meant assassination-style tactics might actually be the right approach. What, you plan to win with swordplay? Madara sneered. How I fight is my choice. As he spoke, Natsuki swept the demon blade, 1,000 blades horizontally. The blade body shattered and extended at the same time, reaching Madara's throat in the blink of an eye. Madara let out a cold laugh. He didn't even bother with Susanoo, armored avatar. He simply leaned back into a deep bend at the waist, letting the strike pass over him. Scatter. Natsuki snapped his wrist. In an instant, more than 1,000 fragments burst outward, turning into a dense storm of hidden weapons that shot toward Madara. Madara immediately stepped into Uchiha Bio, Uchiha dance steps, weaving like a butterfly through the blizzard of shards. His Sharingan tracked everything with perfect clarity, ensuring not a single fragment could touch him. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 382, Chapter. Even though an Edo body wouldn't actually be harmed, Madara still dodged. That was Uchiha pride. Getting tagged by mere hidden weapons would be humiliating. And they were fighting in front of practically the entire shinobi world. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose face. The Uchiha cared deeply about appearances. Natsuki, seeing this, smiled faintly. He poured lightning-release chakra into his grip, and instantly arcs of electricity linked every fragment together. In the next moment, a lightning net formed, enclosing Madara within it. Oh! A new way to play. Madara raised a brow, then unleashed Katan, Gokamekyaku, fire release, great fire annihilation, drowning the 1,000 blades fragments in a sea of flame. Under that blaze, even the lightning seemed to be burned away. Many fragments clattered to the ground, as if they had lost their connection to the hilt. Natsuki formed a one-handed seal and spat out Suetun, Teppadama, water release, water bullet, a high-pressure water jet that pierced through the firestorm and shot straight at Madara, only for Madara to lean aside and avoid it. But high-pressure jet meant it was continuous. Natsuki tilted his head, and the water lance kept tracking Madara, as if it would not stop until it bored straight through him. Madara flipped and twisted non-stop to evade. Natsuki's water jet pursued relentlessly. In no time, the ground was carved into a shredded mess by the cutting stream, yet Madara still wasn't touched even once. Then, Madara seized an opening and lunged toward Natsuki. He was in close in the blink of an eye, Uchiha-style punches driving straight for Natsuki's face. But Natsuki suddenly lifted the hilt. Guided by it, the 1,000 fragments flew back, instantly recombining into a long blade. With a backhand slash, he severed Madara's fist cleanly off. Nice. Madara actually praised him. But Madara's severed hand still continued forward and slammed into Natsuki's face, punching him straight back. Natsuki flipped once and landed, glaring at Madara with clear displeasure. This old comrade really liked hitting people in the face. Did he not know a man's face was important, too? Around them, the allied shinobi forces watched in silence, swallowing hard. They hadn't expected Natsuki to trade blows with Madara in ninjutsu and taijutsu and come out even, maybe even slightly ahead. If Madara hadn't been an Edo body, he would have genuinely lost an arm. In theory, that meant Natsuki had the edge. But this was not sparring, it was a fight to the death. What mattered most wasn't theory. Even so, everyone had just witnessed the terrifying power of Konoha's demon blade. Morale surged back. At the very least, no one believed Madara was invincible anymore, and fear no longer spread as easily. Madara's hand regenerated. He folded his arms. So, you plan to kill me like this? Natsuki didn't bother with chatter. He simply put away the demon blade, 1,000 blades, then sprinted straight at Madara at high speed. When he was about to reach him, he suddenly opened his mouth and fired a beam of light. Here comes a Koke. It was one of 6 Paths Madara's techniques, actually called Rantun, Koga, Storm Release, Light Fong. A laser fired from the mouth, sweeping wide areas with extreme speed and power. Natsuki borrowed it outright. Sure enough, Madara was caught off guard. He immediately manifested a basic skeletal Susanoo, armored avatar, for protection, but the laser pierced it on the spot. Natsuki's storm release was not something a mere skeletal form could block. Bang. The laser struck Madara's right arm, and it exploded apart. Madara's expression darkened. As Natsuki closed in, Madara raised his left hand and, unbelievably, completed one-handed seals. Mokutan, wood release, erupted, and countless trees surged from the ground, trying to bind Natsuki. But Natsuki flashed away with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. He had long since placed formula markings in multiple locations for convenience in battle. And the moment he reappeared to the side, he was already in a Kamehameha stance. The electromagnetic cannon between his palms condensed instantly, and he thrust it straight at Madara. Ha 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 ha. Fighting you really is enjoyable, Natsuki. Madara laughed wildly. He didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his left palm into the beam. His eyes had already turned into the Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, and a terrifying repulsive force erupted outward, pushing against the electromagnetic cannon. All right, let's shift the camera angle. Okay. Now Madara is on the left side of the frame. As the saying goes, in beam clashes, the left side loses. Madara, on the left, underestimated the electromagnetic cannon's force. He increased his ocular output and launched a repulsion projectile into it. The two attacks collided head-on, detonating a violent shockwave. BZZ, BZZ, BZZ. Wave after wave of impact expanded outward, and everyone stared in horror. At the commander's orders, the allied shinobi forces retreated at once, widening the battlefield. The electromagnetic cannon and the repulsion projectile locked in stalemate, neither gaining ground for a moment, but Natsuki decisively increased output. The electromagnetic cannon began forcing the repulsion back toward Madara, and then, at close range in front of him, it detonated. Rumble. Louder than thunder. The two forces exploded not far in front of Madara, and a small mushroom cloud instantly swallowed him whole. The allied shinobi watched with their mouths hanging open. No one had imagined that a collision between the two of them could produce such terrifying destructive power. If that mushroom cloud had exploded inside the allied ranks, no one knew how many would have died. It was truly horrifying. After a long while, the mushroom cloud finally dispersed, revealing a massive crater. Madara stood at the bottom, ragged, but perfectly upright. His left arm was gone, and his body was torn and ruined. But as an Edo body, he was already regenerating rapidly. Madara roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. I almost got killed by you. No, that's not right. You can't kill me. But Natsuki, I, Madara, fully acknowledge you now. You are the strongest of the younger generation. Even that Tensegan, reincarnation I, can't compare to you. Natsuki snorted. Flatter me all you want, it won't change anything. You and I are enemies. Today, I will defeat you. Then let's see what else you've got. After his body finished restoring, Madara used the Rinnegan's power to float into the air, looking down at Natsuki. Natsuki met his gaze without fear. The two sides became poised and tense once again, the atmosphere turning razor-tight. Compared to the excitement here, Obito's side was simply brutal. With his Kemui, divine authority, intangibility countered by Kakashi, and his Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, pressured by Niji, and with everyone else attacking relentlessly, Obito had no way to fight back. That he had managed to hold on this long at all was already impressive. And he, too, was drawn by the commotion of Madara and Natsuki's battle. When he saw the terrifying mushroom cloud rise, he gulped hard in fear. He had always known Natsuki and Madara were strong, but he had never imagined they were strong to this extent. This was no longer within the realm of human beings, ordinary people simply could not comprehend it. And while the battlefield here raged like wildfire, a group of figures approached in silence. At the front were two people. Kabuto. And Orochimaru. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 383, Chapter. Hey, hey, hey. Is this really a human fight? Suigetsu was completely numb. What kind of? Kirin, Yugo, and Kirin were all pale with shock, as if they were watching the end of the world. What a lively scene. As expected of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. We're not late, are we? The battle's reached the most exciting point. If we join now, we can absolutely flip the whole situation. Kabuto merely adjusted his glasses and said nothing. But behind the lenses, his eyes gleamed frighteningly bright. He was intensely interested in the power of Natsuki and Madara, so much so that he practically wanted to dissect them on the spot, to uncover the secret of their strength. For someone pursuing ultimate power, that kind of overwhelming destructive burst was irresistibly alluring. Hashirama, meanwhile, looked delighted. To think someone can fight Madara to this extent. Who is that kid? Tobirama recognized him. Big brother, it's that boy. Back when we were forced to fight Sarutobi, he was the kid from the Chunin exams who battled the One-Tail. I think his name was Natsuki. I can't believe that in just a few years he's grown to the point where he can fight Madara. It's unbelievable. Oh. That kid. Hashirama remembered. Ha 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 ha. Konoha really is overflowing with talent. That boy is absolutely the kind of pillar who'll become Hokage in the future. Tobirama shot a sideways look at Hiruzen. Sarutobi, Natsuki shouldn't still be a genin at this point, right? Hiruzen looked blank. Tobirama-sensei, you can't ask me that. I was dead too. I have no idea what happened after that. If anything, you should be asking Tsunade. Thankfully, Tobirama didn't press the issue. With Konoha producing a talent like Natsuki, Tobirama was genuinely pleased. Minato looked around anxiously, but he couldn't find his son anywhere. His expression fell with quiet disappointment. Then, the group fell into a brief silence. And that immediately triggered a commotion. Orochimaru? Wasn't he dead? And Kabuto? So he finally shows his face. Just like Orochimaru, another snake that hides in the shadows. And those others look like Edo bodies. Wait, am I seeing things? That blonde guy, why is he wearing the fourth Hokage's cloak? No. You're not seeing things. That blonde guy is the fourth Hokage, Minato. And not just him, first Hokage Hashirama, second Hokage Tobirama, third Hokage Hiruzen, their Edo bodies are all here too. In an instant, the allied ranks exploded into an uproar. But Tsunade and the others weren't happy at all at the sight of the four Hokage. Their expressions turned grave. Because the four Hokage had arrived alongside Kabuto, and a revived Orochimaru. Which meant the four Hokage had been summoned by the enemy's Edo Tensei, and would be enemies of the allied shinobi forces. This was a catastrophe. When Natsuki saw the four Hokage appear like this, he immediately understood. This was the plot everyone had been hinting at. Fortunately, it wasn't completely outside his expectations. In the original story, those four were summoned by Orochimaru anyway. Now it was simply a matter of them being on a different side. Natsuki didn't understand Orochimaru's reasoning, but it was likely Kabuto had persuaded him. The thought of fighting the four Hokage made Natsuki's head ache. Leaving Hiruzen aside, just Tobirama and Minato, two flying Thunder God users, would be a nightmare to deal with. And Hashirama was as terrifying as Madara himself. How were they supposed to fight that? So yes, yesterday's victory really had been celebrated too early. This enemy reversal was abrupt, hard to answer, and painfully difficult to handle. At that moment, Madara also saw the person dearest to him. Excited, he shouted, "I've waited a long time for you, Hashirama." Huh, oh no. This is bad. I'm finished. He remembered the Kodadama curse was still in effect, and when he turned his head, he saw Tenten holding up the red gourd the entire time, aiming it straight at him. Right now, not only Natsuki and Tenten, but even Tsunade, Reikage, and the others had smiles spreading wider and wider, because none of them had expected such an absurdly good turn of events. In the next instant, a force yanked Madara in, and he couldn't resist at all. Chato-mat. I haven't even caught up with Hashirama yet. I haven't. His voice cut off completely. Tenten, grinning from ear to ear, happily jammed the stopper into the gourd. Got you at last. Let's see you keep looking down on my six paths ninja tools now. Silence. The kind of silence that made the entire battlefield feel unreal. Then, in the very next second, the allied forces erupted into thunderous cheers. Yes. Amazing. That's our six paths Tenten. Edo body nemesis. Madara's done for. Tenten. 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 Six paths Tenten. Six paths Tenten. Six paths Tenten. On that day, Tenten became a legend of the shinobi world with her six paths ninja tools, because she had sucked the invincible Azura of the shinobi world, Madara, straight into the red gourd. For a moment, even Tenten felt lightheaded, as if she were floating. Her legend had really been born like this. And it was in front of 80,000 allied shinobi, with countless major figures as witnesses. It felt like she had transcended. Madara, you idiot. Hashirama couldn't help pressing a hand to his forehead. He. This is too interesting. Reviving to join this war was absolutely worth it. Orochimaru looked delighted, licking at his lips. Madara deserved to be sealed, before he keeps disturbing the shinobi world. Hashirama said, satisfied. Then he looked toward Tenten and asked, Sarutobi, who is that little girl? Do you know? Hiruzen smiled. Hashirama-sama, her name is Tenten. She's a Konoha ninja, 1 year above Natsuki. And she's also Natsuki's girlfriend. Natsuki's girlfriend. That little girl. The Hokage were stunned. Natsuki being that strong is one thing, but he has a girlfriend this impressive too, and she can even control 6 Paths ninja tools. She's truly something else. Konoha really is full of talent. The Hokage were delighted. But someone else looked absolutely miserable. Obito. Obito had been getting bullied badly and was struggling to find a way to turn the situation around. Then Kabuto brought reinforcements. But before Obito could even feel relieved, Madara, too excited after seeing an old friend, forgot the Kotodama curse was still on him and walked straight into the trap. Yesterday he'd been talking himself up like he was invincible. And now he was finished all the same. Still, even without Madara, it wasn't over. They'd just gained Hashirama, hadn't they? Same difference. Same difference. Obito didn't dare waste time. He broke away from his opponents and quickly reached Kabuto, naturally taking position at his side. But he didn't notice the strange look in Kabuto's eyes. After all, snakes repay grudges, and a venomous snake like Kabuto was not something you provoked lightly. Because when the bite comes back, it can be terrifying. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 384, Chapter. Kabuto. You finally showed up. Obito managed to get back on his feet again. Heh. Of course I came. This is the 4th Shinobi World War, something this lively, how could I not take part? Kabuto said with a smile. Good. We're short-handed right now. Obito's expression made it clear, get your people moving, immediately. But Kabuto wasn't in a hurry. He was a good boss. Before making his employees work, he let them catch up with their families. And besides, he wanted to see what the 4 Hokage would say to the allied side. Yes, at this moment, that was exactly what he was thinking. Just then, Reikage, Tsunade, Inoki, and Mei converged, 4 Kage gathering in one place. Natsuki, Tenten, Niji, Shino, Kuratsuchi, Chojuro, and the other younger fighters naturally refused to be left behind. Kakashi, Darui, and the others remained silent, drifting toward the enemy's rear. As expected, what came next would be a brutal fight. Hashirama greeted them with a broad grin. Yo. Tsunade, look at you, all grown up now. How's the village these days? Tsunade's face darkened. Grandpa, great-uncle, the village is doing fine. But the shinobi world isn't. You've become the enemy's tools. Tools. Next will be a nightmare that ends the world. The end of the world? Was it really that serious? It was a shinobi war, people had fought those before. Ending the world sounded excessive. But the current situation really was different from the first 3 wars. Back then, it was village against village. Now it was the 5 great nations united against a single overwhelming enemy. Maybe, end of the world wasn't impossible after all. Hiruzen, meanwhile, spotted Jiraiya and smiled. Jiraiya, you came to help too. That puts my mind at ease. Jiraiya scratched his head, helpless. This is not a situation that lets anyone feel at ease. For a moment, the atmosphere dipped into something low, awkward, and heavy. Kabuto, however, watched with relish, like he was savoring the pressure right before a storm, and it delighted him. Then Tsunade's gaze snapped like lightning onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru. You really are hard to kill, you venomous snake, revived again. And now what, you're going to stand against the entire shinobi world? Orochimaru's voice rasped. In truth, I'm not interested in the war itself. But I am interested in the sage's eyes. Niji's Tensigen, reincarnation eye, I want it for research. So I can only join the opposing side. Niji stiffened. He hadn't expected to be targeted. But he wasn't afraid. He fixed his eyes on Kabuto instead and spoke with stern force. Kabuto, you're still clinging to the wrong path. Back then, you accidentally killed your own foster mother, after all these years, you still haven't awakened to it. That happened. Everyone turned to look at Kabuto, suddenly curious about his past. Kabuto narrowed his eyes. What do you know? Heh. I know far more than you'd like. Natsuki stared at him coldly. Yakushi no. Head of Konoha's orphanage, and the foster mother you respected most. But she was also a member of Root, forced to work for Danzo. For the orphanage, you became a spy too. Then on a mission, you killed her by accident, because she had been sent by Danzo to assassinate you. You both knew too many secrets. Danzo couldn't allow either of you to live. Tobirama's expression shifted in surprise. He immediately understood, that was his good friend doing his usual work again. He couldn't help wondering what state Danzo was in now. Natsuki's words hooked Kabuto's memories, and for a moment Kabuto looked distant, remembering the panic and helplessness when the counterattack landed, and he realized he had struck his foster mother. And the cruelest part was that she couldn't recognize him anymore. Yakushi no was such a gentle person, Natsuki continued. She treated everyone in the orphanage like her own children, including you, Kabuto. You recognized her, but she couldn't recognize you. That hurt, didn't it? But you only inherited her glasses, you didn't inherit her gentleness. Have you ever considered that among the people you've harmed, some of them were also from the orphanage? Just like you, they were Yakushi no's children, your brothers and sisters. When you die, what face will you have left to meet your mother? You. Shut up. Kabuto cracked. His mind turned into a tangled mess. He hadn't expected Natsuki to rip open the wound so suddenly. Having that pain dragged into the open made him erupt in fury. Here comes a Coke. But Natsuki had no intention of shutting up. He opened his mouth and fired a laser. He didn't believe Talk no Jutsu would make Kabuto repent. The optimal solution was to kill this snake outright. Whoosh! Natsuki's lightspeed kick slammed in, reaching Kabuto in an instant. But in the next moment, Hashirama caught Natsuki's ankle. The laser skimming off Natsuki's foot grazed past Kabuto's scalp and blasted into the distance, exploding a small mountain. I didn't expect you to know Storm Release too, Hashirama said, even more impressed. Then his expression turned apologetic. Sorry. I don't want to fight you, but I can't control myself. You'll have to defeat me quickly, otherwise I don't know what I'll end up doing. The battle resumed the moment Natsuki made his move. Orochimaru decisively lunged for Niji, his target was the Tensigen, Reincarnation Eye. Niji immediately shifted away, refusing to cluster into a single brawl. Orochimaru pursued at once. And with Orochimaru came Kirin, Suigetsu, Yugo, and Kirin. They had originally been Orochimaru's people. Later, they simply followed Kabuto because they had nowhere else to go. Now that Orochimaru had returned, they naturally continued fighting at Orochimaru's side. But Niji's special ability was instantaneous displacement. Just as he stabilized his footing, Hayashi rushed in with several Hyuga elites to block Orochimaru's path, clearly intending to protect their clan's Heavenly Ninja leader. Even Hinata was there. Hinata's strength was average, but her resolve to protect her brother was real, so she stepped forward despite the danger. That alone was enough for Hayashi to approve of her. Shino, meanwhile, didn't hesitate. He released his insects at Kabuto without mercy. He understood Kabuto was the linchpin, which was exactly why Shino chose him as his opponent. He even suspected. A kunai flashed to Hiruzen's position. In the next second, someone flickered over and kicked him hard, sending him flying. The speed was so fast it drew shock and admiration from everyone watching. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 385, Chapter. This little girl can use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, too. Tobirama and Minato were both taken aback. But Tenten had no time to pay them any attention. She charged straight after Hiruzen. She hadn't chosen her opponent at random, she had thought it through. The red gourd on her was sealing Madara. She could not allow the enemy to steal it. And since the second and fourth could both use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, she had no confidence she could outpace them. So she could only pick the third as her opponent. Even if the third was called the strongest Hokage, his threat level still could not be compared to someone like Madara, already sealed away. Hiruzen wasn't foolish. He immediately saw what Tenten was doing and smiled kindly. Tenten, you really are outstanding. This is the right decision. Come on, seal me with the red gourd. Tenten wasn't about to be polite. She flicked out a large handful of formula kunai, carpeting the surrounding area, and then, whoosh, she flashed behind Hiruzen. She swung out the Shikisaiken, 7-star sword, but Hiruzen slipped aside. Tenten frowned at once. Third Hokage-sama, can you please stand still? If I can't hit you, how am I supposed to seal you? Hiruzen was both amused and exasperated. Tenten, I don't want to move either. I just can't control myself. Tenten had no choice. She could only continue circling and probing, trading moves with Hiruzen. Over here, Kakashi decisively lunged toward Obito, only to be intercepted by Minato. Kakashi's expression was complicated, but his resolve didn't waver. Minato-sensei, move aside. I'm going to knock sense into Obito. Minato, clearly still missing crucial context, stared hard. So you're Obito. You didn't die back then. And this outfit, and you have my Flying Thunder God formula on you. So Obito, you were the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. Why would you do that? Heh. Minato-sensei, nothing we say now matters. Let's fight. Obito couldn't be bothered to explain. He retreated at once, leaving Kakashi to Minato. His Kamui, Divine Authority, intangibility was countered by Kakashi's Kamui, Divine Authority, and his Rinnegan, Samsara Eye, was being checked by Niji's Tensigan, Reincarnation Eye. Now that both of those threats had separate opponents, didn't that mean he could finally do whatever he wanted? But did he really think others wouldn't see through that? Raikage A immediately activated his Raiton, lightning release, chakra mode and surged in, his Liger Bomb-like strike snapping toward Minato's neck. Minato had to evade. And Kakashi seized that instant to break through the line and re-engage Obito again. Kakashi still remembered what Natsuki had said, use Kamui, Divine Authority, to defeat Kamui, Divine Authority. Which meant the only one who could reliably counter Obito's intangibility was Kakashi himself. He had to carry that responsibility. Kuratsuchi and Temari followed up without hesitation, providing support and pressure. Minato, seeing this, did not continue protecting Obito. Minato was an Edo body summoned by Orochimaru, meaning he belonged to the enemy side. But Orochimaru hadn't ordered him to guard anyone in particular, only to fight the enemy. So now that Raikage A was on him, Minato simply accepted the match. I didn't expect we'd cross hands again, Minato said with a smile, as if recalling those old battles against A and B. Humph. Today, my lightning release chakra will surpass your Flying Thunder God. Raikage A bellowed, charging again. His lightning-enhanced body flicker was blindingly fast, he reached Minato in an instant. But Minato merely flickered away with Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing off to the side. When it came to speed, Flying Thunder God truly was in a league of its own. Lightning body flicker might have flicker in the name, but it still involved motion. Flying Thunder God had no motion at all. It crossed space. It was true instantaneous movement. If Raikage A wanted to beat Minato on speed, that would be difficult. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. Anoki and Darui were already moving in as well, ready to join. With numbers on their side, ganging up on a powerhouse was simply more practical, and, frankly, more enjoyable. That left Tobirama. He was immediately surrounded by Tsunade, Jiraiya, Mei, Chojuro, and others. But Tsunade barked an order. Jiraiya, go help Tenten. Hiruzen-sensei is no ordinary opponent. Tenten alone might not be able to handle him, and more importantly, her gourd cannot be stolen. Jiraiya understood instantly and flashed toward Tenten's side. Tobirama nodded approvingly. Tsunade, your judgment is correct. Madara must never be released again. Now, work together and defeat me. During the fight, I'll tell you my weaknesses. Then great uncle, forgive me. Tsunade didn't hesitate. She swung a monstrous strength punch straight in. Tobirama slipped away easily, then snapped a counter into Tsunade's midsection, sending her flying back. Chojuro's twin blades, Hiramakari, immediately fired chakra projectiles, aiming to blow Tobirama apart in an instant. But Tobirama moved even faster, leaping high into the air and evading the blasts. The result left Chojuro wide-eyed with disbelief. How is he that fast? I finally caught the perfect timing. It really was perfect timing. He had seized the opening cleanly. If it had been anyone else, they would have been sent flying. But the opponent was Tobirama, so of course it wasn't going to be that simple. Tobirama formed seals at high speed and spewed a massive volume of water. Suetun, Swishoha, water release, water collision wave. Mei answered immediately with her own Swishoha, water release, water collision wave. A water release clash erupted between Hokage and Mizukage. But Mei was clearly being suppressed, and that was not a comforting outcome. TCH. You're a Hokage, how is your water release better than mine? Mei complained, genuinely finding Tobirama absurd. Tobirama had no rebuttal. He was Hokage, yes, but he truly didn't excel at fire release. If anything, his water release was closer to C-style in scale and consistency, and he had rarely lost in that field. Still, Mei wasn't alone. With Tsunade and Chojuro striking at intervals, the two sides stayed roughly even overall. In an instant, the entire battlefield collapsed into chaos, multiple high-level skirmishes overlapping at once. Tens of thousands of allied shinobi watched, unable to insert themselves cleanly. All they could do was hold position and wait. Fortunately, the allied ranks did not panic. Command remained intact, and units were poised to reinforce at any moment. Asuma even dragged Shikamaru forward. "Shikamaru, watch closely. If we need to deploy, we deploy immediately. Numbers are our advantage, we can't just let a handful of people inside the ring bleed themselves dry." Shikamaru knew how urgent it was and began observing at once. And it wasn't only him, other strategists arrived too, all trying to find a workable plan to support the front line. Meanwhile, Natsuki fully engaged Hashirama. He used Rantun Shunshin, Storm Release Body Flicker, to flash unpredictably, then chained light-speed kicks at Hashirama again and again. Yet Hashirama dodged every single one, almost as if he were even stronger than Madara. No wonder he was the shinobi god who had made Madara concede. There was simply no comparison. "Your name is Natsuki, right? A hero truly can emerge young." Hashirama still had time to chat mid-fight. "First Hokage-sama, you flatter me," Natsuki replied calmly. But inside, he was already thinking hard about the real problem. How, exactly, was he supposed to bring Hashirama down? End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P@TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 386, Chapter. Hashirama was, after all, different from Madara. Natsuki had fought Madara several times already, and his moves were well known to Madara. But Hashirama knew nothing about Natsuki, and that was something he could exploit. The key issue was how to bait Hashirama into a trap. A spark flashed through Natsuki's mind. He suddenly thought of an idea and immediately grinned. "Shodai-sama, do you want to know who Tsunade-sama's partner is?" "Tsunade's partner? Who? Hashirama's interest was instantly piqued, and he looked over at once. Natsuki seized the opening and clapped his hands together. Mokuton, Jibaku Iso, would release, binding eternal burial. It was Yamato's technique. It was fairly practical, and with a sneak attack it was even easier to land. Sure enough, Hashirama froze in surprise for a split second, and vines immediately wrapped around him. The vines swelled in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they grew into a massive tree that bound Hashirama tightly in place. Hashirama blinked. "Kid, you can use would release too. But forget that. Hurry up and tell me who Tsunade's partner is. Do I have great-great-great-grandkids already?" "In your dreams, Shodai-sama. Tsunade-sama is still single." Natsuki shot back. That single sentence left Hashirama completely stunned. Tsunade was no spring chicken. She was old enough to be a grandma, and she was still single. That was simply unbelievable. Natsuki took advantage of the moment and summoned a coffin. Then he thrust both palms toward Hashirama and detonated chakra. Fuinjutsu, Mafuba, sealing technique, demon sealing wave, ha. Spiraling chakra instantly swept Hashirama up and stuffed him straight into the coffin. With a loud bang, the lid slammed shut. The rapid-fire sequence left everyone watching in utter disbelief. No one expected Natsuki to take Hashirama down that quickly, and for a moment, they couldn't believe their eyes. Natsuki was just about to slap on a few sealing tags when, the very next second, the coffin lid bulged, and was forced open. A snake head emerged from inside, coiling around Hashirama and dragging him out. The sudden change even stunned Natsuki. Hashirama was also momentarily dumbfounded. In the next second, Natsuki exploded. "Orochimaru, you damned long worm. Why would you stick a snake on Shodai-sama in the first place? You ruined everything." Orochimaru let out a hoarse chuckle. He. "Just in case. I learned quite a few of your methods from Anko's curse mark, so of course I took precautions. Looks like I was right. That guy really was a clever venomous snake." Now it was over. A perfectly good Mafuba was wasted, and now that Hashirama had seen it once, he would never fall for it again. Hashirama shoved the snake away from his neck and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Natsuki, that was a great move. I wasn't paying attention and I got caught. How about you do it again? This time I definitely won't have any snakes on me. You'll be able to seal me for sure." Natsuki rolled his eyes. He genuinely didn't even have the energy to complain. Everyone else was also speechless, and all they could think was what a shame. If not for Orochimaru, Natsuki would have successfully sealed the most troublesome Shodai-sama, freeing his hands to deal with the others. Orochimaru, that bastard. Tsunade couldn't help cursing. That sealing move was solid, Tobarama agreed. But then his tone shifted sharply. Tsunade, what is going on with you? You're already in your 50s, why are you still single? Was Natsuki telling the truth? Tsunade instantly turned beet red. It's none of Naidame-sama's business. Just go back with Grandpa already. As she spoke, she abruptly increased her offensive pressure and punched Tobirama so hard his cheek cracked. A granddaughter beating up her grandpa. Filial piety, taken to terrifying heights. Over on the other side, Niji saw Orochimaru ruin the plan and couldn't help getting angry. He decisively unleashed Hakurokujin Shinkasho, 8 trigrams 64 vacuum palms, his hands whipping in a flurry as a terrifying repulsive force erupted, blasting Orochimaru cleanly into 2 pieces. Kirin cried out in shock, Orochimaru-sama, and was about to rush forward, only to be knocked back by Hiraishin with Kaiten rotation. The other Hyuga clan members were filled with fervor and pride. Their clan head was overwhelming, one burst of power, and Orochimaru was defeated. Who else could do that? Of course, Orochimaru wasn't that easy to kill. Hands tore open the corpse's mouth from the inside, and Orochimaru crawled out of it. The Deijiryu Chikushin no Jutsu, great snake-style body-shedding technique, looked disgusting, but it was extremely effective. Now Orochimaru stared at Niji's azure eyes, greed flashing across his face. As expected of the sage eye, it's incredible. Niji, give me your body. Niji answered with his palm. With a simple lift of his hand, a terrifying attractive force dragged Orochimaru into midair. Then a burst of repulsion struck, and Orochimaru was split into 2 again. But in short order, Orochimaru crawled out of a corpse's mouth once more, like an endless nesting doll. He simply wouldn't die. The current Orochimaru was no longer the cripple who had lost the use of his hands. He had recovered, and he fought with effortless ease. Killing him would not be so simple. Kabuto's side, however, looked far less smooth. Shino stood with both hands in his pockets, cool as could be. His swarms ravaged the battlefield without pause. Insects that had previously devoured all kinds of tailed beast chakra had already been cultivated. These were unquestionably the strongest bugs now, far beyond even Fus. Facing Kabuto's Rinnegan, Shino showed not the slightest fear. With a casual gesture, he directed multiple swarms to strike Kabuto from different angles. Kabuto immediately used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, blasting one swarm away on the spot. But in the next second, other swarms surged in. That was Shino's strength. He knew Shinra Tensei had a cooldown, so he layered his swarms in staggered waves. The moment Shinra Tensei was used and entered downtime, the swarms he held in reserve accelerated suddenly, closing the distance in an instant and leaving the enemy with no way to defend. Sure enough, Kabuto could only retreat in a hurry. At the same time, the snake head protruding from Kabuto's abdomen transformed into Kidamaru, spitting webs that intercepted many of the insects. The sound force techniques. Shino remained calm. In the past, that might have been troublesome. But I'm not who I used to be. My insects don't fear spider silk. Kabuto watched as the insects stuck in the webbing simply ignored the adhesion, broke free with ease, and even gnawed the webs apart. It was absurd. With the swarms lunging in again, Kabuto had no choice but to rely on the Rinnegan's power, expanding a repulsive barrier to protect himself. But using the Rinnegan consumed chakra heavily, and it was completely unsuitable for prolonged fighting. For a time, Kabuto's position became precarious. Just then, a cleaving strike from the executioner's blade suddenly swept in, forcing Shino to dodge. Looking closely, he realized it was Suigetsu. Instead of helping over on Orochimaru's side, he had come here. And Suigetsu wasn't alone. Yugo and Kirin were with him. Those 3 seemed to be close and were moving together. They had chosen to come assist Kabuto. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 387, Chapter. You guys, you actually came to help me. Even Kabuto was surprised. After all, leading that team on a daily basis had never been easy. Even Kirin, the weakest among them, didn't respect him, let alone the others. And yet, at this moment, they had run over to back him up. It was truly hard to believe. Suigetsu hefted the executioner's blade in a defensive posture and snorted. Don't get the wrong idea. Orochimaru told us to come. Kirin nodded vigorously. Yeah. Don't get all emotional and think we're helping you. If Orochimaru hadn't seen you were about to get eaten alive by bugs, he wouldn't have sent us at all. Fine. Then I'll thank you very much. Kabuto didn't feel like getting sentimental. He simply said, this guy's insects are nasty. They're hard to deal with. Suigetsu immediately gave him a look like he'd just stated the obvious. Anyone with a brain can see that. Seriously, you want us to fight someone this annoying? Shino didn't care whether Kabuto had reinforcements, and he couldn't be bothered to trade words. Even more insects erupted from his body and screamed through the air. Suigetsu swung the executioner's blade, but he looked distinctly unhappy about dealing with a swarm. Yugo's arm mutated, but his situation wasn't much better than Suigetsu's. Facing bugs that blotted out the sky, he didn't know how he was supposed to help either. Kirin, on the other hand, turned around and ran. She hated insects the most. Kabuto was speechless. How is this helping me? None of you can deal with them. Suigetsu couldn't help complaining. Stop acting like it's nothing. With things like this, it's obvious our side is in trouble. If this keeps up, we're going to die. Think of something. Kabuto really did start thinking while dodging the insects, and in the end his gaze shifted to Obito. He shouted across the battlefield, Obito. What do we do now? Obito was using Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast Temari's wind release away. Hearing that, he immediately answered, obviously we find where the tailed beasts are and capture them. Kabuto asked again, where are they? Obito's face darkened. If I knew, would this still be such a hassle? They might be at Myobokuzen. That's the best place to hide. He said it, but it was clear he least wanted that answer, because nobody knew where Myobokuzen was. If the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts really were there, it would be a dead end. But the people who knew the truth all felt their hearts drop. If it had been earlier, it wouldn't have mattered if the enemy guessed. But the situation was different now. Because Minato was on the enemy side. At that moment, Orochimaru spoke. If it's Myobokuzen, then it's not difficult. Minato is Jiraiya's student, and he signed a contract with Myobokuzen. He's even been there. Just have him go. Not good. A and Tsunade, among others, instantly realized the problem. Having Gaara go to Myobokuzen had been a brilliant play, but because Minato had become an enemy Edo Tensei, that brilliant play had turned into a glaring hole. No matter how carefully you calculate, fate can still flip the board. This was going to be trouble. Sure enough, Obito's eyes lit up. Right. How did I forget? Minato-sensei really has been to Myobokuzen. He might have even left a Hiraishin formula there. Ha ha ha. So, Minato-sensei, take a trip to Myobokuzen and bring the Jinchuriki back. Minato didn't move. He saw A's expression, something was clearly off. They'd guessed correctly. But in the next second, Minato was no longer in control. It was as if a compulsion had seized him, a fusion of Amaterasu and a violent gale driving him forward. He had no choice. He could only go. Not a chance. A lunged. But Minato had already locked onto Myobokuzen's direction. With a flash, he vanished. A's expression turned vicious. He shouted toward Jiraiya, hey. Jiraiya. Can you use Hiraishin to go to Myobokuzen? Jiraiya spread his hands. Probably. It might be extremely far, and it'd cost a ton of chakra, but Minato is an Edo body right now. He doesn't run out of chakra. So he should be able to. Damn it. How did it come to this? Accursed, then threw caution aside and charged Obito with Rijiri Neto, Lightning Release, Liger Bomb. Obito immediately used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, but Kuratsuchi seized the timing and launched an earth release, thrusting the ground beneath his feet upward. Obito was lifted into the air, and his Shinra Tensei skewed off target. At the same time, A's arm swung in. Kamui. Kamui. Kakashi decisively activated Kamui, cancelling Obito's intangibility. In the next moment, A's Liger Bomb swept across Obito's chest, nearly making him fold on the spot. Bang. He crashed to the ground. He looked miserable, yet he wasn't dead, because his body had been modified by White Zetsu. Even grievous injuries wouldn't kill him easily. I was about to stomp him again when 3 streaks of yellow flashed below. Minato was back, already, holding Gaara by the collar. And from Gaara's arms, a scroll slipped loose. A immediately abandoned the follow-up attack and reached for the scroll with his big hand, but a black hand suddenly shot up from the ground, snatched the scroll first, and tossed it to Obito. Black Zetsu, you damn bastard. A roared, using his lightning body flicker to kill toward Obito again. Gaara finally reacted. Without hesitation he began transforming into a tailed beast, forcibly breaking free of Minato's grip, then twisting and lunging at Obito. Obito instantly understood what the scroll represented. He fired Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the attack away, then leapt backward at top speed. Sorry. I didn't even understand what was happening, and I got brought back by this, whoever. I also didn't hide the scroll properly. Gaara's voice was full of guilt. This isn't on you. We miscalculated. I had no choice but to accept it. That was the 4th Hokage. He was Jiraiya's student, he went to Myobokuzen, and he left Hiraishin formulas there. Kabuto and the others resurrected him with Edo Tensei, and now he's on the enemy side. He was ordered to go to Myobokuzen to capture the Jinchuriki. Our best move just got destroyed. Gaara finally understood, though half of what A said still didn't register to him. He had shamelessly steeled himself and decided to hide at Myobokuzen, but he never imagined the enemy would have a counter like this. Back at Myobokuzen, he had been worrying about the battlefield and absent-mindedly studying the scroll in his hands. He thought there was no danger. Then Minato appeared, grabbed him without a word, and flashed back, leaving the scroll exposed. It was all his fault. Why had he been looking at the scroll? On the opposite side, Obito didn't hesitate in the slightest. He immediately drove the Rinnegan's power. Kuchios, Ito Benjo, summoning jutsu, mobile toilet. Bang. The gigantic Gedo Mazo was summoned, hideous in form. It was missing limbs, crippled, yet the moment it appeared, it unleashed a furious roar that made the allied shinobi's faces change. Obito then decisively summoned the Kahaku no Johei from within the scroll and tossed it into the Gedo Mazo's mouth. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 388, Chapter. In the next second, the Gedo Mazo's roar took on a note of joy. Right before everyone's eyes, the two hands that had been erased by dust release grew back. As for the severed leg, it was still severed. But that didn't dampen the Gedo Mazo's excitement in the slightest. That long-lost feeling of chakra surging through its body, of strength returning, felt so good it genuinely believed it could slaughter everything in sight. Inside the Kahaku no Johei were 4-tailed beasts, the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. The Gedo Mazo had absorbed them before, only to have Obito forcibly rip them back out later. That sensation had been agonizing. But now they were returning again. Then it locked onto Gaara as well, sensing the energy inside him that it needed. On the allied side, everyone's expressions turned incomparably ugly. They wanted nothing more than to tear Obito, Kabuto, and Orochimaru into pieces. The huge advantage that Natsuki and Tenten had fought so hard to secure yesterday had vanished in the blink of an eye. It felt like all of yesterday's effort had been for nothing. But there was no choice. It was already reality. They could only keep fighting. Hashirama studied the Gedo Mazo with curiosity. What is that thing? Why is it so ugly? Natsuki explained, that's the Gedo Mazo, the shell of the 10 tails. Your best buddy Madara wanted to shove all 9-tailed beasts into it and fuse them into the 10 tails. That thing has the power to destroy the world. What? Madara, you idiot. Hashirama's head throbbed. He couldn't understand why his old friend would do something like that. Now that he thought about it, what Tsunade had said about the world ending really might not have been exaggeration. Each tailed beast was powerful on its own. If all 9 became one, it would be terrifying beyond measure. Even Hashirama himself probably wouldn't be able to stop it. So what could they do? Beside him, Tobirama cursed, as expected, the Uchiha are an evil clan. Hiruzen glared as well. So the ninja world is about to face catastrophe. Jiraiya, Tenten, hurry and seal me. If you can seal me, you should be able to seal that thing too. You don't have to tell me. Tenten snapped, whipping out the Kokinjo, golden binding rope. But Hiruzen dodged it again, and she instantly got annoyed. Sandaime-sama, stop dodging. Hiruzen hurriedly called out, Jiraiya. Quick, use a toad to restrain me. Jiraiya didn't dare waste time. He immediately summoned a giant toad, and with their coordination, the toad's tongue successfully wrapped around Hiruzen, while Tenten's Kokinjo also latched onto him. Hiruzen tried to spit out the Kodadama, but Tenten severed it with the Shikisaiken, 7-star sword. When Tenten saw the cursed words on the Shikisaiken, her expression turned strange, but she still said quickly, Sandaime-sama, repeat after me, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen flushed bright red, but he still shouted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. And then he was sucked into the red gourd. Jiraiya's expression also turned odd. He could practically feel his teacher's social death. He never expected that even at the end, Hiruzen-sensei would still be fixated on that old thief Danzo. Wasn't that relationship a little off? But Tenten didn't have time to dwell on it. She immediately said, Jiraiya-sama, let's go try it. If we can seal the Gedo Mazo, that would be ideal. Jiraiya nodded and escorted Tenten over at once. And the allied shinobi forces weren't just standing around. They understood that the Gedo Mazo was the linchpin of the war's outcome, so they moved immediately. The command division reorganized the units and began a full-scale operation against the Gedo Mazo. Obito had already climbed onto the Gedo Mazo, looking down at everyone. But his battered, miserable appearance had none of the confidence of a victor, and his eyes were filled with thick worry. He didn't believe his side truly had the upper hand. It was all Madara's fault. Madara had been sucked into the red gourd by the Sage of Six Paths tools, leaving Obito without an anchor. He had no backbone, no confidence at all. At that moment, the half-black, half-white Black Zetsu appeared beside him. Obito, where is Madara-sama? I found the turtle's location. Let's hurry and capture the Jinchuriki. Obito lit up. You found it. Then move, now. Black Zetsu pressed again. Where is Madara-sama? About that. He accidentally got sucked into the red gourd and sealed. Obito's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present had their ears pricked. The moment they heard the turtle's location had been exposed, their expressions all turned grim. That Black Zetsu was clearly not ordinary, at the very least, his tracking ability was first-rate. He had found the turtle's location so quickly that the allied side was forced back into a passive position again. Bad. Very bad. A immediately ordered, Darui. Assemble a squad now. Your mission is to kill Black Zetsu. Yes, boss. I guarantee mission success. Darui accepted at once, then called Samui, Atsui, and Akatsuchi to move with him toward the Ghetto Mazo. If they could kill Black Zetsu, a lot of problems would be solved along with him. So the assassination had to succeed. Tsunade spoke while snatching a moment to breathe. The turtle's location has been exposed. What do we do? Mei suggested, Gaara, join the fight right now. We'll send 2 people to Natsuki's side so Natsuki can free up his hands. If something changes, have Natsuki use Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to extract people. Gaara immediately agreed, leaving in a ninja dash together with Hashirama. In his mind, he spoke to Shikaku. Shikaku, you saw that, right? That's the Ten-Tails shell, the Ghetto Mazo. You don't want to get absorbed by that ugly thing either, do you? Shikaku's irritated voice replied, you don't have to provoke me on purpose, Dad's son. Meaning, he was going to make a huge scene. He wanted to play too. Gaara immediately formed hand seals in Shikaku's form and opened his mouth, spitting out a massive ball of wind. Futon, Renkuden, wind release, drill air bullet. Natsuki instantly used Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, to flash away, reappearing on Shikaku's shoulder. He watched the wind sphere crush forward. Only for it to be bizarrely blocked by a thin stretch of forest. Hashirama casually created the forest. A mere wind sphere couldn't hurt it at all. He leapt onto a treetop and examined Shikaku. So this is the one tail. Back when the villages were dividing up the tailed beasts, Sunagakure didn't get a share because they already had one. I never really knew how strong the one tail was. He actually looked a little eager to try. Natsuki, meanwhile, spoke with Gaara. Gaara, are you getting used to full-tailed beast transformation? Gaara's voice answered, it feels good. The after-effects are cooperating. Natsuki, I'm really sorry. It's fine. None of us expected this either. Call it losing by 1 move. But it doesn't matter, we haven't lost yet. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 389, Chapter. Natsuki could actually understand Gaara's thoughts very well. Ever since Gaara crawled out of his darkened past, he had completely changed. He was not only gentle and kind, but also deeply responsible. For the sake of winning the battle, he had shamelessly, as he put it, decided to hide at Myobokuzen and leave the fighting to everyone else. Then this happened, and his brilliant move instantly turned into a terrible one. More than anything, he felt he hadn't protected the Kahaku no Johei properly, and that was what led to the current situation. That was why he was full of self-blame, and why he apologized. But this really wasn't his fault. Even if Natsuki had been the one in Gaara's shoes, he might not have done any better. Natsuki didn't know how to comfort him, and honestly, he wasn't all that bothered either. In war, you win some and you lose some. Yesterday the Allied side had dominated, and today the enemy had forcefully pulled one back. That was completely normal. What mattered most was that the war wasn't over. They hadn't decided victory or defeat yet, so there was still time to fight for the win. Right now, instead of blaming themselves, they needed to push harder, defeat the enemy, and crush their plan. That was the only thing that mattered. You're right. We can't just stare at a loss. Gaara rallied himself. Then I'll make up for my mistake. First we win, then we talk. As he spoke, he formed seals again and fired off another futon, Renkuden, wind release, drill air bullet, straight at Hashirama. Hashirama's battle lust had already been stirred. He clapped his hands together, and would release condensed into an enormous Buddha statue. A mere Renkuden couldn't harm it at all. The Buddha's massive hand reached straight for Shikaku's head. Wah! What the hell is that? Gaara, dodge. Shikaku instinctively grew wary. Okay. Gaara didn't really know how strong the Buddha was, but sensing Shikaku's fear, he could only retreat. But the wooden hand still kept reaching forward. In the next second, Natsuki suddenly sprang off Shikaku's shoulder and landed on the wooden arm. With a single kick, he snapped the arm off. At the same time, he complained, "Shodai-sama, you need to keep yourself under control. Don't get carried away and forget you're on our side. This is a war. You can't just get hyped up and start brawling. Every second you delay, more people die." Sorry. Seeing a tailed beast made my hands itch, Hashirama said with an embarrassed grin. "I'll try to control myself, but don't expect too much." Natsuki wasn't expecting much in the first place. If Hashirama could break free of Edo Tensei control, he would have done it back during the first Chunin exams. He wouldn't have just watched Hiruzen fight for his life. What Natsuki feared was the opposite. If Hashirama genuinely wanted to fight from the bottom of his heart, it would only make things worse for the allied side. But now that Hashirama had already brought out the Buddha, Natsuki couldn't beat him without showing real skill. So Natsuki clapped his hands together as well. Mokutan, Senju Cannon, would release, Thousand-Hand Cannon. In the next instant, several towering trees burst from the earth and fused into a tall cannon statue, smaller than Hashirama's Buddha by one size. That was only normal. Natsuki's chakra reserve simply couldn't compare to Hashirama's. And besides, Hashirama was an Edo body right now, his chakra was basically infinite. Comparing size was meaningless. Haha. So you can use this too? Then let's measure ourselves. Sure enough, Hashirama's itch kicked in. He directly commanded the Buddha's giant hand to seize Natsuki. It wasn't just fast, it carried an overwhelming pressure. Even standing atop the wooden cannon, Natsuki felt as if the sky were collapsing. But Natsuki wasn't easy prey. He had the cannon's two hands clamp onto the Buddha's wrists, while the other wooden arms hammered down in a frenzy. But when it came to wood release mastery, no one could surpass Hashirama. His Buddha had far more hands. In nearly an instant, they moved, each one grabbing the cannon's arms until the whole scene became awkwardly locked. Fortunately, Gaara acted. A massive claw suddenly shot out, lunging straight at Hashirama. But the Buddha still had hands to spare. One massive wooden hand caught Shikaku's claw, and then another reached over and clamped down on Shikaku's head. For Hashirama, capturing a tailed beast was like play. So even if Gaara was a perfect Jinchuriki, in Hashirama's eyes he was still just a brat. Natsuki abandoned the wooden cannon entirely. The moment the Buddha ran short on spare hands, he instantly used a high-speed movement technique to flash right in front of Hashirama, his fists whipping out in rapid-fire strikes. Hashirama was forced to retreat. As long as Hashirama had to split his attention, controlling the Buddha cleanly would become difficult. Sure enough, in the next second, Shikaku broke free of the restraint and began spitting out one small air bullet after another. Small was only in reference to Shikaku's scale, those air bullets were already finishing moves by wind release standards for many shinobi. Under Shikaku's chakra, though, they were merely petty sneak attacks. Hashirama continued dodging them. His strength might be monstrous, but a shinobi's body was still fragile. If an air bullet landed, he would definitely take damage. And Natsuki coordinated with the air bullets, repeatedly striking from Hashirama's blind angles as Hashirama evaded. It actually forced Hashirama into a frantic rhythm. Maybe he was acting. But for now, Natsuki treated it as real. Then Natsuki saw Hashirama reveal an opening, but instead of attacking, he sidestepped away. Because right behind him, Inoki was floating in the air without anyone noticing. Inoki fired off a dust release at Hashirama, the ambush fast and perfectly timed. But Hashirama was Hashirama. He clapped his hands together, and a line of wood release rose in front of him. The dust release didn't do the slightest bit of damage. As expected of a shinobi on par with Madara, Inoki said. "My dust release is completely useless." He said it, but he wasn't discouraged. Inoki knew exactly how terrifying Madara was, and Madara had held Hashirama in the highest regard. That alone proved Hashirama's strength was extraordinary. So he wasn't particularly bothered that dust release hadn't achieved anything. Natsuki looked at him. "Tsuchikage, why are you the one here?" Inoki laughed. "Ha ha ha. Because I'm the strongest among the 5 Kage, of course. And against the god of shinobi, long-range attacks are the safest. If you get caught, you won't be escaping." It was completely reasonable. And also completely depressing. The enemy was too strong. For the moment, they truly didn't know how they were supposed to win. And the more they thought that way, the more painful it became to remember how Natsuki's earlier Fuinjutsu, Mafuba, sealing technique, demon sealing wave, had failed. If Orochimaru hadn't interfered, the situation wouldn't be this grim. Damn Orochimaru. He needed to die sooner rather than later. Natsuki took a deep breath. Looks like I have to gamble again, like I did against Madara. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 390, Chapter. Before Natsuki could make a move, Inoki decisively raised a hand to stop him. Natsuki. From here on, take it easy and conserve your strength. This fight against Shodai-sama will be led by me and Gaara. You must stay in a state where you can disengage at any time. Oh. Natsuki's eyes lit up, thinking they'd come up with some clever plan. But Inoki slowly shook his head. There's no plan. Black Zetsu has tracked down the turtle's location. If anything changes, we'll need you to move immediately and retrieve all the Jinchuriki. So you must stay free, and you must preserve enough chakra. Natsuki understood at once, and he didn't object. From the perspective of overall strategy, the Jinchuriki mattered more. Once the enemy freed up manpower to go after the Jinchuriki, it would be better to bring the Jinchuriki back directly. In any case, the location was already exposed. Even Myobokuzan wouldn't be safe now, so it would be better for everyone to come fight together. Several Jinchuriki fighting side by side was an enormous amount of combat power. Seeing Natsuki's expression, Inoki immediately knew he'd thought it through. Inoki was genuinely satisfied with this young man. Not only was he overwhelmingly strong, his mind was flexible. Most importantly, his temperament wasn't impatient or stubborn, he was good at thinking calmly and making accurate judgments. A leader like that was rare. If a village had someone like this to inherit it, it would surely flourish. Unfortunately, Natsuki already had a girlfriend, so Inoki couldn't even begin to scheme. All he could do was envy Konoha. After that, Natsuki deliberately paddled in the back. Inoki and Gaara coordinated to tangle with Hashirama, and naturally, they were pressed down and beaten back by Hashirama the whole time. Hashirama grew dissatisfied and shouted, "Natsuki! Why aren't you putting in any effort? Fight me! Fight me like you did Madara! You absolutely have the strength to face me. Stop hiding it, get out here and fight. Shodai-sama, calm down." Natsuki almost rolled his Byakugan to the sky. This isn't the time for sparring. This is a war. I need to preserve enough strength to protect my companions. I already told you not to focus on getting yourself hyped up, think about the big picture. Do you want to see all Konoha's shinobi die before you're satisfied? Hashirama fell silent. He knew it wasn't the time, but his hands were itching. If only Madara could be released so they could fight properly. The problem was that he was being controlled by the enemy, so even if Madara were released, he wouldn't be on the opposing side anyway. There'd be no chemistry, and it wouldn't be a real bout. So Hashirama immediately said, "Then hurry up and take down Orochimaru. The 4 of us were resurrected with Edo Tensei by him. If you defeat him, you'll have 4 fewer enemies." Oh. Orochimaru, not Kabuto. In an instant, countless gazes locked onto Orochimaru, and even the always composed Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat. Niji immediately shouted, "Hyuga clan. You heard him. Defeat Orochimaru, free the 4 Hokage-sama, and we won't need to keep fighting the 4 Hokage-sama. Woo. Defeat Orochimaru." The Hyuga clan instantly erupted in a roar, completely shedding their usual cool demeanor. Niji took the lead, unleashing Hak Hyakunajohachi Shinkasho, 8 trigrams 128 vacuum palms, hammering Orochimaru until he had no room to fight back. Kirin tried to intervene, but Hayashi led several Hyuga elites in repeated Kaiten rotation, completely unafraid of her crystal release, leaving her only able to watch helplessly as the Orochimaru she revered was beaten down. Over on Kabuto's side, Suigetsu and Yugo couldn't help glancing toward Orochimaru. Hey. Orochimaru's fine, right? Do we need to go back and help? Suigetsu asked cautiously. Can we even leave? Yugo's words dragged Suigetsu back to reality. Dense swarms had completely surrounded them. There was no way out. Worse, neither of them had any ninjutsu suited to dealing with insect swarms. As for Kabuto, he had the Rinnegan, but he wasn't Uchiha blood. Using the Rinnegan drained him brutally, and he could only afford a few uses at most. The situation was truly grim. None of you are leaving. Especially you, Kabuto. Shino wasn't going to be polite. He commanded the swarms to engulf Suigetsu and Yugo, ravenously devouring their chakra. Even Suigetsu's hydrification couldn't save him, because hydrification also relied on chakra. And chakra was exactly what the insects consumed. He couldn't resist at all. Before long, Suigetsu and Yugo were drained dry and collapsed to the ground. Kirin had stayed farther away and narrowly escaped. Kabuto, meanwhile, used Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, to blast the swarms away, then fled toward the Geto Mazo, intending to have it save him. As for Suigetsu, Yugo, and Kirin, those teammates didn't matter anymore. Cold-blooded, like a venomous snake. No one should expect Kabuto to care about his companion's safety now. Seeing that, Shino decisively pursued with the swarms. Meanwhile, near the Geto Mazo, Tenten and Jiraiya had already reached the area. Then it became two people turning into three. Conan had joined them at some point without anyone noticing. Jiraiya's expression was grave. What we do next could be fatal. Are you prepared? Conan nodded firmly. I've long since prepared myself to die, to atone for the mistakes Nagato and I made. Tenten, however, said, I'm not dying. I'm going to live. Only by living can I keep fighting the enemy. Unless we can take the Geto Mazo with us, dying has no meaning. And you too, don't just go dying either. I'm not collecting bodies. Jiraiya and Conan both froze, staring at Tenten in surprise. And, unexpectedly, they found themselves agreeing. Yes. Sacrifice could feel noble, but it had to mean something. If they could take the Geto Mazo down with them, then dying would be worth it. But if their deaths achieved nothing against the Geto Mazo, then sacrifice had no value. So before the Geto Mazo was defeated, they had to stay alive, so they could continue fighting it. The two nodded solemnly. All right. We'll live. That's more like it. Don't die at the drop of a hat. There's so much more value in staying alive. If they still couldn't kill the Geto Mazo, then Tenten still had her husband. What could a mere Geto Mazo do then? Tenten continued, there are two operations next. First, you cooperate with me to complete the Kotodama curse and see if the Red Gourd can seal the Geto Mazo. Second, if that fails, you cooperate with me to leave a Hiraishin formula on the Geto Mazo. That'll be crucial for later. I'm planning to use a money release ultimate technique against it. Conan didn't understand. Money release ultimate technique? Is it a powerful move? Tenten held up her fingers. 10 billion explosive tags. Even Jiraiya was dumbfounded. So that was what she meant by refusing to die. But Conan blinked. I have 600 billion. Want me to add those too? Thud. Tenten and Jiraiya both fell flat on the ground. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading. Chapter 391, chapter. How much? You said how much? 600 billion. Are you sure it isn't 60 million? For the first time, Tenten started doubting what rich even meant for her own family. Her usual ultimate moves only cost 100,000 or 500,000, this time she pulled out 1 billion and thought that was already the ceiling. She did not expect there to be someone even more outrageous. What's wrong with you? Conan asked, confused. Heh, Conan-san, let me tell you. Tenten gave a thumbs up. Alright. Then later it'll be 2 operations, with Operation 1 as the priority. Jiraiya and Conan nodded solemnly. The three of them charged straight toward the Geto Mazo, but before they could reach it, they saw Kabuto being chased by a swarm of insects, with nowhere to go, up in the sky or down on the ground. Seeing this, Tenten immediately flicked out a handful of Jutsushiki kunai, formula kunai. The instant the kunai reached Kabuto's vicinity, 1,000 Kabaka Fuda, explosive tags, were teleported in and detonated. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Kabuto hurriedly countered, blasting away the explosion from the 1,000 tags. The pursuing insect swarm behind him was also flung aside, but his speed was delayed for a moment because of it. Shino immediately lashed out with 2 Rankyaku, storm leg, slashes, landing them squarely across Kabuto's back. The key was that this guy was ruthless. He actually used the push from the slashes to accelerate forward, and in no time at all he reached the Geto Mazo. The Geto Mazo took one look, wasn't this the one who summoned it earlier and got its leg blown off? Back then it had only absorbed a tiny bit of this guy's chakra, and it ended up suffering that badly. Meanwhile, this guy was completely fine. He even yanked out the black rod that had been draining his chakra. How could it accept that? So the Geto Mazo pointed a black rod at Kabuto's back again. But Kabuto suddenly opened his mouth wide. A giant snake shot out from inside, and with a cicada shell escape, he shed away and sprang up onto the Geto Mazo's head. He landed beside Obito and Black Zetsu. At this moment, Black Zetsu looked utterly lost. Because in Black Zetsu's view, with Madara gone, the Eye of the Moon plan's success rate was absolutely not high. Sure, the Shinobi Alliance was locked in chaotic battles everywhere right now, but in the end, the winner would be the strong. That meant the Alliance. When the time came and a whole crowd turned their attention to Obito and the Geto Mazo, Obito would likely be unable to hold. The Geto Mazo would also be at risk of being destroyed. The main issue was that they still had not captured enough Biju for the Geto Mazo to absorb, so its strength was not that great. If Natsuki freed up his hands, would he not just blow off the Geto Mazo's other leg as well? So they had to find a way to rescue Madara. Black Zetsu's gaze locked onto Tenten near the Gedomazo, or rather, onto the red gourd on her back. He needed to find an opportunity to snatch it. After Kabuto landed, he spoke immediately. Obito, this can't continue. Didn't you say you already know where the Jinchuriki are? Just drive the Gedomazo straight over there and catch the Shinobi Alliance off guard. Hey, Kabuto, you're thinking too simply. Obito shook his head. Last time, because of your mistake, the Gedomazo lost a leg. It's inconvenient to move now. Trying to smash through the Shinobi Alliance's defensive line will be very difficult. Besides, Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, is right here. Let the Gedomazo devour the one-tail first. The Gedomazo let out a dissatisfied roar. Kabuto looked toward Gaara, who was fighting Hashirama. Then just have Hashirama take Gaara down, right? Even Black Zetsu was somewhat speechless. Kabuto, don't you see Natsuki over there? If Hashirama could capture Gaara, he would have already. The only reason he hasn't is because Natsuki has been stopping him. So the best approach is to lure Natsuki away. Only then can Hashirama successfully seize the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Natsuki, huh? Kabuto looked at Natsuki again, then shook his head. That guy could not be lured away. And even if he were, he could use Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to flash back to Gaara's side immediately. So what should they do? Black Zetsu suggested, doesn't the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage both know Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique? Send one of them to the island turtle, leave a Flying Thunder God formula there, and bring us over. As for Gaara, once we've caught the other Jinchuriki, we can come back and focus on capturing him. Wouldn't that be faster? Obito immediately approved. That makes sense. So he called out to Orochimaru at once. Orochimaru, have Minato-sensei follow Black Zetsu to the island turtle and leave a Flying Thunder God formula there. Orochimaru was currently being driven into constant evasions by Niji. Hearing that, he did not hesitate and immediately issued the command to Minato. Don't even think about leaving. Roared in fury as he tried to intercept. Last time, he failed to stop Minato, letting Minato flash to Mount Myoboku. That led to Gaara being brought back, and the Kahaku no Johei, amber purifying bottle, falling into the enemy's hands. Gaara blamed himself. And as the Alliance's commander, felt even worse. He believed it was his failure to stop Minato that caused those consequences. So this time, he would absolutely not allow Minato to leave again. Unfortunately, Raitun Shunshin, lightning body flicker, was still no match for Flying Thunder God. Minato merely tossed a Jutsushiki Kunai, Formula Kunai, in a certain direction, and then vanished. The Flying Thunder God formula was truly absurd. As if, as long as you had enough chakra, you could ignore any time and any distance and reach the formula's location instantly. And the most ridiculous part was that such a powerful technique did not even require hand seals. It was simply unreasonable. Seeing Minato disappear, fumed and charged toward Tobirama. It was all this guy's fault for inventing Flying Thunder God in the first place, putting the Alliance in such a passive position. And wait, Edo Tensei, Impure World Reincarnation, was also something he created, so he was the real culprit. All of this had been within Natsuki's awareness. The moment he saw Minato accept the mission and leave, Natsuki also flickered away and disappeared. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu had already vanished as well, going to guide Minato. Obito and Kabuto were focused by the squad of Tenten, Jiraiya, Konan, and Shino, so they did not even notice Natsuki's departure. After all, the Six Paths tools were frighteningly powerful. Even someone as strong as Madara had been caught by them. The Gedomazo might also be sealable. So they absolutely could not let Tenten succeed. Obito immediately leapt down from above, blocking Tenten's squad. But Shino greeted him head-on with a fresh wave of insects, forcing Obito to turn intangible. Intangible was good. Intangible meant he could not hurt anyone. As for the Rinnegan's powers, so long as they stayed alert, they would be fine. Tenten did not hesitate. She immediately threw out a large handful of Jutsushiki Kunai, Formula Kunai, aiming them at the Gedomazo's single remaining foot, only for Obito to blow them all away with Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Good. A 5-second cooldown. The perfect opening to strike. Jiraiya and Konan each threw out several more Jutsushiki Kunai, Formula Kunai, all aimed toward different directions. These Formula Kunai were given to them by Tenten. While Obito was guarding against Tenten, the two of them could use the chance to scatter Kunai and create openings for Tenten to get close to the Gedomazo. End of chapter. Get plus 30 extra chapters on P at TR3 on Zalem. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter drop. Thanks for reading.